Chapter 1. The Primordial Era, Mount Kunlun. Revered as the progenitor of all mountains, this realm is suffused with rich spiritual energy, where celestial herbs and medicinal plants flourish abundantly. Amidst this verdant expanse, a vibrant spirit herb sways gently in the breeze. What on earth is happening here? Zhou Yuan's mind was engulfed in perplexity. He could only recall that he had stayed up late the previous night, striving to improve his scores. Why, upon awakening, had he found himself in this strange place? Moreover, he had inexplicably transformed into a mere blade of grass. Ouch! Boom! Suddenly, a torrent of fragmented information surged into his consciousness. Pangu, the Primordial Era, Mount Kunlun. It took Zhou Yuan quite some time to fully digest this influx of knowledge. It turned out that he had traversed to the primordial continent. However, he had not become one of the illustrious figures such as the Three Pure Ones, Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, or the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Instead, he was but an utterly ordinary spirit herb. Though he felt a twinge of unfairness after all, he was also a transmigrator, yet his circumstances were vastly inferior, resigned himself to his fate. Ding! Detection indicates whether the host wishes to activate the treasure chest system. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Zhou Yuan's ears. Activate! Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yuan declared. It was a given that a transmigrator would possess a golden finger indeed. It proved to be true. Ding! System activation successful. Beginning binding. 2040700100. Binding successful. Following a flash of white light, an unimaginably large treasure chest materialized before Zhou Yuan. The system rewards 1 bronze treasure chest to the host every 100 years. A bronze treasure chest may yield ordinary spirit herbs and inferior grade spiritual treasures. 10 bronze treasure chests may be exchanged for 1 silver treasure chest, which can yield low-grade, innate spiritual treasures or equivalent rewards. 100 bronze treasure chests may be exchanged for 1 gold treasure chest, which can yield mid-grade or high-grade innate spiritual treasures or equivalent rewards. 1,000 bronze treasure chests may be exchanged for 1 diamond treasure chest, which can yield high-grade innate spiritual treasures or supreme innate treasures or equivalent rewards. 10,000 bronze treasure chests may be exchanged for 1 supreme treasure chest, which can yield innate ultimate treasures or chaos spiritual treasures and above. Special circumstances may yield special treasure chests. It is important to note that the supreme treasure chest cannot be directly exchanged. It can only be unlocked through tasks. Upon realizing this, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but marvel. 1 bronze treasure chest every 100 years meant that in a mere 100,000 years, he could acquire a diamond-level treasure chest. With a stroke of luck, he might even draw a supreme innate treasure. Even for the unfortunate, the minimum guarantee would be a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. In the primordial realm, time was the least valuable currency. A single retreat could span tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. Even a brief nap could see the passage of countless years. 100,000 years may sound lengthy, but in truth, it was but a fleeting moment. Ding! Does the host wish to receive the novice reward? Accept. Zhou Yuan immediately responded. After all, one must seize rewards when they arise. Based on his experience, novice rewards were often the first pot of gold for transmigrators and were typically quite remarkable. Ding! System rewards a random treasure chest. Suddenly, a colossal wheel materialized in Zhou Yuan's mind. Bronze treasure chests, silver treasure chests, gold treasure chests, diamond treasure chests, and even supreme treasure chests began to spin rapidly upon it. Please not a bronze or silver treasure chest. At the very least, I hope for a gold or diamond. If fortune smiles upon me, a supreme treasure chest would be a tremendous boon. As Zhou Yuan gazed at the grand wheel, a sense of nervousness washed over him. If the pointer landed on a bronze treasure chest, it would be a substantial loss, merely equivalent to a reward he could earn in a century. Ding! A crisp sound echoed as the wheel gradually came to a halt. A gold treasure chest. Oh no! Zhou Yuan felt a flicker of disappointment. Wait! The pointer had not yet settled. It continued to inch forward. A diamond treasure chest. Exhaling a sigh of relief, though it was not a supreme treasure chest, it was still more than sufficient. This treasure contained at least a reward equivalent to a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the novice reward, 1 diamond treasure chest. In an instant, an ancient and opulent treasure chest, encrusted with diamonds, appeared before Zhou Yuan. Open. Ding. Opening the diamond treasure chest yields the reward, Body of Heavenly Daos Blessing. Body of Heavenly Daos Blessing? What is this? This was a reward he had never heard of before. Zhou Yuan immediately focused on the reward. After a moment, a look of admiration graced his face. Heavenly Daos Blessing, colloquially known as the buff of the Heavenly Daos Favored Child. With this buff, one's fortune value increases by 999, luck by 999, comprehension maxed out, and affinity maximized. Fortune telling and avoiding calamity, along with spiritual treasures gravitating towards him, would become commonplace. Under the Heavenly Tao, anyone who beheld him would feel an innate affinity, daring not to act against him, lest they transgress against the Heavenly Tao. To disregard the Heavenly Tao's grace would ensnare one in karmic repercussions. In essence, with the body of Heavenly Tao's blessing, even as a mere blade of grass, he could remain in Mount Kunlun, patiently awaiting the passage of time, reaping treasure chests without encountering any danger. This reward was exceptionally fitting for him. Zhou Yuan extracted the body of Heavenly Tao's blessing from the treasure chest and merged it with his essence. In an instant, the spiritual energy of Mount Kunlun began to unconsciously converge around him. The density of spiritual energy surrounding him was magnitudes greater than in other areas. This was the body of Heavenly Daos Blessingyo need to employ any divine powers to receive the protection of the Heavenly Tao. Spiritual treasures and spiritual energy naturally gravitated towards him. Bathed in the rich spiritual energy, Zhou Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Although he'd yet to learn any cultivation techniques, simply breathing in the ambient energy was already exceedingly remarkable. At that moment, several celestial birds and auspicious beasts were inexplicably drawn to him. They circled cautiously around him, wary of treading upon him. These creatures, native to Mount Kunlun, gathered around him, not only due to the abundance of spiritual energy conducive to their cultivation, but primarily because the fortune he bore in silence attracted them to safeguard him. After observing for a while, Zhou Yuan, having reached a firm conclusion, succumbed to slumber. 100,000 years of duration, neither excessively long nor short, was perfectly suited for a nap. In the vast expanse of the primordial realm, time was but a fleeting notion, and in the blink of an eye, countless years could pass. On Mount Kunlun, 3 Taoists floated into view. The first, with a long white beard and hair, resembled a benevolent elder. The second, with a square visage and upright demeanor, embodied the image of a righteous middle-aged Taoist. The third, with sword-like brows and an air of youthful vigor, radiated a chilling presence, presenting as a young Taoist. These three were none other than the 3 pure ones, renowned figures transformed from the essence of Pangu in the primordial realm. The elder was Laozi, the middle-aged one was Yuan Shi, and the young man was Tong Tian. After their transformation, the trio had traversed the primordial realm for 100,000 years, and now they finally returned to their sacred ground, Mount Kunlun. However, just as they approached Mount Kunlun from a distance of 100,000 miles, their expressions shifted simultaneously. "Brother, do you sense something amiss about Mount Kunlun?" Yuan Shi exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, when did Mount Kunlun's fortune become so dense and abundant? Laozi gasped. While Mount Kunlun was the progenitor of all mountains, basking in fortune was hardly surprising. Yet, the current state of Mount Kunlun resembled an ocean of fortune. Such a place was virtually unattainable elsewhere in the primordial realm. Let us hasten back to investigate. Tong Tian brandished his Qingping sword, tearing through the fabric of space to enter. Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged glances before following closely behind. Moments later, the 3 arrived at the pinnacle of Mount Kunlun. The spiritual energy here was extraordinarily dense, and numerous auspicious beasts and celestial birds awaited their arrival, emitting roars in an attempt to drive them away. The 3 pure ones were taken aback. This was their sacred ground, and they could scarcely fathom being repelled by these creatures upon returning home. "Do you dare to act so brazenly before me, armored fools?" Yuan Shi bellowed, prepare to take action. At that moment, however, Laozi extended a hand to halt him, Look there, at that spirit herb. Upon Laozi's words, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian's gazes fell upon Zhou Yuan simultaneously, both exclaiming in astonishment. How can this be? Tong Tian was taken aback. This was clearly just an ordinary spiritual herb. Yet why did it evoke within him a sensation as if it were the very embodiment of the heavenly Taoist fortune? It was truly extraordinary. I am the great purity Laozi. Harboring no ill will you may disperse. Upon hearing Laozi's words, the creatures present naturally understood and promptly scattered. Should Laozi go back on his word and act against them, the consequences would be far too grave. He might even incur the wrath of the heavenly Tao itself. At this moment, Zhou Yuan slowly regained consciousness. Upon seeing these three individuals and recalling that they were in Kunlun Mountain, he immediately understood that these three were the three purities. I am Zhou Yuan, a junior. Is the esteemed one the great purity Laozi? Zhou Yuan attempted to convey his spiritual consciousness to Laozi. Since he was in Kunlun Mountain, it was only prudent to establish a good rapport with the three purities. Remarkable. This has actually birthed spiritual intelligence. Laozi was astonished the emergence of spiritual awareness in a spiritual herb that gathered such immense fortune was undoubtedly a significant event in the primordial world. Once it took form, it would be the child of fortune, blessed beyond measure. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian shared the same astonishment. They had initially believed that this spiritual herb, nurtured by the earth, would merely serve to gather spiritual energy for their Taoist temple on Kunlun Mountain and stabilize their fortune. Yet now, with the birth of spiritual intelligence, everything had changed. Should they forcibly exploit it, it would be an affront to the heavens, a deed unbefitting the three purities. Big brother, since this spiritual herb has manifested intelligence, I wish to take it as my disciple. Tong Tian stepped forward, scrutinizing Zhou Yuan, nodding repeatedly. Third brother, your thoughts align perfectly with mine. Yuan Shi also stepped forward, clearly indicating his desire to take Zhou Yuan as a disciple. Second brother, I was the first to suggest this. Do not seize my opportunity. Tong Tian jested, evidently quite fond of Zhou Yuan and eager to have him as a student. We, the three purities, originate from the same source. Why should we concern ourselves with such distinctions? Since my younger brother Tong Tian is intent on taking Zhou Yuan as a disciple, let him assume that role. Laozi chuckled. Upon Laozi's pronouncement, Yuan Shi reflected and indeed found this reasoning sound. The three purities were all manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. Indistinguishable from one another, it mattered not who took on the role of master, as all could inherit their teachings and lineage without distinction. I extend my heartfelt thanks to my two elder brothers for their goodwill. Tong Tian, witnessing Yuan Shi and Laozi's approval, could not contain his joy. This opportunity ultimately lay within his grasp. Zhou Yuan, overhearing the conversation among the three purities regarding his potential disciplehood under Tong Tian, had no objections whatsoever. In fact, among the three purities, he held Tong Tian in the highest regard and admiration. Zhou Yuan, do you wish to become my disciple? Tong Tian began to speak, but suddenly halted, his mouth agape without a sound escaping. Third brother, what is the matter? Do you not wish to accept Zhou Yuan as a disciple? If you are unwilling, allow me to take him as my student. Yuan Shi furrowed his brow, perplexed by Tongshan's sudden hesitation. Even Zhou Yuan found it curious. He had been prepared to agree to Tongshan's proposition and join the upper clear sect. Why had the words faltered on Tongshan's lips? Zhou Yuan did not believe it was due to Tongshan's reluctance, but since there was another reason at play. Tong Tian, Laozi too was puzzled. Accepting Zhou Yuan as a disciple was a laudable affair, and Tongshan's earlier reaction had clearly been one of great joy. Yet why had he suddenly paused? Perhaps big brother and second brother should give it a try? Tong Tian chuckled softly, shaking his head. The sensation he felt in that fleeting moment was quite peculiar, one he could not articulate, leaving Laozi and Yuan Shi to discover for themselves. Let me come forth. Zhou Yuan, do you wish to bow before the jade purity? A peculiar scene unfolded once more, as Yuan Shi spoke only half his words, standing there in a daze, his eyes filled with disbelief. Brother, can you fathom this sensation? Tong Tian, upon catching Yuan Shi's gaze, could not help but laugh heartily. Laozi observed the two, suddenly sensing a shift in the cosmic opportunity. Calculating with his fingers, he revealed a look of astonishment. Zhou Yuan's fortune was indeed terrifying. As none among the three of us possessed the qualifications to accept him as a disciple, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to express their desire to accept Zhou Yuan as a disciple, an inexplicable law of heaven arose, obstructing their words. This was not due to the inadequacy of the three purities cultivation, but rather because Zhou Yuan's fortune was overwhelmingly formidable, rendering any single individual unworthy of taking him as a disciple. Unexpectedly, we each occupy a fraction of Pangu's merits in the opening of the heavens, yet still lack the qualification to accept Zhou Yuan as our apprentice. Regrettably, the magnitude of his fortune and the profundity of his blessings far exceed our own. The existence of such a being in this world is truly astonishing. Upon hearing the words of the three purities, Zhou Yuan was also somewhat taken aback. The treasures unlocked by the system were indeed extraordinary. The blessing of the heavenly way had granted him a physique so remarkable that even the three purities were unqualified to accept him as a disciple. This was merely a reward from a diamond treasure chest. One could only imagine the wonders that a supreme treasure chest might yield. Just the thought of it elicited a thrill. Looking at the system, Zhou Yuan realized that he had unknowingly obtained 999 treasure chests, just one short of being able to exchange for another diamond treasure chest. This inevitably heightened his anticipation. Brother, since none of us has the fortune individually to accept him as a disciple, what if the three of us together become his teachers? Surely that would grant us the qualifications. Yuan Shi pondered for a moment before speaking. The three of them, having evolved from Pangu's primordial spirit, enjoyed a third of the fortune of the heavens. If even together they still lacked the qualifications to accept Zhou Yuan as a disciple, it would seem that there was no one else in the vast wilderness capable of fulfilling that role. Yuan Shi's suggestion was indeed wise. The three of us collectively accepting Zhou Yuan as a disciple should be feasible. Laozi nodded in agreement. Then let us give it a try. Tong Tian stepped forward to stand alongside Yuan Shi and Laozi. The three spoke in unison. Zhou Yuan, do you wish to bow to the three pure ones? Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian, as your masters? Boom! The breath of the cosmos shifted, and auspicious signs descended upon Kunlun Mountain. Enveloping the heavens and the earth, the three purities simultaneously declared their intention to accept Zhou Yuan as a disciple. The universe responded, granting them such qualifications. Junior Zhou Yuan, I wish to bow to the three purities as my masters. Master, second master, third master, please accept this humble disciple's bow. The opportunity of being accepted as a disciple by the three purities was a monumental one. Zhou Yuan would be foolish to refuse it, and he immediately acquiesced. Though he had not yet taken form, being merely a spirit herb, he still bent his body in a gesture of respect to his three masters. Your disciple certainly carries a considerable air of importance. Insisting that all three of us accept you as a disciple, Tong Tian, sensing Zhou Yuan's spiritual consciousness, could not help but delightfully tease. His joy was too overwhelming to harbor any true grievance against Zhou Yuan. Since you have chosen us as your masters, we shall impart our respective techniques to you. You may cultivate whichever suits you best, Laozi declared. Even he could not fully perceive Zhou Yuan's potential. Thus he decided to teach him the Ta Ching celestial technique, the Yu Qing celestial technique, and the Shang Qing celestial technique, allowing Zhou Yuan to choose his path of cultivation. Upon hearing his master's words, Zhou Yuan naturally nodded in agreement. The techniques practiced by the three purities were the pinnacle of cultivation in the wilderness, capable of leading one directly to the realm of the Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. The ability to cultivate the methods of all three masters at once would surely evoke envy in countless beings throughout the wilderness. We shall impart our techniques to you. Listen closely, Laozi said as he sat cross-legged, uttering profound truths. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. What Laozi recited was indeed the first volume of the Tao Te Ching, simultaneously serving as the prelude to the Ta Ching technique. Although Zhou Yuan had previously read the Tao Te Ching, hearing it directly from Laozi's lips imbued it with an enigmatic quality, as if the ultimate truths of the heavenly way were encapsulated within. With great wisdom and enlightenment, Zhou Yuan's consciousness immediately delved deep into the teachings, traversing beyond the mundane, reveling in the vastness of the wilderness. As Laozi expounded, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian observed from the side. They beheld the spirit herb enveloped in a brilliant white light, harmonizing with the breath of the cosmos. It was evident that Zhou Yuan had begun to grasp the nuances of the Ta Ching celestial technique. Zhou Yuan was indeed extraordinary. The Ta Ching celestial technique, known for its intricacy and profound nature, encapsulating the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, was being comprehended by him at an astonishing pace. Yuan Shi marveled at this. Tong Tian nodded frequently, contemplating whether Zhou Yuan could also swiftly and thoroughly grasp his Shang Qing celestial technique. Laozi took 300 years to complete his teachings. Although Zhou Yuan could not yet claim to have achieved complete enlightenment, he had certainly made significant progress. Truly remarkable, Laozi remarked, turning to Zhou Yuan with a smile and a nod. Yuan Shi, why not explain the Yu Qing celestial technique to him next? Of course. Zhou Yuan, listen closely. Yuan Shi sat cross-legged and began to elucidate the Yu Qing celestial technique. Heaven receives the true one, and the divine light is clear. The earth receives the true one, and all things arise. The evil returns to the true one naturally. The divine receives the true one, and all spirits are sanctified. The Tao is fundamentally void. Among the 3 talents and 6 harmonies, nothing is unresponsive, nothing is unholy. The Tao is the progenitor of all saints. The root of all things. Yuan Shi expounded the Yu Qing celestial technique. Zhou Yuan listened intently, once again entering a state of enlightenment, further enriched by the foundation laid by Laozi's Ta Ching celestial technique. In an instant, Yuan Shi's teachings for Zhou Yuan extended over another 300 years. Now, upon the spirit herb, white and golden lights intertwined, forming a divine halo that stood out prominently. Zhou Yuan had achieved a minor mastery of both the Ta Ching and Yu Qing techniques. Gradually, he began to perceive the differences between the 2 techniques. Ta Ching embodied freedom, while Yu Qing represented rectitude. Yet both were undeniably top-tier techniques, with many aspects open to mutual enlightenment. Zhou Yuan, I shall now impart to you the Shang Qing celestial technique. Tong Tian stepped forward, ready to convey the Shang Qing celestial technique to Zhou Yuan. All gods return to one for preservation. One's nature is determined. Destiny is settled for nurturing the fire, refining qi into spirit for true gold. Heart fire descends for restoration. Kidney water rises for return to the root. Fire welcomes true water for golden liquid. Water welcomes true fire for returning elixir. The 5 elements coalesce into 9 returns. The end of yin and the purity of yang yields 7 returns. As Tong Tian imparted the Shang Qing celestial technique, Zhou Yuan immediately sensed a surge of formidable energy. This energy possessed the power to cleave heaven and earth, to bring down stars, and was all-encompassing. 300 years later, Tong Tian completed his teachings of the Shang Qing celestial technique. Upon the divine halo, which shimmered with white and gold, a new green hue was added. This child possesses extraordinary talent. He has managed to grasp the 3 celestial techniques of our 3 purities to the level of minor mastery, which is truly remarkable. Yuan Shi gazed at Zhou Yuan's transformation, unable to contain his admiration. No wonder I alone could not accept Zhou Yuan as a disciple. This child is favored by the heavenly way, endowed with overwhelming fortune, and it is only together as the 3 purities that we are qualified to accept him. Zhou Yuan, although you have acquired the techniques of the 3 of us, remember that while they share a common origin, they also possess differences that do not be greedy. Otherwise, you may risk falling into the demonic path. You may choose the technique that suits you best for cultivation, while the other 2 can serve as aids in your understanding. Laozi spoke slowly. They imparted their techniques to Zhou Yuan not to have him cultivate all 3 celestial techniques simultaneously, but rather to assist him in finding the most suitable path while helping him comprehend the ultimate truths of the heavenly way. Disciple understands and will certainly not act recklessly. Zhou Yuan nodded thoughtfully, sensing that while the 3 purities cultivation methods bore numerous similarities and could complement each other, their understanding of the Tao was evidently distinct. Tai Ching exuded a carefree aura, Yu Qing radiated a sense of rectitude, and Shang Qing emanated a sharp intensity. The task of merging these three essences into a singular form proved exceedingly arduous. S. Laozi once remarked, "A moment's carelessness could lead one astray into the demonic path, resulting in eternal damnation." Nevertheless, Zhou Yuan felt a twinge of reluctance. Should the three purities methods be successfully amalgamated into a unified technique, it would constitute true perfection, capable of elucidating any principle under heaven and earth. Mastering such a technique and attaining the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal would become a natural progression. With the blessings of the Tao, he mused, it should not be so easy for me to fall into darkness. After contemplating for a while, Zhou Yuan resolved to give it a try. The fusion of the three purities methods was undeniably challenging, yet he could not shake off the feeling of dissatisfaction without making an attempt. Just as he was preparing to center his mind and delve into the comprehension of the three purities immortal technique, a sudden ding echoed in his mind. He had received his 1,000th bronze treasure chest. Did this mean he could immediately exchange it for a diamond treasure chest? System, may I exchange for a diamond treasure chest now? Ding. Host possesses 1,000 bronze treasure chests and is eligible for exchange. Proceed with the exchange at once. Zhou Yuan hesitated not. The last diamond treasure chest had granted him the blessings of the Tao, bestowing upon him immense fortune and marking him as a child of the Tao, virtually invincible. Now he possessed yet another diamond treasure chest. The surge of excitement coursed through him as he eagerly anticipated the treasures that awaited him this time. Open! Boom! With a resounding roar, the diamond treasure chest burst open, radiating dazzling light that illuminated the world. Ding! Open the diamond treasure chest. Reward obtained. Tao fusion card. This, haha! Upon seeing the reward, Zhou Yuan could not contain his elation. Indeed, fortune favored him, as his thoughts had manifested into reality. The information regarding the Tao fusion card revealed its capability to merge all Tao techniques, no matter how profound, without any risk of falling into darkness, and even enhancing their perfection, potentially elevating their grades. The three purities immortal technique was already the pinnacle of cultivation in the primordial realm. He could only imagine the new method that would emerge post-fusion. Zhou Yuan could hardly contain his excitement. System. Immediately fuse the Tai Ching immortal technique, Yuqing immortal technique, and Shanqing immortal technique. Ding! Consumed one Tao fusion card beginning fusion. Success rate 3060100. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Hongmeng level technique, Hongmeng Sanqing Ju. Hongmeng Sanqing Ju. The name alone was impressive. Hongmeng was in existence even more ancient than chaos itself, that he had not anticipated that the fusion of the three purities methods could reach such an astonishing level, far surpassing his expectations. Zhou Yuan hastily commenced his cultivation. This Hongmeng Sanqing Ju not only rectified the shortcomings of each of the three purities techniques, but also articulated the Great Tao from an elevated perspective. After all, the so-called Great Tao governs chaos, while the heavenly Tao presides over the primordial realm. However, in the face of Hongmeng, all of these were mere juniors. Zhou Yuan was eager to cultivate the Hongmeng Sanqing Ju. Boom! Atop Kunlun Mountain, strange phenomena began to manifest in abundance. Ethereal clouds adorned the sky, cascading gently, and within a vast radius, an overwhelming spiritual energy surged towards Zhou Yuan. Meanwhile, the mountain blossomed with myriad flowers, their fragrances intoxicating. Countless plants grew wildly, casting shadows that obscured the sun. This aura, how is this possible? Laozi gazed at Zhou Yuan, his usually calm demeanor faltering as he could not help but exclaim. He could distinctly sense the simultaneous emanation of the three purities immortal techniques aura from Zhou Yuan. Moreover, its level and realm surpassed that of their cultivated techniques by an unimaginable margin. Had our three techniques fused into one? How did he accomplish this? This was beyond our comprehension. Yuan Shi was equally astonished, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Eldest brother, second brother, look over there, Tong Tian suddenly exclaimed. They beheld a celestial crane soaring from the horizon, its beak clasping a piece of innate spiritual treasure. The crane descended, gliding past the three of the purities without a glance, and approached Zhou Yuan. Depositing the innate treasure before him, IT then bowed respectfully and took flight. The celestial crane presented a spiritual treasure, Laozi murmured, acknowledging that though it was merely a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, such an occurrence was indicative of a time of extraordinary fortune. Not only did this signify immense luck, but it also represented a gift from the heavenly Tao. Even the heavenly Tao sought to draw near to Zhou Yuan. Yet, Zhou Yuan remained oblivious to all of this. He was entirely engrossed in the cultivation of the Hongmeng Sanqin Ju, with virtually no awareness of the external world. He would only awaken in times of dire peril. However, with his great fortune and the protection of the three purities, what dangers in the primordial realm could threaten him? Eldest brother, standing beside Zhou Yuan, I feel my spiritual platform is cleared and my understanding of the Tao has become significantly clearer, Yuan Shi Tianzun suddenly exclaimed. Is that true? Laozi was taken aback, moving to Zhou Yuan's side, and was equally astonished. Within the halo radiating from Zhou Yuan, his long-stagnant cultivation began to show signs of loosening. This was the power of a Hongmeng-level technique. In the context of the primordial world, these insights represented a dimensional strike, that we are indeed benefiting from Zhou Yuan's fortune. Tong Tian rejoiced, his aura growing increasingly solid and sharp. Zhou Yuan taking us as his masters is truly our fortunate opportunity. Laozi chuckled. They had imparted their respective techniques, yet they had not anticipated that it would be Zhou Yuan who would assist them in their understanding that moment, amidst the boundless expanse of Kunlun Mountain. All the spiritual trees sensed the event, bowing in reverence towards Zhou Yuan. Countless essences of wood transformed into streams of emerald light, converging in the azure firmament above Kunlun Mountain, enveloping the sky in a verdant hue. What a rich essence of wood! Even Tong Tian could not help but marvel. This gathering encompassed no less than 100 billion spiritual trees, a truly astonishing sight. Yuan Shi nodded in agreement. Even as Pangu's primordial spirit and one of the three purities, he had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. Zhou Yuan. This is the 9 transformations shaping pill, crafted from the essences of 139 varieties combined with the true fire of Samadhi. Consuming this pill to integrate the essence of wood would be the optimal moment for your transformation, Laozi declared, gesturing as a golden spiritual pill adorned with mystical patterns fell before Zhou Yuan. Understand, Zhou Yuan responded, immediately commencing the operation of the Hongmeng Sanqin Ju to absorb the 9 transformations shaping pill presented by Laozi. After countless millennia of waiting, he had finally arrived at this moment of transformation. Even he felt a surge of excitement within. Devour, Zhou Yuan commanded, as countless branches and leaves swayed, fervently absorbing the essence of wood from the heavens above. Bang, bang, bang. On the world tree, 200 leaves of divine light shimmered, releasing the power of the small 1,000 worlds. This indicated that among the 20,000 leaves, 500 small 1,000 worlds had been activated. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and bolts of lightning flickered ominously. It was the 99 heavenly tribulation. Yuan Shi's brow furrowed slightly. This transformation tribulation was indeed the most terrifying of the 99 heavenly tribulations. The final 9 bolts had claimed the lives of countless beings. Anyone capable of withstanding the tribulation possessed profound foundations, promising future attainment of Hun Yuan. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yuan's transformation had also triggered the 99 heavenly tribulation. Zhou Yuan gazed up at the heavens, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Even the 99 heavenly tribulation. I shall overcome. However, a gentle breeze swept through, and the ominous clouds in the sky suddenly dispersed. The vast expanse of the heavens was once again illuminated, enveloped in auspicious clouds that a flock of celestial cranes circled endlessly around Kunlun Mountain, while myriad auspicious energies cascaded from the firmament, creating a wondrous spectacle. Amidst this aura of good fortune, a youth emerged, his black hair cascading and clad in azure garments, appearing as if he were a creation of the heavens themselves. Devoid of any flaw, this youth was none other than Zhou Yuan. He had transcended without undergoing any heavenly tribulation, directly taking on a corporeal form. Disciple Zhou Yuan pays respects to the 3 esteemed masters. Zhou Yuan smiled faintly and bowed to the 3 pure ones, having finally transformed into human form, no longer merely a spiritual root. My disciple is indeed blessed with profound fortune, capable of transformation without facing the heavenly tribulation. Tong Tian laughed heartily. The tribulations of heaven are arduous. Had Zhou Yuan been unable to endure them, he would have surely brandished the Qingping sword and ascended to confront the tribulation that we possess a fraction of the merit of creation, thus allowing us to transform without facing heavenly tribulation. Zhou Yuan bears a destiny far beyond ours, so it is only natural that he need not undergo such trials, Laozi remarked with a chuckle. Master, will transforming without facing heavenly tribulation affect future cultivation? Zhou Yuan inquired, somewhat concerned. Not at all. The heavenly tribulation is merely a test for all beings. We are close to the Tao of heaven, endowed with immense merit and fortune, and thus we need not undergo its trials, Yuan Shi replied, his tone tinged with pride. Zhou Yuan nodded and smiled, understanding Yuan Shi's meaning, as long as it did not affect his cultivation. He could rest easy. He then turned to the three pure ones with a mischievous grin. Esteemed masters, having just transformed, should you not bestow a token upon your disciple? Although unspoken, Zhou Yuan's intention was clear. Having transformed, should the masters not show their appreciation? Besides, the three pure ones possess numerous treasures and are known for their generosity. He certainly would not miss this opportunity. This disciple of mine, upon transforming, already seeks gifts from his master, Tong Tian chuckled, waving his hand in the void, summoning 24 gleaming orbs. These are the pearls of calming the sea. Each is a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Together, they form a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, and I now bestow them upon you. The pearls of calming the sea were formed from fragments of chaos that fell into the wilderness. Each pearl contained a world, and 24 pearls represented 24 worlds. Zhou Yuan was aware that there were not merely 24 but 36 pearls. Gathering them all would create a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Combined with the Qian Kuan scale, it could rival the innate supreme treasures. Wielding immense power, Zhou Yuan knew that the Qian Kuan scale was destined to be connected with Randang. After all, in the future, Randang would become Yuan Shi's disciple and thus his junior brother. He could simply ask him for it later. All he needed to do was find the remaining 12 pearls of calming the sea to assemble a treasure that could rival the innate supreme treasures. The thought alone filled him with delight. With Tong Tian bestowing treasures, Zhou Yuan's gaze naturally shifted to Yuan Shi and Laozi. Not a single treasure from the three pure ones should be missed. This is the three-light divine water, acquired during my travels through the wilderness. Absorb it slowly. It will be immensely beneficial even for nourishing chaotic spiritual roots. Yuan Shi produced a crystal vial, revealing three colors: gold, silver, and purple. Indeed, the legendary three-light divine water. The golden sunlight water dispels blood, essence, and flesh. The silver moonlight water erodes the primordial spirit. The purple starlight water devours the true spirit's consciousness. Separately, the three-light divine water is a top-tier poison in the wilderness. Yet combined, it becomes the foremost holy medicine, capable of curing all unhealable poisons and even reviving the dead. The water used by Nuwa to create humanity was none other than this three-light divine water. Moreover, the three-light divine water has an often overlooked function: nourishing spiritual roots, which is irreplaceable. Before the creation of heaven and earth, it was the three-light divine water that nourished chaotic spiritual roots. Although Yuan Shi only held a small vial, it was still quite precious. Thank you, Master. Zhou Yuan bowed deeply, receiving the three-light divine water. Upon inhaling its essence, he immediately felt his mind clarity, with the branches and leaves of the world tree unfurling. It indeed had miraculous effects. Master. Zhou Yuan's gaze naturally fell upon Laozi's hands, as the leader of the three pure ones. Laozi's offering must surely surpass that of Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. Zhou Yuan was quite eager to see what Laozi would bestow upon him. This is the 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir, forged through my master's arduous efforts. Laozi produced a white jade vial, and an extraordinary aroma wafted forth. Each revolution of the golden elixir amplifies its efficacy 1,000-fold. The 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir represents the pinnacle beneath the Tao of heaven. Even the slightest excess would invoke the jealousy of the Tao, causing the entire elixir to vanish, along with its alchemist, who would face heavenly retribution. The consequences could range from the loss of one's spiritual flowers to complete annihilation of body and spirit. Elder brother, bestowing the 9 revolutions golden elixir upon Zhou Yuan is truly a significant sacrifice. Yuan Shi remarked with a sigh. He had once requested the 9 revolutions golden elixir from Laozi. However, in the face of brotherly affection, Laozi had outright declined. Indeed, we 3 have traversed the wilderness for 100,000 years. Elder brother has gathered countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures to forge this 9 revolutions golden elixir, Tong Tian observed with envy. Thank you, Master. Zhou Yuan was equally elated. This was the 9 revolutions golden elixir, the ultimate alchemical treasure of the wilderness. Even Laozi had only managed to create one, that its rarity was comparable to that of a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Zhou Yuan stored the elixir, planning to consume it at a critical moment of breakthrough, ensuring maximum efficacy. Having received the gifts from the 3 pure ones, Zhou Yuan was immensely satisfied. Moreover, when he attained the blessing of the Tao of Heaven, a celestial crane had delivered a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Although he was still merely at the mid-stage of Golden Immortal, his assets far surpassed many Great Luo Golden Immortals. Zhou Yuan, do you wish to follow me in cultivating the Tao of Alchemy? Laozi suddenly spoke. His alchemical skills had transcended mere technique, reaching the realm of the Tao. This was also the reason Laozi could forge the 9 revolutions golden elixir. Elder brother, it would be best for Zhou Yuan to follow me in cultivating the Tao of the sword. Tong Tian chimed in. Wait, Zhou Yuan's aptitude is most suited for weapon forging. Yuan Shi, unwilling to concede, stepped forward, reaching out to grasp Zhou Yuan, fearing that his beloved disciple will be taken away by Laozi and Tong Tian. Second brother, you are mistaken. Zhou Yuan is also my disciple. How could he be hindered in his cultivation? Yuan Shi retorted. Besides, Zhou Yuan's talent for the Tao of the sword is unparalleled. I have never seen anything like it. If he practices the Tao of the sword with me, who would dare provoke him in the wilderness? Tong Tian, witnessing Yuan Shi's attempt to claim Zhou Yuan, grew anxious and also reached out for him. Zhou Yuan found himself in a predicament having good aptitude to fault. If not for the fact that his true form was the world tree, being pulled in 2 directions by Yuan Shi and Tong Tian might very well tear him asunder. Cough, cough, what disarray is this? Let Zhou Yuan decide for himself what path to follow. Laozi coughed twice, commanding Yuan Shi and Tong Tian to cease their actions, since his disciple possessed extraordinary talents in alchemy, swordsmanship, and weapon forging. It would be best to allow him to choose his own path. Yes, Zhou Yuan, you must decide which master to follow in your cultivation. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian nodded in agreement. Which master to follow? Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment. Whether it was Laozi's Tao of Alchemy, Yuan Shi's weapon forging, or Tong Tian's Tao of the sword, all were the pinnacle of the wilderness. Why must I choose? I wish to learn them all. Zhou Yuan smiled slightly and declared, learn them all. The 3 pure ones were momentarily taken aback. These 3 disciplines were the very foundations of the 3 pure ones. Even those with extraordinary talents would only be able to grasp a fraction of their essence. Allowing them to dominate the wilderness, attempt to learn all 3 might risk overwhelming oneself. However, perhaps Zhou Yuan could be an exception. The 3 exchanged glances, each discerning the thoughts reflected in the other's eyes. Zhou Yuan might indeed surprise them, mastering the arts of alchemy, weapon forging, and swordsmanship to their utmost pinnacle. What would you like to learn first? Laozi inquired. I shall commence with my master's alchemy, followed by my second master's weapon forging, and finally, my third master's swordsmanship, Zhou Yuan replied. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yuan realized that since he intended to learn all 3, the order was of little consequence. He could simply follow the sequence of the 3 purities. Excellent. Come with me, and I shall surely guide you into the foundational realm of alchemy, Laozi said, stroking his beard with a smile. The path of Tao is divided into stages: entry, minor success, major success, and completion. Once one attains the state of completion, they can achieve Tao through elixirs and gain the opportunity to ascend to the status of a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Currently, Laozi had reached the stage of major success, yet he was still a distance from its pinnacle. Nevertheless, even so, in the vast expanse of the primordial chaos, Laozi stood alone at the major success level in the field of alchemy. The same could be said for weapon forging and swordsmanship. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian had both remained at the major success level for many years, yet they had firmly established themselves at the apex of the primordial chaos, with no one capable of surpassing them. Zhou Yuan followed Laozi into the grand hall of the Three Purities, where the rear chamber served as Laozi's alchemical workshop. Without his permission, even Yuan Shi and Tong Tian could not approach freely. Second brother, who do you think Zhou Yuan will excel in the arts of our specialties? Tong Tian asked, observing the departing figures of Laozi and Zhou Yuan. It goes without saying, it will undoubtedly be weapon forging. Zhou Yuan's talent is unmatched in my lifetime. He even possesses the potential to attain Dao through weapon forging, Yuan Shi replied. Not dismissing Tong Tian's question, he was not only confident in himself, but also possessed an unwavering belief in Zhou Yuan's innate gifts. I believe you are mistaken, second brother. Zhou Yuan's talent in swordsmanship surely surpasses that of weapon forging. Once I impart a sword technique to him, he could cleave mountains and rivers, allowing him to enter Dao through the sword. You shall witness just how formidable Zhou Yuan's swordsmanship talent truly is, Tong Tian retorted, rolling his eyes at Yuan Shi, convinced that learning alchemy and weapon forging from Laozi was a mere waste of time. Fortunately, in the primordial chaos, time was abundant, which provided him with some solace. Within the Hall of the Three Purities, the Dao rhythm was ethereal, and the golden lamps burned brightly, though referred to as a palace. It was in fact an expansive and boundless microcosm. Laozi led Zhou Yuan through the fabric of space to reach the rear chamber designated for alchemical practices. Zhou Yuan, behold the Bagua furnace I use for alchemy, Laozi said, stroking his beard, a grin on his face. Zhou Yuan was awestruck. The Bagua furnace stood 3 men high and could burn Doushui purple fire, Sanmei true fire, and Sun true fire. Any flame from the primordial chaos could be manipulated freely within this furnace. Just based on this feature, the furnace alone could rank among the top-grade innate spiritual treasures. The path of alchemy demands not only high standards for herbs, flames, and alchemical furnaces, but also emphasizes the arrangement of the 5 elements and Bagua. Along with the mastery of timing, as the saying goes, when Li Qin, Zhen, and Dui are determined in their positions, and during the hours of Zi, Wu, Mao, and Yu, the arrangement of the Bagua and the 4 symbols must align with the flow of qi to refine superior elixirs. Laozi and Zhou Yuan sat cross-legged together as he began to elucidate the principles of alchemy. It must be said that Laozi was indeed the most eminent figure in the art of alchemy within the primordial chaos. Every word he spoke was precise and devoid of superfluous chatter. That Laozi's teachings were directly imprinted upon Zhou Yuan's primordial spirit, and before long, he entered a state of enlightenment. Unbeknownst to him, after 3,000 years of Laozi's instruction in alchemy, Zhou Yuan's understanding had crossed into the threshold of entry. Above his head, 100 acres of alchemical clouds floated, exuding a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs. Laozi could not help but smile. To reach the threshold of alchemy in just 3,000 years was indeed a rare talent in the primordial chaos. Thank you, Master, for imparting your wisdom, Zhou Yuan said as he awakened from his state of enlightenment, that he realized that the path of alchemy was not merely about refining elixirs. Rather, the process itself was a means of comprehending the Tao. As he crafted elixirs, he was simultaneously forging his own path to greatness. In just 3,000 years, you have entered the foundational realm, which is exceedingly rare. If you continue to cultivate diligently, you may attain minor success in less than 10,000 years. Laozi nodded with a smile, thoroughly satisfied with Zhou Yuan's progress. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Zhou Yuan's ear. Ding, detection of the host state of enlightenment lasting 3,000 years has triggered a special treasure chest. Taiping Alchemy Treasure Chest. Zhou Yuan chuckled in delight, pleasantly surprised by such fortuitous news. In those 3,000 years, not only had he grasped the foundational aspects of alchemy, but he had also received a treasure chest. Would the host like to open the treasure chest? Open it, Zhou Yuan declared without hesitation. Ding. The host has opened the Taiping Alchemy treasure chest and received the following rewards: 10,000 years of alchemical experience and 3 superior elixir recipes. Boom! In an instant, a vast wealth of alchemical experience surged into Zhou Yuan's primordial spirit. The nuances of timing, the arrangement of the 4 symbols and 8 trigrams, and the mastery of timing had all reached an unparalleled state of clarity. Yet this was merely the pinnacle of technique. With the absorption of 10,000 years of alchemical experience, combined with the 3,000 years of direct instruction from Laozi, Zhou Yuan's alchemical cultivation had now stepped into the realm of minor success. Brushing against the edges of the D-A-O-T-I in the depths of his being, he sensed a profound connection. The path of alchemy, much like the path of cultivation, ultimately required an understanding of the fundamental principles of the Tao to achieve breakthroughs. As Zhou Yuan's alchemical cultivation reached minor success, the 100 acres of alchemical clouds above him swirled and expanded, gradually coalescing into 1,000 acres of alchemical clouds. Above the clouds, a purple cauldron floated, exuding an aura of mysterious Tao rhythm. Zhou Yuan, have you truly stepped into the realm of minor success? Laozi could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet, staring in awe at the purple cauldron hovering above Zhou Yuan's head. Anyone who reaches the minor success level in alchemy can forge a unique alchemical furnace based on their understanding of the Tao. Laozi's Bagua furnace was born from his comprehension of alchemical minor success. In just 3,000 years, you have achieved such a remarkable feat. I am no match for you. Laozi looked at Zhou Yuan, lamenting his own inadequacy. It is all due to your excellent teaching. Master, Zhou Yuan quickly flattered, for he could not reveal that he had gained a treasure chest containing 10,000 years of alchemical experience. Laozi chuckled, fully aware that it was not solely his teachings that had led to this. Rather, Zhou Yuan's innate understanding and potential had far surpassed his own comprehension. After all, achieving minor success in alchemy in just 3,000 years was something even Laozi himself could not accomplish. Master, how does my purple cauldron compare to your Bagua furnace? Zhou Yuan inquired, as this was a matter of great concern to him. After all, the essence of alchemy lies in the alchemical furnace. And the furnace forged during the minor success stage is crucial for one's achievements in the field of alchemy. Your purple cauldron has yet to fully solidify, but based on this manifestation, it is certainly not inferior to the Bagua furnace, Laozi remarked, acknowledging that the purple cauldron emanated an impressive aura of auspiciousness. Just this aspect alone surpassed the Bagua furnace. After all, the efficacy of alchemy often hinges on the Tao as fortune. And even if Zhou Yuan carelessly concocted an elixir, it would not be subpar under the influence of the Tao's fortune. Surpassing the Bagua furnace, Zhou Yuan could not help but feel a surge of joy. Perhaps, in the future, he could indeed consider the path of attaining Tao through alchemical mastery. By the way, Master, earlier, while you were expounding on the Tao, I comprehended some elixir recipes and would like to seek your guidance. Zhou Yuan recalled, remembering that in addition to the 10,000 years of alchemical talent, the treasure chest had also provided 3 unique elixir recipes, which he believed to be extraordinary. Laozi, being an absolute expert in the art of alchemy, would certainly recognize their merit. The first elixir recipe was the 5 organs returning essence pill. For those on the path to the Tai Golden Immortal, this elixir could guide and gather the immense energies of the 5 elements into the 5 internal organs. It was especially beneficial during the breakthrough to the Tai Golden Immortal stage, solidifying one's cultivation by more than a third. A splendid recipe. A splendid recipe. Upon finishing the 5 Zong Gui Yuan Dan, Laozi could not help but nod repeatedly in agreement. The elixirs possess varying grades, classified as common, inferior, medium, superior, exceptional, and supreme. The 9 turns golden elixir is undoubtedly a supreme grade potion, one that can only be concocted by a master of the alchemical arts. If successfully refined, the 5 Zongge Yuan Dan would also belong to the exceptional tier, a rarity in the primordial realm. Observing the expression on Laozi's face, Zhou Yuan understood the significance of this recipe and felt a swell of joy as he presented the second formula. The Hun Yuan Nirvana Dan. Laozi took the formula from Zhou Yuan, and with each passing moment of scrutiny, his brow furrowed deeper, a divine radiance manifesting around him, and a vast cloud of elixir materializing above his head. Even Laozi required immense effort to comprehend the intricacies of the Hunyuan Nirvana dance formula. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and a glimmer of weariness flashed in Laozi's eyes. Might I temporarily keep this formula for my studies? If the Hunyuan Nirvana Dan is truly refined, its grade will likely rival that of the Supreme, on par with the 9 turns golden elixir, he said, his voice slightly hoarse. Out of course, Master, feel free to take it. Zhou Yuan replied with a nod. Recognizing that he was unlikely to produce a supreme elixir at this moment, it was far wiser to entrust it to Laozi for further analysis. Moreover, Zhou Yuan recalled that he possessed another formula and decided to present it to Laozi for collaborative exploration. Ding! A notification echoed, warning the host that the emergence of the formula would induce anomalies in the heavenly Tao, urging caution in its selection. What sort of formula possesses such extraordinary power? Zhou Yuan pondered as he carefully lifted a corner of the formula, revealing the golden characters spelling out 10 turns golden elixir. The system had indeed rewarded him with a 10 turns golden elixir. Zhou Yuan was at a loss for words that he refrained from handing this formula to Laozi. Not solely due to the potential upheaval in the heavenly Tao, but, more critically, because even Laozi would struggle to decipher its complexities that it seemed he would have to await the perfection of the alchemical path, entering the Tao through elixirs before he could personally comprehend and refine it. After a brief while, the two exited the alchemical chamber in the rear hall. Upon seeing Laozi and Zhou Yuan, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian rushed forward. How has Zhou Yuan fared in his alchemical training? Has he made any progress? Yuan Shi inquired. Elder brother, why do you appear so grave? Has something unexpected occurred? Tong Tian added hastily, especially given Laozi's furrowed brow and the unmistakable weariness etched upon his features. They felt an unsettling premonition. There are no unforeseen events. Zhou Yuan has indeed entered the realm of minor accomplishment in alchemy. With just a few thousand years of diligence, he shall solidify his foundation. Laozi declared. Minor accomplishment. Elder brother, are you implying that Zhou Yuan has broken through to the minor accomplishment realm? Upon hearing Laozi's words, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian could hardly contain their excitement. 3,000 years to reach minor accomplishment? Such a pace was beyond their wildest imaginings. Indeed, it is the minor accomplishment realm. I shall retreat to meditate upon the formula. For now, I leave Zhou Yuan in your capable hands, Laozi proclaimed, departing without a backward glance to prepare for his seclusion. He was utterly absorbed in thoughts of the Hunyuan Nirvana Dan, unable to extricate himself from the intricacies of its formulation. Elder brother has begun teaching Zhou Yuan about the alchemical path. Yet he has withdrawn into seclusion. Tong Tian remarked, astonished. I know not. It seems as if some matter weighs heavily on elder brother's mind. Yuan Shi responded, shaking his head before turning to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan, is it truly as elder brother claims? Have you attained the minor accomplishment in the alchemical path? It is all thanks to Master S' exceptional teachings. I have indeed reached the minor accomplishment realm. Zhou Yuan replied with a smile, unfolding the grand cloud of elixirs above him, upon which rested a resplendent purple cauldron, exuding an enigmatic aura. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were both astonished and delighted by the sight. Realizing that Zhou Yuan's talents exceeded their expectations, come, let us delve into the art of weapon forging together, Yuan Shi exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he took Zhou Yuan's hand, tearing through the space of the Sanqi Hall to arrive in a colossal forging chamber. Here, the primal forces of earth, wind, water, and fire raged, with innate winds swirling around them, evoking a scene reminiscent of the primordial chaos in the realm of weapon forging. Yuan Shi stood at the pinnacle. The myriad treasures crafted by him, such as the 9 dragons' divine fire cover, the Qian Kuan circle, the Yin Yang mirror, the Qian Kuan bag, the Hunyuan banner, and the flying thunder spear, were all born from his hands. Among them, the most powerful and renowned was undoubtedly the Fan Tian seal. This seal, even in Yuan Shi's possession, was an unparalleled artifact, forged from a fragment of the Buzhou mountain, tempered through the chaos by divine lightning and primordial fire. Given to Guang Qingzi, its might rivaled that of a superior innate spiritual treasure. Zhou Yuan retrieved the innate spiritual treasure that the immortal crane brought, Yuan Shi instructed. Zhou Yuan nodded and complied, producing a 3-foot-long staff with a flourish. The staff, named the Falling Star Staff, was entirely golden, intricately carved with celestial bodies and inscriptions of the Tao, capable of communicating with the stars. That a single strike unleashed the power of the stars, rendering it immensely potent. The Falling Star Staff contained 8 restrictions, making it a commendable piece among inferior innate treasures, though it had yet to reach its full potential. Yuan Shi's hands glided over the Falling Star Staff as he spoke slowly. Generally speaking, inferior innate treasures possess 1 to 12 restrictions. Medium-grade innate treasures have 13 to 24 restrictions. Superior innate treasures range from 25 to 36 restrictions. Exceptional innate treasures boast 37 to 48 restrictions. The innate supreme treasure contains a full 49 restrictions. The greater the number of restrictions, the more powerful the treasure. An inferior innate treasure with 12 restrictions is already on the verge of qualifying as a medium-grade innate treasure. Once one masters the art of weapon forging, not only can one create formidable postnatal treasures, but even innate treasures can be refined, although one cannot elevate them from inferior innate treasures to medium-grade treasures. One can break through the restrictions, significantly enhancing their power. Rather than delivering a dry lecture to Zhou Yuan, Yuan Shi grasped the Falling Star Staff and began the forging process in the void. He sought to impart the subtleties of the art of weapon forging through this method. Surrounding Yuan Shi, the primal forces of earth, wind, water, and fire swirled, all under his command. Zhou Yuan observed intently, eager to grasp the essence of the forging path. In the art of weapon forging, whether it be the primal elements of earth, wind, water, and fire, the dualities of yin and yang, the essence of the primordial chaos, or even the souls of living beings, all may be harnessed to my will, Yuan Shi declared, while simultaneously drawing forth a dragon soul, a phoenix soul, and a Qilin soul from the void. Despite being beings born from eggs, these 3 tribes were exceptional choices for weapon souls. Yuan Shi melded the souls of these 3 innate beings with great magical prowess, infusing them into the Falling Star Staff, while simultaneously summoning heavenly lightning to hammer and refine it. While the forging of postnatal treasures would not require such exertion, the difficulty of forging even an inferior innate treasure was magnified a million-fold. As Yuan Shi forged the Falling Star Staff for Zhou Yuan, he elucidated the art of weapon forging, and 3,000 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. "Grant me success," Yuan Shi bellowed. Boom! Thunder roared in the void, striking like heavy hammers. The Falling Star Staff, imbued with the primal forces of earth, wind, water, and fire, along with the souls of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin, melded into a singular entity beneath the relentless barrage of heavenly lightning and Yuan Shi's formidable magic. Bang! 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 The resounding echoes of shattering air reverberated through the void as the Falling Star Staff indeed ascended from the power of 8 prohibitions to that of 12, reaching the limits of a lower-grade innate spiritual treasure, drawing ever closer to the realm of a middle-grade innate spiritual treasure. Even Yuan Shi, after 3 millennia of refining artifacts, appeared utterly fatigued. After all, the immense consumption required to forge innate spiritual treasures was such that even a Great Luo Golden Immortal could scarcely endure it. However, Yuan Shi's gaze fell upon Zhou Yuan, revealing a hint of delight. Over the span of 3,000 years, Zhou Yuan had managed to step over the threshold of artifact refinement, entering the realm of initiation, a pace that could be deemed unparalleled in the vastness of the Honghuang. Yet Yuan Shi found himself perplexed. How could there be such a disparity between Zhou Yuan's innate talent for artifact refinement and his alchemical prowess? After all, in these 3,000 years, Zhou Yuan had already reached a small success in the alchemical realm. Ding! The system's voice resonated once more, announcing the detection of the host's enlightenment state persisting for 3,000 years, resulting in the issuance of a special treasure chest, the Jade Clarity Artifact Refinement Chest. This moment, Zhou Yuan was filled with joys he had anticipated, after comprehending the path of artifact refinement for 3,000 years. The system had rewarded him with a special treasure chest. Shall the host open it? Open it. Zhou Yuan responded without hesitation. Ding! The host opened the Jade Clarity Artifact Refinement chest and received the rewards. 10,000 years of experience in the path of artifact refinement and the Heavenly Dao Artifact Refinement Technique. With Zhou Yuan's innate talent acquiring 10,000 years of experience, he naturally stepped into the realm of small success in artifact refinement, just as he had in alchemy. Yuanshi's pupils constricted sharply. Small success, he had indeed not misjudged. Zhou Yuan's talent in artifact refinement was undoubtedly on par with his alchemical prowess, having also reached the small success realm. However, in the face of Yuanshi's exuberance, Zhou Yuan remained remarkably composed. Absorbing 10,000 years of experience to attain small success was within his expectations. What truly captivated his attention was the Heavenly Dao Artifact Refinement Technique. It is well known that Yuanshi's method of artifact refinement was exquisitely intricate. With each bolt of thunder he summoned resonating with the Heavenly Dao, embodying its profound principles. This was also a symbol of achieving great success in artifact refinement, as the act of refining artifacts was akin to cultivating the Dao. Merging one's own understanding with the spiritual treasure, the spiritual treasure ascended. So too did one's comprehension of the Dao deepen. However, the moment the Heavenly Dao Artifact Refinement Technique was imprinted upon Zhou Yuan's primordial spirit, he found Yuanshi's methods to be rather rudimentary, merely aligning with the Dao without truly grasping it. Master, I wish to refine the Falling Star Staff. Having comprehended the Heavenly Dao Artifact Refinement Technique, Zhou Yuan was naturally eager to put it to the test. This spiritual treasure has already been completed and has reached the limits of a lower-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Moreover, while your artifact refinement has attained small success, you are still unable to forge innate spiritual treasures. Yuanshi shook his head with a slight smile, indicating that Zhou Yuan was still too impatient. To forge innate spiritual treasures, one must at least reach the realm of great success. Master, might you spare a portion of merit? Zhou Yuan inquired. Merit? Do you wish to infuse merit into the spiritual treasure? Yuanshi laughed heartily. It is not that I am stingy. I possess a portion of the merit of creation. Dedicating some of it is hardly a matter, but this method is utterly unfeasible. Do not waste your efforts, Yuanshi continued, elucidating that Zhou Yuan's idea was commendable, yet fundamentally impossible. Otherwise, there would not be only one treasured artifact of merit. The heavenly yellow Ling Long Pagoda, which was formed by the fusion of the merit of creation with the essence of the primordial world after the creation of heaven and earth, to forge an innate spiritual treasure into a treasure of merit, was simply an unattainable task. Master, I wish to give it a try. Even if it fails, there is no loss, Zhou Yuan declared with a smile. Very well. Since you insist, I shall acquiesce. However, you must not force it. Otherwise, you will incur the backlash of the spiritual treasure. As Yuanshi spoke, he divided a strand of the merit of creation from his primordial spirit and placed it in Zhou Yuan's hand. Would the Heavenly Dao Artifact Refinement Technique be capable of merging the merit of creation into the spiritual treasure? Zhou Yuan was already brimming with anticipation. Before Zhou Yuan, the Falling Star Staff was enveloped by the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire, swirling with the sun, moon, and stars, while the forms of dragons, phoenixes, and Shilans flickered within. Its power was immeasurably greater than before. Atop the Falling Star Staff, there resided a golden orb of light. This was the merit of creation that Yuanshi had relinquished. Zhou Yuan, remember, do not overexert yourself. Yuanshi reiterated, ever ready to intervene. Should the innate spiritual treasure retaliate, he would be prepared to rescue Zhou Yuan at a moment's notice. Rest assured, Master. Zhou Yuan nodded, uncertain if he would succeed. However, he estimated that the chances were around 70%, making it worth a try. Heavenly Dao Artifact Refinement Technique. Thunder roared like a tempest, and the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire raged wildly. Yet whether it was the thunder or the innate primordial energies, they merely swirled around him, obedient to Zhou Yuan's command. Boom! 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 Zhou Yuan directed the thunder to strike the Falling Star Staff, while simultaneously grasping the golden light of merit, and to his astonishment, they began to gradually merge. What kind of artifact refinement technique is this? I have never witnessed such a thing. Yuan Shi's eyes widened in astonishment, and if his own methods adhered to the Tao, where each bolt of thunder fell in accordance with the flow of Tao rhythm. Every refining process resonated with the intention of the heavenly Tao, then Zhou Yuan's approach was fundamentally different. Wherever his thunder struck, that was where the Tao resided. He did not follow the Tao. Rather, the Tao followed him. This moment, Zhou Yuan embodied the path of artifact refinement. Yuan Shi was utterly dumbfounded. Had it not been for his extraordinary composure, he might have suffered a blow to his Tao heart, hindering his cultivation. After a full millennium, Zhou Yuan finally achieved complete integration of the merit of creation and the falling star staff. At this moment, the innate spiritual treasure radiated with brilliance, shimmering with the golden light of merit, becoming the first innate treasure of merit in the realm. Although it was merely a fragment of the merit of creation and could not compare to the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda, it had already reached a level where one could slay without incurring karmic retribution. After a millennium of forging the falling star staff, Zhou Yuan's complexion had turned slightly pale. Fortunately, he had the world tree supporting him, with 500 miniature worlds continuously providing him with strength. Otherwise, relying solely on his golden immortal cultivation, he would likely have exhausted his spiritual power halfway through the process. You forge a treasure of merit on your first attempt at artifact refinement. I am outdone. Yuan Shi approached, brushing his fingers over the falling star staff in admiration. This spiritual treasure had surpassed all that he had previously crafted. It seemed that only upon achieving perfection in artifact refinement could he hope to create a treasure that could rival it. But to attain perfection in artifact refinement and to enter the Tao through it was no easy feat. After expressing his marvel, the two returned to the Sanqing Hall. At this moment, Laozi was still immersed in deciphering alchemical formulas, leaving only Tongtian alone in the vast Sanqing Hall. Upon seeing their emergence, Tongtian immediately approached, only to discover that Yuan Shi appeared somewhat dazed, muttering continuously about the exquisite nature of the technique, bewildered as to why he had not thought of it sooner. Third brother, I see that Zhou Yuan has made progress in artifact refinement. I must immediately enter seclusion, unless there is a matter of utmost importance. Do not disturb me, Yuan Shi declared, swiftly returning to his cave abode. It must be said that the Sanqing were all extraordinarily gifted. It was indeed rare for Yuan Shi to exhibit signs of enlightenment and breakthrough after merely employing the heavenly Tao artifact refinement technique once. Zhou Yuan, what have you done to your second master? Tongtian felt a twinge of unease. When he and Zhou Yuan emerged, both Yuan Shi and Laozi appeared lost in thought, immediately retreating to contemplate their respective paths. One stood atop the pinnacle of alchemy, while the other reigned supreme in artifact refinement. How had they both transformed so completely after guiding Zhou Yuan? Master, you jest. How could I possibly affect my second master? I simply comprehended a set of artifact refinement techniques. Perhaps he found it commendable and decided to ponder it further. Zhou Yuan shrugged, feigning innocence. Tongtian fell silent. Zhou Yuan's nonchalance belied the gravity of the situation. He understood all too well the level of mastery Yuan Shi possessed in artifact refinement. For Zhou Yuan to grasp a technique that even Yuan Shi needed to contemplate was nothing short of terrifying. Moreover, Tongtian could see the aura of the Tao manifesting around Zhou Yuan, with the power of thunder coursing through his hands. This was the hallmark of having reached small success in the art of artifact refinement. Good heavens! To think that both his alchemical and artifact refinement paths had reached small success within the span of mere millennia. If he were unable to guide Zhou Yuan to small success in swordsmanship, how would he ever face his elder brother and second brother? Zhou Yuan, take a moment to recuperate, and then join me in practicing swordsmanship. Tongtian, brimming with impatience, was determined to fully awaken Zhou Yuan's innate talent for swordsmanship. It must not lag behind his alchemical and artifact crafting skills. It should at least reach the minor perfection stage. There was no need for rest. They could commence immediately. Zhou Yuan smiled, as the 500 miniature world behind him continuously replenished his spiritual power, and he had nearly restored his energy, rendering any need for recuperation unnecessary. Tongtian's gaze fell upon Zhou Yuan, whose celestial palace was resplendent, and whose entire being radiated with divine brilliance. Both his essence, vitality, and spirit were at their peak. Indeed, he genuinely did not require a moment's respite. Since that is the case, come with me. I shall impart to you the art of the sword, Tong Tian proclaimed, forming his fingers into the shape of a sword, tearing through the void, and in an instant, whisking Zhou Yuan away. When they reappeared, they found themselves atop a sword peak on Kunlun Mountain. The vast expanse of Kunlun stretched endlessly, its range extending for countless miles. Among its many peaks stood the sword peak, resembling a sharp blade that pierced the clouds at an elevation of 3,000 zhang. More precious still was the fact that this peak retained remnants of the sword's profound essence, allowing one to comprehend the way of the sword with remarkable efficacy. As Zhou Yuan stepped onto the peak, he immediately felt a piercing aura, as if the very fabric of space could be cleaved asunder. This is where I practice the sword, Tong Tian indicated, gesturing toward the peak. Indeed, upon the sword peak lay countless sword marks of varying depths, each infused with the resonance of the sword's path. These marks were the result of Tong Tian's daily contemplations on swordsmanship. Today, I shall teach you the way of the sword, capable of severing heaven and earth, causing the sun, moon, and stars to plummet. To practice this path, one must advance fearlessly, without a shred of hesitation or retreat. Otherwise, great achievements will be elusive. Tong Tian and Zhou Yuan sat facing each other, and he began to elucidate the principles of swordsmanship. Zhou Yuan nodded in understanding. Even without Tong Tian's words, he comprehended this truth. Anyone aspiring to attain enlightenment must possess indomitable courage, akin to the primordial Pangu who split open the heavens and the earth, unafraid even in the face of 3,000 demonic deities. Cleaving the universe with a single axe and forging the primordial world. Excellent. Tong Tian smiled and began to demonstrate the art of the sword before Zhou Yuan. The sword could cleave all things and give rise to life. With creation and annihilation encapsulated within the transformative power of the sword, in that moment, it seemed as though Tong Tian and Zhou Yuan had transformed into two formidable swords, without any overt movement. Sword chi spontaneously surged forth from their bodies, leaving behind countless sword marks upon the peak. Zhou Yuan, breathe deeply and focus. Let the sword chi flow through you, Tong Tian commanded, unleashing several streams of sword chi that shot forth. Racing toward the sword peak, Zhou Yuan naturally followed suit, his azure and white sword chi intertwining as they relentlessly ground against the peak. Boom! The sword peak reverberated, seemingly provoked, as it unleashed a formidable pressure. Zhou Yuan felt his released sword chi momentarily falter. In contrast, Tong Tian's azure sword chi continued its unstoppable advance, wholly unaffected by the peak's oppressive force. Break through! Zhou Yuan cried out, his long hair dancing wildly, a fierce aura emanating from his brow. Countless streams of sword chi erupted from behind him, even more domineering and sharp than before. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the peak erupted with a series of explosive sounds as Zhou Yuan's sword chi broke through the peak's pressure, gradually catching up to Tong Tian's azure sword chi. Tong Tian was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a look of admiration. Zhou Yuan's ability to surpass the first wave of pressure from the sword peak was unexpected. This signified that he had crossed the threshold of entry into the sword path. At this moment, less than 2,000 years had elapsed since Tong Tian began his teachings. For the subsequent millennium, Zhou Yuan's sword chi continued to assail the sword peak, though at a markedly reduced speed. This was due in part to the increased intensity of the peak's pressure, and also because the distance was too great, resulting in significant energy loss. Ding! At that moment, the system's voice chimed once more. IT detected that the host state of enlightenment had persisted for 3,000 years, awarding a special treasure chest, the Azure Sword Path treasure chest. Surprised that 3,000 years had passed so swiftly, Zhou Yuan was elated to receive another treasure chest from the system. He promptly commanded the system to open it. Ding! The host opened the Sword Path treasure chest and received the reward. 10,000 years of sword path experience and the divine ability, Sword opens Heaven's Gate, increasing sword power tenfold. Upon accepting the treasure chest's reward, 10,000 years of sword path experience surged into his being in that instant. It felt as though he had transformed into a blade capable of severing the very heavens and earth. Boom! A tremendous aura of swordsmanship erupted from Zhou Yuan. Countless massive stones in the vicinity were swept up by this storm of sword energy, which then pulverized them into dust. Minor perfection in the sword path. Tong Tian's eyes widened in astonishment, as Zhou Yuan's released aura had indeed reached the realm of minor perfection in swordsmanship. It was even more substantial than his alchemical and artifact crafting abilities. Zhou Yuan, focus your sword chi into one point and ascend to the summit of the sword peak. Tong Tian commanded, his robe billowing without wind, while the surrounding space emitted cracking sounds, as if it might shatter at any moment. To reach the summit of the sword peak, one must at least attain minor perfection. Tong Tian's intention was merely to provoke Zhou Yuan, hoping to further awaken his latent potential today as for truly reaching the peak. He had never entertained such a notion. Very well. Upon hearing Tong Tian's words, Zhou Yuan nodded, adjusting his essence, vitality, and spirit to their utmost peak. His sword path had reached minor perfection, and his sword chi was now many times more condensed than before. In no time, his streams of sword chi had returned to their previous position. However, they still had a considerable distance to cover to reach the summit, while Tong Tian's sword chi had already vanished into the clouds. This sword peak was indeed extraordinary. It seemed time to test Sword Open's Heaven's Gate and see if the tenfold amplification could propel his sword chi to the summit. Observing Zhou Yuan, Tong Tian could not help but smile with satisfaction. If Zhou Yuan could ascend just 1,000 more zhang, he would exceed all expectations at that point. He would instruct Zhou Yuan to halt, for beyond that, the peaks would increase exponentially, potentially leading to a backlash. Even though Tong Tian could ensure Zhou Yuan's safety, the integrity of his heart's path could still be compromised. However, Zhou Yuan remained blissfully unaware of these dangers. Since Tong Tian had instructed him to ascend the summit, he believed it was entirely within his capability, merely requiring a bit more effort. Just as in the pursuit of swordsmanship, one must possess an indomitable spirit. Zhou Yuan was now embodying this principle. Sword opens Heaven's Gate. Boom! Zhou Yuan exclaimed, as if the heavens themselves had responded. The dark clouds above rapidly swirled, coalescing into an unimaginably vast vortex. Within this vortex, the sword chi roared, each stream emanating an unparalleled ferocity. What is this? Tong Tian suddenly looked up, startled by the sheer might of the sword chi. Glancing at Zhou Yuan, he noticed that the aura of swordsmanship had surged, now at least tenfold more terrifying than before. How could such astonishing sword energy exist? Tong Tian swiftly ascended, soaring into the heavens, silently observing the massive vortex filled with countless streams of sword chi, easily numbering in the hundreds of millions. My sword chi can cleave the heavens. Go forth. Boom! Zhou Yuan entered a state of transcendence, one hand pointing to the heavens and the other to the earth. Chanting incantations, he transformed into a blade that bridged the realms. A colossal surge of sword chi erupted from within him, racing swiftly along the sword peak. Crack, sizzle, boom! The collision between the sword peak and the sword chi sent stones flying and produced a resounding roar. In mere moments, Zhou Yuan's sword chi had almost reached the pinnacle of the peak. However, the higher he ascended, the more oppressive the peak's force became. When he was merely 10 zhang from the summit, the pressure reached a truly terrifying intensity. Zhou Yuan, quickly withdraw. Otherwise, you shall provoke the peak's backlash, and 1,000 swords shall pierce your heart. Tong Tian called out in alarm, preparing to sever the connection between Zhou Yuan and the sword peak. Master, just a moment. At this juncture, Zhou Yuan was unwilling to relent. His sword opens Heaven's Gate had yet to be fully unleashed. Let the myriad sword chi descend. Zhou Yuan shouted. Boom! Amidst the swirling tempest of thunder and lightning, an infinite number of sword energies ceased their rotation, their tips pointing downward, gleaming with a chilling white light. Zhou Yuan's arm swung downward with great force, and the myriad sword energies seemed to sense this. Plummeting downwards with a thunderous roar, instantly breaking through the oppressive force of the sword peak. The sword energy unleashed by Zhou Yuan, now unimpeded by the sword peak, effortlessly ascended to the summit. Tong Tian, witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly astonished. As a master of the sword path, he understood well the might of the sword peak. Yet, Zhou Yuan, having only achieved a minor mastery, had reached the pinnacle, a feat beyond his imagination. Tong Tian questioned himself, believing it to be utterly unattainable. Crack, crack. Just as Tong Tian marveled, the entire sword peak emitted a series of crisp, shattering sounds. Zhou Yuan formed a sword with his fingers and suddenly thrust forward. Boom! The sword opened the heavenly gate, unleashing the countless sword energies buried within the sword peak in an explosive burst. The brilliance of the swords radiated across the entire universe, illuminating the heavens. Then, astonishingly, the sword peak began to collapse, shaking the very earth, felt throughout Kunlun Mountain. Big brother, what is happening? Yuan Shi and Laozi, who were in secluded meditation, were startled out by this immense commotion and rushed out. Zhou Yuan has brought down the sword peak. Laozi opened his heavenly eye, his gaze piercing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and naturally beheld the scene. Indeed, it is as I thought. The terrifying sword energy is indeed wielded by Zhou Yuan. Yuan Shi also opened his heavenly eye, witnessing Zhou Yuan standing beside the sword peak, effortlessly commanding the myriad sword energies with a mere wave of his hand. The sheer momentum was so astonishing that even Yuan Shi couldn't help but gasp in awe. Tong Tian was rendered speechless by his astonishment. He had merely wished for Zhou Yuan to take a few more steps atop the sword peak, never imagining this young man would be so formidable as to obliterate the sword peak entirely. Such innate talent in the sword path left him not only feeling inadequate, but utterly dwarfed in comparison. Master, how was my performance? After a long while, the sword energy Zhou Yuan had released gradually dissipated, and he harmlessly inquired of Tong Tian. Tong Tian was at a loss for words. How was it? It was simply extraordinary. With a single strike, you shattered the entire sword peak in a vast wilderness. I doubt there exists another like you. Was it extraordinary? Extraordinary. Tong Tian wiped the sweat from his brow, speaking almost instinctively. Tio, master the sword path, one must forge ahead relentlessly that I shall strike once more, cleaving that great mountain, and then seek your guidance, master. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan realized Tong Tian's evaluation of him as merely extraordinary indicated he had not met expectations. He felt compelled to try again, seeking areas in which he could improve. After all, the sword path offered the most direct enhancement to one's power compared to alchemy and artifact forging, and Zhou Yuan yearned to fully integrate the sword path into his being. No. Let us postpone this trial for another day. You have already surpassed my expectations. I must contemplate how best to instruct you. Tong Tian hurriedly seized Zhou Yuan, fearing further attempts might flatten the peaks of Kunlun Mountain. Master, are you attempting to comfort me? My spirit is at its zenith, and I could certainly attempt a few more strikes. I request your guidance, Zhou Yuan replied, somewhat perplexed, having just opened the heavenly gate with his sword. He wished to try again. Tong Tian, upon hearing this, shivered involuntarily. A few more strikes. Do you think this is merely a playful endeavor? Ahem, I sense that both your Grandmaster and Second Master have emerged from their seclusion. We should return for now, Tong Tian concluded, not waiting for Zhou Yuan's agreement, and directly tore through the fabric of space, returning them to the Sanqing Hall. Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged knowing glances, a subtle, enigmatic smile gracing their faces. Though unspoken, their thoughts mirrored one another. The usually fearless Tong Tian had indeed been left trembling by his own disciple. Big brother, second brother, what are you laughing about? We are all in similar situations. Tong Tian, well aware of Laozi and Yuan Shi's implications, felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly retorted. Third brother speaks the truth. Zhou Yuan, your talent far exceeds our expectations. You have now attained minor mastery in alchemy, artifact forging, and swordsmanship. Since the dawn of creation, I have never heard of anyone reaching such heights. Laozi nodded, refraining from further teasing Tong Tian. Both he and Yuan Shi were indeed left somewhat dazed by Zhou Yuan's prowess. Even the primordial nirvana pill he had concocted had only been comprehended to 70% by Laozi, leaving him with a long way to go in crafting it. Yuan Shi's heavenly Tao artifact forging technique had been grasped to less than 50%. rendering his skills and artifact forging pale in comparison to Zhou Yuan's. They truly had no grounds to ridicule Tong Tian in this moment. Master, having learned alchemy, artifact forging, and swordsmanship, I wish to enter seclusion to solidify my cultivation. Zhou Yuan addressed the Sanqing, feeling that after more than 10,000 years of study, it was time to retreat and stabilize his realm. Otherwise, an unstable foundation would greatly impede his future cultivation. Very well, you may enter seclusion. One must not be hasty in their cultivation. Otherwise, a shaky foundation will yield naught but fleeting illusions. Laozi nodded. Zhou Yuan's initiative to request seclusion in order to stabilize his realm greatly pleased him, indicating not only his exceptional talent, but also his commendable temperament. With Laozi's consent, Zhou Yuan naturally returned to his dwelling and commenced his retreat. The mysteries of alchemy, artifact forging, and swordsmanship mastered by the Sanqing were profound. Though he had attained minor mastery through the system's rewards, he still needed to solidify his understanding. Time in the wasteland is unmeasured, and 5,000 years later, Zhou Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Surrounding him was a radiant aura, emanating a formidable presence, while above him, the vast pill clouds and the purple cauldron had become even more substantial. Now, in terms of alchemy, artifact forging, and swordsmanship, Zhou Yuan stood at the pinnacle of early minor mastery, ready to ascend to mid-minor mastery at any moment, should the opportunity arise. Over the course of these 5,000 years, his cultivation realm had progressed from mid-golden immortal to late golden immortal. The 5 elemental energies within him had begun to take shape. And upon reaching the Tai realm, he would be able to channel all 5 energies towards the primordial source. Though his realm ascended slowly, due to the cultivation of the Hongmeng Sanqing technique, his strength had multiplied exponentially, rendering him invincible among those of the same realm. Even against those of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, he possessed the strength to contend. I wonder how many treasure chests I possess now. Zhou Yuan glanced into the system, and to his astonishment, he had amassed 998 bronze treasure chests. Only 2 more were needed to exchange for a diamond treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 bronze treasure chest. While Zhou Yuan was observing, the system unexpectedly granted him another chest, meaning he would only need to wait 100 years for the next exchange in the vast wilderness. A century was but a fleeting moment. Zhou Yuan merely envisioned the opening of the heavenly gate with the sword 3 times, and the century had already elapsed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 1,000th bronze treasure chest. You may exchange it for a diamond treasure chest. Will you proceed with the exchange? Indeed, after 100 years, the system's voice rang out precisely on cue. Exchange, Zhou Yuan stated without hesitation. Ding! Successfully consumed 1,000 bronze treasure chests to exchange for a diamond treasure chest. Will the host open it? Opened. A dazzling radiance flashed as the diamond treasure chest opened. Ding! The host has opened the diamond treasure chest and received the reward. 10 Super Divine Comprehension cards. Super Divine Comprehension cards? What are these? Zhou Yuan focused on the description, and the system promptly provided information. The Super Divine Comprehension card, when used, can enhance the host's comprehension ability by 100-fold for a limited time. This card is nothing short of miraculous. It is essential to understand that this is not merely an enhancement of comprehension speed by 100-fold. Rather, it elevates the very limits of understanding to 100 times greater. Some profound and arcane techniques, when confronted with insufficient insight, could take 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years to grasp. However, with a 100-fold increase in comprehension, coupled with Zhou Yuan's innate talent, the complexities of both techniques and profound pathways within the primordial realm have become trivial matters. Having gathered the 10 enlightenment cards, Zhou Yuan prepared to seek out the 3 pure ones. His stay at Kunlun Mountain had been sufficiently lengthy, and it was time for him to traverse the primordial realm in search of fortuitous opportunities, inside the hall of the 3 pure ones. The masters had been meditating in seclusion, but upon sensing Zhou Yuan's approach, they opened their eyes in unison. Disciple pays respects to the Great Master, Second Master, and Third Master. Zhou Yuan stepped into the hall and bowed respectfully to the 3 pure ones. What brings you here, my disciple? Do you have matters of cultivation that you do not comprehend? Laozi inquired with a smile, "That I have come to express my intention to travel through the primordial realm and bid farewell to the three masters." Zhou Yuan replied with a grin. He had journeyed through cultivation for several tens of thousands of years without encountering any significant obstacles, apart from his extraordinary innate talent, his body blessed by the heavenly Tao, and his fortuitous luck played indispensable roles in his smooth progress. Whenever faced with challenges, he would invariably find ways to resolve them through serendipitous methods. Traveling through the primordial realm, Yuan sure furrowed his brow. He was reluctant to allow Zhou Yuan to embark on such a journey. The initial calamity of the Dragon and Han era had only recently passed, and the malevolent aura of tribulations had yet to dissipate. The primordial realm was fraught with peril, and Zhou Yuan's cultivation, being merely at the late stage of the Golden Immortal realm, did not render him particularly strong within the vast expanse of the primordial realm. To allow him to wander through such dangers was exceedingly reckless. The three pure ones exchanged glances, each discerning the thoughts of the others. Yet, witnessing Zhou Yuan's resolute stance, they hesitated to outright refuse him. Pondering for a moment, "If you wish to explore the primordial realm, it is not impossible. However, given its inherent dangers, we shall impart some techniques to you. Once you have mastered them to a significant extent, you may then venture forth," Laozi stated, his gaze slightly evasive. Zhou Yuan perceived this immediately. The old master intended for him to cultivate these techniques primarily to keep him at Kunlun Mountain. Eldest brother is right. Although Zhou Yuan possesses exceptional talent, he still lacks protective techniques. Once you have perfected your cultivation, we shall allow you to descend the mountain. Yuan sure understood Laozi's intention. The techniques in their possession were of the highest caliber, capable of seizing the very essence of the cosmos. Even with Zhou Yuan's astonishing talent, mastering all three techniques would require at least a millennium of diligent practice. Zhou Yuan, heed the counsel of the Great Master and Second Master. I too shall impart to you the methods of the upper clear lineage. Tong Tian concurred, equally hesitant about Zhou Yuan's journey into the primordial realm, should he attract the attention of any formidable figure. The three pure ones, currently at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, would be unable to arrive in time to assist him. Zhou Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. The three pure ones had resorted to the excuse of cultivating techniques merely to retain him. Nevertheless, he recognized that the techniques they offered were indeed the pinnacle of existence within the primordial realm, and thus, cultivating them would not be in vain. Moreover, having just acquired the Enlightenment cards, the opportunity to test their efficacy while learning from the three pure ones was serendipitous. Very well, since all three masters have spoken thus, I shall perfect the techniques before embarking on my journey through the primordial realm. Zhou Yuan nodded without hesitation. Indeed, the techniques we impart must be cultivated to a significant level to be deemed effective. Otherwise, their power will be insufficient, and you will still struggle to protect yourself within the primordial realm, Laozi added, imposing the requirement of mastery. Otherwise, given Zhou Yuan's aptitude, it was likely he would soon integrate their techniques with ease. Mastery, Zhou Yuan nodded. He felt that this was somewhat underestimating him. With his talent, coupled with the 100-fold enhancement from the Enlightenment card, achieving perfection should pose a challenge, at the very least. However, he had no intention of voicing this thought. If Laozi deemed it mastery, then so be it. It mattered little. Very well. I shall teach you the Taiji Bagua seal. With a wave of his hand, a colossal Taiji fish diagram materialized within the hall of the three pure ones, slowly rotating and emanating an extraordinary aura of Tao. When the seal descended, it bore the weight of 10,000 mountains, its power boundless. You must diligently practice. Do not be negligent. I shall return in 3,000 years to assess your progress. Laozi thought, estimating that mastering this technique would take at least 7,000 to 8,000 years, not to mention the time required for the techniques imparted by Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. Thus, Zhou Yuan would likely remain at Kunlun Mountain for 2 to 3 decades. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, aware of Laozi's intentions, exchanged knowing glances filled with mirth, their expressions suggesting, "You wish to leave Kunlun Mountain." Not a chance. Yet for Zhou Yuan, this was of little concern. 3,000 years. It was uncertain whether Laozi underestimated him or overestimated the complexity of his techniques, system, Activate the Enlightenment card, Zhou Yuan declared. Ding, the system responded. Host successfully activated the Enlightenment card, comprehension enhanced by 100-fold for a duration of 1,000 years. As the system's voice faded, Zhou Yuan's mind became exceptionally clear, enabling him to perceive everything in the world with newfound clarity. The Taiji fish diagram, which he had previously only seen as the flow of Tao rhythm, now revealed its profound principles to him almost instantaneously. Whereas he had once needed to meditate for an extended period to grasp its complexities, he now understood 70 to 80% of it with a mere glance. And, after another fleeting moment of observation, he comprehended 90%. Achieving 90% understanding aligned precisely with the mastery of the Taiji Bagua seal that Laozi had described. In the span of a single breath, Zhou Yuan directly reached the level of mastery with the Taiji Bagua seal. However, it must be said that the Taiji celestial technique was extraordinarily intricate. Given Zhou Yuan's connection to the world tree, combined with his immense fortune and the 100-fold enhancement to his comprehension, it still required several breaths for him to fully grasp the Taiji Bagua seal. Master, wait! Zhou Yuan called out to Laozi, who was on the verge of exiting the Hall of the Three Pure Ones. Do you have any uncertainties to discuss with your master? The Taiji Bagua seal, though seemingly simple, contained the essence of yin and yang. Observe how the black and white sides rotate endlessly. Laozi began to expound on the mysteries of the Taiji Bagua seal, seizing the rare opportunity to showcase his knowledge. For Zhou Yuan had been exceedingly extraordinary of late, leaving him feeling somewhat overshadowed as a teacher. Master, Zhou Yuan interjected, I wish for you to see the Taiji Bagua seal I have evolved. Zhou Yuan found it somewhat amusing. He had completely comprehended everything Laozi had just explained at the second glance. What? You only glanced a few times and now wish to evolve the Taiji Bagua seal? Even Laozi, typically unflappable, was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he regarded Zhou Yuan. The moment I beheld the Bagua fish diagram, my mind became clear, and upon a single glance, I grasped several aspects. I seek your guidance to identify any remaining issues. Zhou Yuan smiled as he spoke. Very well, demonstrate your evolution. And let me see. Laozi suppressed his astonishment, privately thinking that regardless of Zhou Yuan's prowess, he should still be in the early stages. He intended to offer guidance, and perhaps a gentle admonishment, lest he find it difficult to maintain authority over his disciple. Zhou Yuan nodded, silently channeling his internal energy to manifest the dual energies of yin and yang. Taiji Bagua seal, emerge! With a resounding boom, an identical Taiji fish diagram suddenly appeared beside Laozi's, rotating gently and exuding a continuous flow of Tao rhythm. Zhou Yuan's Taiji fish diagram was slightly smaller, but this was only due to Laozi's considerably higher cultivation level. In terms of comprehension of the Taiji Bagua seal, the two were indistinguishable. You have indeed reached the level of mastery, Laozi observed, and he instantly comprehended that Zhou Yuan's Taiji Bagua seal was not merely an entry-level understanding. It was strikingly similar to his own, achieved in a mere 7 breaths of time, though the Taiji Bagua seal was not the most powerful technique of the upper clear lineage. Attaining mastery in such a brief period was exceedingly remarkable. Not only was Laozi astonished, but Yuan Shi and Tong Tian also found it hard to believe. Zhou Yuan, I shall impart to you a technique from the Jade clear lineage. Yuan Shi stepped forward, sweeping his right hand across his eyes. Suddenly, a brilliant light illuminated the heavens and the earth, penetrating through the 9 skies and 10 realms. Under this radiant glow, all spirits and beings, regardless of their transformations, could hardly escape the gaze of the law. This divine ability is known as the capable of perceiving all in the world and dispelling all illusions. Have you comprehended it clearly? Although the duration of his demonstration was brief, had already grasped its essence. His right hand swept across his eyes once more. Golden light soared into the sky, penetrating the and cascading down upon. This could indeed see through all essences, even discerning the opponent's lineage and cultivation with utmost clarity. However, in this initial glance, had only mastered 70% of skill. This caused to exhale, realizing that he had not attained perfection in a single gaze. Reflecting upon it, had at least reached the pinnacle of minor accomplishment which was already extraordinarily formidable. You must retreat and cultivate for 3,000 years. Do not be overly hasty. Should your cultivation fall short and you glimpse what you should not, you may invite the backlash of the heavenly Tao, said slowly. Yet, paid him no heed. The minor accomplishment of the was evidently insufficient to satisfy him. Once again, he swept his right hand across his eyes. Reveal to me. This time, the spiritual energy within surged, even harnessing the power of the world tree. Boom! From his eyes, golden light shot up to 9,000 zhong, illuminating the entire cosmos. Master, 12,800 miles west of the low-grade innate spiritual treasure has emerged, employed to scrutinize, and in a remarkably short time, discovered a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. What? I have gazed upon for no less than 10,000 years without uncovering a single treasure, yet merely glanced and found one, was left utterly speechless. How exaggerated must the fortune surrounding be? Moreover, it appeared that it had also attained perfection, clicked his tongue in astonishment. Rendered speechless, he exchanged glances with, both feeling a sense of resignation before. This disciple was undeniably extraordinary, and simultaneously gazed towards, their meaning unmistakable. Everything now rested upon you. Feeling helpless, realized that learned the divine abilities of his elder brother and second brother in the blink of an eye. Would his own be any different? Third master, what divine ability do you wish to teach me? Inquire directly. Has had a time limit, and having used one, he intended to learn as many divine abilities as possible. Very well, I shall impart to you a technique known as contemplated for a moment, not expecting his divine ability to hold much weight for. After all, he was his own disciple, and as long as he could learn it, it was a good thing. This palm technique arises silently from the void. Condensing the essence of the void, with formidable power, as spoke, he raised his palm, and indeed, a black hand silently coalesced above his head. It radiated the power of the void's origin, should it strike a person. It was likely that no one below could withstand it. S. brow furrowed slightly as he activated mastering to perfection in just 3 breaths. With a single strike, he matched ability perfectly. They were rendered speechless. Their supreme divine ability had been mastered by their disciple in mere breaths, which was simply inconceivable. Masters, these divine abilities are too simplistic. Are there any more profound techniques? Remarked, determined to make the most of his and learn as much as possible. For to waste, it would be folly to ask for traversing that could wait until he comprehended the divine abilities. Indeed, there are, but they are not suitable for you mused for a moment. The being transformations of and naturally possessed numerous divine abilities. Eldest brother, his talent is exceptional. Perhaps we should allow him to try, suggested after some thought. Indeed, if can master our signature divine abilities, it would be a splendid affair. If he cannot, he may continue his cultivation agreed with a nod. Very well, since both my second and third brothers have spoken thus, I shall impart to you our most profound divine abilities. Come forth, called. Upon hearing, felt elated, knowing that this most profound divine abilities were among the highest in the entire world. Please, master, impart your teachings that respectfully bowed. I shall teach you a divine ability called, with the body of one. It transforms into 3. These 3 beings possess the same cultivation level as your true self and can exponentially increase your combat power 3-fold for a limited duration. Behold, exclaimed, emanating waves of azure light from his entire being. Suddenly, 2 more figures identical to appeared from the void, indistinguishable from the original, even gazed in astonishment. Although they were familiar with, it was their first time witnessing executed. Did you see clearly? The 3 asked simultaneously. Might I request another demonstration? Master furrowed his brow, recognizing the profound complexity of, despite having he had only comprehended 30% on the first viewing. Of course, this also related to his cultivation level. If he were at or even, a single viewing with would suffice. All right, I shall demonstrate once more, nodded, waving his hand to return to unity, and then another surge of azure light erupted, transforming into 3 once again. This time, did you see clearly? Asked with a slight smile. I shall give it a try. Sat cross-legged, fully comprehending this time. Yet the intricate details still required his practice. He sat in meditation for 100 years, while the patiently awaited its progress. Eldest brother, do you think can master? Inquired. It's hard to say. This divine ability is generally only cultivated by those who have reached the. However, his aura is beginning to split into three, which is a precursor to mastering, replied softly, sensing that might truly achieve this divine ability, even at the murmured, a sudden enlightenment flashing in his eyes. In an instant, a rich azure light erupted from his, dispersing to reveal three identical standing before and the others. Disciple, greetings to my masters. The three bowed simultaneously to, and their movements perfectly synchronized. Even who had cultivated the could not discern the truth. This was the essence of three. All the same, sharing an unbreakable connection, making them exceedingly difficult to contend with in merely 100 years, mastered entirely. Even shook his head in disbelief. This was truly incredible. Unbeknownst to him, was blessed by the heavenly Tao, possessing an innate understanding that was among the highest in the, combined with the formidable enhancement of the, making his success in 100 years entirely plausible. That my disciple is indeed a prodigy. Could not help but exclaim that, and similarly marveled. It is worth noting that when executed, they were also present, yet they merely scratched the surface of its profundity and could not grasp its essence. However, comprehended it in 100 years, able to manifest three identical versions of himself, showcasing an extraordinary talent, having imparted his signature divine ability, alongside, and was not stingy. I possess a divine ability known as. Once this seal is unleashed, it can open the gates of heaven, summoning the breath of chaos into the primordial world. When mastered to perfection, it can even invoke the divine thunder of the heavens and the chaos dragon. With a smile, Yuan Shi began to demonstrate for Zhou Yuan. Boom! As Yuan Shi formed the opening heaven seal, dark clouds rolled above the 9 heavens, creating a massive vortex, with black lightning flashing incessantly within. These bolts of lightning were none other than the divine thunder of the heavens, possessing boundless power capable of reducing a person to chaotic nothingness. Amidst the lightning, massive gray dragons formed from the confluence of chaotic energy, bearing their fangs and claws in a terrifying display. How is it? Do you see clearly? Yuan Shi inquired solemnly. I see it clearly, Zhou Yuan replied, nodding after merely 10 breaths of time. He had indeed comprehended Yuan Shi's technique. Yet the intricacies still required his own contemplation. Zhou Yuan's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he began to deduce the opening heaven seal. In the blink of an eye, a century had passed. Zhou Yuan opened his eyes once more, a look of enlightenment shining within. His hands formed seals above the firmament. A scene identical to Yuan Shi's opening heaven seal materialized. The divine thunder of the heavens erupted, and the chaos dragon writhed. With just a thought, Zhou Yuan could reach the primordial realm. However, his current cultivation was still too weak, merely at the late stage of the Golden Immortal, making it difficult to maintain the opening heaven seal for long. Laozi and Yuan Shi had both imparted their signature techniques, and naturally, Tong Tian would not be an exception. Zhou Yuan, since you have comprehended the one qi transforming 3 purities for my eldest brother and the opening heaven seal for my second brother, you shall also learn the skills of your third master. Tong Tian smiled, extending his hand to draw a sword across the ground. Boom! Thousands of sword energies surged upwards, forming a powerful formation that cycled endlessly. Entering this formation would mean facing an inexhaustible torrent of fierce sword energies. Besides excelling in the sword path, Tong Tian was equally adept in formations, and his divine power lay in merging the two into one. This formation is named the Endless Calamity Formation, merging sword path and formation into a single entity. Can you see it clearly? Tong Tian inquired with a smile. Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Both the sword path and formations were profoundly intricate, each exceedingly difficult to grasp. Now, with the two combined, understanding it had become 1,000-fold more challenging that in the entire primordial realm. Perhaps only Tong Tian could achieve such a level. After all, he was capable of comprehending the myriad immortal formation from the extermination sword formation. Zhou Yuan activated his, meticulously observing every change in the endless calamity formation. The 8 directions, Qian, Kanjin, Zhun, Sun, Li, Kuan, Aui, each held 36 celestial transformations and 72 earthly transformations, resulting in an incomprehensibly vast array of combinations. Seeing Zhou Yuan fall silent, Tong Tian couldn't help but reveal a smug smile, thinking to himself that the 3 purities finally had a technique to impede him. However, Zhou Yuan was still his disciple. Even if he couldn't comprehend it for now, Tong Tian would later provide a thorough explanation. With his talent, ultimate understanding would not be difficult. "Master, I understand," Zhou Yuan exclaimed. "This formation is based on the Taiji 8 trigrams. Using the sword path as its lethal strike, seizing the changes of heaven and earth, causing the sun and moon to sink." As he spoke, Zhou Yuan began to arrange the formation with his understanding of the sword path and the Taiji 8 trigrams. This arrangement took another 100 years. A magnificent formation radiating powerful sword energies emerged, resembling Tong Tian's endless calamity formation. This, Tong Tian was rendered speechless. This was a formation he took great pride in, yet Zhou Yuan had comprehended it in merely a century. "Masters, do you have any other divine powers? Why not teach them all to me?" Zhou Yuan suggested. He utilized a sudden enlightenment card, granting him a total of 1,000 years. Comprehending the 3 signature techniques of the 3 purities had taken 300 years, leaving him with 700 years that he did not wish to waste time. Since he intended to learn, he would seize the remaining 700 years to master all the divine powers of the 3 purities. "Very well." The 3 purities replied in unison that if you can master all our techniques and integrate them, you may very well carve out your own path, which would be a splendid achievement. They decided to impart all their lifelong learnings to Zhou Yuan. Taiji Ji Yin of Taiqing, Gang Feng of Yuqing, and Tong Tian Sword of Shanqing. With 700 years remaining, Zhou Yuan sat cross-legged within the 3 purities palace, comprehending each divine power taught by the 3 purities and achieving mastery in all. "We shall impart to you 3 final divine powers," Laozi declared, pointing a finger into the void. Boom! A flash of white light surged as a green thunder descended upon the primordial realm, carrying the essence of the Taiji Way. This was the Taiji Divine Thunder, the supreme divine power I comprehended at the moment of my transformation. Laozi controlled the thunder, and the might of the Taiji Divine Thunder could rival the 99 heavenly tribulation. "My eldest brother possesses the Taiji Divine Thunder. Naturally, I have the Yuqing Divine Thunder." From a distance, he pointed skyward, silently reciting incantations. Boom! Alongside the Taiji Divine Thunder, the Yuqing Divine Thunder erupted, its power so immense that it tore the void apart. "Zhou Yuan, behold my Shanqing Divine Thunder." Tong Tian soared into the air, his sleeves fluttering as thunder coiled around him, exuding an aura of terror. As the Shanqing Divine Thunder emerged, combined with the Taiji and Yuqing Divine Thunders, the entire space began to collapse. Fortunately, Laozi swiftly summoned the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda, stabilizing the heavens and earth, preventing total spatial collapse. The 3 bolts of thunder approached the limits of thunder itself, each infused with their own Tao, transcending the very concept of thunder. With 100 years left, Zhou Yuan wondered if he could fully comprehend all 3 bolts of thunder, his gaze fixated on the 3 divine thunders. The Hongmeng Sanqing Ju evolving into the techniques of the 3 purities, his eyes filled with the essence of deduction that I have merged the Taiji Immortal Technique, Yuqing Immortal Technique, and Shanqing Immortal Technique into the Hongmeng Sanqing Ju. Now, the 3 bolts of thunder resonate with each respective technique of the 3 purities. Although I can comprehend them, even if I learn them, I will not be able to unleash their full power. With that in mind, he decided to take a risk, merging the 3 divine thunders into one, corresponding them with his own Hongmeng Sanqing Ju. This way, he could unleash their maximum potential. Zhou Yuan resolved to give it a try. Boom! Surrounding him were 3 distinct yet originating from the same source thunders, the Taiji Divine Thunder, Yuqing Divine Thunder, and Shanqing Divine Thunder of the 3 purities, guided by Zhou Yuan's Hongmeng Sanqing Ju. The 3 thunders began to merge slowly. Bang! As the 3 divine thunders fused, An immense energy erupted, overwhelming the space that could not withstand such powerful thunder, resulting in violent explosions and the appearance of swirling black holes within the void. The innate gang feng surged, chaotic energy flowed wildly, and the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire rampaged. Had it not been for the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda, Zhou Yuan would have likely been banished into the boundless chaotic space. Zhou Yuan, do not act recklessly. How can the three divine thunders merge? Laozi exclaimed in alarm, as the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda trembled, casting down myriad strands of mysterious yellow energy to envelop Zhou Yuan. Simultaneously, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian acted, using their immense magical power to stabilize the space, preventing further collapse. Master, I am confident. You stabilize the space and allow me to try. Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth and insisted. The three divine thunders had already fused halfway. He could not give up at this moment. Boom! As the three divine thunders continued to merge, large swathes of space were torn to shreds. Such power could likely obliterate anyone below the Great Luo Golden Immortal in an instant, reducing them to ashes. All right, I will protect you, Zhou Yuan. You focus on your comprehension. Laozi resolutely decided to trust Zhou Yuan. With a loud shout, the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda glowed brilliantly, directly enveloping Zhou Yuan, preventing any turbulent energies from approaching within 3 feet of him. With the protection of the 3 purities, Zhou Yuan wholeheartedly began to comprehend and merge the 3 purities divine thunders that be the way of my Hongmeng Sanqing Ju. I command the 3 thunders to unite, Zhou Yuan called out, simultaneously taking out the falling star staff, using this innate treasure of merit as a catalyst to summon his own. Hongmeng Sanqing Divine Thunder. Boom! 3 bolts of thunder converged upon the falling star staff, ultimately merging into a singular, resplendent purple divine lightning, its brilliance illuminating the surroundings. The moment the Hongmeng Sanqing Divine Thunder manifested, the entire horizon dimmed, as if shrouded in an ominous veil. Following this, guided by the falling star staff, a cataclysmic thunderbolt descended, striking the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda with such ferocity that even this unparalleled postnatal treasure of merit trembled violently. Astonishingly, the Sanqing Divine Thunder had truly fused into one that upon witnessing the purple lightning cascading from above, Laozi was struck with profound awe. The energy contained within this bolt far exceeded 100-fold of his Taiji Divine Thunder. Even more terrifying was the Tao encapsulated within. It transcended the Taiji Great Tao. My disciple shall undoubtedly surpass me in the future. At this moment, Laozi could not help but reflect sentimentally. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were equally astonished. With Zhou Yuan's current cultivation, wielding the Hongmeng Sanqing Divine Thunder rendered him invincible beneath the Great Luo Golden Immortal, capable of effortlessly vanquishing even the Tai Golden Immortals. Once his cultivation reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, he would become an unparalleled force among them. After a decade of tireless efforts and the consumption of vast amounts of celestial materials, the Three Qing finally restored this space to its former glory. During this period, Zhou Yuan's comprehension of the Hongmeng Sanqing Divine Thunder solidified into a state of great accomplishment, its power now more formidable than before. At this juncture, his enlightenment card, which had accumulated for a millennium, also reached its expiration. This card proved to be an extraordinary boon. Not only had he mastered all the divine abilities of the Sanqing, but he had also comprehended them to the level of great accomplishment. Furthermore, he had grasped the essence of the Hongmeng Sanqing Divine Thunder, rendering himself virtually invincible beneath the Great Luo. Master, am I now free to traverse the primordial wilderness? Zhou Yuan inquired with a smile. The Sanqing exchanged glances, fully aware that they could no longer deny Zhou Yuan's request. Moreover, it was only natural for him to embark on a journey through the primordial wilderness in search of opportunities, akin to their own experience of wandering for 100,000 years shortly after their own transformation, acquiring countless celestial materials along the way. Since you have mastered all 3 of our divine abilities, it is indeed time for you to explore the primordial wilderness. However, Laozi pondered for a moment, still harboring some reservations. While Zhou Yuan was invincible beneath the Great Luo, the primordial wilderness was home to many Great Luo Golden Immortals. Moreover, with his remarkable talent, he would undoubtedly attract attention in the wilderness, causing Laozi to feel uneasy about sending him out alone. Elder brother, we have lingered in Kunlun Mountain for so long. We might as well accompany Zhou Yuan on this journey through the primordial wilderness. Yuan sure suggested. Such a notion is indeed wise. Laozi replied that I must concoct the Hunyuan Nirvana elixir and will need to gather herbs from the primordial wilderness. It is only fitting that I venture forth. Then it is settled. We shall accompany Zhou Yuan. Tong Tian nodded. Furthermore, with Zhou Yuan possessing the fortune of the heavenly Tao, traveling alongside him in the primordial wilderness might lead to unexpected gains. The Sanqing's decision was met with Zhou Yuan's enthusiastic agreement. Indeed, having three of the most formidable protectors by his side in the wilderness dispelled any worries he may have had, wherever treasures emerged. He would go. Moments later, Zhou Yuan and the Sanqing departed from Kunlun Mountain, embarking on their journey through the primordial wilderness. This expedition had no specific destination in mind. Zhou Yuan initially considered visiting the Buzhou Mountain. But given his current cultivation level, he feared he might succumb to the mountain's oppressive aura before reaching its summit. Although Laozi could shield him with the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda, ascending Buzhou Mountain under such circumstances would lack any meaningful purpose. Zhou Yuan preferred to ascend the mountain relying on his own abilities. Less than a year into their journey, Zhou Yuan suddenly halted and gazed into the distance. Master, I sense that heading westward will lead to a fortuitous opportunity. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuan led the Sanqing westward, an inferior grade, innate spiritual treasure, the 33 Heavens Golden Linglong Pagoda. After wandering for 100,000 years, we gathered 5 inferior grade, innate spiritual treasures. Yet Zhou Yuan, after merely a year of exploration, has already discovered an innate treasure. Incredible. Truly worthy of the fabled heavenly Tao's fortune. The Sanqing expressed their astonishment while dismantling the innate formation. They had each garnered a portion of the merit from the primordial creation, making them among the most fortunate beings in the primordial realm. Yet before Zhou Yuan, their achievements paled in comparison. Master, if we continue eastward, there is yet another opportunity, and to the south as well. There are opportunities in the southwest. There are also in the northeast. Zhou Yuan sensed that the primordial wilderness was brimming with opportunities in every direction. The tales of the wilderness being a treasure trove were indeed accurate. Wherever opportunity lay, one could find innate spiritual treasures. The Sanqing exchanged incredulous glances. How could it be that after such a short time, opportunities appear to be everywhere, despite the abundance of opportunities in the primordial wilderness? It was not as if they were scattered indiscriminately. Nevertheless, their astonishment gave way to action. Following Zhou Yuan's intuition, they searched for opportunities, and each location yielded substantial rewards, in addition to acquiring 4 inferior grade innate spiritual treasures. Zhou Yuan successfully gathered all the herbs needed for Laozi's 3 elixirs, the Wucang Guan elixir and the Hunyuan Nirvana elixir. Furthermore, he procured precious materials for crafting, such as Chaos Cold Iron and Hunyuan Gold Crystal, alongside celestial materials like Xianhuang Stone, Zixiao Stone, and Tianhe Iron, suitable for array formations that, in summary, within merely a decade of exploration in the primordial wilderness, the Sanqing and Zhou Yuan amassed opportunities that would elude an ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortal throughout their entire lifetime. Elder brother, in the future, we must always bring Zhou Yuan along on our expeditions through the primordial wilderness. Yuan sure exclaimed joyfully, finally grasping what it truly meant to explore the primordial wilderness and return laden with treasures. Indeed, in future journeys, my beloved disciple shall accompany us. Laozi nodded with delight, deeply moved by the bountiful harvest of this venture, even as the leader of the Sanqing. They continued on their path. Zhou Yuan suddenly came to a halt, his gaze fixated on the southwestern horizon, a frown creasing his brow as a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. The Sanqing exchanged puzzled glances. What had caused him to stop so abruptly? Masters, I sense a monumental opportunity awaits us in the southwestern direction, Zhou Yuan proclaimed. Just moments ago, he experienced an inexplicable sensation, compelling him to perceive an opportunity of immense magnitude, one that likely surpassed the sum of their previous decades' worth of gains, a monumental opportunity. Since it comes from Zhou Yuan, it cannot be mistaken. Let us hasten to investigate. The Sanqing had long since placed their trust in Zhou Yuan. If he indicated that a great opportunity lay to the southwest, they would not hesitate to follow. After traversing 130,000 miles southwest, the Sanqing's expressions shifted dramatically. They too sensed the magnitude of this opportunity, recognizing its profound significance to their destinies. "Elder brother," Tong Tian exclaimed, unable to contain his exuberance, "I feel it as well." Lao Zi's hands trembled in anticipation. Not only was this opportunity theirs, but he also harbored a vague sense that it resonated with his own Tao. "Let us go." The Sanqing, along with Zhou Yuan, transformed into a radiant streak, racing towards the source of this unprecedented opportunity. Before long, they arrive at a picturesque pond, fragrant with blooming flowers and adorned with a myriad of lotus blossoms. Most strikingly, at the center of the pond, a cerulean lotus flourished, boasting 24 petals, each infused with a trace of Tao essence. The 24-petal creation lotus. Upon sighting this lotus, Zhou Yuan was instantly reminded of the legendary 24-petal creation lotus. In the Primordial era, when Pangu split heaven and earth, the chaos blue lotus could not withstand the power unleashed and shattered. Among its remnants, 3 immature lotus seeds transformed into the 12-petal golden lotus of merit. The 12-petal red lotus of karmic fire and the 12-petal black lotus of annihilation, 1 half-matured seed, became the 12-petal white lotus of purity, while another fully matured seed evolved into the 24-petal creation lotus. Before them stood a resplendent azure lotus, adorned with 24 exquisite petals, undeniably the legendary primal chaos azure lotus. Even Zhou Yuan himself had not anticipated that he would encounter such a monumental opportunity, one that turned out to be the primal chaos azure lotus. "Zhou Yuan, though I am your master, I must express my gratitude to you," Lao Zi proclaimed after observing the primal chaos azure lotus for a considerable time. He had sensed the profound connection between this azure lotus and the path he cultivated. Had it not been for Zhou Yuan, it would likely have taken him several 100,000 years to reach this place. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian also spoke, recognizing the immense significance of the 24-petal primal chaos azure lotus to the 3 pure ones. Although Zhou Yuan was their disciple, they felt compelled to express their thanks. "Master, you are too courteous. This opportunity was destined for you, and I merely sensed it by chance." Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. He acknowledged the respect he owed to the 3 pure ones. But conversely, he recognized that during his long sojourn in the primordial realm, they had aided him immensely, imparting their profound knowledge. Thus, it was only fitting that this opportunity, which he had sensed, would rightfully belong to the 3 pure ones. They nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent, but they etched this gratitude in their hearts, promising that they would stand by Zhou Yuan in any future tribulations without hesitation. The 3 approached the primal chaos azure lotus. "This flower is destined for me," Lao Zi declared, reaching out to pluck the lotus. In an instant, a radiant crimson light erupted, illuminating the myriad worlds of the universe, as the lotus transformed into a whisk. Indeed, the famed Tai whisk. "This root is likewise fated to me." Yuan Shi stepped forward next, extracting the white root beneath the lotus, which shimmered with white light, morphing into a translucent 3 treasures jade ruby. "This lotus leaf is meant for me," Tong Tian concluded, advancing to collect the azure lotus leaf, which upon transformation became a 3-foot-long azure sword, the renowned Qingping sword. Thus the red flower, white root, and azure leaf resonated with the notion that the 3 teachings were originally one. Zhou Yuan observed this spectacle. Understanding that it was a manifestation of fate, he reflected on the future separation of the 3 pure ones. Feeling a twinge of melancholy, he pondered whether the heavenly laws would alter because of his presence. The 3 pure ones grasped their respective treasures, filled with joy. The significance of these 3 treasures went beyond their cultivation paths. Each was of the highest quality, a rare, innate treasure among the primordial realm. Even the 3 pure ones possessed only Lao Zi's earth, Heaven, and Yellow Linglong Pagoda to rival such exquisite innate treasures. However, as the three pure ones divided the 24-petal primal chaos azure lotus, Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow. Logically, this opportunity should have dissipated upon their division. Yet, inexplicably, he sensed that the opportunity still lingered. Zhou Yuan directed his gaze into the lotus pool, employing his divine eye to peer through the unfathomable waters. To his astonishment, he discovered a green lotus seed radiating a faint azure light. Though seemingly unremarkable, Zhou Yuan understood that this seed represented the true opportunity that belonged to him. He approached the water's edge, stepping into the pool, and advanced directly to the green lotus seed. This seed appeared to be fully matured. Had it been nurtured for countless eons, it might have blossomed into a second 24-petal primal chaos azure lotus. However, with the lotus already divided, such a prospect was no longer feasible. "Come to me, lotus seed," Zhou Yuan called, extending his palm. Miraculously, the seed seemed drawn to him by a mysterious force, floating into his hand. A surge of vibrant life emanated from it, causing Zhou Yuan's world tree to respond. "Could it be that my world tree is connected to the primal chaos azure lotus?" Zhou Yuan mused. It seemed reasonable, for the world tree was a primordial spiritual root, and the primal chaos azure lotus was birthed from the same chaos. He contemplated attempting to awaken the seed using the power of the world tree. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to give it a try, knowing that failure would bear no consequence. As the primordial energy of the world tree entered the primal chaos azure lotus seed, a brilliant azure light shot into the heavens, illuminating the myriad realms. Astonishingly, the lotus seed began to unfurl. This, the rebirth of the primal chaos azure lotus, Yuan sure exclaimed, turning in astonishment at the unfolding scene. In the pool, Zhou Yuan stood with the azure lotus cradled in his hands, the shadow of the world tree stretching across the heavens, continuously infusing strands of primordial energy into the lotus seed. Laozi, peering through the azure glow, expressed his astonishment as the world tree poured forth its power into the green seed. Petals began to open one by one, accompanied by celestial music echoing throughout the cosmos and fragrant aromas wafting through the air, an extraordinary phenomenon heralding the emergence of a supreme spiritual treasure. Even the Tai Whisk, three treasures Jade Rui, and Qingping Sword did not exhibit such an anomaly. In Zhou Yuan's hands, the primal chaos azure lotus blossomed magnificently, revealing a total of 12 petals, shining brilliantly. While not the original 24 petals, it had nonetheless achieved the status of a supreme innate treasure. Furthermore, the fact that it had only opened 12 petals did not preclude the possibility of it eventually blossoming into 24 or even 36 petals. Returning to its primordial form, Zhou Yuan placed the primal chaos azure lotus alongside the world tree, nurturing it with the world tree's primordial energy, hopeful that one day this azure lotus might transcend its current 12 petals. With the primal chaos azure lotus, Zhou Yuan's defenses became virtually invincible. As long as he sat upon the lotus platform, extraordinary phenomena would envelop him. Light illuminating the cosmos, repelling all malevolent forces, and rendering him impervious to myriad attacks. His defensive capabilities rivaled even the earth, heaven, and Yellow Linglong Pagoda. My disciple has truly encountered a remarkable opportunity. The spiritual treasure he acquired surpasses even our own, Laozi remarked. Although all were supreme, innate treasures, the discerning eyes of the three pure ones recognized that Zhou Yuan's primal chaos azure lotus was indeed superior to their own. This is only fitting, as our arrival here is indeed due to Zhou Yuan's fortune. He has rightfully received a supreme innate treasure, as decreed by fate, Tong Tian added, expressing his delight for Zhou Yuan's acquisition of the primal chaos azure lotus, feeling a sense of pride as well. Moments later, as the azure light gradually faded from the heavens, Zhou Yuan emerged from the pond, surrounded by a radiant azure aura. Although his cultivation level had not increased, his strength had significantly improved. Even at the Golden Immortal stage, he would find it exceedingly difficult to meet defeat against the Tai Golden Immortal. Just as the three pure ones and Zhou Yuan prepared to depart, Two clouds suddenly drifted from the horizon, and shortly thereafter, a man and a woman descended. The woman's complexion resembled polished jade, exuding an air of dignified grace, while the man possessed a commanding presence. Adorned with embroidered patterns of the 8 trigrams, Fushi Niwa they greeted, bowing respectfully to the 3 pure ones. It is indeed a fortuitous encounter to meet 2 fellow Taoists here, Laozi remarked, appraising Fushi and Niwa, noting that they had both attained the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, albeit still slightly weaker than the 3 pure ones, as they were only at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. To be candid, we siblings have been traversing the primordial realm and have observed the ease with which the 3 pure ones acquire spiritual treasures, feeling quite envious. Hence, we have come to pay our respects. Fushi stated, smiling. The 3 pure ones exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing that their success in obtaining spiritual treasures was solely due to the fortune bestowed upon them by Zhou Yuan. Otherwise, they would have, like Fushi and Niwa, wandered the primordial realm for countless years without securing a single worthwhile innate treasure. Esteemed friends, this place is not far from Mount Buzhou. How about we venture to my brother's Taoist sanctuary to engage in a discussion of the Tao? Niwa proposed with a smile, casting several glances at Zhou Yuan. Although this young cultivator was merely at the golden immortal level, he conveyed an extraordinary aura that intrigued her. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances and, after assessing Zhou Yuan, agreed that in the primordial realm, cultivating understanding through mutual discourse was an essential method of advancement. After all, relying solely on individual efforts made it challenging to grasp the entirety of the Tao. Given that Niwa and Fushi were only slightly inferior to the 3 pure ones, their insights into the Tao were undoubtedly remarkable. Then please, Fushi and Niwa, lead the way. We shall proceed to discuss the Tao. With a faint smile, Laozi gestured gracefully for them to proceed. Centuries later, a group of individuals traversed the fabric of space, arriving at the sacred site of Fushi and Niwa. This sanctuary, akin to the Hall of the 3 Pure Ones, constituted a realm unto itself, filled with melodious bird song, fragrant blossoms, and the resounding chime of golden lanterns, presenting a scene of vibrant vitality. Upon seeing the 3 Pure Ones, and Zhou Yuan adorned in resplendent jewels, Fushi and Niwa could not help but feel envious. To be candid with my esteemed companions, I am proficient in the art of innate divination, and I consider myself to possess considerable fortune and opportunities. Yet, despite traveling with my sister through the vast wilderness for countless ages, we have not acquired a single worthy, innate spiritual treasure. Fushi's demeanor grew somewhat despondent. However, this was indeed a common occurrence in the primordial realm. One could not fathom how many Great Luo Golden Immortals had traversed numerous epochs without discovering even a single innate spiritual artifact. Comparisons often breed discontent, and when juxtaposed with the 3 Pure Ones and Zhou Yuan, he felt utterly diminished. Ha ha! Fushi, my friend, there is no need for such lamentation. Are we not the same? After 100,000 years of wandering, our gains have been meager as well. All that we have accomplished is largely due to my disciple, who is, in truth, a person of remarkable fortune. Laozi smiled, and upon hearing Fushi's words, even he felt a sense of pride. Though this pride was derived from Zhou Yuan's accomplishments, at Zhou Yuan's fortune? Both Fushi and Niwa turned their incredulous gazes towards Zhou Yuan, who was merely a golden immortal cultivator. The 3 Pure Ones, embodiments of Pangu's primordial spirit, enjoyed the fortune of the heavens. How could they rely solely on their disciple to uncover spiritual treasures? Particularly, Niwa regarded Zhou Yuan with eyes sparkling with curiosity. Zhou Yuan, might you allow me to divine the fortune that you bear? If you are unwilling, I shall take it as if Fushi never spoke and offer gifts as an apology. Fushi fell into a contemplative silence for a time before finally speaking. Divining another's fortune is inherently a highly disrespectful act. Yet his curiosity was piqued, and both he and Niwa sensed that Zhou Yuan was far from ordinary. Of course, I can, Zhou Yuan replied with a smile, quite readily that in truth, he himself was unaware of the vastness of his own fortune, only knowing that he was blessed by the heavenly Tao. If Fushi could indeed divine it, he saw no harm in it. However, Zhou Yuan did not believe that Fuxi possessed such ability. I shall give it a try. Fuxi produced his innate 8 trigrams plate and commenced the divination. His eyes gleaming with brilliance, fingers deftly manipulating the device. In the primordial realm, Fuxi's divination was unparalleled. Even the 3 pure ones were slightly inferior in this regard. Poof! Yet, after merely a quarter of an hour of divination, Fuxi unexpectedly spat blood, and even blood flowed from his eyes, his complexion paling to a ghastly white. Brother! Niwa hurriedly offered Fuxi a medicinal pill, which alleviated his discomfort somewhat, and simultaneously inquired, Brother, what on earth is happening? I have overstepped in attempting to fathom the heavenly Tao. I have been far too presumptuous. Fuxi sighed deeply, struggling to rise and bow deeply to Zhou Yuan, performing a gesture of respect typically reserved for juniors. Of course, he was not bowing to Zhou Yuan directly, but rather to the overwhelming fortune he perceived through the 8 trigrams plate, that vast, unfathomable fortune, interconnected with the heavenly Tao, was utterly indivisible. It could be said that, in a certain sense, Zhou Yuan embodied the fortune of the heavenly Tao, truly a favored child of the heavens. Reflecting on his earlier musings, he felt utterly foolish for even contemplating a comparison of fortunes with Zhou Yuan. The collective fortune of all beings in the primordial realm could scarcely be compared to his. The 3 pure ones, having long witnessed Zhou Yuan's astonishing prowess, found a sense of amusement in Fuxi's predicament, realizing that it was not solely themselves who struggled to contend with their disciple. Fuxi, a fellow primordial deity, appeared far more disheveled before Zhou Yuan. Niwa, still in a state of confusion, was rendered speechless by her brother's actions. Was Zhou Yuan truly so extraordinary? Even her elder brother was bowing as if he were a junior. Yet, he was merely a golden immortal cultivator, albeit with some peculiarities that eluded her understanding. Surely it could not be to such an extent. Niwa's beautiful eyes swept over Zhou Yuan repeatedly, each glance revealing more of the extraordinary nature of this golden immortal, even stirring a hint of affection within her. Sister Niwa, have you had your fill of watching? Zhou Yuan chuckled, noting that Niwa's face was unconsciously drawing nearer to him, and if he did not intervene, she might very well find herself nestled in his embrace. Zhou Yuan's words finally jolted Niwa back to reality. Her cheeks flushed as she hastily apologized for her rudeness. The 3 pure ones exchanged knowing smiles, pondering whether Niwa harbored feelings for their disciple. Should they play the role of matchmaker? Yet, if Niwa and Zhou Yuan were to wed, how would the familial hierarchy be established? Would Niwa address him as teacher, or would Zhou Yuan refer to her as his peer? The 3 pure ones' thoughts meandered, drifting far beyond the present moment, already contemplating what their future offspring might be named. Masters Fuxi, Niwa seniors, shall we engage in a discussion of the Tao? Zhou Yuan, oblivious to the 3 pure ones' musings, observed his 3 mentors leisurely, each wearing a serene smile, like a tea that moment. The 3 pure ones returned to their senses, realizing that their previous thoughts had wandered rather aimlessly, and they exchanged awkward smiles. Then let us commence our discussion of the Tao, sharing insights to aid in our understanding of the Great Way and achieving enlightenment together, as the 3 pure ones engaged in discourse with Fuxi and Niwa. Although they were not saints, remarkable phenomena still abounded. Niwa, who practiced the Tao of creation, radiated an aura of life and vitality upon speaking. The flora around them flourished in response to her teachings, and even the birds and beasts flocked to her side, drawn by her presence. Zhou Yuan, captivated by her words, found himself immersed in the profundity of the Tao. With his innate understanding, even without the use of an enlightenment card, he could grasp the essence of her teachings. He resolved to employ the Tao of creation to refine the creation green lotus, certain that it would yield exceptional results. That Fuxi's path revolved around divination. Yet this discipline bore a flaw. It could not divine one's own fate. In the future, when Fuxi engaged in the calamity of the witch and demon tribes, he would meet his demise at Mount Buzhou. While his fate was undoubtedly intertwined with his destiny, it also stemmed from the limitations of his divination practice. Laozi's philosophy, on the other hand, centered on freedom and ease, even having heard it before. Zhou Yuan found it refreshing, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Listening to Laozi impart wisdom felt as though he were traversing the clouds, unbound by earthly constraints. This was the true essence of ultimate freedom. The teachings of Yuanshi emphasize structure and order, categorizing all beings in the primordial realm into ranks, advocating for alignment with the will of heaven. Though Tongtian's approach was less carefree than Laozi's, it was still more lenient than Yuanshi's, promoting the notion that any sentient being with a yearning for the Tao could be enlightened. Zhou Yuan, upon realization, understood that at this juncture, the paths of Yuanshi and Tongtian had begun to diverge. However, their understanding of their respective paths remained somewhat unclear, preventing any immediate discord. In the future, as their insights deepened, culminating in the attainment of the Great Unity, a division among the three Pure Ones would become inevitable. As the three Pure Ones, Fuxi and Yuhua, engaged in their discourse, the small world around them resonated with celestial melodies and extraordinary phenomena, and Zhou Yuan found himself unwittingly captivated. The mysteries of the Tao, even for him, yielded significant insights through their discussions. Before long, he began to ponder his own path. His cultivation, rooted in the Hongmeng Sanqing Ju, bore resemblances to the paths of the three Pure Ones. Yet it transcended them in many ways. After all, the Tao was born from the Hongmeng realm, and the height from which Zhou Yuan stood diverged from that of the three Pure Ones. Fuxi and Yuhua, boom! As Zhou Yuan's understanding deepened, three hazy orbs of light emerged above his head, drawing forth the spiritual essence of the entire sanctuary, which surged into his being. The extraordinary phenomena birthed from the discussions of the three Pure Ones. Fuxi and Yuhua were, in that moment, suppressed by Zhou Yuan, dissolving into mere bubbles, leaving only a world tree swaying gently in the expanse of heaven and earth. What manner of Tao is this, that it surpasses all of ours? Fuxi exclaimed in astonishment, feeling a twinge of insignificance beneath the shadow of the world tree. It was worth noting that Fuxi was a primordial deity, with his lineage only slightly inferior to that of the three Pure Ones. Zhou Yuan's Tao integrated their teachings into a singular essence, transcending them significantly. Laozi rose, reflecting deeply. Though his disciple was merely at the peak of the Golden Immortal stage, his potential for future growth was boundless. And it was a certainty that he would surpass his own master. In a certain sense, within the primordial realm, the attainment of cultivation was secondary. After all, no matter how low one's cultivation level is, immersing oneself in training for several 100,000 years would yield considerable results. However, the true determinant of one's potential lies in the comprehension of the Tao, whether one can reach the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, or even take that crucial step to attain the mixed Yuan, is entirely contingent upon one's ability to grasp the It is needless to say that Zhou Yuan's understanding of the Tao fully qualifies him to become a sage in the future. Yuhua's beautiful eyes sparkled. Although she had not witnessed Zhou Yuan's vast and profound heavenly Tao fortune, at that moment, she understood why Fuxi would pay respects to Zhou Yuan as a junior. Even she felt somewhat disoriented, nearly succumbing to the allure of Zhou Yuan's great path. Had it not been for his status, Yuhua might have even considered treating him as an equal, calling him a friend, and embarking on a journey through the primordial world together, which would undoubtedly yield substantial gains out of course. Zhou Yuan remained unaware of the astonishment felt by the three Pure Ones and Fuxi and Yuhua. He was currently immersed in his own understanding of the Tao, oblivious to everything in the external world. The three Pure Ones would naturally refrain from interrupting Zhou Yuan's enlightenment, for such a state of comprehension is rare, and anyone who can achieve it would reap significant rewards. Zhou Yuan's enlightenment lasted for 3,000 years. After 3,000 years, Zhou Yuan opened his eyes, and a light of realization flickered within them. Behind him, the world tree swayed, instantly draining the spiritual energy of the entire Taoist shrine. Bang! 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 The sound of rupturing space echoed as another 200 small thousand worlds unfolded, with his golden immortal cultivation level. Zhou Yuan originally lacked the qualifications to comprehend the Tao, yet he astonishingly grasped the supreme path, directly pointing to the source of the heavenly Tao. One could say that his Tao was the heavenly Tao itself. Fuxi and Yuhua exchanged wry smiles as they witnessed Zhou Yuan frantically absorbing spiritual energy. This shrine was a place they had painstakingly chosen over 10,000 years, even atop Mount Buzhou. It was a place rich in spiritual energy. Yet, after Zhou Yuan's absorption, even with a gathering formation, it would take tens of thousands of years for the energy to recover. 33 heavens away lies an endless chaotic space, where various chaotic currents swirl and innate winds rage. This is a disordered world before the creation of heaven and earth. Those below the Great Luo Golden Immortal who dare to venture here are either torn to shreds or cast into chaos, drifting eternally amidst the void. Yet in this chaotic realm stands a magnificent palace, exuding a blend of mysterious yellow energy and mist, with a gigantic taiji fish diagram slowly rotating, stabilizing the surrounding elements of wind, water, and fire. This is the Zixiao Palace, the Taoist grounds of Hongjun. At this moment, the battle between Tao and Demon had concluded, with Hongjun victorious, having discovered the opportunity to attain sainthood, ready to cross over at any moment. However, seated alone in the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun bore no semblance of joy. He had remained in silence for over 100,000 years. The reason for his silence was the aftermath of the Tao Demon War, where Rahu's unwilling self-detonation unleashed immense spiritual energy that swept across the entire primordial realm. Especially in the West, the peak energy of quasi-saint level annihilated the entire Western spiritual veins. Originally, the East and West complemented each other, each possessing unique advantages, along with countless blessed lands and treasures. However, with Rahu's explosion, not only did countless beings perish, but the entire West turned to scorched earth, leaving barely any semblance of spiritual veins or blessed lands. With Rahu's demise, such colossal karma naturally fell upon Hongjun. To settle this karma would not be an easy task, and to evade the repayment of karma would be even more impossible. The heavenly Tao does not jest. Should one dare to default, it would bring about one's demise. Alas, Hongjun sighed. Having contemplated this issue for 100,000 years, he had finally devised two potential solutions. The first was, of course, to settle the karma and restore the West to its pre-war state. However, with half of the primordial realm destroyed, even if he became a sage, how could it be so simple to rectify? Countless epochs would see him laboring for the heavenly Tao, striving to revive the spiritual energy of the West. Furthermore, the heavenly Tao is unpredictable. Even if he managed to revive the West, it would inevitably incur new karma, and certainly it would be substantial at this rate. Even if the sages were immortal, he feared he would never be able to repay the debt. Since the first option was unfeasible, he had no choice but to pursue the second path, merging with the Tao to supplement the deficiencies of the heavenly Tao. This essentially meant selling himself to the heavenly Tao, a solution that would relieve him of the burden of repayment. However, merging with the Tao also has its drawbacks, for it would render him devoid of joy or sorrow, compelled to prioritize the heavenly Tao above all, unable to act selfishly. This was the crux of Hongjun's indecision. To not merge with the Tao would make him a mere laborer of the heavenly Tao, struggling throughout his life to repay the debt. To merge, however, would transform him into a puppet of the heavenly Tao, living solely according to its will. After much contemplation, Hongjun ultimately resolved to choose the path of merging with the Tao, if he could withstand the ravages of the primordial realm. When the time came, the heavenly Tao would certainly be weakened, granting him the opportunity to break free from its shackles. To take it a step further, should he manage to merge with the Tao, he might freely delve into the profound truths of the heavenly Tao, which would be an immense opportunity. If one day fortune favored him and he broke free, that would be a tremendous gain. With this thought, Hongjun's heart settled on the decision that he resolved to embark on the path of merging with the Tao. However, achieving this was no simple feat. It required an unimaginable amount of fortune to have the chance to merge with the Tao. Hongjun began to ponder again. Such fortune could not be acquired solely by himself. He needed to gather the fortunes of countless powerful beings across the primordial realm, if he were to attain the status of sage. Naturally, he could hold teachings and impart the methods to achieve sainthood, collecting some fortune in the process. With this thought, Hong Jun couldn't help but smile. If he could accumulate the fortunes of all the Great Luo Golden Immortals within the Primordial realm, then merging with the Tao would not be too far-fetched. Oh, be it. I shall take this step. Hong Jun rose and stepped into the void. Boom! The long, quiet, chaotic world beyond the 33 heavens trembled, and countless chaotic energies surged toward the Zhixiao Palace. Since the beginning of heaven and earth, the first sage of the realm was born. Hong Jun gazed beyond the 9 heavens and 10 earths, looking out upon the primordial world. I am Hong Jun, and today I attained sainthood. A millennium later, I shall commence the teachings of the Tao at the Zhixiao Palace beyond the 33 heavens. All those with fate shall come and listen. Hong Jun's voice reverberated throughout the universe, reaching every corner of the primordial realm clearly. Heavenly flowers rained down, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth, auspicious signs of a sage's emergence. However, though Hong Jun proclaimed that all those with fate could come to listen, those truly capable of ascending to the 33 heavens would at least be powerful beings of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. In other words, those beneath the Great Luo Golden Immortal would be deemed without fate. As a sage, Hong Jun naturally looked down upon those who were not even Great Luo Golden Immortals. They were simply without fate. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan, along with the 3 pure ones and others on Mount Buzhou, also heard Hong Jun's proclamation and stepped out of Fuxi and Yua's shrine, gazing toward the heavens. They beheld the purple energy rising in the sky, a scene of great auspiciousness. Even the 3 pure ones were envious. A millennium from now, the Tao ancestor would begin his teachings. Shall we venture together to the Zhixiao Palace? The chaotic space is fraught with danger, even for the Great Luo Golden Immortal. If they could accompany the 3 pure ones, it would certainly be much more convenient. Friend Fuxi, your suggestion is truly excellent. Since we are fated to discuss the Tao together, it is only right that we travel as one, Laozi remarked with a smile. However, Niwa looked at Zhou Yuan with some hesitation. She was aware of the perils beyond the 33 heavens. For a golden immortal cultivator like Zhou Yuan to reach, there would be akin to facing certain death, which understandably caused her some concern. Senior Niwa, rest assured, my 3 teachers will certainly look after me, Zhou Yuan replied with a slight smile, with the heavenly mystical yellow Linglong pagoda in my possession, along with the strength of the 3 pure ones. Although I may only hold the golden immortal realm, venturing to the 33 heavens shall not be an arduous task. My disciple speaks wisely. With our abilities, reaching the 33 heavens shall indeed be achievable. With a thunderous laugh, if the 3 pure ones possessed even this minimal ability, they would feel ashamed to proclaim themselves as the true lineage of Pangu within the primordial chaos. Laozi summoned the exquisite tower of the universe, casting its light upon Zhou Yuan's head, with myriad strands of mysterious yellow energy cascading down to safeguard him, making it nearly impossible for even the chaotic essence to approach him. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian flanked Zhou Yuan, one on each side, to prevent any unexpected occurrences. With such arrangements, the 3 pure ones finally felt at ease and departed towards the 33 heavens. In the chaotic realm, where space intertwines, countless temporal rifts are scattered throughout, and a moment's carelessness could lead to eternal exile. Even Fuxi and Niwa must tread cautiously. However, upon their arrival in the chaotic world, this group was utterly astounded. What is this phenomenon? Young friend Zhou Yuan, is this what is meant by fortune? Can luck be this formidable? Is it not a tad exaggerated? The unfolding events before them were beyond the imagination of even Fuxi and Niwa. The chaotic currents and primordial winds instinctively veered away, as if fearful of causing harm to him, while others ventured into the 33 heavens with utmost caution, armed with various protective treasures. Zhou Yuan, a mere golden immortal, roamed freely within the chaotic expanse. Such a stark contrast between individuals could incite envy. This was the conclusion reached by the 3 pure ones alongside Fuxi and Niwa. Dear friends of the 3 pure ones, do you know the whereabouts of the Purple Cloud Palace? Fuxi pondered whether to divine its location, but the sanctum of the sage was beyond his reach. The innate 8 trigrams could reveal no clues, leaving them to rely on chance in the 33 heavens. We have never been to the Purple Cloud Palace, thus we remain unaware, Laozi replied, shaking his head. This is indeed a matter of opportunity. Whether we can find it depends upon our own fortunes. Yet they were not overly concerned. If even the three pure ones could not access the Purple Cloud Palace to hear Hongjuan's teachings, it seemed unlikely that anyone in the primordial chaos would possess the qualifications to do so. Master, let us proceed this way. Zhou Yuan suddenly felt an inexplicable pull, as if an unseen force urged him to move in a certain direction to find the Purple Cloud Palace. Upon hearing this, the three pure ones were reminded of how Zhou Yuan had guided them in their treasure-seeking adventures through the primordial realm, always hitting the mark. Now, as Zhou Yuan indicated their path, this group of Great Luo Golden Immortals nodded in unison without a hint of dissent, resolutely moving eastward, not daring to venture west. With Zhou Yuan leading the way, the three pure ones, along with Fushi and Yua, need not worry about losing their way to the Purple Cloud Palace. In fact, the journey saw a significant reduction in chaotic currents and spatial rifts, making their passage feel as smooth as walking on level ground. Unlike the treacherous nature of the 33 heavens, after merely a century of travel, they beheld a magnificent palace, exuding an ancient aura of Tao amidst the chaos. Unmistakably, this was the sacred domain of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. The Purple Cloud Palace. However, the timing was not yet ripe. A colossal purple jade gate remained closed, flanked by two exquisitely sculpted young attendants. It was none other than Hao Yin and Yao Qi, guided by Zhou Yuan. The three pure ones and Fushi and Yua naturally became the first to arrive at the Purple Cloud Palace, taking the best seats to await its opening in serene anticipation. Hao Yin and Yao Qi, upon noticing the arrival of the three pure ones and Fushi and Yua, slightly bowed in acknowledgement, as they represented Hongjun and would not exhibit undue familiarity. Yet upon seeing Zhou Yuan, both Hao Yin and Yao Qi were momentarily taken aback. A golden immortal could come to the Purple Cloud Palace? Of course, Hao Yin and Yao Qi did not belittle the golden immortal realm, as they themselves were merely at the early stages of it. However, Hongjun had stated that only those of the Great Luo Golden Immortal tier could access the 33 heavens. Moreover, the profound mysteries of the Tao were beyond the comprehension of those not at the Great Luo level. They could not fathom why he was present. Zhou Yuan sensed the gaze of Hao Yin and Yao Qi upon him. With idleness proving dull, he smiled and approached the two. Their surprise was palpable, having remained by Hongjuan's side since their transformation. They had scarcely interacted with other beings of the primordial realm. Now, with Zhou Yuan approaching, a wave of nervousness washed over them, particularly Yao Qi, whose cheeks flushed crimson, leaving her unsure of where to place her hands. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Yuan chuckled. He had not anticipated that the future heavenly emperor and queen mother would possess such a shy demeanor. He decided to tease them a bit further, with a flick of his hand in the void. A pristine white lotus appeared. This flower, acquired during his travels through the primordial realm, served no purpose beyond its striking beauty, and Zhou Yuan had plucked it on a whim. However, upon seeing the lotus, Yao Qi's eyes sparkled, utterly defenseless against its exquisite allure. I asked this for me. How should I respond? Should I give a gift in return? But I have nothing worthy to offer. What should I do? In an instant, Yao Qi's mind raced with thoughts, growing increasingly anxious, beads of fragrant sweat forming on her forehead. I offer this to you. Without further ado, Zhou Yuan placed the lotus within Yao Qi's flowing hair, instantly enveloping them in a fragrant aroma. It must be said that the combination of a youthful Yao Qi and this lotus was simply a match made in heaven, their beauty undoubtedly among the finest in all of the primordial chaos. Thank you, Yao Qi shyly replied, her large eyes blinking as she gathered the courage to gaze at Zhou Yuan. This sight infuriated Hao Yin, who had been by her side for years without witnessing such tenderness and shyness from her. Yet Zhou Yuan paid no mind to Hao Yin's glances and continued conversing with Yao Qi. Their laughter grew ever more joyous, accompanied by the melodious sound of Yao Qi's laughter. Is the primordial chaos truly this fascinating? Since my transformation, I have followed the Tao ancestor and have yet to explore the primordial realm. Big brother, you must take me to play in the primordial chaos sometime. Hao Yin's mind buzzed at her calling Zhou Yuan Big Brother, finding it excessively intimate. By the way, Big Brother, Let me share a secret with you. Inside the Purple Cloud Palace, there are 6 mats, each holding immense opportunities. You must seize one, Yaoqi whispered conspiratorially, her excitement palpable. Zhou Yuan smiled, well aware of the mats Yaoqi referred to. The Wind-Fire mat, the Heaven-Earth mat, the Azure Lotus mat, the Generative mat, the Ultimate Bliss mat, and the Knot mat, each representing a position capable of attaining sainthood. In the past, Zhou Yuan would have envied these opportunities immensely. However, with the vast fortune of the heavenly Tao and the system in hand, he had long since ceased to covet these positions. In fact, prior to Yaoqi's mention, he had not even considered contending for a saintly position. After another century, individuals began to emerge from the chaos, gradually approaching the Purple Cloud Palace. Emperor Jun and Tai descended, spotting the 3 pure ones and Fuxi and Nuwa seated together. Then catching sight of Zhou Yuan, a hint of suspicion flickering across their faces. How could a golden immortal also arrive at the Purple Cloud Palace? Nevertheless, recognizing the sanctity of the sage's domain, they dared not act recklessly, especially given Zhou Yuan's close proximity to the 3 pure ones, indicating a significant relationship that they did not wish to disrupt. Not long after Emperor Jun and Tai arrived, 2 others appeared. One donned in red robes with crimson hair, unmistakably Han Yun, the first good-natured elder of the primordial chaos. Beside him stood a Taoist clad in an orange-yellow robe, exuding an ethereal presence, undoubtedly Zhen Yuanzi. Following them were renowned figures of the primordial chaos, including Kunpeng, Dong Wanggong, and Shi Wangmu, among others, transforming the once somber atmosphere of the Purple Cloud Palace into a lively gathering. Zhou Yuan, suddenly, the little girl Yaoqi called out mysteriously, gesturing toward the Taiji symbol on the purple jade gate, pouting as if to say that the time was nearly ripe, urging Zhou Yuan to prepare to enter the Purple Cloud Palace and secure a spot. Zhou Yuan chuckled, appreciating Yaoqi's kind intentions, yet he had no genuine interest in those 6 positions. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Hao Yian's voice resonated. The time has come. We invite all fortunate individuals to enter the Purple Cloud Palace. As Hao Yian's voice echoed, the Taiji symbol radiated a brilliant light, and the purple jade gate bathed in the luminous energy of yin and yang slowly opened, revealing the true form of the Purple Cloud Palace to all. Within, a boundless world unfolded, encompassing the universe and all celestial realms. To the heart of the Purple Cloud Palace lay 6 radiant mats, exuding an aura of Tao that was unmistakably extraordinary. Let us proceed. As the 3 purities simultaneously intoned, Zhou Yuan was instantly transformed into 3 beams of azure light, propelling toward the foremost 3 meditation cushions. Being the most formidable practitioners present, their combined aura resonated like an unfathomable abyss, rendering it impossible for outsiders to approach even slightly, thereby naturally securing the 3 leading cushions. Zhou Yuan, take the 4th cushion. Tong Tian gestured towards the 4th seat. Having occupied 3 cushions, it was only fitting for him to advocate for his disciple to claim one as well. I prefer to sit right behind Master. Zhou Yuan shook his head and settled directly behind Laozi. He had no interest in the position of a sage. Following the 3 purities, Nuwa arrived under the protection of Fuxi and was momentarily taken aback to find Zhou Yuan seated behind Laozi. Was he not going to claim a cushion for himself? Elder Nuwa, do hurry and take your seat, lest someone else snatches it away, Zhou Yuan urged, indicating the 4th cushion, which was originally hers. Without further hesitation, Nuwa promptly took her place, aware that many formidable beings of the primordial era were vying for the 6 cushions, and any delay could result in losing her chance. As for Fuxi, after some contemplation, he chose not to occupy the 5th cushion, but instead sat behind Nuwa, reasoning that it would be fortunate enough for the siblings to secure 1 cushion. Greed could lead to losing everything. Following Nuwa, Hong Yun and Zhen Yuanzai arrived, their pace unhurried. However, Zhen Yuanzai possessed the heaven and earth, which could momentarily obstruct the crowd. Seizing this opportunity, Hong Yun swiftly occupied the 5th cushion. In a display of speed, Kunpeng transformed into his true form, achieving unparalleled swiftness to secure the 6th cushion before anyone else could. With all 6 cushions now claimed, the crowd fell silent. Recognizing that these positions had been acquired through merit, especially in the sacred domain of the sages, where no one dared to overstep their bounds. Yet, what remained uncomprehended by the multitude was the profound significance behind these cushions. Had they realized that these represented the ordained positions of saints, a fierce struggle would likely have ensued, with bloodshed inevitable. As time advanced, the 1,000-year mark drew closer, and the Zhou Palace's Zhou Xianmen reappeared, gradually sealing the palace. I could see that moment. Two disheveled figures appeared in succession. Zhou Yuan could not help but smile upon recognizing them as the epitome of shamelessness from the primordial era, Jin and Junyi. Not only were they audacious, but their acting skills were also remarkably refined. Sitting behind Laozi, Zhou Yuan was quite pleased to witness their performance. Jin and Junyi surveyed the surroundings, their gazes quickly landing on the 6 cushions at the front. The first 3 were occupied by the 3 purities, their combined presence as deep as an ocean, rendering them utterly fearless of any attempts to contest those seats. As for the 4th cushion, occupied by Nuwa, while they could provoke her, they were aware of the formidable Fushi standing guard behind her. Making it no easy feat thus, their attention naturally shifted to Hongyun and Kunpeng. Kunpeng, possessing a thick skin, chose to ignore their scrutiny, confident in his claim to the position. However, Hongyun, embodying the essence of a good-natured individual, felt a twinge of embarrassment under their intense gaze. Jin and Junyi exchanged knowing glances, instantly grasping each other's thoughts. Alas, how pitiful it is for us, having traveled from the West, enduring countless tribulations and nearly perishing in the chaos, only to arrive at Zhou Palace and find ourselves without a seat. Junyi lamented, tears streaming down his face as he deliberately exposed his wounds, hoping to elicit sympathy. Indeed, our impoverished West did not anticipate such coldness from our Eastern companions. It is truly an injustice of the heavenly Tao. Jane wept profusely, embracing Junyi as they both sobbed uncontrollably. Zhou Yuan observed this scene, astonished. The intensity of Jin and Junyi's performance was nothing short of shameless, casting aside any semblance of dignity befitting a Luo Jingxian. The onlookers in the Zhou Palace regarded the two with disdain. Such a display of weeping and wailing in the sacred domain was utterly disgraceful. Yet, seated upon the cushion, Hongyun felt increasingly uncomfortable upon hearing their cries, perceiving his position as a grievous sin. How could he enjoy the cushion while his Western companions were left without? Resolving this dilemma, Hongyun stood up decisively. If you two do not mind, I shall relinquish this position to you. Without a moment's hesitation, Junyi rushed forward, pushing Hongyun aside to claim the seat, her face brimming with satisfaction. Hongyun, my dear brother, how could you so easily give up the cushion you worked so hard to obtain? Zai exclaimed in frustration. He had incurred the ire of many to secure a seat for Hongyun. Yet Hongyun, in turn, surrendered it so readily after a little commotion. Unfazed by Zai's anger, Hongyun maintained his magnanimous demeanor. Since my friend from the West has traveled such a distance, this position matters little. My brother and I can sit beside each other and still partake in the teachings. Sigh. Zai sighed, recognizing that Hongyun's overly accommodating nature would inevitably lead to significant troubles in the primordial era someday. However, having relinquished the seat, Zai had no choice but to seek another position alongside Hongyun. Meanwhile, Junyi settled upon the extreme bliss cushion and immediately glanced at Kunpeng. This esteemed friend, my senior brother, still lacks a seat. The implication was clear. They wanted Kunpeng to vacate his position. Since Hongyun had already given up his seat, why shouldn't Kunpeng do the same? Jane approached as well, with both flanking Kunpeng, pressuring him. Yet, Kunpeng was not one to be easily swayed. Having finally secured a cushion, he had no intention of relinquishing it. Closing his eyes and pretending not to hear, Zhou Yuan chuckled, fully aware that these 6 cushions were preordained. Kunpeng's refusal to yield meant that Hongjun would not emerge. Indeed, Jin and Junyi argued with Kunpeng for quite some time, yet there was still no sign of Hongjun's presence deep within the Zhou Palace. Enough? Kunpeng, what right do you, a mere hatchling, have to sit alongside us? Yuan Shi's voice rang out, compelling even Kunpeng to acknowledge it. After all, this was one of the 3 purities, the embodiment of Pangu's primordial spirit, and Yuan Shi's words represented the stance of the 3 purities. Kunpeng, since Yuan Shi has spoken, will you not yield your seat? Do you wish to entangle yourself in karmic retribution with us? Zhuanti's words were now tinged with a threat. Should Kunpeng refuse to vacate, he might face dire consequences in the future. Very well. This seat shall be yours. Kunpeng gritted his teeth. Rising with a sullen expression, he harbored resentment towards Jin and Zhuani, as well as towards Yuan Shi for siding with them. However, his greatest ire was directed at Hong Yun. Had Hong Yun not given up his seat, Jin and Zhuanti would not have pressured him. This so-called good-natured individual, in attempting to do a good deed, had inadvertently dragged him into this predicament, which was truly infuriating. As this act of seat-grabbing concluded, a harmonious voice echoed through the Zhou Yuan palace. The Tao ancestor Hong Jun has arrived. A magnificent sight unfolded as Hong Jun reclined upon auspicious clouds, his presence illuminating the heavens with five-colored brilliance, accompanied by celestial melodies resonating throughout the universe. Countless golden lanterns, golden lotuses, and exquisite jewels cascaded from the sky like an unceasing drizzle. Hao Qian held a peachwood sword, while Yao Qi wielded a whisk, slowly parting the way for Hong Jun. However, upon catching sight of Zhou Yuan seated behind Laozi, Yao Qi pouted in displeasure. How could he not secure one of the 6 cushions? Despite risking punishment from Hong Jun for leaking the heavenly secrets, Zhou Yuan noticed Yao Qi's sulky expression and smiled gently, gesturing for her not to concern herself. As Hong Jun reclined upon the auspicious clouds, his gaze swept across the Zhou Yuan palace, taking note of the throngs of Deluo, Jingxian present, which pleased him greatly. He believed the accumulated fortune from this third sermon would be substantial. However, the moment Hong Juan's gaze landed upon Zhou Yuan, it froze. What extraordinary fortune was this? Its overwhelming magnitude was terrifying. In terms of fortune alone, even a sage like Hong Jun felt a sense of insignificance. This was truly the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's fortune. Who, besides the heavenly Tao's favored progeny, could possibly possess such immense fortune? In the depths of Hong Juan's heart, a tinge of bitterness unexpectedly emerged. He toiled tirelessly, employing every conceivable method to amass fortune in order to merge with the Tao. Furthermore, he needed to serve the heavenly Tao Lord diligently, lest his sacred position falter. Although Zhou Yuan's cultivation level was relatively low, at Hong Juan's level, one would hardly regard such distinctions. What mattered was the fortune and the cause and effect entwined therein. After all, with time, any realm could be elevated. The worldly guests in the Zhixiao Palace were blissfully unaware that, at this very moment, Hong Jun found himself enviously eyeing a gold immortal cultivator. They collectively deemed it a breach of decorum for the 3 purities to bring Zhou Yuan to the Zhixiao Palace to listen to the teachings. For those who qualified to sit here were all Great Luo Golden Immortals, and the Tao ancestor was to impart the method of attaining sanctity. What business did a mere gold immortal have in such matters? Di Jun and Tai Yi exchanged knowing smirks, anticipating Hong Juan's forthcoming outburst, eager to see if the 3 purities would dare defend their disciple. Tao ancestor, they proclaimed, it is indeed a breach of etiquette for the 3 purities to bring a gold immortal to the Zhixiao Palace. We beseech you to impose punishment. Kunpeng cackled. You, Yuan Shi, have taken upon yourself to insult this venerable ancestor under the guise of the 3 purities. Now that you have offended the Tao ancestor, I am curious to see how you will resolve this. Tao ancestor, though my disciple is merely a gold immortal, his lineage and talent are exceptional. His presence here to hear your teachings is of immense benefit to him. There is no intention of disrespecting you. Laozi interjected hastily, fearing that some ill-intentioned individuals might further exacerbate matters, leading to Zhou Yuan's expulsion from the Zhixiao Palace. Zhou Yuan cast a cold glance at Kunpeng, who, having been ridiculed by Yuan Shi, seemed to take aim at him, utterly shameless. Yet he found himself intrigued. Hong Jun had been gazing at him for at least the duration of an incense stick. What was it about him that warranted such prolonged attention from a sage? When Laozi finally spoke, Hong Jun slowly withdrew his gaze from Zhou Yuan and turned it towards Kunpeng, his expression suddenly stern. Kunpeng, this place holds no relevance for you. Depart from the Zhixiao Palace. The voice of the sage resonated like thunder, causing Kunpeng to break into a cold sweat, beads of perspiration cascading down to the ground. He could not fathom how, despite his efforts to curry favor with Hongjun. He had ended up being expelled from the Zhixiao Palace. Could it be? Kunpeng suddenly realized that not only did Hongjun not view Zhou Yuan's presence as a desecration, but he was in fact defending him. Dao ancestor. Kunpeng attempted to speak, but Hongjun merely waved his sleeve, sending him out of the Zhixiao Palace. All who arrive at my Zhixiao Palace are those of destiny. There is no distinction in cultivation levels. Hongjun declared, his eyes slightly lowered, adopting an air of nonchalance that, in truth, he contemplated that if he were to win Zhou Yuan, the favored son of the heavenly Tao, perhaps his path to merging with the Tao would become significantly smoother. Moreover, the heavenly Tao might no longer impose such harsh judgments upon him, absolving him of the burden of all the karmic ties from the West. Kunpeng had genuinely been expelled from the Zhixiao Palace. Was this gold immortal cultivator truly so extraordinary, garnering the favor of the Tao ancestor? I vaguely perceived a rising aura of purple behind him, a symbol of great fortune. The assembly within the Zhixiao Palace erupted into a flurry of discussion. Their gazes fixated on Zhou Yuan, scrutinizing him with newfound interest. However, their cultivation levels paled in comparison to Hongjuan's, and they could only grasp the superficial aspects, never truly comprehending why Hongjun placed such importance on Zhou Yuan. Even the three purities were taken aback. Yuanshi and Tong Tian contemplated intervening on Zhou Yuan's behalf. Yet, without hesitation, Hongjun dismissed Kunpeng, effectively silencing their impending words. Zhou Yuan, under Hongjuan's watchful gaze, sensed the surge of fortune within him, responding to the blessings conferred by the heavenly Tao. This indicated that Hongjun had, indeed, expelled Kunpeng due to the formidable fortune he possessed. Was Hongjun coveting his fortune? Zhou Yuan's wariness heightened. Being the object of sage's interest was no trivial matter. Meanwhile, amidst the celestial clouds, Hongjun felt a jolt upon sensing Zhou Yuan's change. Had he erred in expelling Kunpeng, thereby inciting the displeasure of the heavenly Tao's favored son? Contemplating the arduous journey to merge with the Tao, he realized that antagonizing the child of fortune might lead to future tribulations. The wave of fatigue washed over Hongjuan's heart. Were he to possess Zhou Yuan's fortune, how could he still be burdened by the karmic ties of the West? Alas, let us first impart the teachings. There was no need for further debate. Today's teachings would dictate the seating arrangement for the future. As Hongjun spoke, he gestured lightly into the void, from beyond the 33 heavens. An infinite expanse of chaotic energy surged, and beneath Zhou Yuan's seat, a chaotic futon materialized. Your cultivation remains within the gold immortal realm. This futon, which I usually occupy, is now bestowed upon you to aid in your comprehension of the teachings I shall impart. Hongjun stated calmly, as if this were a trifling matter, while secretly observing, believing that having inadvertently offended the son of fortune, he ought to present a small token of goodwill. Upon witnessing the chaotic futon beneath Zhou Yuan, the Zhixiao Palace erupted once more in astonishment. The aura of chaos enveloped the area, subtly exuding the essence of the Tao. It was evident to all that this futon surpassed even the first 6 in value. The Tao ancestor had indeed bestowed such a precious item upon Zhou Yuan. Was he attempting to curry favor? The crowd quickly shook their heads, deeming such a notion absurd. How could a venerable sage lower himself to appease a mere gold immortal? It must be that Hongjun was simply considerate of Zhou Yuan's limited understanding of the Tao, hence the generous gift. Tao ancestor, my talents are indeed lacking. I humbly beseech you to grant me a futon as well, so I might better absorb your teachings. A Great Luo Golden Immortal in the back row of the Zhixiao Palace stood and respectfully implored. If the Tao ancestor could also provide him with a futon, it would be most fortuitous. Upon hearing this, Hongjun nearly choked in exasperation. This was a chaotic futon, a creation of primordial essence. Such things were not freely given. If you are aware of your own limitations and find the Tao beyond your grasp, then return whence you came. Hongjun retorted, waving his hand once more, sending the Great Luo Golden Immortal spiraling away in a gust of wind. The assembly was once again left in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan, seated upon the chaotic futon, felt as if the entire world had become crystal clear in an instant. Within the aura of chaos, there was not a trace of malice, but rather a blend of fragments of the Tao. Aiding in his understanding of the teachings, this futon was worth at least as much as a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. How generous Hong Jun was, as Zhou Yuan sat upon it, absorbing the Tao. A subtle smile graced his lips. Seeing Zhou Yuan smile, Hong Jun felt a sense of relief. As long as he maintained close ties with the Son of Fortune, his path to merging with the Tao would be significantly eased. Very well, I shall commence the teachings, Hong Jun proclaimed, and silence enveloped the Zixiao Palace. The opportunity to hear a sage impart wisdom was a tremendous fortune not to be taken lightly. From chaos, all things are born. Existing prior to heaven and earth, tranquil and solitary, standing unchanged, traversing the cosmos without weariness, it may be regarded as the mother of all. The sage's words flowed like a magnificent cascade, rich with profound meaning. Zhou Yuan, out of respect for Hong Jun, utilized the comprehension card to amplify his understanding 100-fold. After all, he was still a gold immortal, and the teachings Hong Jun was conveying were at the level of Great Luo Golden Immortals. Without the card, he might have struggled to grasp the concepts. With the combination of the comprehension card and the chaotic futon, Zhou Yuan's insight reached unprecedented heights. Even the most intricate principles of the Great Luo Tao, as articulated by Hong Jun, became readily assimilable. Hong Jun lectured for 3,000 years. During the first millennium, the 3,000 worldly guests in the Zixiao Palace listened with rapt attention, nodding and smiling in appreciation. By the second millennium, those with slightly duller talents began to wear frowns, their brows furrowed as they gradually struggled to comprehend the profundities of Hong Juan's teachings. In the final millennium, even the three purities, Niwa and the likes seated on the foremost 6 futons began to furrow their brows, lost in contemplation. These were the most enigmatic truths among the Great Luo Golden Immortals. To grasp the essence of the Great Luo Tao was to stride forward without hesitation. At this juncture, Hong Jun instinctively glanced at Zhou Yuan. He could not solely focus on his own teachings and neglect the feelings of the Son of Fortune. After all, Zhou Yuan was merely at the Gold Immortal stage, and he might not fully comprehend the profound truths being imparted. While delivering teachings to the 3,000 worldly guests was of lesser concern, regardless of their understanding, their fortunes would be his to claim. Ensuring Zhou Yuan's satisfaction was imperative. After a moment of contemplation, Hong Jun decided to take direct action. Boom! The space reverberated. Tianhua, Jinyu, and Jinlian surged toward Zhou Yuan in a torrent. Empowered by the extraordinary vision of the sage, Zhou Yuan's comprehension reached an astoundingly formidable level in that fleeting moment. No matter how intricate the path of the Great Luo Golden Immortal might be, it all became clear with a single thought, effortlessly understood. Hong Jun, witnessing the satisfied smile on Zhou Yuan's face, felt reassured and continued his discourse. However, within the Purple Cloud's palace, the 3,000 worldly guests erupted in envy once more, particularly those seated at the back, who had already struggled to grasp the Taoist teachings during the second millennium. Seeing Zhou Yuan so favored by Hong Jun filled them with an almost unbearable jealousy. Over half of the manifestations in the entire Purple Cloud's palace surged towards him. Why? How could a mere golden immortal practitioner receive such treatment? Truly, the disparity among people is infuriating. All hearts cried out in protest, questioning the injustice. Yet no one dared to make a sound during Hong Juan's lecture that to do so would result in expulsion from the Purple Cloud's palace at best, or death at worst, turning them to ash. Even the illustrious figures of the Primordial era, such as the 3 pure ones, Fuxi, Niwa, and Emperor Jun, cast envious glances at Zhou Yuan. Though they could still understand to some extent, many of the more complex aspects would take them centuries of contemplation to unravel. Nothing like Zhou Yuan's ease of understanding. Laozi instinctively shifted backwards, hoping to bask in Zhou Yuan's brilliance to aid his own comprehension of the Great Way. Indeed, upon brushing against Zhou Yuan, the previously confounding questions he had been pondering were suddenly resolved, a truly wondrous occurrence. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, astonished by this scene, momentarily disregarded the fact that Zhou Yuan was their disciple, drawing closer to absorb some of his radiance. Even Niwa's bright eyes frequently glanced towards Zhou Yuan, clearly eager to approach, yet hesitant. After much internal struggle, she finally nestled closer to him, her understanding enhanced manifold. "Little brother, may I squeeze in beside you?" "Tao brother, I am willing to offer a high-grade postnatal spirit treasure for a closer seat." "Elder brother, I have a precious bottle of spirit pills. Would you trade me a seat beside you?" In an instant, the 3,000 worldly guests rushed to curry favor with Zhou Yuan. After all, the closer one was to him, the stronger their ability to comprehend. What was once incomprehensible now became at least somewhat intelligible. Zhou Yuan was naturally pleased. After all, their presence posed no detriment to him and instead fostered goodwill. However, offers of postnatal spirit treasures and fine spirit pills seemed rather trivial, within 1,000 zhang of him. At least there was a low-grade innate spirit treasure. Within 100 zhang, it would be a medium-grade innate spirit treasure, and within 10 zhang, a high-grade innate spirit treasure, as for those who wish to sit right next to him. Only a supreme innate spirit treasure would suffice, of course. Few among the 3,000 worldly guests could afford a supreme innate spirit treasure. Contributing a medium-grade innate spirit treasure was already commendable. While Zhou Yuan had accumulated many low-grade innate spirit treasures, Hong Jun, witnessing this scene, could only chuckle helplessly had the Purple Cloud's palace transformed into a bustling marketplace. Nevertheless, it mattered little, so long as Zhou Yuan was content. His closeness to Zhou Yuan could yield benefits equivalent to several of his own teachings. After 3,000 years of lecturing, those who had remained near Zhou Yuan reaped substantial rewards, while those unable or unwilling to offer treasures still managed to grasp 4 or 5 parts of the teachings, which was already commendable. "I have been lecturing for 3,000 years now." Hong Jun opened his eyes and ceased his discourse, casually glancing at Zhou Yuan, a sense of astonishment flooding his heart. Truly, he was the child of destiny. For Zhou Yuan radiated divine brilliance, enveloped in a 7-colored glow within the heavenly realm, having thoroughly comprehended the entirety of the Great Luo path. Before reaching the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, he would encounter no obstacles. And yet, Zhou Yuan was merely a practitioner at the Golden Immortal level. Originally, Hong Jun believed that with his assistance, Zhou Yuan achieving a comprehension of 60% would be remarkable. He had intended to provide a few additional insights to help Zhou Yuan gain some of the heavenly fortunes, facilitating his own path to alignment with the Tao. However, it appeared that such measures were unnecessary. This was the extraordinary nature of Zhou Yuan, and it was also a source of some frustration for Hong Jun. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, he momentarily set aside such thoughts and addressed the assembly in the Purple Cloud's palace. The Primordial era has recently undergone tribulations. Everything is in a state of disrepair that I intend to select 2 individuals to lead the Primordial realm to restore vitality to this world. This was also a necessary step for Hong Jun in his pursuit of alignment with the Tao. The initial calamity of the Long Han era had resulted in the 3 clans vying for dominance, leaving the primordial realm in tatters, with many spiritual veins destroyed. That a subsequent war between the Tao and the demons shattered the entirety of the West, causing Hong Jun to owe a significant karmic debt to the heavenly Tao, necessitating his sacrifice to repay. In truth, the positions held by Jin and Junyi were also a result of this karmic entanglement. By selecting 2 individuals to lead the primordial realm, Hong Jun hoped to restore some vitality to it. Upon hearing Hong Jun's words, a stir erupted within the Purple Cloud's palace. The Tao hold the title of leader in the primordial realm, as sanctioned by the Tao ancestor, would undoubtedly mean access to countless rare materials and even innate spirit treasures, an undeniably lucrative opportunity. Moreover, it symbolized a high status within the primordial realm, where admiration and reverence would follow them everywhere. Tao Ancestor, I am the manifestation of primordial golden energy. I am willing to take on the responsibility for the primordial realm. The robed figure stepped forward, radiating a faint golden glow, his cultivation already at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Tao Ancestor, I am a snow wolf transformed. My roots are deep, and I could devote myself to the primordial realm. I, the Black Bear Ancestor, hope to gain the Tao Ancestor's recognition to lead the primordial realm. After Hong Jun spoke, a diverse array of individuals emerged, no fewer than a dozen, all eager to represent him in leading the primordial realm. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun, Tai, Fuxi, Niuhua, and other genuine powerhouses of the primordial era furrowed their brows. If these ruffians were to lead the primordial realm, they might as well perish in a collision with a wall. Hong Jun scanned the group without speaking, instead allowing his gaze to linger on Zhou Yuan for a moment, as if inquiring whether he had any interest in becoming the sovereign of the primordial realm. Sensing Hong Juan's gaze, Zhou Yuan quickly shook his head. What use was being the sovereign of the primordial realm? Spirit treasures? Did he lack them? Techniques? Did he lack them? Rare materials? Did he lack them? He could even summon a partner if he wished. What reason did he have to take on the burdens of ruling the primordial realm? Observing Zhou Yuan's rejection, Hong Jun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The child of destiny indeed possessed discerning insight. Even dismissing the position of sovereign of the primordial realm, it seemed he would have to let those two take the lead. Dong Wang Gong, I appoint you as the foremost male immortal of the realm. Shi Wang Mu, I appoint you as the foremost female immortal of the realm. You two shall jointly lead the primordial realm, ensuring order among its beings, and must not be negligent. Hong Jun spoke slowly, bestowing upon these two individuals the titles of male and female immortals, which were also the will of the heavenly Tao. He merely acted as its spokesperson. This was their opportunity, their destiny. Thank you, Tao Ancestor. We shall do our utmost to lead the primordial realm. Both Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu displayed excitement, their eyes sparkling with surprise, as they had not anticipated being chosen by Hong Jun to govern the primordial realm. It was easy to imagine that with the Tao Ancestor's personal endorsement, who would dare to defy their authority in the primordial realm? However, the expressions of Emperor Jun and Tai, seated beside Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu, darkened. These two had transformed within the Sun Star, and Tai, cradling the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, held himself in high regard. Looking down upon the likes of Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu, Tao Ancestor, does this mean my demon clan is also subject to their governance? Emperor Jun spoke up, clearly dissatisfied. These two have no right to oversee the demon clan. The demon in which clans do not fall under the jurisdiction of Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu. Hong Jun replied slowly, his expression darkening. He was not pleased with Emperor Jun's challenge to his authority. However, the will of the heavenly Tao was beyond his control. The witch and demon clans were exceptionally unique, as they were destined to play pivotal roles in the future. They could not be subjected to the authority of Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu. Only after receiving Hong Juan's response did Emperor Jun and Tai's expressions soften slightly, yet the thought of sharing equal status with the witch clan irked them further. The mere witch clan dares to stand alongside the demon clan? With Hong Juan's appointment of the male and female immortals, no one dared to voice any dissent as for the likes of the Black Bear Ancestor and Snow Wolf Ancestor. They quickly rushed to flatter Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu. As anyone could foresee that with Hong Juan's endorsement, these two would soon dominate the future of the primordial realm. However, figures like the Three Pure Ones, Fuxi, and Niuhua merely cast fleeting glances, their eyes betraying disdain. Regardless of Hong Juan's decree, however, it is utterly impossible to manage them. Well, I have now concluded my discourse on the path of the Great Luo Golden Immortal a millennium hence. Those fated shall return to the Purple Cloud Palace to hear my teachings. As Hong Jun spoke, he closed his eyes, clearly signaling the end of the gathering. The gathered crowd at the Purple Cloud Palace, possessing great wisdom, naturally understood his intent and rose to bow to Hong Jun, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Tao Ancestor, for your teachings. We take our leave. Zhou Yuan also stood alongside the Three Pure Ones, preparing to depart from the Purple Cloud Palace. One cannot help but remark on the wealth of knowledge he had gained from this visit. Aside from the innate treasures he had collected, he had fully comprehended the path of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, perhaps even more profoundly than Laozi, the leader of the Three Pure Ones. This was indeed a priceless treasure, rendering the path of the Great Luo an unimpeded journey for him. Yet, just as Zhou Yuan was leaving with the Three Pure Ones, Hong Juan's voice suddenly resonated. Young friend Zhou Yuan, please stay a moment. Huh. Even the Three Pure Ones, Fuxi, Niuhua, and others who had yet to depart turned to reveal expressions of astonishment. The Tao Ancestor wishes to keep me. Zhou Yuan smiled faintly, sensing that Hong Jun's desire to retain him must herald something favorable. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Hong Jun, the latter had showered him with gifts and extraordinary phenomena, treating him with utmost kindness, even leading Zhou Yuan to momentarily feel as though Hong Jun was seeking to curry favor with him. Indeed, if you have no pressing matters, feel free to linger a while longer in the Purple Cloud Palace. Hong Jun's tone was surprisingly courteous, akin to a peer engaging in conversation. Yet, the disparity between the exalted sage and a mere golden immortal practitioner was strikingly profound, leaving one in awe of its mystery. Why did the Tao ancestor retain Zhou Yuan? Was there a specific purpose? Tong Tian expressed some concern that I don't believe so. From the moment we entered the Purple Cloud Palace, the Tao ancestor treated Zhou Yuan with great kindness. Yuan Sher pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Could it be that the Tao ancestor covets the fortune surrounding Zhou Yuan? Tong Tian mused aloud. Third brother, do not utter such disrespectful words regarding the sage. The grandeur of Zhou Yuan's fortune is such that even a sage would not lightly act against him. Laozi admonished softly, cautioning against frivolous discussions of the sage, a topic even the three pure ones must tread carefully upon. Fortunately, Hong Jun's expression showed no concern for Tong Tian's earlier words, which offered the three pure ones some relief. Since Hong Jun could not possibly harbor ill intentions toward Zhou Yuan, could it be that he intended to bestow upon him some favor? In an instant, the various powerful figures of the Pangu era who had yet to depart cast envious glances toward Zhou Yuan. All were perplexed as to why a mere golden immortal practitioner was repeatedly favored by the Tao ancestor, even being singled out for his attention. Master, since the Tao ancestor has invited me, I shall remain, Zhou Yuan contemplated, recognizing that if Hong Jun truly had any designs upon him, a mere wave of his hand would suffice. There was no need for the current formalities. Retaining him must surely come with benefits. Very well. In that case, I shall take my leave. Do be cautious with your words before the Tao ancestor, lest you provoke the sage. Even I would be unable to save you. Laozi spoke with unusual severity. Zhou Yuan nodded in understanding. Hong Jun then waved his hand, sending everyone else away from the Purple Cloud Palace, leaving only Zhou Yuan behind. Once the others had departed, Hong Jun adopted a more amiable demeanor, approaching Zhou Yuan with a gentle smile, saying, I have traversed the vast expanse of Pangu for countless eons, collecting numerous treasures. Now that I have ascended to sagehood, these treasures are of no further use to me, and I would like to bestow them upon you. Bestow upon me? Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback. These were treasures collected by Hong Jun himself, each one worthy of great esteem. Even the finest innate spiritual treasures were not lacking, including those of the highest order. Ha! We are fated to meet, so it is no trouble to gift you a few trinkets. Hong Jun laughed heartily, as he sought every means to endear himself to Zhou Yuan, noting that these spiritual treasures held little value for him, save for a few unique items. As the two engaged in conversation, they ventured deeper into the Purple Cloud Palace. Yao Qi, please accompany Zhou Yuan and help him select treasures, Hong Jun remarked, having discerned the peculiar relationship between Yao Qi and Zhou Yuan, seizing this opportunity to see if they could draw closer. If Zhou Yuan were interested, he might even consider playing matchmaker and betrothing Yao Qi to him. Thank you, Tao ancestor, Zhou Yuan replied, harboring a hint of anticipation for the treasures offered by Hong Jun, and no need for thanks. They are merely inconsequential items. Feel free to choose without reservation. Hong Jun waved his sleeve, displaying great generosity. Brothers, I feel as though I am embarking on a solitary quest. Let us establish some conditions for additional updates. For every 500 requests for updates, I shall add one more. For every 10 gifts received, I shall add another. For every 100 5-star reviews, I shall add yet another. The author is currently writing full-time. Seeking motivation, little Yao Qi, while leading Zhou Yuan toward the treasure vault of the Purple Cloud Palace, pouted slightly. Big brother, why don't you seize those 6 mats? I heard from the master that those 6 mats are extraordinary, and anyone who can sit upon them is destined for immeasurable achievements. Didn't your master gift me a chaos mat? Isn't that better than those 6 mats? Zhou Yuan chuckled, pulling out the chaos mat. Its chaotic aura radiating, clearly surpassing the 6 heavenly down mats at a glance. Furthermore, Hong Jun had not simply allowed him to sit upon it. He had directly gifted it to him. Even the three pure ones would have to wait until the third lecture concluded to attain the wind and fire mat, the heaven and earth mat, or the azure lotus mat, making Zhou Yuan's treatment feel as though he were in a different realm altogether. Yao Qi pondered for a moment, realizing that indeed, regardless of circumstances, her master's mat was superior to those six. Moments later, they arrived at the entrance of the treasure vault, where a colossal gate forged entirely from spirit stones loomed before them, reaching heights that seemed to touch the heavens. Big brother, the master's treasure vault is a place that neither I nor Hao Ian have ever visited. This is truly a blessing bestowed upon me by you. The little girl giggled, covering her mouth with delight as she waved the talisman given by Hong Jun to unlock the vault. With a resounding boom, the talisman activated and the gate swung open. Inside lay a world unto itself, a boundless expanse of starry sky. Each celestial body held a treasure, all collected by Hong Jun over countless years traversing Pangu. The closest celestial body to Zhou Yuan housed one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots, the peach tree. This was the ancestral root of the peach, a far cry from the peaches found in the heavenly court in the future. Merely inhaling its fragrant aroma nearly intoxicated Yao Qi, who possessed the strength of a golden immortal. Zhou Yuan's gaze swept over the vast treasure world, which contained thousands upon thousands of celestial bodies, suggesting an equivalent number of treasures comparable to the peach tree. Hong Jun had declared he could take whatever he wished. Such generosity was overwhelming. In an instant, Zhou Yuan felt that Hong Jun was indeed a good person, one elevated above base desires. Take. With so many spiritual treasures available, it would be a shame not to, Zhou Yuan declared, fully aware that this was Hong Jun's own promise, and he had not coerced him. Here, this peach is for you. Zhou Yuan plucked a peach the size of his head from the peach tree and tossed it into Yao Qi's arms before uprooting the entire tree and placing it beside the world tree. The 10 great innate roots, having succumbed to the forces of creation, had fallen to become innate roots. With the world trees nurturing, they might yet have a chance to revert to their former state. Can I eat this? Yao Qi's eyes widened, sparkling with excitement. She had never tasted anything so exquisite, even while serving Hong Jun. Of course, your master has said that I may take whatever I wish from here. This peach tree is now mine, so you may certainly enjoy it, Zhou Yuan replied matter-of-factly. Yao Qi nodded eagerly, devouring the peach with delight, her adorableness reaching new heights. Having secured the peach tree, Zhou Yuan's gaze quickly turned to the other celestial bodies. That celestial body seems to exude particularly dense spiritual energy. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuan took Yao Qi's hand and traversed the starry expanse, arriving at a pristine white celestial body. This is the 12-grade pure world white lotus. How could this also be in Hong Jun's possession? Among the 4 great lotus platforms, there exists the 12-grade world-destroying black lotus and the 12-grade merit golden lotus, the 12-grade infernal fire red lotus, and the 12-grade pure world white lotus. Among them, the pure world white lotus is the most enigmatic and formidable. Coupled with his own 12-grade creation azure lotus, the 2 magnificent lotus platforms stand before him, rendering him virtually invincible by nature. Put it away, Zhou Yuan commanded without hesitation, cradling the lotus platform and placing it beside the 12-grade creation azure lotus. Hong Jun's generosity is truly remarkable, reflecting on those so-called Great Luo Golden Immortals in the primordial realm, who would kill and fight over a mere inferior innate spiritual treasure, while he casually collects these supreme innate spiritual treasures. What bliss! Meanwhile, Hong Jun, seated on his mat outside, beamed at Zhou Yuan's satisfied expression. If I can foster a good relationship with the child of heavenly Tao, I trust the Tao will no longer complicate matters for me. With that, Zhou Yuan took possession of the treasures. Although he felt a pang of regret, the exchange was undeniably worthwhile. After all, pleasing the heavenly Tao and solidifying his position as a saint is of utmost importance. Having accepted the pure world white lotus, Zhou Yuan gazed into the boundless starry sky, feeling somewhat dazzled. Yao Qi, where do you think we should go next? He decided to let Yao Qi take the lead, as he was determined to thoroughly plunder Hong Jun's treasury. Any star would suffice. Big brother, let's go to that one. Yao Qi pointed to an orange-yellow planet, shrouded in an ethereal golden light that exuded an extraordinary aura. What discernment! Zhou Yuan ruffled her hair. The planet she indicated was indeed the one he wished to explore. Wow! Moments later, the two found themselves on the planet, and Yao Qi gasped in awe. Before them stood an ancient tree that soared to the heavens, its blossoms resembling lotuses, while its fruits bore the shape of pearl-like seeds. Upon the flowers and fruits were inscribed the words Huangzhong. This was none other than the Huangzhong Li, the foremost among the 10 innate spiritual roots. Zhou Yuan felt a surge of joy. He knew of the Huangzhong Li, which blooms once every yuan, bears fruit once every yuan, and matures once every yuan, only then becoming edible, in a single yuan. It produces only 9 fruits, and merely inhaling their fragrance grants one 10,000 years of cultivation. Truly deserving of its reputation as the premier innate spiritual root, to his surprise, this treasure had also found its way into Hongjuan's treasury. Without a second thought, Zhou Yuan claimed it for himself. There was no alternative. Hongjun had encouraged him to be unreserved. If he hesitated and refrained from taking what was before him, it would be a sign of disrespect to the Tao ancestor. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yuan resolved to exert himself further, as there were still thousands of luminous planets scattered across this vast expanse, all worthy of his attention. Accompanied by Yao Qi, Zhou Yuan traversed various treasure-laden planets. Supreme Chaos Spirit stones piled high like a mountain, their purity surpassing even that of Hao Yan's essence, albeit lacking in consciousness. Collect them all, he declared. These Chaos Spirit stones are treasures that emit the essence of chaos, invaluable for both cultivation and artifact refining. The Eastern Azure Lotus Treasure Banner. To his astonishment, one of the 5 innate directional banners was stored here by Hongjun. This was an extraordinary innate spiritual treasure. The Eastern Azure Lotus Treasure Banner, the Western Plain Cloud Realm Banner, the Southern Flame Light Banner, the Northern Mystical Water Control Banner, and the Central Yellow Banner. All 5 innate directional banners were formed from the 5 leaves of the Chaos Azure Lotus. Suspended before him, the relic emitted a radiant light, calming the mind and dispelling all evil, providing remarkable defense. Truly invulnerable by nature. Collect them all, Zhou Yuan declared without any reservations, fearing that even an ounce of politeness might make Hongjun think he was being distant. Yao Qi followed Zhou Yuan, initially excited, but gradually grew more apprehensive. Zhou Yuan was not merely gathering treasures. He seemed intent on emptying the entire treasury. Strange. Yao Qi, do you know where the Taiji diagram and Pangu banner are placed by the Tao ancestor? After searching for a long while without finding these 2 innate treasures, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but feel that Hongjun was rather stingy. How could he allow himself to choose treasures while hiding away the best ones? At that moment, not only Yao Qi but even Hongjun, seated outside, felt a pang of regret, especially when he heard Zhou Yuan mention the Taiji diagram and Pangu banner. His heart involuntarily sank. Fortunately, he had already secured several treasures in advance. Otherwise, it would have been catastrophic. Faced with Zhou Yuan, Hongjun felt a twinge of fear. The Taiji diagram, Pangu banner, and a few other treasures were intended for the disciples of the Xianmen when he prepared to unite the Tao. This was dictated by fate, an essential task for him. Observing the diminishing glow of the thousands of spiritual treasure planets in his treasury, Hongjun realized he could not allow Zhou Yuan to continue his plundering. Otherwise, he would become a pauper before ever uniting the Tao, which was simply unacceptable. Zhou Yuan, the time has passed. I shall send you on your way. We shall reconvene at Zixiao Palace in 1,000 years. With a wave of his hand, a ripple of space erupted around a planet, opening a temporal gate to send him away. How miserly of Hongjun! Was he truly reluctant to part with a few spiritual treasures? Zhou Yuan grumbled inwardly. Yet Hongjun, being a saint, wielded immense spatial power that inevitably drew him into the temporal gate. On the other side, the 3 clear ones exited Zixiao Palace, intending to wait outside the 33 heavens for Zhou Yuan, in the chaotic world. Despite his formidable fortune, a solitary golden immortal traversing alone was still perilous. However, after a short while, the 3 clear ones suddenly sensed something and turned their gazes toward the first divine mountain of the primordial land, Buzhou Mountain. Elder brother, did you feel that? Tong Tian inquired. Indeed, there's a fortuitous opportunity awaiting us on Buzhou Mountain. Laozi nodded. He had sensed a calling from the mountain, indicating a significant opportunity. However, since Zhou Yuan had yet to emerge, should we not wait for him? Yuan sure pondered. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not shake the worry of Zhou Yuan wandering alone in the chaotic realm. Just then, the voices of the three clear ones resonated in their minds. You may go. When the time arrives, I shall naturally bring Zhou Yuan to your side. Hearing the voice of the Tao ancestor, the three clear ones hastily bowed to Zhixiao Palace and swiftly revealed expressions of delight. With the Tao ancestor's assurance, there were no obstacles, and they could boldly proceed to Buzhou Mountain to seek their fortunes. Simultaneously, Tai Yi Nuwa and Hong Yun also sensed the call and headed toward Buzhou Mountain. Even some formidable beings of the primordial realm, upon witnessing the three clear ones heading to Buzhou Mountain, anticipated the emergence of spiritual treasures and followed suit. Hoping to uncover their own opportunities, atop Buzhou Mountain, numerous powerful entities gathered, particularly the three clear ones, Fuxi, Nuwa, and Emperor Juntai, each exuding an overwhelming aura simply by standing there. The opportunity they awaited on Buzhou Mountain was none other than the innate gourd vine. Calculating the time, it was nearly ripe. I shall calculate. Laozi mused. The time is near. The gourd vine should bear fruit now. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the gourd vine shot upward, radiating brilliance. Boundless spiritual energy swept in, nourishing the vine, causing the innate spiritual root that protected it to shatter. As expected, 6 shimmering gourds appeared on the gourd vine. This gourd is fated to be mine. I shall take it. Seeing the gourd vine mature, Laozi was the first to act, plucking a purple gold gourd, which would later become renowned as the purple gold gourd. Used by him to contain elixirs, its utility was boundless. Yuan sure followed, taking a purple-green gourd, while Tong Tian stepped forward to claim a purple-yellow gourd, which harbored 2 innate water and fire chelants. An extraordinary marvel. After the 3 clear ones each secured their fortunes, Nuwa stepped forward, reaching for a purple-blue gourd, which later became the summoning banner, invoking the 3 demons of Xuanyuan's grave to wreak havoc upon the Shang dynasty. The 5th purple-white gourd was taken by Tai Yi, who later fused it with a strand of heavenly Tao's killing intent, refining it into the flying knife of immortal slaying for his nephew, Luya Taoist. As for the final gourd, I shall not be polite. Hong Yun chuckled as he approached, reflecting on how his efforts to forge good relationships had truly paid off. This gourd was undoubtedly a reward from the heavenly Tao. He reached out to pluck the last purple-red gourd, which would later be crafted into the 9-9 scattering spirit-red cloud gourd. Alas, this innate spiritual treasure ultimately could not save his life, that we came here and found not a single spiritual treasure. This is truly infuriating. Beside the banks of the dark river, the ancient ancestor gazed enviously at the 3 pure ones and Yuwa as they divided the treasures, his teeth gritting in frustration. Yet he found himself powerless. Not only was this the fated gourd, but those without destiny could not seize it. Even if he could, he would stand no chance against the 3 pure ones. The audacity of allowing even that scoundrel Hong Yun to claim a fated gourd is truly an affront to divine justice. Following closely behind, Kuanping seethed with rage, especially upon witnessing Hong Yun snatch the last gourd, his anger causing his 3 corpses to tremble in fury. What is that dark gourd still clinging to the vine? That gourd, unable to compete for spiritual energy with the 6 before it, will never mature. Isn't even worthy of being called a spiritual treasure. Indeed, the withering of the innate gourd vine signifies that the last gourd will never ripen. It is truly regrettable that we have traveled so far only to leave empty-handed. The numerous mighty beings of the primordial era, who had been observing this spectacle, finally relinquished their hopes. The 6 fated gourds had drained the innate gourd vine of all its spiritual power and vitality. The 7th gourd had no chance of maturation. Yuan sure, Tong Tian, we have already reaped our opportunities. It is time to return to Kunlun Mountain and contemplate the teachings of the Tao ancestor. Laozi remarked, slowly putting away the purple gold gourd. Despite their unparalleled lineage in the primordial world, The Tao Ancestor's teachings were profoundly esoteric, requiring even the three pure ones time to comprehend. What you say is indeed wise, elder brother. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, the expressions of the three pure ones changed drastically as they sensed an unusually familiar aura emerging from Buzhou Mountain. Zhou Yuan, it is Zhou Yuan's aura. Was he not in the Zishao Palace? How could his presence be felt here? Indeed, moments later, the fabric of space rippled as the time-space gate opened, revealing Zhou Yuan as he stepped through. Muttering curses. Hong Jun is rather stingy. He said I could take what I wanted, yet he simply teleported me out. The Tao Ancestor's actions were utterly disappointing. I told you not to be so boastful if you lack the strength. Even if you don't bring out the Pangu banner and Taiji diagram, can you not part with a few top-tier, innate spiritual treasures? Zhou Yuan was seething with indignation, believing Hong Jun to be generous enough to allow him to carry away everything. Yet he was forced out before he could even claim half of it. As Zhou Yuan cursed Hong Jun, those around him, including the three pure ones, were left utterly astonished. How audacious for someone to dare insult a saint. And with such righteous fervor. Strangely, Hong Jun did not impose any punishment, allowing Zhou Yuan to vent his frustrations freely. Disciple, silence at once. Laozi urgently called out, fearing that further outbursts might provoke unforeseen consequences. Master, Zhou Yuan finally realized he had been teleported to Buzhou Mountain. Apart from the three pure ones, numerous other formidable entities of the Primordial era, such as Fuxi, Niuhua, Dijuan, Tai, and Hongyuan, had gathered here. Upon noticing the gourd vine lying on the ground, Zhou Yuan quickly understood that this assembly must have just finished distributing the innate gourds. Disciple, what business has the Tao Ancestor with you to keep you at the Zishao Palace? Laozi inquired hastily, concerned that Zhou Yuan's outburst might indicate a conflict with Hong Jun, his teacher. He wished to mediate should Zhou Yuan have offended him. With Pangu's primordial spirit as his identity, Hong Jun might still show him some favor. Master, it's nothing serious. Hong Jun merely invited me to select treasures from his treasury. Midway through my selection, he grew stingy and abruptly teleported me out. Master, please arbitrate this matter. Was Hong Jun in the right? The moment Zhou Yuan mentioned Hong Jun, his frustration reignited. He had seen one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots, the immortal apricot, within the treasury of the Zishao Palace. Yet he had not managed to seize it. Upon hearing this, the various mighty beings of the primordial era were thrown into an uproar, their eyes wide with disbelief. Could it be that Hong Jun had intended to bestow upon Zhou Yuan spiritual treasures? Such items, acquired through the travels of a saint, were enough to incite fierce competition among all present. And yet, Zhou Yuan had the audacity to complain. Even Fuxi, Niuhua, Dijuan, and Tai regarded Zhou Yuan with a look of incredulity. Simultaneously, they were puzzled as to why Hong Jun would treat him with such exceptional favor. Zhou Yuan was merely a small cultivator at the Golden Immortal stage. Regardless of his background, he should be no more than their equal. This, Laozi was rendered speechless, since taking Zhou Yuan as his disciple. The three pure ones had been in a continual state of shock. They had thought they were becoming desensitized, yet it was evident that they were far from it. Disciple, show your master what treasures you have received from the Tao Ancestor. Laozi prompted, and all eyes widened, including those of Dijuan, Tai, and Hongyuan, who leaned in with curiosity. Zhou Yuan nodded, fully aware that each spiritual treasure he possessed could create a tempest in the primordial world. Yet, having acquired them, there was no reason for him to hide. Moreover, with the three pure ones backing him, there was a chance that Hong Jun would support him as well. Furthermore, endowed with boundless fortune and practicing the Hongmeng three pure ones technique along with various divine powers, he had numerous innate spiritual treasures for protection. Even if he could not defeat mighty beings like Dijuan and Tai, escaping would not pose a challenge. In truth, he had only a few treasures: the peach of immortality, the Huangzhong Li, the pure world white lotus, the azure lotus treasure flag, and the chaos spirit stone. Items that were rather commonplace. Zhou Yuan began to produce the treasures he had acquired from the Zishao Palace one by one. And in an instant, the brilliance of the treasures soared, illuminating the heavens. Each spiritual treasure elicited salivating admiration from the onlookers. Heavens, 2 of the 10 great innate spiritual roots are here. The mere presence of one innate gourd vine had already attracted the attention of these mighty beings. Now, Zhou Yuan possessed 2 that were truly remarkable. Is that the pure world white lotus, even more formidable than my fiery red lotus? The ancient ancestor of the dark river ground his teeth in envy. He had once heard a rumor in the blood sea that the 12-petal pure world white lotus could counter his fiery red lotus, a matter that had haunted him ever since. Yet the 12-petal pure world white lotus had never manifested in the primordial world, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, until now, as it appeared in Zhou Yuan's possession. Damn it! What did the Tao ancestor see in him to bestow such an opportunity? Kunpeng was equally furious, having been expelled from his Yishao palace for speaking ill of Zhou Yuan. Now, witnessing him acquire such terrifying treasures, his mental state was on the brink of collapse. Were it not for the presence of the 3 pure ones, he might have acted to seize them outright. Is this what you obtained from the Tao ancestor? The 3 pure ones collectively inhaled sharply. These spiritual treasures were objects of envy even for them. The Tao ancestor is excessively generous. Zhou Yuan replied, indeed, there are still many more treasures in the Tao ancestor's possession. Alas, he was too stingy to allow me to take them. Raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation, he lamented that given another 100 years, he could empty the Tao ancestor's treasury. This statement left the 3 pure ones stomping in frustration. Was he truly calling Hong Jun stingy? A single spiritual treasure from the Tao ancestor was worthy of immense gratitude. Disciple, while it seems you easily obtain these innate spiritual treasures, they are, in actuality, rare commodities within the primordial world. Even a Great Luo Golden Immortal may not find a single one. Laozi began earnestly, feeling it necessary to enlighten Zhou Yuan on the true value and rarity of innate spiritual treasures and roots. However, at that moment, Zhou Yuan turned his gaze towards the withered gourd vine, drained of all its spiritual energy, and suddenly felt a peculiar sensation. Brothers, 500 urges of bonus chapter, 10 gifts for an extra chapter, 100 5-star reviews for yet another chapter. Let us fuel the momentum for explosive updates. This feeling was uniquely special, as if the innate spiritual root were calling out to him. Disciple, this innate spiritual root has lost all its spiritual energy and is of no use any longer. Laozi observed that Zhou Yuan's gaze had fallen upon the innate gourd vine and promptly spoke. Zhou Yuan was naturally aware of this. The vine had borne 6 predetermined gourds and was already overwhelmed, to the extent that the 7th gourd had withered away before it could even mature. However, he indeed sensed a faint call. Wait, could it be that the Chaos Spirit Stone is beneficial to the innate gourd vine? Zhou Yuan suddenly realized that the innate gourd vine essentially belonged to the category of chaos spiritual roots. It had merely fallen to the level of innate spiritual roots due to its inability to withstand the power of the heavens. If it were still a chaos spiritual root, it would not wither even if it were to nurture a 7th gourd. The Chaos Spirit Stone, composed of the essence gathered from the boundless chaos, had been acquired in abundance from Hong Jun. He thought to himself that he might as well give it a try. If it truly benefited the innate gourd vine, he would stand to gain immensely. With this thought, Zhou Yuan wasted no time and picked up a piece of the Chaos Spirit Stone, proceeding to channel the primordial energy into the innate gourd vine using the Hongmeng Sanqing method. Indeed, the vine that had previously been withered began to flicker with a luster once more. Although faint, it was undeniable that the Chaos Spirit Stone was remarkably effective in reviving the innate gourd vine. He continued with the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th pieces. Just as Zhou Yuan had expended nearly a third of his Chaos Spirit Stones, the innate gourd vine emitted a rich azure glow once again. And the 7th gourd at the end of the vine began to mature slowly. How is this possible? The withered innate spiritual root could actually revive? Look, the 7th black gourd has grown significantly larger, far surpassing the previous 6. The pressure it exudes is terrifying, exceeding that of a supreme innate spiritual treasure. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon the rejuvenated innate gourd vine, particularly the 7th violet black gourd. Zhou Yuan once more transformed a piece of the Chaos Spirit Stone, allowing the innate spiritual root to absorb the primordial energy. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed from the heavens as lightning struck simultaneously. Above the 9 heavens, the clouds billowed and the thunder flashed, evidently marking the emergence of an extraordinary spiritual treasure. The onlookers, including renowned figures such as Emperor Jun and Tai, as well as Mingi Kuanpeng, revealed expressions of greed. There was no doubt. This black gourd was exceptionally remarkable. Compared to it, the gourd in their possession appeared as diminutive as a mere toy. This gourd is the fortune of my disciple. Whoever dares to covet it shall be considered an enemy of the Sanqing. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian simultaneously advanced, surrounding Zhou Yuan that if one wished to act, they would have to contend with the 3 of them first. Enhua also regarded this as a fortune belonging to her young friend Zhou Yuan and would not allow others to lay claim to it. Enhua and Fuxi stepped forward, as she had a favorable impression of Zhou Yuan and naturally sought to assist him at this moment. With the 3 of the Sanqing, as well as Fuxi and Enhua taking action, even the most fervent desires of others for the violet black gourd had to be suppressed, for otherwise they risked losing their lives before even obtaining the gourd. Thunder rumbled. As the 9 heavens unleashed their thunder, a ghostly light burst forth from the gourd vine, soaring into the sky like the essence of chaos. The myriad thunders dissipated upon contact with the black light. The gourd inhaled sharply, absorbing even the thunderclouds above into itself, producing a deep, resonant sound, after which there was no further movement. This gourd can even absorb the heavens. Zhou Yuan rejoiced and stepped forward to pluck the black gourd. It was indeed a chaos gourd. Its immense power had drawn the envy of the heavens, preventing it from maturing. Given that Zhou Yuan was akin to the favored child of the heavenly Tao, it was only fitting that he be granted this gourd. Allowing it a flicker of hope, should it fall into the hands of another, the chaos gourd would instantly crack open, scattering its primordial energy, resulting not only in the loss of the gourd, but potentially in the loss of life, as well. That it could be said that within the entire primordial realm, only Zhou Yuan was worthy of possessing this gourd. Not even the Sanqing could claim such a privilege. Clutching the gourd, Zhou Yuan immediately imprinted his consciousness upon it and began to investigate. Within the gourd lay an entire chaotic space, where boundless primordial energy flowed languidly. Should anyone be drawn into this gourd, they would be subjected to the inexhaustible primordial energy, leading to their demise. Below the level of a sage, death was inevitable. Even if a quasi-sage were to be absorbed, a year would not suffice to eliminate them. 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years would eventually wear them down. The space formed by the innate supreme treasure was impenetrable even for a quasi-sage. Just moments after the lightning had been drawn into the chaos gourd, it vanished without a trace in the entire chaotic realm in less than a quarter of an hour. One could only imagine the formidable nature of this gourd. How did I acquire a hint of merit power? Just as Zhou Yuan was probing the chaotic world within the black gourd, a beam of golden light suddenly entered his body, warm and gentle, embodying the purest essence of the heavenly Tao's merit. Curious, he pondered why he, who had done nothing significant, would receive this merit light, when typically only those who had performed great deeds in the primordial realm, like Enhua creating humanity or Hutu establishing reincarnation, would be granted such favor. As Zhou Yuan contemplated, he noticed a faint white light flashing from the depths of the chaotic world, albeit exceedingly dim. Yet it caught his attention. Innate spiritual energy. It turned out that this gourd could also transform chaotic energy into the purest form of innate spiritual energy. No wonder the heavenly Tao chose to bestow merit upon him. Although innate spiritual energy was still abundant in the primordial realm, it had significantly diminished over time, and following the battles of the witch and the demon, as well as the calamity of the gods, the primordial world was on the brink of entering an age of decline. Only the most elite paradises retained a modicum of spiritual energy for cultivation. Zhou Yuan's ability to transform chaotic energy into innate spiritual energy was indeed a supreme act of merit benefiting the primordial realm. Moreover, since chaos belongs to the Tao in a certain sense, transforming chaotic energy was advantageous for the heavenly Tao, thus it was only natural for him to receive merit. I hadn't anticipated this gourd would possess such marvelous utility. Does that mean I shall be doubly blessed with fortune and merit in the future? Gather, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but feel elated as he exited the chaotic world, raising the gourd toward the heavens and inhaling deeply. Boom! The clouds of the nine heavens were swiftly drawn in, revealing the cosmic expanse with crystal clarity. Furthermore, a substantial amount of chaotic energy from the starry sky was absorbed, all beginning to transform into innate spiritual energy within the black gourd. Disciple, what are you doing? Even Yuanshi found himself perplexed, as the thunder tribulation had dissipated, yet Zhou Yuan was intent on gathering from the heavens again. Master, you shall soon see, Zhou Yuan replied with a mysterious smile. This time, the chaotic energy he absorbed was a magnitude greater than before, and he was eager to discover how much merit he could acquire once it was all transformed into innate spiritual energy. After a brief moment, a cloud of merit emerged on the horizon, sprawling over 100 acres, showering Zhou Yuan with golden merit light, enveloping him in a warm sensation. This is merit. Why would the heavenly Tao bestow merit for no reason? Why did all the merit power converge upon Zhou Yuan? The heavenly Tao seems overly favoring of this young man, bestowing upon him all manner of good fortune. Even the Sanqing, Fuxi, and Enhua stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the sudden bestowal of merit from the heavenly Tao. Hee, just as I surmised. Zhou Yuan chuckled, his conjectures proving correct. Transforming chaotic energy into innate spiritual energy was indeed a significant act of merit in the eyes of the heavenly Tao. More, boom. This time, Zhou Yuan hurled the chaos gourd into the air, creating a colossal vortex in the heavens that devoured the infinite chaotic energy from the cosmos. A moment later, another cloud of merit floated down from the sky, now spanning 1,000 acres. Unsurprisingly, this merit light also descended upon Zhou Yuan, casting a faint golden glow around him. Moreover, the chaotic energy he had absorbed earlier was not fully transformed, but continued to flow steadily, providing him with an ongoing source of merit power, envy, jealousy. Even the great powers of the primordial realm stood dumbfounded before him. Was it truly so effortless for Zhou Yuan to obtain the heavenly Tao's merit? They toiled tirelessly without a hint of merit, finding the situation overwhelmingly unfair. Countless gazes were cast upon Zhou Yuan, a mere golden immortal, filled with insatiable greed. Yet they were powerless to act, as the formidable trio of Sanqing, Fuxi, and Enhua stood guard around him. Even if everyone here were to join forces, they may still not gain any advantage. Disciple, allow me to take a look at the gourd. Suddenly, I spoke up. Just as Zhou Yuan absorbed the chaotic energy, he noticed something unusual. Very well. Zhou Yuan nodded directly, confident that I would not covet his treasure, believing I had discovered something remarkable that I cradled the chaotic gourd in my hands, examining it closely, and could not help but furrow my brow, murmuring, "Strange, how curious! Is it truly capable of such wonders?" After pondering for a while, I retrieved a bracelet I had crafted and tossed it into the chaotic gourd. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted, enveloping the bracelet in chaotic energy, astonishingly granting it the signs of postnatal reverting to innate. At that moment, even I could not suppress my astonishment. It seemed that within the primordial realm, aside from the legendary Qian Ding, this gourd could also enable a spiritual treasure to revert to its innate state. Truly marvelous. Overjoyed, I communicated with Zhou Yuan through secret methods, simultaneously returning the gourd to him. For this bracelet to genuinely transform into an innate spiritual treasure, it would require several 100,000 years. Though the time span is lengthy, it is still remarkably extraordinary as compared to the innate spiritual treasures. This duration is but a fleeting moment. The onlookers observed the expressions on my and Zhou Yuan's faces. Although they did not comprehend what transpired, they surmised it was undoubtedly related to the gourd. And a wave of envy and jealousy surged among them, especially those prominent figures in the primordial realm who possessed great might, yet felt dwarfed in comparison to Zhou Yuan's spiritual treasures. Disciple, the three of us are preparing to return to Kunlun Mountain for seclusion. Would you like to join us? I said leisurely. Although the three of them possessed exceptional talent and potential in the primordial realm, the profundities of the Tao are enigmatic. Even the Sanqing must retreat for a time to comprehend them. I wish to travel through the primordial realm for a while longer, so I will not return to Kunlun Mountain just yet. Zhou Yuan contemplated. He had already mastered the path of the Luo Golden Immortal, finding no necessity for retreat, preferring instead to journey through the primordial realm and collect spiritual treasures for greater fulfillment. Zhou Yuan, my dear friend, why not accompany me and my elder brother back to the Taoist temple to discuss the Tao together? Niwa beamed at Zhou Yuan, increasingly sensing his extraordinary nature since arriving at the Zixiao Palace, yearning to grow closer to him, and thus extended an invitation. Wait a moment, Sister Niwa, Zhou Yuan interjected with a smile. Though this gourd vine has borne 7 gourds, its fate is not yet fulfilled. It may hold great fortune and profound karma for you. He was well aware that in the future, Niwa's merits in creating humanity would undoubtedly benefit from the assistance of this innate gourd vine. Oh, is that truly the case? Niwa expressed her skepticism. She had felt a connection with the Ziqing gourd but had not considered the innate gourd vine to be related to her. However, since Zhou Yuan had spoken, she was eager to test it. As soon as Niwa's hand touched the innate gourd vine, she instantly felt an inexplicable sense of affinity, profoundly mysterious. Indeed, she sensed that this innate gourd vine was intertwined with her grand destiny. The innate gourd vine truly holds great fortune for me. Brother Zhou Yuan, I cannot express my gratitude sufficiently. Niwa smiled joyfully, hastily placing the innate gourd vine in her possession, feeling a vague premonition of its potential to assist her in attaining the Luo Golden Immortal realm. Between sister and me, there is no need for such formalities, Zhou Yuan replied, having already secured the 7th gourd. The gourd vine was of little use to him, and he preferred to grant it to Niwa as a gesture of goodwill. Once we return to the Taoist temple, I shall impart all my learned methods, divine abilities, and insights of the Tao to you. Niwa whispered affectionately in Zhou Yuan's ear. Witnessing this scene, the crowd atop Buzhou Mountain was engulfed in a mix of envy and resentment. Zhou Yuan merely pointed, and Niwa seemingly received a tremendous opportunity. Why had they not encountered such fortune? However, as Niwa acquired the innate gourd vine, Zhou Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the ground below. If his memory served him correctly, the 9 heaven soil lay buried beneath. Sister, you have overlooked another remarkable spiritual treasure. Zhou Yuan smiled, causing the earth beneath his feet to shift and churn, soon forming a small mound. Beneath the surface, a patch of orange-yellow soil emitted a hazy golden glow. This was the 9 heaven soil. The 9 heaven soil, the very essence of Earth, possesses boundless potential for transformation, besides its unparalleled defensive capabilities. It greatly benefits spiritual roots. What fortuitous luck you possess, disciple! I exclaimed in admiration. This truly is your opportunity, for I sensed nothing of the 9 heaven soil when I claimed the gourd vine. Niwa sighed, feeling a tinge of bitterness. She had always believed herself fortunate, yet since meeting Zhou Yuan, she felt utterly inferior, unable to discern such a treasure before her. How infuriating! How infuriating, she lamented. How could he discover the 9 heaven soil? A chorus of cries erupted from the observing cultivators, expressing their disbelief at Zhou Yuan's acquisition of the 9 heaven soil, an unparalleled spiritual treasure capable of defense and entrapment. Zhou Yuan placed the 9 heaven soil beneath the world tree, immediately enveloped in a radiant orange-yellow light, nurturing the peaches and yellow plums. With the essence of earth present, the likelihood of the innate spiritual root reverting to its primal state as a chaotic spiritual root increased significantly. After some pleasantries, the Sanqing, Fuxi, Niwa, and Zhou Yuan departed, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers who had come merely to witness the spectacle. Now filled with envy and resentment, I must devise a plan. If I can seize the spiritual treasures while he is alone and then retreat to the blood sea of the underworld, it should pose no issue, the ancestor of the underworld pondered, considering Zhou Yuan's golden immortal status. Without the protection of the Sanqing, it would be effortless to eliminate him. The only concern was that this youth was under the protection of heaven's fortune. Should he be slain, it would likely attract heavenly retribution. However, if he gathered a few more individuals to share the karmic burden, the situation would be different. The ancestor of the underworld surveyed the area. Noting the expressions of envy and resentment around him, particularly from Kunpeng, who appeared exceedingly furious. Perhaps I could leverage this great bird. The ancestor of the underworld glanced at Kunpeng with a sly smile. Having been expelled from the Zhixiao Palace due to Zhou Yuan, Kunpeng already harbored resentment. Perhaps by enlisting his help, their scheme could succeed. Kunpeng, my friend, I wish to discuss something with you. The ancestor of the underworld approached Kunpeng directly. Whispering his intentions, Kunpeng nodded. An astute individual, likely already surmising the ancestor's intentions. The two transformed into a green and red light, heading toward a desolate area. Are you contemplating making a move against Zhou Yuan? Kunpeng asked directly. Indeed, the heavens are unjust. How can a mere golden immortal possess such an abundance of spiritual treasures? The ancestor of the underworld gritted his teeth. You are right, but he is under the protection of the Tao ancestor, and possesses great fortune, making it challenging to slay him. Kunpeng contemplated for a moment, struggling to devise a suitable plan for Zhou Yuan's demise. Let us spread the word of his vast collection of spiritual treasures. Surely there will be those who covet them. When the time comes, we can take advantage of the chaos to seize them, obscuring our actions from the heavenly mechanism and mitigating future karmic repercussions. The ancestor of the underworld smiled. Having already formulated his plan, agreed, but this matter should only be circulated among the Luo Golden Immortals. We must avoid attracting undue attention from the Sanqing. Kunpeng proposed after some thought. The ancestor of the underworld nodded in agreement, and the two set about spreading the news of Zhou Yuan, a golden immortal, possessing an immense collection of rare materials and innate spiritual treasures throughout the primordial realm. This revelation quickly sent shockwaves throughout the primordial world. Renowned figures such as the old ancestor of the Pan Wang and Alei Zhe widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, Peach of immortality lineage? Yellow plums? 12th grade pure world, white lotus, Eastern azure lotus treasure flag, a chaotic gourd comparable to an innate supreme treasure. I have endured 10 epochs to discover a single inferior innate spiritual treasure. How can a golden immortal possess so many treasures? The heavens are unjust. These treasures rightfully belong to us all, that I have heard that this Zhou Yuan is a disciple of the Sanqing. And so what? They are merely Luo Golden Immortals. Even if they are the embodiment of Pangu's primordial spirit, do we need to fear them when united? Your companion is indeed correct. A mere golden immortal cultivator possessing such an abundance of spiritual treasures is, in itself, a transgression against the heavenly Tao. In an instant, the news ignited fervor among the Luo Golden Immortals in the primordial realm, who unanimously declared their intent to make an example of Zhou Yuan by seizing all the spiritual treasures he possessed. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yuan, he was oblivious to the conspiracy between the river of underworld and Kunpeng. He and Yuhua traveled together, exchanging laughter and conversation, while Fushi trailed behind, unable to interject a single word. Often, Fushi even felt like an extraneous presence. Should he choose to depart without a word, Zhou Yuan and Yuhua might not even notice. Did this lad intend to elope with his sister? However, given Zhou Yuan's profound fortune, perhaps it wouldn't be such a loss to be his brother-in-law. Contemplating this, Fushi ultimately decided to let them develop their relationship freely, opting to retreat to seclusion after a brief visit to their abode. Fushi and Yuhua's dwelling was a realm unto itself, replete with mountains, rivers, and the sweet melodies of birds amidst fragrant blossoms. Zhou Yuan and Yuhua, while discussing profound truths, reveled in each other's company, enjoying a blissful existence. Brother, I have never realized that discussing the Tao could be such an enjoyable endeavor. Yuhua stifled a giggle, as Zhou Yuan's teachings were vivid and unconventional, illuminating the fundamental principles of heaven and earth, often leaving her enlightened with just a few words. Hee, sister, there are still many delightful experiences you've yet to encounter. As Zhou Yuan spoke, he deftly captured a celestial bird, preparing to roast it for a meal. Brother, we have already attained celestial bodies and no longer need to consume living beings to satiate our hunger. We merely require the inhalation of the world's spiritual essence. Yuhua observed Zhou Yuan as he busied himself with the fire, washing the celestial bird with a hint of confusion. Ever since her transformation, she had never partaken of such sustenance, nor thought to do so. Zhou Yuan chuckled, fully aware that at their level of cultivation, food was unnecessary for survival. Yet could culinary delights merely serve the purpose of filling one's belly? Moments later, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Zhou Yuan utilized the three flames' true fire to roast the meat. His mastery of alchemical fire allowing him to achieve perfection, resulting in the celestial bird's flesh being crispy on the outside and tender within, exuding an irresistible fragrance. Niwa sat beside him, initially uninterested in eating. But upon inhaling the delectable scent, she unconsciously swallowed, her eyes fixated on the glistening meat. Like a little girl, she scampered over to Zhou Yuan, salivating at the sight of the succulent bird. Zhou Yuan, naturally generous, tore off a generous thigh and handed it to Niwa. With a single bite, her eyes sparkled. "Brother, this is truly delicious." "Ha ha! Then sister shall indulge a bit more." Zhou Yuan laughed heartily, and thus, the two of them unknowingly spent several years in joyous camaraderie within their abode. Ding! One day, the long-absent voice of the system echoed in Zhou Yuan's ears. "Congratulations, host! You have triggered a special quest. Ascend to the summit of Buzhou Mountain. Completing this quest will yield a reward. One supreme treasure chest." Upon hearing the phrase supreme treasure chest, Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been in the primordial realm for nearly 300,000 years, and this was the first time he had received a quest related to a supreme treasure chest. The diamond treasure chest had already been extraordinarily fortuitous, granting him the heavenly Tao's blessed body, a Tao fusion card, and an enlightenment card. The supreme treasure chest was undoubtedly even more extraordinary. "Brother, what is the matter with you?" Niwa noticed Zhou Yuan's peculiar demeanor, standing there with a silly grin. "Sister Niwa, I intend to ascend Buzhou Mountain," Zhou Yuan stated directly. Having finally triggered the quest for the supreme treasure chest, nothing would deter him from achieving it. "Ascend Buzhou Mountain? You are merely at the Golden Immortal stage. How can you possibly ascend it? Wait until you reach the Luo Golden Immortal stage, and I shall accompany you," Niwa exclaimed in astonishment. Aware of the formidable pressure that loomed over Buzhou Mountain, even she would not dare to claim she could reach its peak. Zhou Yuan, no matter how powerful, was ultimately still just a golden immortal cultivator. The pressure halfway up the mountain alone could easily reduce him to a puddle of flesh. "Sister, do not worry. I know my limits." Zhou Yuan firmly declined. The supreme treasure chest was within sight, and he could not afford to abandon it. "Then allow me to escort you." Niwa, seeing Zhou Yuan's resolute expression, understood that further persuasion was futile. If she accompanied him, at the very least, she could ensure his safety. Ding! This quest can only be completed by the host alone. Any assistance from others will result in the cancellation of the quest. Just as Niwa finished her sentence, the system's voice chimed in. "What the heck?" Zhou Yuan nearly erupted in expletives. The system was rather strict. However, it mattered little. He had never intended for Niwa to accompany him. Although Zhou Yuan was merely at the Golden Immortal stage, he had numerous contingencies and was not without hope of ascending Buzhou Mountain. "Sister, I can manage on my own. Please do not aid me in secret." Zhou Yuan spoke earnestly, fearing that Niwa might worry about him and inadvertently use some divine technique that could backfire, leading to the cancellation of the quest, which would be a significant loss for him. Very well. Niwa, seeing Zhou Yuan's insistence, could only nod in resignation. While she was at a Luo Golden Immortal, a primordial deity, spending time with Zhou Yuan had unknowingly made her inclined to heed his words, as if he possessed a magical charm that made him compelling and irrefutable. Zhou Yuan nodded, and soon they departed from Niwa's abode, arriving at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. The last time he had been teleported by Hongjuan's grand technique, he landed beside the primordial gourd vine and had not felt much pressure. This was partly because that location was still far from the peak of Buzhou Mountain, not even reaching halfway up. Secondly, the presence of the three pure ones, Fuxi, Niwa, Dijun, Tai Yi, and other powerful beings from the primordial realm congregated there, distributing the pressure among themselves, rendering it negligible for him. "Pangu, great God, I have arrived." Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yuan began his ascent of Buzhou Mountain. This first divine mountain of the primordial realm, formed from the spine of the Pangu great god, retained the immense pressure of Pangu after countless epochs that it was said that even the Luo Golden Immortals would not dare to attempt the climb lightly as a Golden Immortal cultivator. Zhou Yuan could undoubtedly be considered the first to attempt the ascent from the dawn of creation. After 100 years, Zhou Yuan finally reached the spot where he had previously plucked the primordial gourd vine. To his surprise, this place had turned into a scorched earth. It seemed that after he had left, others were still digging relentlessly, hoping to unearth spiritual treasures once more. Zhou Yuan chuckled. If spiritual treasures were this easy to unearth, would that not mean everyone could possess one? After another 100 years, Zhou Yuan gradually began to feel the overwhelming pressure, which became increasingly difficult to bear at his golden immortal level. Yet the summit of Buzhou Mountain remained shrouded in clouds and mist. And even with he could not glimpse its peak. Humph! Even if Buzhou Mountain is difficult to ascend, it shall not defeat me, Zhou Yuan exclaimed, continuing his climb. That a decade later, the pressure from Buzhou Mountain had reached an unimaginable level. No one below the Luo Golden Immortal stage could tread upon its slopes. 0.9 revolutions golden pill. It is time to give it a try. This golden pill had been bestowed upon him by his master when he took his leave, and he had never had the opportunity to consume it until now. Zhou Yuan swallowed the 9 revolutions golden pill, and in an instant a warm current surged through his body, rapidly mending his nearly collapsing physique. Harnessing the power of the 9 revolutions golden pill, Zhou Yuan surged upward once more. However, the higher he ascended, the more the pressure from Buzhou Mountain intensified. Even the 9 revolutions golden pill could not completely restore his bodily integrity. 12th rank creation azure lotus, 12th rank purifying world white lotus, Eastern azure lotus treasure color banner. The 3 protective treasures emerged simultaneously, enveloping the heavens and earth, naturally forming a space that isolated everything. Zhou Yuan immediately felt a considerable alleviation. After another 100 years, Zhou Yuan gradually began to see the summit of Buzhou Mountain. Yet as he drew closer to the peak, the pressure he sensed grew increasingly terrifying. Even a mere hint of the pressure emanating from the 3 protective treasures would be enough to obliterate a golden immortal cultivator. Boom! At this moment, Zhou Yuan's true body, the world tree, swayed, converging the powers of the Peach Ancestor and Huang Zhongli, frantically urging the power of the world. A colossal world tree casts its shadow across the expanse of heaven and earth. Zhou Yuan clenched his teeth, steeling his resolve as he took a decisive step forward, finally reaching the summit of Mount Buzhou, in stark contrast to the overwhelming and terrifying pressure emanating from the mountain. The Pangu at the peak dissipated entirely. Zhou Yuan stood there as if on level ground, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. At the pinnacle of Mount Buzhou, Zhou Yuan gazed out over the vast wilderness, everything beneath him appearing as insignificant as ants. The sensation of overlooking all creation was exhilarating. Ding! The system's voice resonated in Zhou Yuan's ears, announcing, "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received a reward, the Supreme Treasure Chest." Before his eyes, a treasure chest of monumental proportions, enveloped in mysterious yellow energy and ethereal purple mist, materialized. This was indeed the Supreme Treasure Chest. Shall the host open it? Open it! Without hesitation, Zhou Yuan declared. After enduring countless hardships for hundreds of years to ascend Mount Buzhou, this Supreme Treasure Chest was the very reason for his endeavor, and he would undoubtedly open it. Ding! The host opened the Supreme Treasure Chest and received the reward, Pangu's Supreme Bone. The essence of the great Pangu's skeletal remains. This was far more formidable than any drop of Pangu's blood. A spark of excitement flickered in Zhou Yuan's eyes. The Supreme Treasure Chest had not disappointed him. Shall it be fused? Fuse. The process began. Fusion of 307-0100 successful. Zhou Yuan was enveloped in a rich golden light, every inch of his bones rejuvenating at that moment, radiating a jade-like luster. This was Pangu's Supreme Bone. Indestructible and immortal. Even saints could not obliterate it. Crack! Crack! Zhou Yuan clenched his fists, and the very fabric of space seemed to tremble under his might. With merely his physical form, his combat power had already reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, Zhou Yuan was aware that this was just the beginning. His current cultivation was still too weak to fully unleash the power of Pangu's Supreme Bone. Upon reaching the quasi-saint realm, he could directly comprehend the great Tao of power and summon the illusory form of Pangu, a feat only achievable through the grand array of the 12 ancestors of witchcraft. However, once he attained the quasi-saint realm, he could accomplish this alone. Even now, a trace of the great Tao of power coursed through his bones and muscles. Alas, his realm was too low to fully grasp it, relying solely on the instinctual capabilities of his physical body. What a thrill! He unleashed a punch towards the heavens. Boom! Boundless Pangu energy surged forth from Zhou Yuan's fist. Crashing violently into the sky, it manifested the forces of earth, wind, water, and fire, causing the primordial chaos to roil, as if creating an entirely new world. As the Pangu energy surged into the firmament, the entire sky above the wilderness underwent a dramatic transformation, revealing a starkly different realm. The celestial realm. Zhou Yuan marveled, astonished that his punch had inadvertently opened the celestial realm. But upon reflection, it made sense. Mount Buzhou was inherently a bridge connecting the wilderness and the celestial realm, that be why unleashing the Pangu energy intertwined with the great Tao of power atop Mount Buzhou, he had indeed enacted the momentum of creation. Though it paled in comparison to Pangu himself, it had nonetheless led to the celestial realm manifesting in the present world. In the Purple Cloud Palace, 33 heavens away, even Hong Jun opened his eyes, his gaze drawn to the peak of Mount Buzhou. Truly, the child of the heavenly Tao, with his golden immortal cultivation, had achieved combat power at the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, thus unlocking the celestial realm. A genuine stroke of fortune, Hong Jun mused, recognizing that the celestial realm was a new world brimming with boundless opportunities, were it not for his decision to merge with the Tao. Even having attained the saintly realm, he would still have sought a visit to the celestial realm, desiring the immense fortunes it held. On Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones abruptly opened their eyes from meditation, gazing skyward in astonishment as they witnessed the endless starry sky transforming into a brand new world within the wilderness. The celestial realm's early awakening was indeed the doing of Zhou Yuan. Laozi, calculating with his fingers, soon broke into a grin. Our disciple has caused such a tremendous stir. We shall observe quietly for now, ready to intervene, if necessary, at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Nuwa, silently praying for Zhou Yuan, opened her eyes in alarm. She beheld the tumultuous clouds above Mount Buzhou, flashes of lightning illuminating the sky. Zhou Yuan had stirred up such a commotion. Could something be amiss? Nuwa murmured, her eyes betraying her concern. If she sensed danger for Zhou Yuan, she would rush to Mount Buzhou at once, determined to protect him at all costs. Across the vast expanse of the wilderness, countless beings lifted their gazes to the sky, perceiving the changes heralding the emergence of the celestial realm. Among them, Dijun and Tai felt the most profound impact. The celestial realm was intended to be the opportunity for the demon clan. During the cataclysm between the witches and the demons, it was the demons who governed the heavens, while the witches commanded the earth in a contest of supremacy. Thus, as the celestial realm manifested, Dijun's response was the most intense. This is absurd. How could the celestial realm awaken prematurely? Tai sprang to his feet, flames of solar energy blazing around him, consumed by wrath that I used a river map and Luo book to calculate. And there were still 12 epochs remaining before the celestial realm was to open. Who dares to meddle with the demon clan's opportunity? Dijun's gaze turned steely, a fierce glint in his eyes. Brother, the celestial realm has opened in the direction of Mount Buzhou. Tai discerned through the celestial veil that the opportunity of the celestial realm originated from the summit of Mount Buzhou. Gather the 10 demon gods of our clan. Let us proceed to Mount Buzhou. Dijun commanded sternly, for the heavenly court represented the future foundation of the demon clan, a sovereign of the demon clan. Dijun would never allow anyone to encroach upon the heavenly court. This was a direct threat to their very roots. Moments later, Jiemeng, Yingzhao, Baize, and Failian, the 10 demon gods, assembled with legions of demon soldiers. Following Dijun and Tai in a grand procession toward Mount Buzhou. Meanwhile, atop Mount Buzhou, Zhou Yuan marveled inwardly. He had inadvertently unveiled the entire celestial realm ahead of time, since the dawn of Pangu. The spiritual energy had been divided, one part nourishing the wilderness, while the other remained within the celestial realm. Yet the vastness of the celestial realm was significantly lesser than that of the wilderness, comprising roughly only one-third of its size. This meant that the concentration of spiritual energy within the celestial realm was at least threefold that of the wilderness. It was no wonder that the demon clan members rapidly elevated their cultivation after entering the heavenly court. With such an opportunity at their disposal, as long as their talents were adequate, advancement was inevitable. Since I have opened the celestial realm, does that not mean? Zhou Yuan mused, casting a glance at the realm above him with a sly smile. The celestial realm was his creation. Why should it be handed over to Dijun and Tai Yi? Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, striking the summit of Mount Buzhou and shattering countless stones before Zhou Yuan. From the horizon, dark clouds of demons surged forth, blotting out the sun. Zhou Yuan activated his divine eye and beheld two figures radiating like blazing suns amidst the demon clouds, their very beings exuding solar brilliance. Followed by 10 exceedingly formidable presences. Dijun and Tai Yi. The 10 demon gods arrived with remarkable speed. Zhou Yuan stood firm at the peak of Mount Buzhou, facing the arrival of Dijun and Tai Yi, unwilling to yield even a half step. Moments later, 12 beams of golden light descended upon Dijun and Tai Yi as the 10 demon gods materialized at the apex of Mount Buzhou. Friend Zhou Yuan. The celestial realm is the opportunity of the demon clan. We kindly ask you to allow us to take it, and you shall be richly rewarded in the future upon recognizing Zhou Yuan. Dijun was momentarily taken aback. How could a cultivator at the Golden Immortal stage have opened the celestial realm? Yet, having experienced the events with the Purple Cloud Palace, Dijun dared not act too arrogantly towards Zhou Yuan. For behind him stood the three pure ones. Even Hong Jun himself? I shall not allow it. Zhou Yuan replied resolutely. The celestial realm was opened by me, thus it rightfully belongs to me. Zhou Yuan. Do not assume that because you are a disciple of the three pure ones, the demon clan truly fears you. Tai Yi sneered, charging forth that he wielded the innate treasure, the chaos bell, brimming with arrogance. His temperament was even more fiery than Dijun's that, as Zhou Yuan refused to relinquish the celestial realm, Tai Yi was instantly incensed. Regardless of your status as a disciple of the three pure ones or a favored guest of the Tao ancestor, before the chaos bell, all of you will be rendered to naught. The celestial realm is meant for those of virtue. Why should it belong to your demon clan? Zhou Yuan scoffed, clearly unamused. Did the demon clan truly think him easy to bully? Those of virtue. What do you think the wilderness is? It is a realm where only the powerful may claim their rewards. Tai Yi, with a disdainful demeanor, has always scorned the notion of fate, placing his unwavering belief solely in strength. Strength? In my opinion, your demon clan possesses neither virtue nor power, rendering you utterly unworthy of the heavenly realm. You dare to challenge me. Tai Yi, upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the demon clan erupted in uproar. Even Dijun and Tai Yi wore expressions of astonishment. Ha! After a brief moment of silence, Tai Yi burst into laughter. A mere golden immortal dares to contend with him. Their earlier hesitance to strike was merely out of respect for the three pure ones and the Tao ancestor. Now that Zhou Yuan himself desired to confront Tai Yi, all reservations were cast aside. Very well. If you triumph, the heavenly realm shall be yours. Should you falter, you shall bestow your fortune upon the demon clan. Dijun glanced at Tai Yi and made this promise to Zhou Yuan. Come forth. Do not blame me for taking advantage of you. I shall allow you to strike first. Tai Yi's lips curled into a smug smile. For in his eyes, Zhou Yuan posed no threat whatsoever. Defeating him was only natural. Zhou Yuan remained unfazed, aware that his physical prowess was at the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, while Tai Yi had only just reached the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal realm. Furthermore, with his myriad of extraordinary treasures, he was confident of victory, even against Tai Yi's chaos clock. He decided to test the efficacy of the divine powers bestowed by his three masters. With a smile, Zhou Yuan silently invoked the three pure one's divine powers, and in an instant, the winds and clouds swirled atop Mount Buzhou. Taiji Bagua Seal, Void Hand Seal, Heaven opening seal, sword open the heavenly gate. 3 mysterious true fire, touching divine thunder, yuching divine thunder, shanching divine thunder, boom, boom, boom. Zhou Yuan's hands moved with remarkable speed, each gesture unleashing a torrent of divine powers that crashed down upon Tai. The powers of the 3 pure ones were incomprehensibly profound. Although Zhou Yuan's limited realm diminished their might, they still forced Tai into a state of utter disarray. As Tai's true sun fire just extinguished the Taiji Bagua seal, another void hand seal descended upon him. He managed to block it, only for the touching divine thunder to follow suit. Zhou Yuan's speed in unleashing these divine powers surpassed that of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. It was as if the spiritual energy within him was inexhaustible, requiring no recovery whatsoever. And indeed, this was the case. Zhou Yuan's true form was the world tree, with hundreds of realms continuously supplying him with spiritual power at this rate, even after several hundred years. His energy would remain abundant. Bang! Boom! Finally, a divine thunder of the heavens erupted before Tai, leaving him disheveled and covered in dust. The once majestic golden robe now lay in tatters, his face smeared with dirt, rendering him particularly wretched. How is this possible? Your golden immortal cultivation, no matter how profound your divine powers, cannot harm me. Tai's voice neared a roar. He was humiliated by Zhou Yuan's divine powers, unable to even raise his hands. Is that so? Zhou Yuan's voice suddenly turned cold, and he underwent a remarkable transformation. One qi transforms into 3 pure ones. Radiant light filled the air as 3 Zhou Yuans emerged, each positioned at different angles around Tai, simultaneously forming seals that, in an instant, a pervasive aura of annihilation began to spread. Beware, Tai. Do not underestimate him. Yuan, sensing the ominous presence, couldn't help but furrow his brow and issued a warning. Rest assured, elder brother, can I not handle a mere golden immortal? Tai replied coldly. Having already lost face, he resolved to strike back and defeat Zhou Yuan decisively. Hongmeng 3 pure thunder. Boom! The sky rumbled with divine thunder that descended from the primordial chaos, crashing upon the peak of Buzhou Mountain. The violet heavenly thunder, imbued with the essence of destruction, thundered down upon Tai's head. Tai's expression grew solemn. Even he dared not remain arrogant, as the 3 flowers blossomed atop his head, and the 5 energies surged within him. He needed the power of a Great Luo Golden Immortal to withstand the thunder unleashed by Zhou Yuan, a Golden Immortal. The Hongmeng 3 pure thunder cascaded down like a waterfall, while Tai's true sun fire blazed fiercely. However, even Tai, with his Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation, could not match the absolute disparity in power between the Hongmeng 3 pure thunder and his true sunfire. After a series of thunderous explosions, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Tai's mouth. Were they of equal cultivation, this divine thunder could have claimed half of Tai's life. Witnessing this scene, Yuan's expression darkened to an extreme. That a golden immortal could injure the Great Luo Golden Immortal Tai was a tremendous disgrace for the demon clan. The 10 demon gods behind Yuan were equally astonished. They were well aware of Tai's prowess. Even the strongest among them, Jaimin, would be defeated within 10 moves at Tai's hands. Yet now, Zhou Yuan, a mere golden immortal, had caused Tai to bleed. This was truly beyond belief. On Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones watched this spectacle and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! Our 3 pure divine powers are indeed extraordinary. Look at Zhou Yuan, making Tai's little bird find its teeth scattered all over. This Hongmeng 3 pure thunder was something Zhou Yuan had comprehended on his own. How could they take credit for it? Indeed, this child Zhou Yuan possesses an unparalleled talent and comprehension, managing to derive such a remarkable divine power from the touching divine thunder, Yuching divine thunder, and Shangqing divine thunder. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances, their faces filled with admiration. Zhou Yuan's confrontation with Tai undoubtedly brought them great prestige. Is this the level of the demon clan sovereign? I wonder what face you have to enter the heavenly realm. Zhou Yuan scoffed with disdain. He had not even utilized the Supreme Bone of Pangu, yet Tai had already drawn blood, which left him somewhat disappointed. Dare to insult me? You seek death. Tai's expression grew increasingly ferocious, the true sun fire on his body surging to 3,000 zhong as he advanced step by step towards Zhou Yuan. Intent on erasing the humiliation he had just suffered, Golden Crow illuminates the sun. Boom! A colossal golden crow soared into the sky, igniting the entire firmament in a blazing inferno. This was the supreme divine power of the Golden Crow unleashed with Great Luo Golden Immortal strength. Capable of incinerating all that stood in its path, Zhou Yuan gazed at the fiery sky and could not help but adopt a serious demeanor. It must be said, Tai truly embodied the supreme sovereign of the demon clan. His every move resonated with earth-shattering power. Having tested divine powers, it was time to test treasures. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Yuan summoned forth his treasures, the 12-petal creation green lotus, the 12-petal pure world white lotus, and the eastern blue lotus precious color flag. Countless lotus flowers blossomed, enveloping Zhou Yuan in layers of protection. Each of these 3 treasures, if wielded alone, could render one invincible in the innate realm. Zhou Yuan produced all 3 at once. Tai's Golden Crow divine power could not harm him in the slightest, as the intense true sun fire was completely repelled beyond 1,000 zhong. Tai nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon witnessing this scene. This was simply too extravagant. 3 supreme innate treasures for protection, among the strongest of their kind, it was akin to being encased in a turtle shell. Even if he were a Great Luo Golden Immortal, he would find it exceedingly difficult to make a dent in Zhou Yuan's defenses. Tai, behold my falling star staff, Zhou Yuan proclaimed, a golden staff appearing in his grasp. This was a gift from the heavenly Tao, delivered by a celestial crane during his time on Mount Buzhou, later refined by himself into an innate merit treasure capable of summoning the power of the stars. With a single swing of the falling star staff, it descended like a star crashing down from the heavens. Tai hurriedly defended himself, left scrambling and utterly discombobulated. Do not think I possess only this one treasure. Let me show you what else I have. In a vast expanse of the wasteland, Zhou Yuan had no shortage of treasures. He had as many as he desired. Heavenly Radiance Divine Blade, Infinite Umbrella, Heaven-Opening Pearl, 3 dazzling rings, purple and green twin swords. Zhou Yuan's hands moved rapidly as he unleashed a dozen innate treasures all at once, while many of these were merely low-grade innate treasures. With a few reaching mid-grade, their sheer number was overwhelming. One by one, the innate treasures, imbued with absolute power, hurtled towards Tai. The demon clan sovereign was forced to retreat repeatedly, soon finding himself bereft of the strength to even defend. This was not a matter of Tai's weakness, but rather the fact that no one in the wasteland had ever thrown out such precious innate treasures as if they were mere refuse. Not even Tai could withstand such an onslaught. Bang! 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 Several innate treasures finally breached his defenses, striking Tai and causing him considerable pain. Though he was not severely injured, the humiliation was more than sufficient. This is a matter of great significance for the demon clan. Do not act recklessly. Use the chaos clock. Dijun's expression had darkened to an extreme degree. He feared that if this continued, Zhou Yuan would truly triumph over Tai. Could it be that the demon clan would willingly withdraw from the celestial court struggle? Such a notion was utterly unacceptable to them. Tai's countenance was equally grim. Before the contest, he had never contemplated employing the Chaos Bell, for his pride led him to believe that utilizing it against a Golden Immortal would signify his defeat. Yet he could not disregard his elder brother's counsel. And without the Chaos Bell, it seemed he had no means to overcome Zhou Yuan. After all, those 3 defensive treasures loomed above him. Even as a Great Luo Golden Immortal, he could not breach them. Zhou Yuan, you brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me. Today, should you fall beneath the Chaos Bell, consider it your honor. Tai, he held his breath, his entire being gradually enveloped by an aura reminiscent of the primordial chaos before the creation of the world, distant, desolate and profound, transcending all time and space. Above Tai's head, an ancient, colossal bell slowly materialized from a void. The bell's exterior was adorned with the sun, moon, and stars, encircled by the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. while within its depths lay mountains and rivers. The myriad creatures of the primordial world flickering into view, it radiated a myriad of colors, illuminating the heavens and exuding a chaotic, sacred power that reverberated throughout the universe. The appearance of the three innate supreme treasures, the Chaos Bell, caused even time and space to momentarily halt. This was the Chaos Bell, capable of suppressing the very fabric of time and space. On Kunlun Mountain, elder brother, Tai Yi has actually utilized an innate supreme treasure. Yuan Shi's gaze was cold and stern. This is outrageous. We must immediately proceed to Buzhou Mountain, Laozi proclaimed as the celestial treasure. The Linglong Pagoda of heaven and earth hung above him, tearing through the void as he stepped forth. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian followed closely behind. They were not yet saints, unable to traverse the vastness of the primordial world with mere thought. However, with the power of the three pure ones, they had the capability to fold space and cross billions of miles in a single step. Yet this method was perilous. A moment's inattention could lead to being ensnared in a spatial rift and exiled for eternity. Fortunately, Laozi possessed the Linglong Pagoda, which provided considerable stability. Meanwhile, on the other side of Buzhou Mountain, within the Panga Hall, the 12 ancestor witches were roused by the intensity of the battle. How absurd! A mere bird from the demon clan dares to cause trouble on our father god's Buzhou Mountain. Truly deserving of a beating, Zhu Yuan seethed with fury. Among the 12 ancestor witches, he was the most hot-tempered and intolerant of the demon clan. The fact that someone of the Golden Immortal realm could engage Tai Yi in combat and gain the upper hand was indeed remarkable. Xianming's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The ongoing clash between Zhou Yuan and Tai Yi had continually surprised her. She pondered whether he could withstand the Chaos Bell. Should danger arise, she was prepared to intervene. Di Jiang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, harboring a considerable admiration for Zhou Yuan. More importantly, the demon clan's mortal enemy was the ally of the witch clan in the Zhixiao Palace. Beyond the 33 heavens, the space before Hong Jun constantly folded and morphed, revealing the scene of Zhou Yuan's battle against Tai Yi atop Buzhou Mountain. Master, can Big Brother withstand the Chaos Bell? Will you not lend him a hand? The little lowly from Yaoqi watched anxiously, unsure where to place her hands. This child is quite concerned about him. Hong Jun chuckled. Fear not, the outcome of this battle has long been predetermined by the will of heaven. He remained unfazed, possessing the cultivation of a saint, easily discerning the disparity in strength between the two, although Zhou Yuan's cultivation was inferior to Tai Yi's, in terms of divine abilities, treasures, fortune, and physical form. He surpassed Tai Yi in every aspect. It would be difficult for him to lose. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, however, Niwa was the most anxious of all. She enveloped herself in the map of mountains and rivers. Propelling herself towards the summit of Buzhou Mountain, a primordial divine being, she was acutely aware of the Chaos Bell's power to suppress time and space. Today, I grant you defeat. Tai Yi's raven hair danced wildly as his visage twisted with malice. The Chaos Bell blazed with brilliance as 108 chaotic dragons erupted from its body, roaring forth towards Zhou Yuan. Simultaneously, Tai Yi wielded the Chaos Bell itself, breaking through time and space as he aimed to strike Zhou Yuan's crown. Tai Yi, do not presume that you alone possess an innate supreme treasure. Zhou Yuan grasped at the void, summoning the Chaos Gourd into his hands. Receive, he bellowed, as the gourd unleashed a darkness that blotted out the sky, engulfing all 108 chaotic dragons and beginning their transformation into the purest innate spiritual energy of the primordial realm. Concurrently, the 12-petal creation green lotus, the 12-petal purification white lotus, and the eastern blue lotus treasure shone brilliantly, sealing off time and space, attempting to prevent Tai Yi, who held the Chaos Bell, from approaching Zhou Yuan. Humph! Before the innate supreme treasure, you shall not be so arrogant. Tai Yi roared, as the solar true fire around him blazed ever hotter. The chaotic sacred might crashing down upon the three defensive treasures, causing the entire space to collapse, with vast black holes erupting around the two. Yet at that very moment, Zhou Yuan proactively retracted the three defensive treasures, preparing to confront the Chaos Bell with his physical body. What does he intend to do? Di Jun's expression darkened. To meet the Chaos Bell with his flesh? Was he courting death? Yet an odd feeling lingered in his heart, suggesting that matters were not so simple. Seeking death. I shall grant you your wish, Tai. He was momentarily taken aback, but then his expression twisted even more grotesquely as the Chaos Bell descended from the heavens toward Zhou Yuan. Now is the time to test the power of the fused Pangu, Supreme Bone. Zhou Yuan's brow furrowed, standing quietly as if oblivious to the impending descent of the Chaos Bell. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. A force capable of annihilating the heavens and earth emanating from him. This aura surged forth, invincible in battle, embodying the essence of Pangu. In that instant, even the Chaos Bell quivered slightly. After all, it was originally a transformation of the axe handle of the Pangu god. To some extent, it could be regarded as a companion treasure of Pangu. Now, sensing Pangu's essence, it became somewhat unstable. How is this possible? How can you influence the Chaos Bell? Tai, he exclaimed in shock, desperately exerting all his strength to stabilize the Chaos Bell. Fortunately, his cultivation far surpassed Zhou Yuan's, and the Chaos Bell was his companion treasure. Although he had only refined less than a tenth of it, it was still closely connected to him. Even so, the power of this innate supreme treasure was diminished compared to before. Tai, let us see the might of my fists. Zhou Yuan shouted, his voice echoing like thunder as his fists descended like shooting stars. Each punch fell like a star plummeting, and the most terrifying aspect was the faint thread of the great path of power contained within. This was the great path of power deeply embedded within the Pangu, Supreme Bone, which Zhou Yuan did not even need to comprehend. Merely swinging his fist would naturally unleash it. Clang, clang, clang. The Chaos Bell resounded wildly, and atop Buzhou Mountain, even time and space began to distort. Zhou Yuan's fist struck the Chaos Bell again and again. Though he could not shatter its defenses, the residual force that passed through the bell caused Tai immense pain. In an instant, Tai, wielding the Chaos Bell, was subjected to a relentless beating from Zhou Yuan's flesh. Tai, do not hide in your shell. Come forth and battle me. Is this the courage of the demon clan's monarch? You disappoint me. Innate spiritual treasure, explode for me. Tai, he was firmly suppressed by Zhou Yuan. Yet he was shielded by the Chaos Bell. Though he sustained minor injuries, he had yet to suffer significant harm. However, Zhou Yuan suddenly summoned 3 lower-grade innate spiritual treasures, surrounding Tai, preparing for self-detonation. Boom! The explosive power of the innate spiritual treasures could not be entirely resisted even by the Chaos Bell. The overwhelming residual force swept through, causing Tai to spit blood repeatedly, his expression finally waning. Tai, he gritted his teeth, blood splattered across half his face. Tai, I am unafraid to tell you that I can throw out a dozen innate spiritual treasures for self-detonation at any moment. Let us see if you can endure it. Zhou Yuan chuckled coldly, waving his hand to summon another dozen innate spiritual treasures around Tai. He felt despair. Who fights like this, directly detonating innate spiritual treasures? Even with the Chaos Bell, he could not withstand the colossal power of a dozen innate spiritual treasures, exploding simultaneously at this moment. Even Di Jun, who had been observing from the sidelines, could no longer remain still. Allowing a dozen innate spiritual treasures to self-detonate, Tai, even with the protection of the Chaos Bell, would be gravely injured if not killed. Zhou Yuan, cease this at once. Di Jun bellowed, a massive golden crow apparition manifesting behind him, spewing forth solar, true fire that soared 3,000 zhang into the sky. Simultaneously, the 10 demon gods behind him began to form the demon clan's grand formation, a wave of demonic energy engulfing the skies and enveloping all present. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Yuan's eyes grew ever colder. Indeed, Tai finds himself unable to contend with his own strength, and Di Jun, along with the demon clan behind him, will inevitably choose to intervene. Very well. If it comes to that, I shall self-detonate all of those inferior, innate spiritual treasures and intermediate innate spiritual treasures, even if Di Jun and Tai, along with the 10 great demon gods. Were we joined forces, they would still be unable to prevail against me. After all, acquiring innate spiritual treasures is an effortless task for me. The thought of destruction does not cause me any distress. However, at that very moment, ripples began to form in the space around us, and 3 ethereal figures descended from the heavens. Indeed, it was Zhou Yuan's mentors, the Sanqing that Dijun, Tai, my disciple has triumphed. Do you too truly intend to go back on your word? Tong Tian's voice was icy. Should the demon clan refuse to honor the agreement, we, the Sanqing, shall eradicate the entire demon race and make our way to the Sun Star to settle this matter. Yuan Shi's gaze was equally frigid. Disciple, even if I am but a mere ethereal manifestation, I shall ensure your safety. With that, Laozi manifested the heavenly and earthly Linglong pagoda above his head, exuding such immense power that it caused the void to collapse. Faced with the ethereal figures of the Sanqing, both Dijun and Tai could not help but were solemn expressions. The Sanqing were the manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, and even they were not inclined to provoke them lightly. However, at that moment, as Dijun and Tai confronted the Sanqing, a figure of pristine holiness gracefully approached, arriving beside Zhou Yuan. Brother, causing such a ruckus has certainly made me worry. Nuo finally arrived at the summit of Buzhou Mountain, standing before Zhou Yuan with a map of mountains and rivers in hand. Although her words were directed at Zhou Yuan, her keen phoenix eyes were fixed firmly on Dijun and Tai. Aha! Sister has arrived just in time. Zhou Yuan coldly chuckled. Dijun, Tai, if you refuse to concede, then let us have another bout. With the presence of the ethereal forms of the Sanqing and Nuo here, he felt such confidence that he needn't even resort to self-detonating his spiritual treasures to overpower both Dijun and Tai. Very well, my demon clan concedes the bet. The celestial realm shall remain untouched by our kind. Dijun gritted his teeth and declared he understood better than anyone the significance of the celestial realm to the demon race. Relinquishing it would equate to abandoning their very foundation. Yet, what recourse did he have? With the Sanqing's ethereal forms present, it would not be long before their true bodies descended, and with Nuo and Zhou Yuan at his side, they stood no chance of victory. Continuing to entangle themselves would only lead to humiliation, or even peril to their lives. Elder brother, Tai protested, unwilling to accept this outcome. Enough? Tai, come with me to recuperate, Dijun declared, turning his back and departing without a glance. Tai and the 10 great demon gods had no choice but to follow behind Dijun, leaving in a state of utter disarray. The grandeur with which the demon race had arrived was now replaced with a scene of utter defeat. Following this battle, all beings of the great wilderness who were above the Great Luo Golden Immortal were aware that Zhou Yuan had triumphed over Tai of the demon race. Emerging as the master of the celestial realm, my disciple has gained the celestial realm. Indeed, a tremendous opportunity, and it shall serve as your future Taoist ground atop Kunlun Mountain. Laozi smiled upon witnessing the retreat of the demon race. This marked the first appearance of the celestial realm, rich with spiritual energy and abundant in heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The future belonged entirely to Zhou Yuan. Disciple, I must express my gratitude to the 3 teachers for coming to assist. Zhou Yuan bowed in respect. Haha, with your companion Nuo by your side, whether we come or not, you would surely navigate through peril with ease, Tong Tian remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Nuo, who stood beside Zhou Yuan. Revealing a mischievous smile, Nuo's cheeks flushed slightly, but she refrained from saying much, simply standing quietly beside Zhou Yuan. Now that you are unharmed, we shall take our leave from Buzhou Mountain. However, the day of Tao ancestors' teachings approaches. Do not be absent, Yuan Shi stated, as the ethereal figures of the Sanqing began to fade, eventually vanishing completely. Yet, shortly after the Sanqing departed, a sudden surge of powerful fluctuations rippled through the space, and a robust man appeared before Zhou Yuan, emerging from the void. Ha! Little brother, you are indeed remarkable. With your golden immortal cultivation, you have sent that little bird Tai reeling. The man laughed heartily, surveying Zhou Yuan with an air of camaraderie that made him quite amiable. May I ask who you are, esteemed senior? Zhou Yuan inquired, unable to recall having met this man before, yet sensing from his formidable aura that he was undoubtedly from the witch clan, likely one of the ancestral witches. I am Di Jiang, one of the 12 ancestral witches. Just now, I sensed the essence of Pangu's progenitor in your punches, which stirred a sense of kinship within me that I wish to invite you as a guest. Little brother, please do me the honor. Upon hearing Di Jiang introduce himself, Zhou Yuan smiled, recognizing him as one of the ancestral witches. When Pangu split heaven and earth, the pure qi ascended and merged with Pangu's primordial spirit, giving rise to the Sanqing. The turbid qi descended and fused with the 12 drops of Pangu's essence blood, forming the 12 ancestral witches we know today. The blood of the ancestral witches eventually transformed into the Great Witches, gradually evolving into the Witch Clan, whose strength and numbers rivaled that of the demon race. The Witch Clan does not cultivate primordial spirits, but instead refines their physical bodies, practicing the 9 transformations of mysterious arts left behind by the Great Pangu. The immense vitality exuded by Di Jiang is a testament to this lineage. Since an ancestral which has extended an invitation, I shall certainly accept. Zhou Yuan nodded, then exchanged a few words with Nuwa, assuring her that all would be well, before tearing apart the space and disappearing from the summit of Buzhou Mountain alongside Di Jiang. Upon emerging from the void once more, they found themselves at the opposite side of Buzhou Mountain, at the location of the Pangu Great Hall. This place was formed from the very heart of Pangu, and upon seeing it, Zhou Yuan felt an innate connection, as if his own bloodline resonated with that of the Pangu Supreme. Haha, little brother, watching you decisively defeat that little bird Tai was truly a thrill. Zhu Rong was the first to rush over, clapping Zhou Yuan on the shoulder, having long harbored disdain for the demon race, especially for Di Jun and Tai, but had not previously found the opportunity to confront them. That we sense the essence of the progenitor within you just now. What is the story behind that? Ru Shou approached, a puzzled expression on his face as he regarded Zhou Yuan. When I ascended to Buzhou Mountain, I discovered a remnant of the Great Pangu, and my body underwent a transformation, thus exuding the essence of the Great Pangu. Zhou Yuan fabricated a casual explanation. He could not very well disclose that it was a reward obtained from opening a treasure chest. Moreover, even if he did, who would believe him? Little brother, I see that your physical form is quite impressive as well. How about we have a spar? Zhu Rong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he surveyed Zhou Yuan's physique, marveling at its strength, which was not inferior to that of the ancestral witches. Zhu Rong, is this truly the way we treat our guests in the Witch Clan? Di Jiang's expression darkened at Zhu Rong's challenge. Having just seen Zhou Yuan emerge victorious over Tai, it was indeed inappropriate to provoke him further. Di Jiang, ancestral witch, it is of no concern. I too wish to engage with the ancestral witches to ascertain the true extent of my physical prowess, Zhou Yuan asserted. Having merged with the Pangu Supreme's bone, this was an excellent opportunity for him to test his strength against the ancestral witches. Elder brother, did you hear that? Little brother Zhou Yuan has expressed his willingness. So there is no issue. Zhu Rong's combative spirit surged, his excitement undeniable. Outside the Pangu Great Hall, Zhou Yuan and Zhu Rong faced each other, preparing for a contest of pure physical strength, besides the other 11 ancestral witches. Even some great witches and ordinary members of the Witch Clan gathered to watch. They could hardly fathom that someone would dare challenge the ancestral witches with sheer physical might. Was that not courting death? Haha, little brother, I will not hold back. Zhu Rong's physical power reverberated through the air with a thunderous crack, a force formidable enough to rival that of a late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. As the 12 ancestral witches honed their 9 transformations of mysterious arts to perfection, it was not inconceivable that one could reach quasi-saint realms relying solely on physical strength, though the difficulty was immense. After all, the Great Pangu himself had fallen at the last hurdle. Boom! Zhou Yuan and Zhu Rong moved in unison, creating a tremendous shockwave that left a massive crater beneath them. Their fists collided. Devoid of any extravagant techniques, merely a primal contest of raw power, in the span of a single breath, the two exchanged 100 punches midair. What a powerful physique, Zhu Rong thought to himself. Feeling the pressure as he defended against Zhou Yuan's relentless barrage, he was astonished to find himself at a disadvantage so soon into their engagement, especially when the opponent was overpowering him with sheer physical strength. Zhou Yuan, too, was impressed. acknowledging the ancestral witch's profound mastery of physical cultivation. Although in sheer power, Zhu Rong may not surpass him, his application of strength is far more ingenious and meticulous. Were it not for this, even the formidable physique of the ancestral shaman would be unable to withstand the might of a being fused with the Supreme Bone of Pangu. Why not seize this moment to enhance one's own combat experience? Zhou Yuan pondered, directly utilizing an enlightenment card. His comprehension ability surged 100-fold in an instant. Boom! Bang! Each of the two struck with a fist, shattering a towering mountain that soared 1,000 feet high. Zhu Rong, come again! The two collided once more, exchanging blows in a fierce contest that had already surpassed 100 rounds. Zhou Yuan's combat experience was rapidly ascending, and he began to dominate Zhu Rong in both strength and technique. This little brother is quite formidable. It seems even Zhu Rong cannot match him. Xinming thought, his lips slightly parted. He was aware of Zhu Rong's prowess, which was hardly inferior to that of Dijiang. Yet at this moment, before Zhou Yuan, Zhu Rong appeared to be merely on the receiving end of punishment. Boom! Another explosive sound reverberated through space as Zhou Yuan sent Zhu Rong flying with a single punch, crashing through several mountains before finally coming to a halt. Haha, this is rather interesting. Zhu Rong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the fighting spirit in his eyes burning ever brighter. The Witch Clan is indeed like this. They grow bolder with each battle. Undaunted even when injured, I am the ancestral shaman of a southern fire, igniting the blood of my father god with fire. Zhu Rong stood suspended in the air, engulfed in roaring flames, clad in crimson scales, adorned with fiery serpents in his ears, and treading upon a fire dragon. With Zhu Rong's furious declaration, the primal fire blazing around him surged into his body, igniting his bloodline with the essence of fire and unleashing an even more formidable combat force. Bang! Bang! The sound of breaking air echoed as Zhu Rong's physique grew significantly more powerful than before. Excitement flickered in Zhou Yuan's eyes. Had Zhu Rong's strength remained as it was earlier, he would have felt somewhat disappointed. After all, the Enlightenment card had not been in use for long, and his combat experience had yet to reach its pinnacle. Such a conclusion would be a great pity. Now, however, Zhu Rong's blazing fighting spirit was precisely what he had hoped for. Boom! The two clashed once more, this time nearly evenly matched, neither yielding to the other. However, before long, aided by the Enlightenment card, Zhou Yuan's combat experience surged, and he began to overpower Zhu Rong, delivering a punch that drove him 300 feet into the ground, creating a massive crater. How powerful! Ho Tu clenched her fists, feeling the overwhelming yang energy of that last punch. As if it could obliterate all, reminiscent of the return of Pangu himself, able to look down upon everything. How is this little brother growing stronger with each strike? Gong Gong scratched his head, as he occasionally sparred with Zhu Rong. Now, it seemed Zhou Yuan had rendered him somewhat intimidated. The speed at which he grasped power was astonishing, leaving one incredulous. How was this achieved? His comprehension of strength now far surpassed that of the rest of them. Dijiang silently observed the unfolding scene. A look of confusion crossing his face, he could see clearly that when Zhou Yuan first engaged Zhu Rong, his mastery over strength could only be described as rudimentary, relying solely on his formidable physique to hold his own against Zhu Rong. Yet in such a short span, his control over power had already eclipsed Zhu Rong's. This was entirely beyond Dijiang's understanding. In his eyes, such a phenomenon was simply impossible. After all, even the ancestral shaman's physique, blessed by the heavens, had undergone countless epochs to attain such mastery over power. Incredible. Too incredible, Dijiang couldn't help but exclaim. If only Zhou Yuan were one of our witch clan, such a terrifying physique combined with a witch would surely yield offspring of extraordinary potential, Zhu Meng suddenly remarked from behind Dijiang. Indeed, Zhou Yuan has inherited the unparalleled sinews of Pangu. Even if he were only half a witch, he could still unite with our clan, and fitting partners for Zhou Yuan could only be the ancestral shamans. I think Ho Tu and Zhou Yuan would make a splendid match. Xinming would be a fine choice as well. Haha, I wonder which of our sisters Zhou Yuan might fancy. The brothers chattered. What are you all discussing? Zhou Yuan may not even have an interest in us. Ho Tu and Xinming blushed, their hearts racing. Boom! just as the ancestral shamans busied themselves with matchmaking. A tremendous sound echoed from the heavens once more. Zhou Yuan was sent flying again, crashing to the ground, devastating 1,000 miles around him, and no more fighting. I concede, after being pummeled 100 times. Zhou Yuan finally chose to accept his fate. Zhou Yuan's physique was simply too monstrous, growing increasingly terrifying with each exchange. His mastery over strength had far surpassed Zhou Yuan's by the end. How could he continue fighting, with neither strength nor technique to match Zhou Yuan? Zhou Yuan felt that continuing would lead him to doubt the very essence of being an ancestral shaman. It was better to concede. As the two concluded their battle, a throng of ancestral shamans gathered around, ignoring the injured Zhou Yuan and instead flocking to Zhou Yuan. Little brother Zhou Yuan, this is Xianming, and this is Ho Tu. The ancestral shamans eagerly presented the two to Zhou Yuan. Upon hearing Ho Tu, Zhou Yuan's gaze fell upon her instantly. He recognized that Ho Tu was a person of great fortune, destined to open the 6 realms of reincarnation and benefit the wilderness, ultimately achieving sainthood through her merits. Moreover, in a certain sense, she could be considered a child of the heavenly Tao. Her perfecting of the cycle of reincarnation would greatly benefit him as well. Little brother seems to have taken a liking to our sister, Ho Tu. The ancestral shamans chuckled as they noticed Zhou Yuan's unwavering gaze fixed on Ho Tuesday. Ho Tu blushed furiously. Meanwhile, Xianming's cheeks puffed with indignation, feeling that Zhou Yuan had overlooked her in favor of Ho Tu, who appeared to be more alluring. What? Taken with Ho Tu, Zhou Yuan was momentarily bewildered by the ancestral shaman's raucous chatter. Was this not merely an introduction? How had it morphed into a suggestion that he fancied Ho Tu? The ancestral shamans beamed with laughter at Zhou Yuan and Ho Tu's expressions, and it was Di Jiang who stepped in to clarify matters for Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan was left speechless, realizing that after engaging in a battle with Zhou Yuan, these ancestral shamans had somehow predetermined his matrimonial arrangements. Zhou Yuan, who had crawled out from the earth, was equally astonished. In such a brief moment, these brothers had sold off their sister. Yet, the thought of Zhou Yuan as his future brother-in-law brought him immense joy. Ho Tu marrying him was by no means a slight. More importantly, he could spar with Zhou Yuan every day. Although he suspected he would be the one on the receiving end, it would still be exhilarating. Zhou Yuan looked at the 2 ancestral shaman sisters standing before him. Both graceful and beautiful, their figures and appearances capable of surpassing all in the wilderness. The ancestral shamans were not merely seeking spouses for him. Otherwise, why would they bother to make selections? He would certainly take them all. However, as he pondered, he realized he had no immediate intention of seeking a partner. The endless years in the wilderness demanded that he focus on enhancing his strength and cultivation first. I am currently only at the Golden Immortal level. I shall consider marriage once I reach the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, Zhou Yuan remarked with a smile. The ancestral shamans contemplated this and found it reasonable. Zhou Yuan was not like them, solely cultivating the physical form. He did not neglect his spiritual essence, aiming to perfect his physique. Although his physical prowess had reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, his cultivation was still too weak. Merely at the Golden Immortal stage, that it was wise to prioritize his training. Very well. Since the little brother has spoken, it shall be settled. Since you have inherited the sinews of the Father God, I shall impart the 9 transformations of the mysterious arts to you, considering it as Ho Tu's dowry. Di Jiang spoke readily, intending to pass on the body-refining techniques of the Great Pangu to Zhou Yuan. Elder brother, just imparting the 9 transformations of the mysterious arts will suffice. Why mention dowries? Upon hearing Di Jiang's words, Ho Tu blushed even deeper as she glanced at Zhou Yuan, her face burning. Wishing for a place to hide, if it were not a dowry, how could the witch clan's 9 transformations of the mysterious arts be so easily bestowed upon another? Di Jiang teased. The implication was clear. Should Ho Tu not be interested in Zhou Yuan, the 9 transformations would certainly not be imparted. Elder brother, you. Zhou Yuan possesses an extraordinary talent, blessed by the divine inheritance of his father, and thus it is only fitting that he be bestowed with the 9 transformations of profound arts. Upon hearing this, Ho Tu, filled with urgency, immediately murmured, practicing the 9 transformations of profound arts is the finest method within the vast wilderness. Failing to impart this knowledge to Zhou Yuan will undoubtedly hinder his cultivation. Naturally, she grew anxious. Haha, Zhou Yuan, my dear brother, my sister is merely shy. Do not take offense. I shall now impart to you the 9 transformations of profound arts to aid your physical cultivation. Di Jiang sat cross-legged alongside Zhou Yuan, meticulously conveying each aspect of the 9 transformations of profound arts. Each transformation corresponds to a specific realm. The 9th transformation signifies a sage, the 8th a quasi-sage, and the 7th a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Zhou Yuan's current physical strength is equivalent to the pinnacle of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, indicating that he must cultivate at least to the 7th transformation for his true journey of cultivation to commence. Presently, the 12 ancestors of sorcery are also at the 7th transformation, with only Di Jiang standing at its peak, perhaps on the verge of breaking through to the 8th transformation and entering the realm of quasi-sage physicality. In the timeless expanse of the wilderness, where cultivation is not bound by years, a century passes in the blink of an eye. Zhou Yuan has already imprinted the 9 transformations of profound arts upon his primordial spirit. With the enhancement of the Enlightenment card, he has grasped the essence thoroughly, radiating a luster akin to jade, an exceptional manifestation of the 9 transformations of profound arts. Sister Ho too, I have heard my elder brother mention that achieving such a level in merely a century speaks volumes of Zhou Yuan's innate talent and capabilities, surpassing even our own. This is indeed formidable. I'd always believed that the physical prowess of the Wu clan was unparalleled in the wilderness. Even the Tao ancestor of Zhixiao Palace could not compare. Now, it seems I've been too narrow-minded. I cannot help but wonder, Sister Ho too, what might be the strength of the offspring you and Zhou Yuan would bear? Would they not surpass our Wu clan entirely? Brother Zhu Rong, do not speak any further. The other 11 ancestors of sorcery encircled Zhou Yuan and Di Jiang, both safeguarding them and expressing their admiration, as Zhou Yuan's talent left them feeling inferior. Zhou Yuan gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. The 9 transformations of profound arts indeed stands as an unparalleled method for refining the body, and when combined with his Pangu Supreme Bone, they complement each other exquisitely. At that moment, several auspicious clouds suddenly drifted towards the 33 heavens. Zhou Yuan calculated with a flick of his fingers, realizing that the time for the Tao ancestor's second sermon was fast approaching. I'm deeply grateful to all the ancestors for their kindness, but with the Tao ancestors' sermon imminent, I must take my leave. Zhou Yuan rose, for the Tao ancestors' teachings were not to be missed. Beyond the profound principles he imparts, the benefits he offers are equally enticing. Although he did not entirely deplete Hongjun's treasury last time, the gains were indeed substantial. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's intention to depart, the 12 ancestors displayed unmistakable reluctance. After all, Zhou Yuan resonated profoundly with them, and had already gained the recognition of the Pangu inheritance, being regarded as half of their clan in their hearts. Nevertheless, Zhou Yuan's dual cultivation of body and spirit made Hongjun's sermon critically important, leaving them hesitant to impede his departure. Sister Ho too, why not accompany Zhou Yuan to Zhixiao Palace? It would be a wonderful opportunity for you to grow closer, Zhu Rong suddenly suggested. Zhu Rong speaks wisely. Sister Ho too, joining Zhou Yuan would indeed be a fortuitous endeavor. Yes, consider a journey to explore the 33 heavens. Brother, would it be too much trouble to bring our sister Ho too along? The 12 ancestors erupted in playful banter, though the teachings of Hongjun bore little relevance to their clan. This was of little consequence. What mattered was facilitating the union between Ho too and Zhou Yuan. Ho too's delicate face flushed slightly, her gaze lowered. Although she remained silent, her attitude was abundantly clear. Should Zhou Yuan wish, she would accompany him to Zhixiao Palace. With Sister Ho too by my side, my journey to the 33 heavens shall be far from lonely, Zhou Yuan chuckled, reaching out to take Ho too's hand. Startled, she did not resist, and thus they strolled hand in hand toward Zhixiao Palace in the 33 heavens. Upon their arrival, the palace was already teeming with guests, with nearly all 3,000 worldly visitors in attendance. During Hongjun's previous sermon, seating arrangements had been established, so Zhou Yuan guided Ho too directly to sit behind Laozi, with Ho-Tu nestled beside him, their demeanor exhibiting a hint of intimacy. The eyes of the three purities sparkled with delight. This young man has not only brought a sister from the Wu clan to Zhixiao Palace, but they also appear quite close. A good thing about to transpire. My disciple is remarkable. Ho-Tu of the Wu clan compliments him splendidly. Disciple, what are your intentions with Ho-Tu? The three purities observe Zhou Yuan and Ho-Tu with keen interest, finding their compatibility increasingly evident. More importantly, if their union were to materialize, would they not surpass the ancestors in generational standing? Upon this thought, the three purities could not help but chuckle in amusement. Zhou Yuan, at a loss for words, found it amusing that his three masters were more anxious than he, considering matters that had yet to unfold. Ho-Tu, seated beside him, blushed, leaning against Zhou Yuan, embodying a sense of delicate dependence. Humph, seated on the fourth mat. Nua's expression soured at the sight of Zhou Yuan, and Ho-Tu's day, she harbored feelings for Zhou Yuan, yet had not anticipated Ho-Tu's advance, leaving her vexed. Could it be that Zhou Yuan failed to perceive my affections? Allowing Ho-Tu an opportunity, should I take the initiative? Surely, if I did, Zhou Yuan would be more inclined toward me. Nua's mind swirled with a multitude of possibilities, ultimately resolving that she must act decisively. Otherwise, Zhou Yuan might indeed be claimed by Ho-Tu's day. Meanwhile, behind Zhou Yuan, the expressions of Di Jun and Tai Yi grew increasingly frosty. Zhou Yuan had seized their heavenly realm, a grievous affront, and now he appeared so close to the ancestors of sorcery. This was indeed a grievance compounded. Such audacity cannot be tolerated. Our demon clan shall ensure they pay dearly. Tai Yi muttered through clenched teeth, his voice barely above a whisper. He dared not speak too loudly, lest it invite trouble when the Tao ancestor arrived. However, though Tai Yi's words were soft, Zhou Yuan heard them clearly and turned with a faint smile. Tai Yi, what were you just saying? Seeing Zhou Yuan's cheerful demeanor ignited Tai Yi's fury. It felt as though he were being belittled, dismissed without a thought. Just as he was about to erupt, he caught a glimpse of Di Jun's sullen face and could only suppress his rage for the moment. I was merely offering congratulations on your acquisition of the heavenly realm. Tai Yi gritted his teeth. Ha! I appreciate your kind words, my friend. Zhou Yuan chuckled. If Tai Yi had backed down, all the better. Otherwise, he might have been compelled to unleash a beating right there in Zhixiao Palace. After all, Hong Jun would likely be inclined to favor him. Seated beside Zhou Yuan, Ho-Tu's eyes sparkled. She had never witnessed Tai Yi, the proud one, yield so swiftly, greatly enhancing her admiration for Zhou Yuan. Just then, from deep within Zhixiao Palace, a harmonious voice resonated. Moments later, the Tao ancestor Hong Jun appeared, his gaze immediately landing upon Zhou Yuan. Since his previous appeasement of Zhou Yuan, the heavenly Tao had indeed shown him a touch more leniency. Originally, the fortune for 3 sermons had been insufficient for him to align with the Tao. He still needed to make amends by restoring the 30,000 Western spiritual veins. Yet now, this slight karmic debt had been alleviated by his proximity to Zhou Yuan. To cultivate closer ties with the child of heavenly Tao's fortune is indeed a boon. Hong Jun disregarded the gazes of others within Zhixiao Palace, waving his hand to summon auspicious clouds. Radiant lights cascading down upon Zhou Yuan. Gathering Spirit Array. Enlightenment Array. Auspicious Chief in the East Array. Profound Yellow Merit Array. In an instant, Hong Jun laid out over 100 formations around Zhou Yuan, all designed to assist in his cultivation and comprehension. This, the onlookers in Zhixiao Palace were rendered speechless. Hong Jun's favoritism was shockingly blatant. Without a hint of concealment, he had immediately arranged such an abundance of supportive formations for Zhou Yuan. This was not merely the treatment of a favored disciple. It was akin to that of a beloved child. Envy, jealousy, at that moment, everyone present in Zhixiao Palace lamented their own circumstances, wishing desperately to be Zhou Yuan. Yet a lingering question occupied their minds. Why did the Tao ancestor extend such exceptional kindness to Zhou Yuan? After all, with their cultivation, they are utterly incapable of perceiving the terrifying fortune that surrounds Zhou Yuan. Well then, in my last discourse, I spoke of the path of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. This time, I shall impart the teachings of the quasi-saint path to you all. Hong Jun began to speak slowly. And once again, extraordinary phenomena surged within the Zhixiao Palace. Unsurprisingly, a significant portion of these phenomena converged around Zhou Yuan, aiding him in his comprehension of the Tao. Utilizing his Enlightenment card alongside the Chaos Lotus platform in various formations and manifestations, Zhou Yuan swiftly entered a state of profound understanding. Observing this scene, Huta couldn't help but click her tongue, her heart swelling with delight for Zhou Yuan. Her future partner was truly exceptional. He stood out as the most dazzling figure within the Zhixiao Palace, even attracting the attention of the Tao ancestor. The method of severing the three corpses is the pathway into quasi-sainthood. Severing the virtuous corpse allows one to step into the quasi-saint threshold. Severing the malevolent corpse leads to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. Severing the self-corpse paves the way for the late stage of quasi-sainthood. When the three corpses unite, the attainment of the primordial state is within reach. Hongjuan's eyes lowered slightly as he spoke, occasionally glancing at Zhou Yuan, reassured to see him in a state of comprehension. "May I inquire, Tao ancestor, how should the severed three corpses be preserved?" Laozi pondered for a long while but found no answer. Thus he posed his question. Hongju nodded, clearly pleased that Laozi's inquiry was on point. The severed three corpses naturally require the use of innate spiritual treasures for their preservation. The virtuous, malevolent, and self-corpses necessitate three innate spiritual treasures, all of the same origin, to achieve optimal results. Innate spiritual treasures. They must indeed share a common origin. The crowd within the Zhixiao Palace felt a wave of discomfort. Not only was severing the three corpses an exceedingly difficult endeavor, but the stringent requirements for innate spiritual treasures rendered it nearly impossible. Instantly, many gazes turned toward Zhou Yuan, that if anyone in the wilderness possessed an abundance of innate spiritual treasures, it would certainly be Zhou Yuan, yet he appeared to be merely a small cultivator at the Golden Immortal level. Seemingly easy to intimidate. Did this imply that the idea of obtaining spiritual treasures could be directed at Zhou Yuan? However, within the Zhixiao Palace, such actions were not feasible. With the presence of the three pure ones, and the evident favoritism from Hongjun towards him, any attempt to approach Zhou Yuan would likely result in immediate annihilation. The best opportunity would be after the teachings concluded and they returned to the wilderness. "Now I understand." A look of clarity gradually emerged in Laozi's eyes as his cultivation soared, swiftly reaching the limits of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, preparing to break through to quasi-sainthood. Above his head, the Tai dust appeared, and a figure emerged from within him. Although the appearance was similar to Laozi, upon closer inspection, it bore distinct differences. "I am Taishang Lao Jun, honored to meet the Tao ancestor and all fellow Taoists." Taishang Lao Jun chuckled, transforming into a beam of azure light and merging into the Tai dust. In that moment, Laozi's cultivation formally ascended beyond the Great Luo Golden Immortal, entering the ranks of the quasi-saints. Hongjun nodded slightly at this scene. The leader of the three pure ones did not disappoint him. Meanwhile, Yuanshi and Tongtian had also reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. And with another 300 to 500 years of contemplation, they too could attain quasi-sainthood. Others, such as Niuhua, Fuxi, and Diju and Tai, though slightly less formidable than the three pure ones, were bound to step into quasi-sainthood eventually. Time flew by, and after 3,000 years of teachings, everyone gradually opened their eyes. Zhou Yuan had also greatly benefited, although the path of quasi-sainthood was indeed obscure for a golden immortal like him. With such support, his comprehension rivaled that of Laozi. With a few more 100 or even 1,000 years of insight, he could fully grasp it. In contrast, the vast majority within the Zhixiao Palace remained utterly bewildered. From the outset, they had failed to understand what Hongjun was truly expounding upon. Their limited talents meant that the path to quasi-sainthood was effectively closed off to them, leaving them destined to remain at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level for eternity. After 3,000 years of teachings, I shall now accept disciples into the Xianmen. Hongjun spoke slowly. The prospect of joining the Xianmen, becoming a direct disciple of the Tao ancestor, rejuvenated even those who had previously seemed listless. If one could become a disciple under Hongjun, such an opportunity would be unprecedented, and breaking through to quasi-sainthood would surely be within reach. Instantly, all eyes in the Zhixiao Palace turned toward Hongjun. each gaze filled with hope that the Tao ancestor would choose to take them under his wing, ensuring their path of cultivation would be free of worries and fraught with success. I wish to be a disciple of the Tao ancestor, serving you for eternity. I implore you, Tao ancestor, to accept me as your disciple. I shall devote myself to cultivation and will certainly not tarnish the reputation of the Xinmen. Tao ancestor, my roots are profound. I'm the first tiger to transform during the creation of heaven and earth. If you accept me, I shall surely reach the primordial realm in the future. In an instant, the Zixiao palace erupted in a clamor, all vying for Hongjuan's acceptance as disciples. Even prominent figures like Dijuan Tai and Hongyun Jinyu, renowned in their own right, turned their gazes toward Hongjun. Uncertain whether this supreme saint of the heavens would accept them as disciples, Hongjuan's gaze was piercing as it swept across the Zixiao palace, ultimately landing on Zhou Yuan, reflecting a heartfelt lament. If only the three pure ones had not taken Zhou Yuan as their disciple, I would undoubtedly have accepted him as the foremost disciple of the Xianmen. Surely, such an act would appease the Tao. However, regrettably, Zhou Yuan was already a disciple of the three pure ones. Even Hongjun, a saint, could not disrupt this karmic bond without incurring the wrath of the Tao. You need not squabble. I shall determine who enters the Xianmen. With Hongjuan's pronouncement, silence enveloped the Zixiao palace, as no one dared to utter a sound. Waiting patiently for Hongjun to reveal who possessed the extraordinary fortune to become a disciple of the saint, Taiqing Laozi, Yuqing Yuanshi, and Shanqing Tongtian, having emerged from the primordial spirit of Pangu, are endowed with the merits of creation and are thus worthy of entering the Xianmen as my direct disciples. With a wave of his hand, three beams of azure light enveloped the three pure ones, officially admitting them into the Xianmen. Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian, pays respects to the master. The three pure ones, their eyes brimming with excitement, bowed deeply to Hongjun. However, they regarded their admission into the Xianmen as a natural outcome, for in terms of roots and status, they were indeed among the very best. Naturally, what Hongjun valued most was the three portions of creation merits they bore. For accepting the three pure ones as disciples would greatly benefit the Tao. Niuhua, you possess immense merits and fortune, and thus are worthy of being a direct disciple of the Xianmen. Hongjun spoke gently. Niuhua's future creation of humanity would yield immeasurable merit, and she had directly attained the saintly fruit position through her vast merits. Given such a remarkable opportunity and fortune, Hongjun was undoubtedly inclined to accept her as a disciple. Niuhua pays respects to the master. Niuhua, filled with elation, felt that while the admission of the three pure ones into the Xianmen was expected, her own acceptance was a delightful surprise. After all, there were several others in the wilderness with comparable roots to hers. Simultaneously, Niuhua discreetly glanced at Zhou Yuan, who was smiling at her, and her heart fluttered. Entering the Xianmen made her feel even more deserving of Zhou Yuan. Should anyone discover Niuhua's thoughts, they would be utterly astonished. The esteemed disciple of a saint and a powerful Great Luo Golden Immortal would consider herself unworthy of a Golden Immortal cultivator. Having accepted 4 disciples, Hongjun paused to observe the crowd within the Zixiao palace. Instantly, discussions erupted once more. Many expected Hongjun to follow the order of the Lotus platform, accepting the 3 pure ones, followed by Jin and Junyi. Instead, to their surprise, Hongjun halted at this moment, seeing the Tao ancestor fall silent. Jin and Junyi grew anxious. Why had their turn been interrupted? Tao ancestor, during the Damagic War, our Western spiritual vein was devastated. In light of this, we beseech you to accept us as disciples. Jin prostrated on the ground, weeping profusely, his appearance utterly pitiable. Indeed, Tao ancestor, our Western land is now barren. We have traveled to the Zixiao palace with great difficulty to hear your teachings. If we cannot enter the Xianmen, we fear we may never attain the primordial realm in our lifetimes. Observing his brother's earnest display, Junyi, unwilling to be outdone, joined in the lamentation. Enough. The expression on Hongjuan's face had begun to show signs of impatience that if he were to act according to his innermost thoughts, he would never have taken Jin and Junyi as disciples. Yet he found himself in a predicament. The heavenly Tao held him accountable for the karmic ties of the West, compelling him to seek ways to rectify the situation in order to clear the obstacles to his own path of enlightenment. Without a doubt, Jane and Juni were the most exceptional individuals among the Western disciples to resolve the karmic entanglements. Hongjun had no choice but to accept them as his students. Jane and Juni, you two possess the fortune of the West, and I shall now accept you as my registered disciples. Hongjun announced slowly. He refrained from taking them as his direct disciples simply because he found it difficult to develop a fondness for them. Accepting them as registered disciples was merely a way to appease the heavenly Tao. "Thank you, Master," Jane and Junti exclaimed excitedly, bowing deeply. They were well aware that their backgrounds and fortunes paled in comparison to the three pure ones, and their merits could not rival that of Nuwa. However, being registered disciples was already sufficient for them. Moreover, once they entered the mystical gate, there would still be opportunities to become direct disciples in the future. Having accepted the three pure ones, Nuwa, Ning, and Junti, as disciples, Hongjun found no one else worthy of his attention. "Well then, I have completed my teachings for today. Come back in 1,000 years, and I shall elaborate on the path to sanctification." As soon as these words left his lips, the space within the Zixiao Palace began to stir, and many individuals were directly transported back to the chaos world. "Master, we take our leave." The three pure ones stood up to bid farewell to Hongjun. For the path of the quasi-saint was far more obscure than that of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. They needed to return to Kunlun Mountain to enter seclusion and truly comprehend the teachings. "You three may return. Zhou Yuan shall remain for the time being." Hongjun spoke indifferently, Zhou Yuan remaining behind. Those who had yet to leave the Zixiao Palace gasped in astonishment, casting envious glances at Zhou Yuan. It was known that during the last occasion when the Tao ancestor allowed him to stay, he had acquired several top-tier, innate spiritual treasures, along with the ancestral roots of the Pan Tao and Huang Zhongli, making his wealth unparalleled in the primordial world. Disciple, this time, exercise a modicum of restraint. Should the Tao ancestor become angered, matters will become troublesome. Laozi whispered softly in Zhou Yuan's ear, recalling how Zhou Yuan had seized an abundance of spiritual treasures last time. Even Hongjun had been compelled to transport him directly to Buzhou Mountain. "Rest assured, Master, I am well aware of my limits," Zhou Yuan replied confidently, though he had no intention of sparing Hongjun any face. If Hongjun were to allow him access to the Zixiao Palace's treasury again, he would seize the opportunity to collect everything without even glancing back. "Master, having listened to your teachings just now, my senior brother and I still have many areas we do not comprehend. May we remain and seek your guidance?" Juni Daoist said, a flattering smile on his face, since Zhou Yuan had acquired so many spiritual treasures last time. They too wished to stay and procure even a single item that would surpass their entire fortunes. "Indeed, Master, allow me to remain alongside my junior brother to serve you until your next lecture." Jin Daoist immediately chimed in after Juni. Upon hearing their words, Hongjuan's expression darkened. It was already enough that he had accepted these two as disciples due to the heavenly Tao's insistence. Now they shamelessly wished to stay in the Zixiao Palace. Truly unaware of their own limitations, Hongjuan's gaze toward Jin and Zhuanti turned in just a glance. The two felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. With a single thought from Hongjun, he could easily extinguish their lives and obliterate their very existence. This was the power of a saint. "Return to your realms. Only Zhou Yuan shall remain." Hongjuan's voice brooked no dissent. Even Jane and Zhuanti, known for their thick skin, dared not utter another word at this moment, leaving the Zixiao Palace in dejection. "Hutu, you may return to Buzhou Mountain first. I shall remain in the Zixiao Palace for a while longer," Zhou Yuan said, as Hongjun had chosen to keep it behind. Although he suspected that Hutu could also stay if he spoke up, it was truly unnecessary. Hutu, being of the Witch clan, did not cultivate the primordial spirit, rendering Hongjuan's methods ineffective against her. After 3,000 years of lecturing, Hutu had been sleeping beside him for 3,000 years, and now it was time for her to return to Buzhou Mountain. Moments later, all but Zhou Yuan had departed from the Zixiao Palace. Hongjun immediately adopted a kind demeanor and smiled gently at Zhou Yuan. I fear my earlier teachings were not sufficiently detailed. I presume many aspects remained shrouded in obscurity. Allow me to elucidate them once more for you." Zhou Yuan chuckled, realizing that Hong Jun intended to keep him behind for a more personalized session. This was indeed a fortunate turn of events. As a mere golden immortal, the path of the quasi-saint was intricate and difficult to grasp, with many concepts still elusive to him. He would have had to spend thousands, or even tens of thousands of years slowly unraveling them on his own. However, with Hong Jun providing a dedicated explanation, he would surely achieve a thorough understanding. Hong Jun settled into a meditative pose, facing Zhou Yuan, and began his teachings anew. In an instant, golden rain descended, flowers fell from the heavens, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth. All these wondrous phenomena converged solely upon Zhou Yuan, and with Hong Jun's meticulous explanations, Zhou Yuan found himself enveloped in a refreshing sense of clarity. The previously incomprehensible concepts now became crystal clear. Hong Jun was equally astonished by Zhou Yuan's transformation. A golden immortal cultivator was able to grasp the quasi-saint's teachings so swiftly, which was nothing short of miraculous. Truly, he was the favored child of the heavenly Tao. What a difference! After 300 years of teaching Zhou Yuan, amidst various manifestations and formations, Zhou Yuan's aura steadily ascended, eventually reaching the peak of the golden immortal realm without pause. You are on the verge of a breakthrough. Take this pill, and it shall aid you in transcending into the Tai golden immortal realm. Hong Jun, noticing Zhou Yuan's transformation, promptly produced a pill adorned with swirling 5-colored patterns and offered it to him. The 5 colors represented the 5 vital energies within his essence, greatly benefiting those seeking to break through to the Tai golden immortal stage. Zhou Yuan nodded, accepting the pill without hesitation and swallowing it whole. Instantly, a torrent of formidable spiritual energy coursed through his body. He quickly activated the Hongmeng 3 Pure Ones technique to guide this immense energy throughout his body. After traversing 36 cycles, Zhou Yuan's eyes suddenly radiated with boundless brilliance, and his aura surged dramatically in that instant. Golden Immortal Great Perfection, Tai Golden Immortal Initial Stage, Tai Golden Immortal Intermediate Stage, Tai Golden Immortal Late Stage, Tai Golden Immortal Great Perfection. In this breakthrough, Zhou Yuan astonishingly leaped across an entire major realm, arriving directly at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal Stage. Whoosh! Boom! The spiritual energy within the Zixiao Palace coalesced into a massive vortex, wildly pouring into Zhou Yuan's crown. Had this not been the sacred ground of the saint, the abundance of spiritual energy would have likely been completely drained by him. To leap across so many realms was not only due to Zhou Yuan's exceptional foundation, but also the result of years of diligent cultivation. In terms of the density of spiritual power and comprehension of the Tao, he had long surpassed the Tai Golden Immortal Stage. He had merely yet to condense the 5 vital energies within his essence to step into this realm. Now that he had crossed into this realm, he directly attained the Tai Golden Immortal Great Perfection. Even Hong Jun could not help but marvel. The child of the heavenly Tao was indeed extraordinary, achieving breakthroughs that encompassed entire realms. What is this? As Zhou Yuan broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm, he condensed the 5 vital energies within his essence. However, a remarkable phenomenon was unfolding on the world tree above him, where 5 energies, green, red, yellow, white, and black, intertwined, corresponding to these 5 essences. Yet at this moment, something extraordinary was transpiring. The immense primordial power of the world tree began to slowly absorb these 5 energies from its branches and leaves. Zhou Yuan was puzzled. Had his hard-won 5 vital energies simply vanished? Did this mean he would have to cultivate the Tai Golden Immortal Stage once more? Frowning slightly, he found it perplexing that while these 5 essences entered the world tree, they did not completely disappear, but rather existed in a wholly novel form. This was an unprecedented phenomenon. Even Hong Jun found it strange. Zhou Yuan's breakthrough to the Tai Golden Immortal was unlike anyone else's, with the vital energies vanishing in an instant yet not diminishing in essence. Instead, they became even stronger. Despite being a saint, he had never witnessed such a situation. Boom! Bang! just as both Hong Jun and Zhou Yuan were engulfed in confusion. The trunk of the world tree began to emit a series of deep rumbling sounds, akin to rolling thunder. Behind Zhou Yuan, the ethereal image of the world tree pierced through the Zixiao Palace. Standing tall in the chaotic void, the five energies gradually converged into a singular essence. It took on a grayish hue reminiscent of the primordial chaos, swirling above his celestial crown. Primordial unity. The amalgamation of the five energies within his chest had coalesced into this primordial essence. At this moment, even Hong Jun found himself somewhat unsettled. It is said that primordial unity has existed since the dawn of chaos, from which all realms and worlds have evolved. The principle Tao begets one, one begets two begets three, and three begets all things reflects that this one is indeed the primordial unity, the very mother of all creation, existing solely beneath the Tao. Truly, as the son of heaven's Tao, only the primordial unity birthed by the Tao is worthy of him. Hong Jun murmured to himself, filled with immense envy for Zhou Yuan, who was indeed favored by the celestial order, receiving the finest of all things. In contrast, he, despite being a sage, was compelled to undertake actions he did not desire to preserve his saintly status, such as accepting the disciples Jin and Junyi, a decision forced upon him by the Tao. After a considerable time, the primordial unity above Zhou Yuan's celestial crown finally solidified, though his cultivation remained at the pinnacle of the Great Golden Immortal realm. He felt no fear even when facing a Great Luo Golden Immortal, capable of defeating them without the need for physical strength. Indeed, crossing realms to annihilate a Great Luo Golden Immortal would not pose a challenge. Your attainment of the primordial unity is truly commendable. Seizing this opportunity, I shall impart 3 divine abilities to you, so as not to waste your innate talent. Hong Jun spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The divine abilities of Sage were undoubtedly extraordinary, perhaps even surpassing those of the 3 pure ones that I must learn. Please, Tao Ancestor, bestow your teachings upon me. Zhou Yuan bowed slightly, simultaneously utilizing an enlightenment card to enhance his comprehension by 100-fold. After all, the divine abilities of Sage were not easily grasped. Only through heightened understanding could he learn more swiftly. The first divine ability is known as the Door of Void. This ability allows one to exile individuals into the boundless chaos. Once cast into the chaos, there exists an eternity of separation from the primordial world. Even those at the quasi-saint level would face death in the infinite void. As he spoke, Hong Jun pointed toward the void. With a thunderous sound, a door radiating ethereal light slowly opened. Behind that door lay chaotic currents, innate winds, and fragments of worlds converging to form spatial rifts, capable of banishing individuals to the depths of chaos at random. Zhou Yuan cast a glance and felt his heart race. He understood the immense power of this ability. Had he mastered it back atop Mount Buzhou, he could have defeated Tai without the need for self-detonation of his spiritual treasures or even physical strength. With the augmentation of the Enlightenment card, Zhou Yuan activated his fully realized Void Eye, barely managing to perceive the profundities within the Door of Void. This door was a singularity of the universe, folding countless space-time dimensions into a portal. Even though Zhou Yuan was merely at the Great Golden Immortal level, utilizing the Door of Void would require a Great Luo Golden Immortal to expend a significant portion of their spiritual power to avoid being exiled. In combat, the one who suffered such a loss from the outset would inevitably face defeat. You are still at the Great Golden Immortal level, and grasping the divine abilities of a sage may prove challenging. Allow me to lend you my assistance. As he spoke, Hong Jun grasped the void, causing countless fragments of jade discs to appear above Zhou Yuan's celestial crown. These were the creation jade discs, for which Hong Jun comprehended the Supreme Tao, enabling him to attain the status of sage. Now, this chaotic treasure hovered above Zhou Yuan, showering him with 7-color divine light and infusing his body with strands of Tao rhythm, granting him an unprecedented clarity of mind. Looking again at the Door of Void, he found it significantly clearer. How is it? Hong Jun inquired with concern. Zhou Yuan remained silent, focusing intently on the vast portal before him. his hands moving rhythmically as he inscribed intricate and enigmatic patterns in the air. Boom! This endeavor lasted a full decade. After 10 years, the void resonated, and another door of void emerged, revealing the sage's sanctum, the purple cloud palace on one side, while the other side opened to a chaotic world, with countless overlapping spaces that perpetually annihilated and rebirthed. Even a Great Luo Golden Immortal, cast into this realm, will be torn apart by the overwhelming forces of space. Incredible. In such a short time, you have already entered the initial stage of mastery with the Door of Void. Hong Jun marveled at the portal before him, expressing his admiration. It had taken him several millennia to comprehend this ability. Yet Zhou Yuan achieved it in less than a century. Naturally, mastering a sage's divine abilities to the level of great perfection would still require countless years, and even someone as prodigious as Zhou Yuan would find it challenging to reach full mastery of the Door of Void due to the limitations of his cultivation realm. I shall now teach you the second divine ability. Upon witnessing Zhou Yuan's grasp of the Door of Void, Hong Jun continued, gesturing toward the void once more. The space shifted, revealing a grand river flowing majestically. Within its depths lay mountains, lakes, seas, and celestial bodies, all concealed and revealed in turn. As the waters flowed, the landscapes transformed, mountains flattened into plains, and life forms aged and approached their demise. Even the celestial bodies flickered in their cycles of creation and destruction. This river represents the river of time. This divine ability is called annihilation. By harnessing the power of the river of time, it allows one to bring creatures to a swift demise in an instant. Hong Jun spoke with a calm demeanor, his hand parting the void before them. On the primordial continent, a black bear of the earth immortal realm was foraging for food among the mountains, with a subtle flick of his finger. The river's waves surged, and in an instant, the black bear aged drastically, collapsing with a resounding thud, dead upon the ground. This exemplifies the power of temporal fluctuations. Zhou Yuan observed in awe, marveling at the might of this ability while lamenting the harsh reality of the primordial realm, where strength reigns supreme, leaving the weak to be at the mercy of the strong. Tao ancestor, but what of the Great Luo Golden Immortals who escaped the river of time? Would this ability not be futile against them? Zhou Yuan pondered aloud, realizing that at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, barring cataclysmic events, they would be virtually immortal, rendering the river of time ineffective against them. If it could only be used against Tai Golden Immortals, then such a sage's ability would indeed be rather lackluster. While Great Luo Golden Immortals can escape the river of time, my divine ability can forcibly draw them back, Hong Jun replied with a smile. Explaining further, although Great Luo Golden Immortals may evade the river of time, they remain under the auspices of the Tao, which can utilize its power to pull them back into the flow of time. For others, this might require significant effort, but for Zhou Yuan, who is favored by the Tao, merely invoking the Tao might suffice to drag a Great Luo Golden Immortal back into the river of time. Zhou Yuan considered this and found it plausible. Given his close ties to the Tao, accomplishing this feat should not pose much difficulty. This revelation made the divine ability seem truly extraordinary. Zhou Yuan promptly settled into a meditative posture. Harnessing the creation jade discs, the enlightenment card, and various enhancements to fervently explore the annihilation ability, in the blink of an eye, a century had passed. Upon reopening his eyes, Zhou Yuan's gaze shone with newfound clarity. He had achieved the initial stage of mastery over the annihilation ability. Within a mere few hundred years, Zhou Yuan had learned 2 divine abilities consecutively to AS for the final divine ability. Hong Jun gazed at Zhou Yuan with a smile. Tao ancestor, is this third divine ability particularly challenging to learn? Zhou Yuan inquired, sensing something amiss in Hong Jun's expression, a foreboding feeling surfacing within him. Could this ability be so overwhelmingly powerful that he might not even be able to master it? Zhou Yuan dismissed the notion. After all, he had attained initial mastery of the first 2 abilities in roughly a century. Even if the third were difficult, he could invest a few thousand or even 10,000 years to grasp it. It is not about difficulty. Rather, you need not learn it at all. Hong Jun chuckled, continuing, this divine ability is called the Tao's abandonment. In essence, is a communication with the heavenly Tao, instigating its disdain towards the opponent, which can be regarded as the most formidable curse of the primordial world. This insight was gleaned by him during the process of merging with the Tao, and it undoubtedly aligns perfectly with Zhou Yuan, which is why it was imparted to him. After all, when it comes to reporting grievances to the heavenly Tao, Zhou Yuan, the favored child of the Tao, is far more effective than he could ever be. Hongjun elaborated on the specific methods to invoke the heavenly Tao's disdain, enabling Zhou Yuan to grasp the essence with remarkable swiftness. Zhou Yuan could not help but chuckle as he comprehended this divine ability. In a realm teeming with mighty beings, it was astonishing that one could resort to such tactics. If I cannot defeat you, I shall appeal to the heavenly Tao, compelling it to loathe you and forsake you. Henceforth, misfortune shall be your constant companion, an unending string of calamities. Forget about enlightenment or treasure hunting. Even simply existing in that state would invite meteorites to rain down upon your head. After all, no matter how powerful a cultivator may be, they cannot surpass the heavenly D. To be shunned by the heavenly Tao is tantamount to being on the brink of death. In truth, Zhou Yuan himself possessed a great fortune and immense merit that could yield similar effects. Though this was merely a passive skill, waiting for the heavenly Tao to enact punishment. Now, however, the method of invoking heavenly Tao's disdain imparted by Hongjun allowed for a proactive approach, accelerating the arrival of karmic retribution, and rendering it all the more ferocious. Having mastered these three divine abilities, Zhou Yuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction that he perceived himself as a VIP within the primordial realm, equipped with an extraordinary advantage. The protection of the heavenly Tao felt splendid. Though he presently resided within the realm of Great Golden Immortal, he could roam freely within the primordial world, even in the face of quasi-saints. He felt no trepidation. After all, the three abilities taught to him by Hongjun had effectively unlocked his extraordinary potential. Upon departing from the Zixiao Palace, Zhou Yuan resolved to return to Kunlun Mountain to assess the progress of his three teachers' cultivation. If they had all ascended to the quasi-saint realm, he would undoubtedly possess three formidable allies. However, as Zhou Yuan floated gracefully among the clouds, he beheld a mountain shrouded in demonic energy, from which the sounds of battle and cries of anguish emanated incessantly. You spiritwood beasts, dare you not submit to the demon clan? Today, I shall reduce you to ashes. We do not relish conflict, nor do we wish to join the demon court. Why do you press us so relentlessly? Refusal to enter the demon court means death. Bring forth the flames. In an instant, a conflagration engulfed the land, and the acrid smell of charred flesh pervaded the air as the spirit grasses and trees emitted agonized wails. Reaching a heart-wrenching crescendo, Zhou Yuan's brow furrowed. Having fused with the world tree, he was now the esteemed sovereign of all spirits, revered by every grass and tree spirit. Witnessing the demon clan's heinous acts was tantamount to the humiliation of his own subjects, a transgression he could not overlook. Thus, with a mere wave of his hand, a gentle rain descended from the heavens, extinguishing the flames. Zhou Yuan's figure landed atop the mountain, standing resolutely before the demon army. This aura, it is the Lord of Spirits. We pay our respects to the Lord of Spirits. As Zhou Yuan manifested the aura of the world tree, the entire mountain range, spanning millions of miles, resonated with the essence of the sovereign of all spirits. The sentient tree spirits quivered, their branches swaying as they bowed and knelt before Zhou Yuan. Streams of wood essence were released and absorbed by Zhou Yuan. Demon Clan. Zhou Yuan's gaze turned icy in an instant. Though he was the Lord of Spirits, countless sentient trees lay charred before him. If they were merely trees, it would be of little concern. He was not one to demand that not a single tree or blade of grass be harmed. However, most of the charred remains were sentient spirits of grass and trees, his very subjects, an affront that he could not tolerate. Ha ha ha! The Lord of Spirits, how utterly laughable! A mere Great Golden Immortal dares to proclaim himself as such. The leader of the demon clan, a hulking beast with a tiger's head and a human body, wielded a 9-ringed blade and emanated an aura akin to that of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. However, this aura was not particularly solid. indicating that he had only recently ascended to the Great Luo realm. Nevertheless, even so, the chasm between Great Luo and Tai was akin to that between heaven and earth. Even a newly ascended Great Luo could easily dispatch a perfected Tai Golden Immortal, the spirit-wood entities. In that moment, we're on high alert, gathering around Zhou Yuan. Should the demon leader make a move, they would shield the Lord of Spirits with their very lives, even if only for an instant. Fear not, a mere Great Luo Golden Immortal is not worthy of such dread, Zhou Yuan chuckled. Even their overlords, Di Jun and Tai Yi, would not dare to be so brazen before him. This diminutive demon leader was blissfully ignorant of his precarious position. It was an opportune moment to test the divine abilities imparted by Hong Jun and ascertain how swiftly one could annihilate a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Gate of Void. Zhou Yuan formed seals with his hands, and an ancient, desolate aura suddenly erupted. The Gate of Void opened, unleashing the chaotic energies of the primordial world. Behind the door, the very fabric of space began to unravel, and terrifying black holes erupted. Impervious even to a Great Luo Golden Immortal. The demon leader's expression shifted from arrogance to shock, and then to trepidation. He could never have anticipated that a mere Tai Golden Immortal could command such a terrifying divine ability. Boom! Ah bang! The moment the Gate of Void opened, those lesser demons with inferior cultivation were all sucked in, instantly disintegrated by the chaotic energies. The demon leader watched in cold sweat, his grip on the nine-ringed blade trembling slightly. Ah! Nine-ringed celestial radiance. With a thunderous roar, the demon leader soared into the sky, wielding the nine-ringed blade to unleash a colossal blade of light that cleaved through the heavens toward the Gate of Void. This technique had been personally taught to him by the foremost of the 10 demon gods, Ji Ming, and its power was formidable enough to evoke caution even from Great Luo Golden Immortals. Yet, as the blade of light, shimmering with verdant demonic radiance, approached the Gate of Void, merely 3,000 zhang away, it was utterly obliterated by a mere wisp of chaotic energy emanating from within. The nine-ringed blade shattered in response. Pooh. The demon leader spat a mouthful of blood, his complexion ashen, his eyes wide with incredulity. In the face of the Gate of Void, he felt as if he were confronting a colossal beast from the abyss, while he himself was but a minuscule ant. This sensation was one he had not experienced since ascending to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Who are you? The demon leader's voice trembled. For in his eyes, Zhou Yuan was no longer a mere Tai Golden Immortal. Such divine abilities were beyond even their clan's sovereign. Who am I? Let me ponder. Zhou Yuan smiled, realizing he possessed quite the array of identities. I'm the foremost disciple of the three purities, the sovereign of all spirits, the son of the heavenly Tao, a guest of Hong Jun, a close ally of Fuxi and Yuhua, and the object of admiration of the Earth Mother ancestor. Zhou Yuan declared a multitude of identities, each word sending the demon leader into a tremor. He could scarcely fathom that he had provoked such a terrifying entity. Senior, the demon leader quaked, pleading for mercy. Yet Zhou Yuan did not even glance in his direction. Since you have come to know, I shall grant you a death without regret. With a wave of his hand, the Gate of Void unleashed a potent force. The chaotic breath forming a vortex that engulfed the demon leader. No. His anguished scream echoed as the demon leader was transformed into a cloud of blood mist, devoured by the overwhelming chaotic energies. Even a Great Luo Golden Immortal could not withstand a single breath within the realm of the Gate of Void, being reduced to mere remnants by the relentless explosions of space. Having annihilated the demon clan, Zhou Yuan closed the Gate of Void, and the surrounding spirit-wood entities immediately surged forward, chanting the name of the Lord of Spirits in a tumultuous uproar. What on earth is happening? Has the demon clan begun a massacre in the primordial realm? Zhou Yuan mused, his brow slightly furrowed. The Tao ancestor had yet to conclude his 3 teachings, and the calamity of the witches and demons had not yet commenced. How could Di Jun and Tai Yi be so audacious as to wreak havoc among the living? The Lord of Spirits remained unaware that the demon leader, Di Jun Tai Yi, had established the demon court on Penglai Island and was aggressively expanding their influence. Indeed, Anyone even remotely related to the demon clan faced death if they did not submit to the demon court, but we, the spirit grasses and spirit wood entities, having attained sentience, are inherently peaceful and loathe bloodshed. Yet we too are coerced into joining the demon court, or face the annihilation of our clan. As Zhou Yuan listened, his brows furrowed ever tighter. This Dijuantai had audaciously seized the heavenly realm from him and established the demon court upon Penglai Island. Indeed, the ways of the heavenly Tao are relentless. The demon race has not entirely withered despite the loss of their celestial dominion. However, the ruthless extermination of all those unwilling to join the demon tribe is an act of sheer arrogance. As the Supreme Spirit would, he could not remain indifferent. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yuan recognized that his heavenly realm, despite being suffused with an extraordinarily pure spiritual energy, was now devoid of substance. Thus, he resolved to bring all the spirits of Flora to the heavens. This would not only shield them from the calamities wrought by the witch-demon tribulations, but also breathe life into his heavenly domain. After all, a vast expanse of heavenly territory, 1/3 the size of the primordial world, would be unbearably lonely if he were its sole inhabitant. With this thought, Zhou Yuan's mind was made up that I possess a sanctuary rich in spiritual energy. A place of peace, he declared with a smile. Really? The Spirit Sovereign can protect us from the demons? They exclaimed in delight. How wonderful! With the Spirit Sovereign's shelter, we can rest assured we are eternally grateful for the Spirit Sovereign's benevolence. In an instant, the myriad flora across the vast expanse bowed in gratitude, acknowledging Zhou Yuan's kindness. Nodding, Zhou Yuan ascended on a cloud, preparing to open the heavenly realm and guide all eligible spirit herbs and trees therein. Upon arriving in the heavenly realm, he beheld an expansive, desolate world, suffused with an abundance of spiritual energy, adorned with countless auspicious vapors that traversed the clouds. Indeed, the place was somewhat barren. Zhou Yuan smiled and revealed the true form of his world tree. With a resounding boom, the entire horizon began to transform violently. Winds howled, and the heavens parted, gradually unveiling the heavenly realm before the eyes of all primordial beings. Surrounding the colossal world tree, immense and unfathomable spiritual energy coalesced, accompanied by an innumerable array of auspicious vapors. Spirit Sovereign, this is the true form of the Spirit Sovereign, they exclaimed. Let us hasten to pay our respects to the Spirit Sovereign. The sheer magnitude of power was awe-inspiring. Truly, the Spirit Sovereign was deserving of reverence in that moment. Every being of Flora within the primordial realm bowed deeply in reverence, expressing their sincere worship. In the name of the Supreme Spirit would. I shall guide you into the heavenly realm for cultivation. Zhou Yuan's voice resonated like thunder, echoing within the hearts of the Flora spirits. We are eternally grateful, Spirit Sovereign. The primordial Flora responded in unison. As beams of azure light descended upon those qualified to enter the heavenly realm, ushering them into its embrace. Heavens, the spiritual energy here is far denser than in the primordial realm. Cultivating here will surely yield rapid progress, far beyond what we could have imagined. This is all a gracious gift from the Spirit Sovereign. Those spirit herbs and trees welcomed into the heavenly realm were filled with joy. Here, not only were they free from the threat of demons, but the spiritual energy was also vastly superior to that of the primordial continent, for beings of gentle nature, who shunned conflict and sought only to cultivate. This was indeed an idyllic sanctuary. However, Zhou Yuan's ambition to enrich the heavenly realm extended beyond mere ordinary spirit herbs and trees. Upon Kunlun Mountain, beams of azure light also fell, as Zhou Yuan took away the rarest celestial herb from the garden cultivated by the three pure ones. Observing this, the three pure ones were left in a state of bemused amusement. This child even spares no thought for his own herb garden. Ha! Very well, as Zhou Yuan opens the heavenly realm. Let these herbs be our gift to him. Tong Tian laughed heartily while producing a blue lotus from his sleeve and casting it into the heavens. Laozi and Yuanshi nodded in agreement, each offering a precious herb to the heavenly realm. As Zhou Yuan opened the heavenly realm, they, as his mentors, could not be stingy in the Western world. A pond spanning 3,000 zhang in width and length bloomed with dozens of radiant lotus flowers, each exuding an extraordinary brilliance. By the pond, Jane sat cross-legged, gazing at the blossoming lotuses with a smile. This spiritual pond had taken immense effort to establish, gathering the remaining spiritual energy of the West, pivotal for their future enlightenment. "Brother, why do I sense an ominous premonition?" suddenly inquired Zhou Yuan. I too felt a sudden tightening in my heart. "I cannot discern what is about to transpire," Jane replied. Both, having reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm and nearing their breakthrough to quasi-sainthood, possessed a unique sensitivity. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, and the clouds violently parted, revealing an unimaginably vast world tree that emerged into the sky, casting down dozens of azure beams upon the lotuses within the spiritual pond. The lotuses seemed to respond, detaching from the pond and ascending skyward along the azure light. "What is happening? Where are the lotuses we planted going?" Zhou Yuan exclaimed, astonished. "Someone in the heavens is attempting to seize our lotuses." "It is that great tree," Jane cried out, pointing skyward. They hastily unleashed their divine powers, trying to confine the dozens of lotuses, but found their efforts utterly futile. In mere moments, the lotuses vanished, and the sky returned to its tranquil state, devoid of any trace of disturbance. "This is preposterous. How can this be? Our Western realm is so barren, and yet someone dares to pilfer our spiritual treasures. Do they not possess a shred of shame?" Jean and Zhou Yuan erupted in furious exclamations. Nevertheless, no matter how vehemently they railed against it, the heavens remained unresponsive. Zhou Yuan's gaze shifted toward Penglai in the East Sea. Here lay the three immortal islands of Penglai, a fragment of chaos that had fallen into the primordial realm, teeming with celestial birds and flourishing trees, a sacred place rivaling Kunlun Mountain. Yet now, the entire Penglai island was suffused with demonic energy. A grand and magnificent palace standing atop the unyielding peak, while surrounding trees had been felled to accommodate the demon emperor's palace. "Humph! The demon race occupies Penglai. I shall simply summon all the spiritual herbs and trees from here to the heavenly realm." Zhou Yuan scoffed. Initially, he intended to bring only the rarest or sentient flora to the heavens, but with Penglai now under demonic dominion, he felt compelled to extend his care. Moreover, being an overseas immortal island, the spiritual herbs and trees there were indeed worthy of entry into the heavenly realm. With a chuckle, Zhou Yuan manifested his true form, the world tree, in the firmament, calling forth the spiritual herbs and trees of Penglai Island. As the branches and leaves swayed, countless beams of azure light cascaded down, enveloping all the spiritual herbs and trees on Penglai Island, guiding them toward the heavenly realm. In an instant, the entire Penglai was shrouded in the azure light cast by Zhou Yuan. "What is happening? Why are all the spiritual trees of Penglai Island ascending to the heavens? And what is that terrifying giant tree in the sky?" At this moment, the myriad demons of Penglai Island were stirred from their slumber. Rushing forth in confusion, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, sensing an overwhelming force spreading across the island. What is this?" The Emperor Zhou, in seclusion within the Demon Emperor Palace, abruptly opened his eyes, transformed into two golden rays, and shot forth. Witnessing this spectacle left him utterly astounded. Several 100 billion spiritual trees were being drawn upward by the world tree, along with an unimaginable expanse of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the entirety of Penglai Island had become a barren wasteland, resembling a massive mound of earth, devoid of any vitality. As they gazed skyward, the immense world tree loomed across the heavens, its branches swaying and casting down countless azure rays. And they understood. Zhou Yuan. Once again, it is Zhou Yuan. Tai ground his teeth in fury, his eyes icy with rage. The last encounter had seen Zhou Yuan wrest the heavenly realm from them, inflicting significant injury, a grievance he had long harbored. "This is intolerable. To seize my demon race's heavenly realm, and now to wreak havoc on Penglai Island. Does he truly believe my demon race is so easily bullied? Today, should you manage to take even a single spiritual tree, I shall not be worthy of the title of Demon Emperor." Jun was engulfed in a blaze of furious flames, wielding the He-Tu and Luo Shu. As he traversed the skies, weaving intricate formations, the He-Tu and Luo Shu, exquisite innate spiritual treasures, contain the powers of time and space. In a single, decisive motion, Jun established myriad formations, successfully exerting a suppressive force upon the spiritual herbs and trees, stalemating with the azure light of the world tree belonging to Zhou Yuan, achieving a temporary equilibrium. Upon witnessing Jun's intervention, the demon clan on Penglai Island erupted in jubilant cheers. Ha ha! That tree is truly oblivious to its own insignificance, daring to provoke our demon clan. Indeed, with the demon emperor personally taking action, that mere tree will surely be cleaved into pieces. If only the demon emperor could refine that tree into a cave dwelling to bestow upon us. It would be splendid. The demon clan, inherently proud and self-assured as the lords of the wilderness, looked down upon even the East King and West Queen appointed by the Tao ancestor. Now, with the demon emperor himself in action, they believed that subduing a mere tree would be a trivial affair in the celestial realm. Zhou Yuan coldly chuckled. Humph. Jun, do you think this will deter me? You are no more than this. The He-Tu and Luo Shu radiated with resplendent light, illuminating the universe and empowering the 3,000 formations that all. Zhou Yuan smiled, recognizing that Jun was merely contending with the power of his own world tree, or rather, the fate of the supreme being of all spirits. It is essential to understand that his abilities far exceeded this supreme divine ability. Annihilation, at that moment, a river of time abruptly manifested in the air, and wherever it flowed, all vitality was instantly extinguished. This was the divine ability imparted to him by Hong Jun, perfectly suited for confronting Jun to test its effectiveness. Time River. Ignorant fool, I am a Great Luo Golden Immortal who has long transcended the confines of the Time River. How could a mere Golden Immortal comprehend such profound mysteries? He had inadvertently stepped into the Time River himself, intending to demonstrate to Zhou Yuan that time held no significance for a Great Luo Golden Immortal. A concept far beyond the grasp of this insignificant Golden Immortal. Indeed, as Jun stood within the Time River, the rushing waters parted before him, unable to approach him in the slightest. This was the terrifying power possessed by a Great Luo Golden Immortal who had transcended time. Jun, do you truly believe my divine abilities are so simplistic? Zhou Yuan's voice thundered like a clap of thunder. Boom! In that instant, Jun's expression changed dramatically as he sensed an inexplicable, terrifying force pulling him towards the Time River. This power? Impossible! How could you possess the power of the Tao? Jun's face turned pale. Losing the composure he had previously maintained, the formidable sun fire erupted from within him, seeking to evaporate the Time River entirely. The waters boiled violently beneath the sun fire, yet the waters of time flowed endlessly, unyielding. Even at the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, Jun could only leap out of the Time River, but could not annihilate time itself. A pain scream echoed as Jun was forcibly thrust into the Time River by a tremendous force. The waters surged violently, sweeping him away, and even the invincible Demon Emperor found his life force gradually waning as he was reabsorbed into the flow of time. Before long, fatigue was unmistakably etched upon his face, and soon frost appeared at his temples, accompanied by new wrinkles upon his forehead. The power of time was indeed exerting its influence upon Jun. Big brother, I come to rescue you. Tai, witnessing this scene, cried out in alarm, swiftly retrieving the chaos bell. Ding, ding, ding. The chaos bell rang incessantly above the Time River, momentarily halting time. Tai manifested his true form as the three-legged golden crow, forcibly pulling Jun from the clutches of the Time River. However, during this brief interval, the spiritual wood on Penglai Island had been entirely harvested by Zhou Yuan, leaving the island barren and devoid of spiritual energy, significantly diminished from its previous abundance. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Demon Emperor, for your generous gifts. I shall take my leave. Zhou Yuan's voice echoed through the skies, and soon the dark clouds gathered once more, restoring the celestial realm to its prior state. Zhou Yuan, Dijun, having escaped the Time River, glared at the heavens, gritting his teeth in fury, yearning to strike the celestial realm directly. Alas, the entrance to the celestial realm lay atop Mount Buzhou, protected by various innate formations and barriers. Even with Dijun and Tai Yi present, it would take countless years to breach them. We shall remember this debt, you demon clan. Tai Yi, reclaiming the chaos bell, fiercely declared as he gazed into the void. They could not afford to seek trouble with Zhou Yuan at this moment. The immediate priority was to restore the spiritual energy of Penglai Island, lest the fate of the demon clan be jeopardized. We shall not forget Zhou Yuan. Dijun seethed, trembling with rage at the sight of the barren Penglai Island. Once a renowned immortal isle, now reduced to this state. How could he not be infuriated? Big brother, what shall we do now? Tai Yi sensed that the demon clan's fortune was slowly waning due to the loss of Penglai, that if this continued, not only would their struggle against the Wu clan be at stake, but even their very existence could be in jeopardy, considering the multitude of karmic ties entwined with the demon clan. Should they lose their momentum, a collapse would surely follow. Dijun forced himself to regain composure and began to contemplate. The Penglai Island they occupied was originally the celestial court established by the East King. After vanquishing the East King, they had acquired a wealth of heavenly resources, which barely compensated for the losses endured by the demon clan. Now that the East King was dead, Dijun's gaze naturally turned to the west. They would venture to the western Kunlun and eliminate the West Queen as the foremost among female immortals. The treasure she possessed would undoubtedly rival those of the East King, perhaps even restoring the vitality of Penglai and stabilizing the fortunes of the demon clan. Dijun's eyes sparkled with calculation, and after a long silence, he spoke slowly. Very well, big brother. I shall use the Chaos Bell to stabilize the demon clan's fortune. Let us discuss matters further upon my return from the western Kunlun. Tai Yi declared, casting the Chaos Bell into the skies above Penglai Island, where myriad threads of chaotic energy descended, solidifying the demon clan's fortune. He then summoned the 10 great demon gods, rallying 1,000,000 demon soldiers to march forth towards the western Kunlun. Dijun and Tai Yi resolved to eliminate the West Queen with unwavering determination, aiming to compensate for the losses endured by their clan. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, Zhou Yuan reformed in a human shape from the world tree, surveying his surroundings with satisfaction. The celestial realm was no longer the desolate place it once was. It now flourished with vibrant life, a veritable garden of colors and growth, thanks to the abundant spiritual energy of the celestial realm. Many plants thrived upon their arrival, growing at an astonishing rate. Fruits that would take a century to bear in the wilderness now matured in merely a decade within the celestial realm. Numerous spirit plants and their ethereal beings continuously broke through their limits, with some exceptionally gifted ones even transcending an entire realm. Thank you, Spirit Sovereign, for bringing us to the celestial realm. This place is truly a sanctum for cultivation, rich in spiritual energy and free from disturbances. Should you require our assistance in the future, we shall serve you with unwavering loyalty. In an instant, countless woodland spirits danced around Zhou Yuan, brimming with joy. Zhou Yuan, too, was immensely pleased. He promptly took out the root of the Pan Tao and the Huang Zhong Li, planting them in the very heart of the heavenly realm, the area rich with spiritual energy. Thus, the initial arrangement of the heavenly realm was somewhat completed. In the western Kunlun, the Queen Mother of the West was preening by the celestial pool, surrounded by numerous fairy maidens, each possessing an ethereal beauty akin to jade and ice, with looks that could rival celestial beings. Initially, during the sealing of the Eastern Prince and her as the leaders of male and female immortals in the Zixiao Palace, they had remained separated, one in Penglai, the other in the western Kunlun. Their hearts, however, sensed that significant events would unfold in the future, hence their mutual presence provided a semblance of assurance. Before long, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi led the demon army to directly sweep through Penglai Island, resulting in the immediate demise of the Eastern Prince himself. An unassailable celestial island became the foundation for the demon clan. Since the incident involving the Eastern Prince, the Queen Mother of the West had been plagued with unease. uncertain whether the demons would turn their attention towards her. "Your Majesty, what troubles you?" A fairy was attending to the Queen Mother's hair, only to find her lost in thought, her gaze fixed on the celestial pool. Her eyes filled with bewilderment. "Das Schwer, are you aware of Zhou Yuan's opening of the heavenly realm?" The Queen Mother of the West did not provide a direct answer, but posed a question in return. "Of course, it is well known. Although we in the Western Kunlun remain somewhat secluded, this matter has stirred the primordial world into a frenzy. It is said that he has uprooted all the spiritual herbs and trees from Pangu Island." The fairy named Schwerer chuckled, having long harbored disdain for the demon clan. Witnessing their misfortune brought her great delight. "Yes, that's so." The Queen Mother of the West sprang to her feet, her eyes glinting with contemplation. Suddenly changing countenance, "Das Schwerer, gather the assembly of fairies. We must leave the Western Kunlun at once. Your Majesty, we are quite well here. Where could we possibly go?" Schwerer stood there, momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why they needed to flee. Where to go? This indeed posed a dilemma. After a brief moment of contemplation, the Queen Mother found her answer. She resolved to seek refuge in the heavenly realm with Zhou Yuan. The heavenly realm was vast, spanning a third of the primordial world, and among the myriad beings, few could stand against the demon clan, with Zhou Yuan being one of them, as the foremost disciple of the three purities and a guest of the Tao ancestor. Coupled with the formidable treasures at his disposal, he was more than capable of challenging the demons. Her only concern was whether Zhou Yuan, as the ruler of the heavenly realm, would be willing to shelter her. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to make the attempt. Otherwise, remaining in the Western Kunlun would be tantamount to awaiting death. The Queen Mother of the West resolutely declared to Schwer, "What you do not know is that with the foundation of the demon clans, Pangu Island destroyed, they will undoubtedly turn their gaze upon me. When the demons come, we shall be utterly defenseless, facing a fate of annihilation. Why are you not hastening to gather the assembly of fairies to depart with me?" The Queen Mother's tone grew increasingly stern, prompting Schwerer to snap back to reality, cold sweat trickling down her brow. Indeed, with Pangu Island ravaged by Zhou Yuan, the demons would surely seek to recover their losses, inevitably targeting the Queen Mother of the West. Without delay, Schwerer transformed into a streak of white light, weaving through the palaces of the Western Kunlun, and soon enough, 3,000 fairy maidens had assembled. "Today, you shall accompany me to the heavenly realm to seek an audience with the heavenly lord, Zhou Yuan. Your demeanor must be humble. Otherwise, should you anger the heavenly lord, I shall offer you no protection." The Queen Mother's voice thundered, reverberating in the hearts of the 3,000 fairy maidens, leaving them all astounded. The Queen Mother had always been benevolent, never exhibiting such severity before. It was clear that this journey to the heavenly realm was of utmost importance. Naturally, the maidens dared not be lax, resolving to tread carefully to avoid inciting the displeasure of the heavenly lord. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, the Queen Mother felt reassured, waving her sleeve to gather all the treasures of the Western Kunlun into a robe, leading the 3,000 fairy maidens towards the heavenly realm. The celestial formations in the heavenly realm rippled as the Queen Mother and her entourage arrived, and Zhou Yuan immediately took notice. Peering through the eye of the void, he observed a considerable gathering. Thousands of breathtakingly beautiful fairy maidens were approaching, among whom one stood out, her beauty transcendent, deserving the title of unparalleled elegance even in the primordial world. The Queen Mother of the West paused before the barrier, bowing with utmost humility and respect. Zhou Yuan smiled. Upon seeing the Queen Mother, he surmised her purpose was largely due to the demon clan's actions. However, her swift arrival spoke volumes about her wisdom, justifying her title as the foremost fairy of the primordial world. With a resounding crash, the heavens parted, and Zhou Yuan opened the barrier to admit the Queen Mother and her entourage. "Is this the heavenly realm? How beautiful! Indeed, it surpasses our Western Kunlun by far. Good heavens! Look at those two celestial trees radiating with a spectrum of colors. Could they be the legendary innate spiritual roots?" As soon as they set foot in the heavenly realm, the 3,000 fairy maidens erupted in exclamations of wonder. Compared to the heavenly realm, the Western Kunlun seemed utterly insignificant. "Did I not instruct you to be courteous upon entering the heavenly realm?" The Queen Mother scolded sharply, fearing that Zhou Yuan might be displeased and send them all back. Returning to the primordial world meant facing the demon clan led by Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, which would most likely lead to certain death. Huh. Zhou Yuan chuckled, unperturbed by the fairy's indiscretion. No matter. The heavenly realm is not bound by such stringent rules. What brings the Queen Mother to my realm? With a wry smile, the Queen Mother began to recount her tale, confirming Zhou Yuan's suspicions that her fear of the demon clan had driven her to seek refuge in the heavenly realm. Dao friend Zhou Yuan, here lies half of the treasures from the Western Kunlun. I humbly ask you to accept them, allowing us to reside in the heavenly realm. Furthermore, in the future, all matters pertaining to the Western Kunlun shall be at your disposal. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and countless rare treasures materialized like a small mountain before Zhou Yuan. Among them were several innate spiritual treasures. It was no wonder she feared the demon clan. Her possessions rivaled those of the Eastern Prince. Although these treasures were insufficient to fully compensate for the losses on Penglai Island, they would at least prevent the depletion of their fortunes. Very well, Zhou Yuan readily agreed, sweeping the mountain of treasures into his sleeve. Since you come from the Western Kunlun, I shall grant you residence in the territory of the heavenly realm, spanning 30 million miles. Though 30 million miles may sound vast, in the heavenly realm, it was merely a drop in the ocean. Even without the Queen Mother's arrival, Zhou Yuan would not have likely ventured there himself. Trading a portion of land for a plethora of treasures was undoubtedly a profitable transaction, in the heavenly realm. Zhou Yuan and the Queen Mother conversed amiably. While within the primordial continent, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi led the 10 great demon gods and 100,000 demon soldiers in a grand procession. Intent on leveling the Western Kunlun and seizing all of the Queen Mother's possessions to compensate for the demon clan's losses on Penglai Island. However, as Emperor Jun descended, his divine senses transformed into a colossal three-legged golden crow that swept across the Western Kunlun. To his astonishment, he found it utterly deserted. Not a single spiritual herb or elixir remained. This is outrageous. How could the Queen Mother, who was clearly in the Western Kunlun, vanish without a trace? Furiously, Tai Yi unleashed the power of the sun's true fire. Obliterating an entire mountain, it appeared the Queen Mother had sensed the impending danger and hidden herself away. Emperor Jun's gaze sharpened as he scanned the surroundings, suddenly lifting his head to notice countless fairy figures dancing gracefully in the heavenly realm above. Zhou Yuan and the Queen Mother sat together, savoring spiritual fruits while admiring the enchanting dance of the maidens, reveling in a state of bliss. The heavenly realm. The Queen Mother had actually sought refuge in the heavenly realm. Fury surged within Emperor Jun, his rage causing his 3 corpses to tremble. Having rallied his forces to reach the Western Kunlun, he was incensed to find the Queen Mother indulging in merriment with Zhou Yuan. How could he not be furious? As the mighty Emperor Jun roared with fervor, the boundless flames of the sun transformed into a multitude of 3-legged golden crows, racing frantically towards the heavens. He yearned to incinerate both Zhou Yuan and the Queen Mother of the West into mere ashes. Suddenly, ominous black clouds gathered in the sky, shrouding the expanse in darkness, as an aura of annihilation permeated the air. Streaks of purple lightning flickered within. These were the primordial 3 pure divine thunder set forth by Zhou Yuan, an unstoppable force of obliteration. The purple lightning descended with a thunderous crash, and the 3-legged golden crows could not withstand even a single breath under the might of the primordial 3 pure divine thunder. Instantly reduced to nothingness, concurrently, anguished cries echoed among the myriad of demon tribes. Once the primordial 3 pure divine thunder erupted, it unleashed a thick mist of blood, as countless demon kin were torn limb from limb, reduced to mere ashes. This is the celestial formation. Zhou Yuan, do you truly believe that my demon kin are so easily trampled upon? I shall not rest until your formation is shattered, lest I bear the shame of the Eastern Emperor. Tai Yi seethed with rage, having endured multiple humiliations at the hands of Zhou Yuan, and now witnessing the devastation wrought upon countless demon offspring. Humph, Tai Yi, if you possess the courage, come forth and battle me. Do I truly fear you? Zhou Yuan's voice, accompanied by the descent of the primordial three pure divine thunder, struck the hearts of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi like towering mountains. Zhou Yuan is not easily trifled with. Without your chaos bell at your side, you will find no advantage. We shall first escort the demon kin away, and then devise a longer-term strategy. Emperor Jun pressed down on Tai Yi's shoulder, shaking his head, while simultaneously unfurling the river map and the Luo book to conjure an unparalleled defensive formation, safeguarding the million demon kin as they retreated from the western Kunlun, without the innate treasures in hand. Even with Tai Yi's assistance, he lacked the confidence to defeat Zhou Yuan in the celestial realm. Zhou Yuan looked upon Emperor Jun and Tai Yi with a hearty laugh, surprised that they would flee without a word. Tucking their tails between their legs, of course, should a true confrontation arise, he held no fear of the two. Not only did he possess countless spiritual treasures, but also, with the prowess of the Tao ancestor and the various formations laid out across the celestial realm, he could ensure that not a single demon kin would return if they dared to approach. Seated beside Zhou Yuan, the Queen Mother of the West watched in terror. Had she arrived even a moment later, this swarm of demon kin would likely have laid waste to the western Kunlun. Despite being the foremost among the female immortals of the primordial wilderness, she feared that before Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, she would scarcely be able to retaliate before meeting her demise. Reduced to the same time, the Queen Mother gazed at Zhou Yuan with increasing admiration. This lord of the celestial realm, despite merely possessing the cultivation of the perfected Tai Golden Immortal, effortlessly repelled a million-strong demon army. Even the proud Emperor Jun and Tai Yi chose to endure humiliation in his presence. It seemed that her decision to align with the celestial realm was indeed astute. Thank you, Lord of the celestial realm, for driving away the demon in the future. The Queen Mother of the West shall surely look to you for guidance, she declared, realizing the need to cling to Zhou Yuan's favor, lest she provoke this great deity's displeasure. Otherwise, being cast out of the celestial realm would swiftly lead to her demise at the hands of the demon kin. When the time comes for your assistance, I shall call upon you. Furthermore, in the future, you may refer to me simply as Spirit Sovereign. Zhou Yuan replied with a faint smile, for he preferred the title of Spirit Sovereign over that of the Lord of the celestial realm. After all, his true essence was the world tree, the veritable sovereign of all spirits. Spirit Sovereign, your establishment of the celestial realm will likely attract many seeking refuge. The Queen Mother nodded in agreement. The primordial continent had long suffered under the tyranny of the demon kin. Many gentle beings have been slain for refusing to join the demon court. Now, with Zhou Yuan opening the celestial realm, it signified a sanctuary for these beings. Moreover, the rich spiritual energy of the celestial realm surpassed that of any cave abode or blessed land in the primordial continent, making it an ideal place for cultivation. Should beings come seeking refuge, I should make the necessary arrangements. Zhou Yuan smiled, having anticipated this when he welcomed the Queen Mother into the celestial realm. This was precisely what he desired. The celestial realm was vast beyond measure, and even with the Queen Mother bringing 3,000 celestial maidens, the space still felt overwhelmingly empty. What he saw was a myriad of spirits converging within the celestial realm, all venerating him as their sovereign. Forming a force that could rival the demon and witch clans, as the dance concluded, dozens of breathtaking celestial maidens retreated, and Zhou Yuan's gaze turned towards the primordial wilderness. Indeed, many were rushing towards the celestial realm, including familiar faces who had once listened to the Tao ancestors' teachings within the Purple Cloud Palace. The remnants of the Qilin clan beseeched the Spirit Sovereign to open the celestial gates and shelter our kin. The Phoenix clan seeks the Spirit Sovereign's protection, that our lineage may be spared from the demon kin's slaughter. The Dragon clan, too, has suffered persecution at the hands of the demon kin in the Eastern Sea. Imploring the Spirit Sovereign to grant us a chance at survival, the celestial gates. The first arrivals were the ancient remnants of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. These three clans had, during the primordial cataclysm, fought fiercely over the title of sole sovereign of heaven and earth, plunging the primordial beings into suffering and sorrow. When the demonic ancestor, Luo Ho, emerged, The clan leaders were defeated, and the heavenly Tao imposed punishment upon them. Thus, the three clans fell into decline, still shackled by the heavenly Tao, with no descendants able to ascend to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Spirit Sovereign, these three clans are those punished by the heavenly Tao. Will harboring them not invite trouble? The Queen Mother pondered for a moment before speaking. O shelter those disfavored by the heavenly Tao is to defy it. The consequences could range from a diminishment of fortune to death and obliteration. Consequently, the three clans found no favor anywhere they went. Fear not, Queen Mother. You may open the celestial gates and allow the three clans to enter. As for the others, I hold no concern regarding the shackles of the heavenly Tao or the loss of fortune. Zhou Yuan declared, unconcerned. After all, he was bestowed with blessings from the heavenly Tao, his fortune intertwined with by welcoming the three clans. The heavenly Tao would merely turn a blind eye, imposing no penalties upon him. With a thunderous crash, the heavens parted and the grand celestial gates slowly opened. Hundreds of auspicious beasts entered in succession, all kneeling before Zhou Yuan, their expressions filled with excitement. With a wave of his hand, waves of auspicious energy surged forth, enveloping the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, cleansing them of the shackles imposed by the heavenly Tao. How can this be? I feel the shackles of the heavenly Tao vanishing. They marveled, disbelief etched across their faces. This is something even the Grand Elder could not achieve. Spirit Sovereign, please accept our humble bow of gratitude. The three clans prostrated before Zhou Yuan, fully aware that releasing them from the shackles of the heavenly Tao required unfathomable merit. A feat beyond even the elder of the Dragon Clan, Zhu Long yet Zhou Yuan, with a mere gesture, summoned an ocean of auspicious energy, effortlessly liberating them from their bonds. From now on, you must diligently cultivate within the celestial realm and heed my commands. Otherwise, the shackles of the heavenly Tao may return, Zhou Yuan cautioned, casting a sweeping gaze over the kneeling remnants of the three clans. His cultivation might not rival the peak Zhu Long, but when it came to matters concerning the heavenly Tao, none in the primordial realm, including Hong Jun, could surpass him as long as he communicated with the heavenly Tao. Releasing the three clans from their shackles was a trivial matter. Spirit Sovereign, these are treasures left behind by our three clans. We humbly beseech you to accept them. They offered, presenting all their possessions to Zhou Yuan. Wishing to reside within the celestial realm, they felt it only fitting to pay this price. Zhou Yuan nodded. Although the three clans had long since fallen from grace, they had once been the protagonists of the primordial realm, and their collection remained substantial. Even among their treasures were over a dozen innate spiritual treasures. A rarity indeed. With a flick of his sleeve, Zhou Yuan gathered all the spiritual treasures presented by the three clans into his possession, though the three clans felt a pang of regret. This transaction was undeniably advantageous, not to mention Zhou Yuan's willingness to shelter them. The mere act of releasing them from the shackles of the heavenly Tao was worth the sacrifice of 100 innate spiritual treasures. Although for Zhou Yuan, it was but a trifling effort. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans shall each select 10 experts to guard the celestial gates, while the rest may reside in the northwestern part of the celestial realm. Zhou Yuan contemplated briefly before making arrangements. While welcoming the myriad beings of the primordial realm, he intended for each to contribute, ensuring they did not live off his kindness without purpose. We shall obey the Spirit Sovereign's decree. The three clans promptly spoke in unison, swiftly issuing orders to select their 10 most formidable experts, among whom was a formidable Luo Jin Xian. Having a Luo Jin Xian guarding the entrance is a spectacle rare in the vast expanse of Honghuang, perhaps only rivaled by the stature of Zhou Yuan. Meanwhile, at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, two immensely powerful figures gazed skyward with keen interest. Elder brother, now that we have arrived at this juncture, shall we venture into the heavenly realm? Hong Yun proposed. Being the first manifestation of the primordial red cloud that emerged during the creation of the world, he naturally felt an affinity towards the heavenly realm. Indeed, I have heard that even Emperor Jun and Tai dare not invade the heavenly realm. I too wish to behold its wonders and discover what incites such trepidation in those two. Zheng Yinzi replied with a smile. as he and Hong Yun gracefully floated towards the heavenly gate. In mere moments, they were confronted by an enormous void gate, around which the space continuously unraveled. With flashes of black lightning crackling within, to fall through it would spell disaster even for a Luo Jin Xian. Zhun Yuanzi, Hong Yun, seeks an audience with the spirit sovereign. Both were at the pinnacle of Luo Jin Xian, yet they recognized Zhou Yuan's esteemed position as the ruler of the heavenly realm, and thus dared not force their way in, instead opting to announce their presence. With a resounding boom that echoed through the air, the void gate began to shift, gradually revealing the splendor within the heavenly realm. Auspicious qi surged forth in myriad streams, with an abundance of spiritual energy surpassing any place in Honghuang. Countless precious spiritual herbs and trees flourished everywhere, tended with care by the 3,000 celestial maidens brought by the West Queen Mother. What astonished Zhou Yuanzi and Hong Yun even more was that the 30 guardians of the heavenly gate were none other than the ancient three clans: dragons, phoenixes, and Shilants, some of whom are even to Luo Jin Xian. What a grand display! The moment they stepped into the heavenly realm, an unexpected tension enveloped them. "Esteemed colleagues, please enter." Zhou Yuan's voice resonated. Soon, a member of the Qilin clan guided Zhou Yuanzi and Hong Yun to the very heart of the heavenly realm, where Zhou Yuan awaited them with spiritual wine prepared for their arrival. The richness of the spiritual energy was so profound that it had condensed into droplets. "Elder brother, this heavenly realm surpasses our Wuzhuang temple by countless degrees. Indeed, I can faintly sense that my cultivation is on the verge of breaking through to the quasi-saint realm." They marveled as they walked, recognizing that their dwelling in comparison was utterly inconsequential. After a while, Zhun Yuanzi and Hong Yun finally beheld Zhou Yuan, and behind him stood two innate spiritual roots, the ancestral peach tree and the Huang Zhongli. These roots, nourished by boundless spiritual energy and the essence of the nine heavens, had grown into towering trees radiating spiritual light. Zhun Yuanzi marveled inwardly at the remarkable growth of the innate spiritual roots in the heavenly realm, noting that the ginseng fruit tree was at least 1/3 shorter than the others, with neither branches nor trunk emanating any spiritual glow. "Spirit sovereign, may I plant the ginseng fruit tree here?" Zhun Yuanzi, though aware that this request might be unreasonable, felt an irresistible urge. Having arrived at the heavenly realm, he believed there was no place in Honghuang worthy of his ginseng fruit tree. To plant it anywhere else would be an injustice to such a primordial root. "Ha! Naturally, you may," Zhou Yuan replied with a slight smile. Planting the ginseng fruit tree here would incur no loss to him, since the heavenly realm was brimming with inexhaustible spiritual energy, and the essence of the nine heavens could be adjusted in size at will. Furthermore, since Zhun Yuanzi wished to plant the ginseng fruit tree in the heavenly realm, it was only fitting that he express some gratitude, lest he seem ungrateful. "Thank you, Spirit Sovereign," Zhun Yuanzi exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement at Zhou Yuan's swift acquiescence. "I shall not take advantage of the Spirit Sovereign. I propose that half of the fruits produced by the ginseng fruit tree belong to the heavenly realm." "That is acceptable," Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, appreciating Zhun Yuanzi's consideration. Hong Yun watched in astonishment, aware that his elder brother had always cherished the ginseng fruit tree as a treasure, often reluctant to part with even a single fruit. Yet today, he generously offered half of the yield. Was this truly the same frugal elder brother he knew? "Hong Yun, you must understand, this place is exceptionally conducive to the growth of spiritual roots. By relinquishing half the fruits, I am not at a loss," Zhun Yuanzi explained with a smile, delighted that Zhou Yuan had readily agreed to his proposal. After finalizing their arrangement, Zhun Yuanzi reached into the void and grasped. Breaking through layers of space, with a thunderous roar, his power connected with the formation within Wuzhuang Temple. Moments later, a fragrant ginseng fruit tree appeared in the heavenly realm, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. This ginseng fruit tree was indeed much smaller than the ancestral peach and Huang Zhongli. However, the fragrance emanating from its fruit was still remarkable, deserving of its title. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Yuan transformed the essence of the nine heavens into a golden light. Enveloping the ginseng fruit tree, and planting it beside the ancestral peach and Huangzhong in an instant. The boundless spiritual energy of the heavenly realm surged toward the ginseng fruit tree, augmented by the nurturing essence of the nine heavens. Before long, the entire ginseng fruit tree began to shine brilliantly, a stark contrast to its appearance in Wuzhuang Temple. Spirit Sovereign, West Queen Mother, Brother Hong Yun, today, in our merriment, let us pluck a few fruits to celebrate. Zhen Yuanzi suggested, using a purple gold hammer to knock down 4 fruits, which they shared among themselves. Truly, we are blessed by the Spirit Sovereign to taste the innate spiritual fruit, the West Queen Mother exclaimed with a smile, her eyes sparkling with envy as she gazed at Zhou Yuan. Realizing that even combined, neither she nor the East King could boast a single one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. Yet here stood Zhou Yuan, adorned with 3 such roots, shimmering with spiritual light. Indeed, were it not for the Spirit Sovereign, how could my elder brother be so generous as to treat us to ginseng fruits today? Hong Yin added, his gaze sweeping across the heavenly realm, which radiated with resplendent hues and auspicious qi, revealing an unparalleled beauty that ignited a longing within him. This place was far more enchanting than Honghuang. After exchanging pleasantries, they each consumed a ginseng fruit. The spiritual fruit melted in their mouths, transforming into a sweet, refreshing stream that coursed through their meridians. Waves of pure, overwhelming spiritual energy emanated, nourishing their primordial spirits and physical forms. Zhou Yuan utilized the Hongmeng Sanqing Ju to circulate this spiritual energy throughout his body. Unbeknownst to them, both their cultivation and physical forms became increasingly solidified. In the blink of an eye, a century passed, and the 4 of them gradually opened their eyes, their auras significantly stronger than before. No wonder Zhen Yuanzi valued his ginseng fruit tree so highly. Consuming a single fruit was equivalent to the benefits of a top-tier elixir, capable of enhancing one's cultivation by 10,000 years. Having lingered in the heavenly realm for quite some time, it is time for us to take our leave. I entrust the ginseng fruit tree to the Spirit Sovereign, Zhen Yuanzi said slowly, casting a reluctant glance at the ginseng fruit tree. Yet he understood that this place was indeed its superior abode, far better than remaining in Wuzhuang Temple. Hong Yun felt even more reluctant, as a primordial red cloud. He was innately attuned to the heavenly realm, and with such breathtaking scenery and abundant innate spiritual energy to aid in cultivation, it was a paradise. However, as guests in Zhou Yuan's domain, they had no right to overstay their welcome. Here are 2 tokens for you both. Those who possess them may enter and exit the heavenly realm at will. Zhen Yuanzi, you may also come often to check on the ginseng fruit tree's growth. Zhou Yuan said, producing 2 tokens made of emu essence and handing them to Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yu Toc. These tokens is akin to seeing Zhou Yuan himself. He added, ensuring that the guardians at the heavenly gate would not hinder their passage. Not long after Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yin departed, several groups of innate beings began to flock to the heavenly realm. These beings were mostly immensely powerful, but possessed gentle temperaments, preferring peace and shunning conflict. Thus reluctant to join the demon court, Zhou Yuan assigned them throughout the heavenly realm, both to enliven the realm and to safeguard it in his absence, not on the opposite side of Buzhou Mountain. Fu Shi and Nu Hua emerged from seclusion, having attained the pinnacle of the Luo Jinxian, mere luck away from breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. Elder brother, Zhou Yuan has opened the heavenly realm. Nu Hua gazed up at the vast firmament, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Shi and Fu Shi had secluded themselves for millennia, contemplating the teachings of the Tao ancestor regarding the path of the near saint, entirely oblivious to the happenings in the outside world. Upon emerging from their retreat, they were immediately struck by the changes in the celestial realm. Indeed, the heavens had opened, and lo, countless beings were making their way towards it. Fu Shi pointed towards the horizon, where dozens of radiant lights surged forth, each one immensely powerful, ascending towards the celestial domain. Elder brother, let us also venture to the heavens to seek out Zhou Yuan. Nu Hua exclaimed, her thoughts of Zhou Yuan causing a sudden blush to rise on her cheeks, and the thought of Hutu only heightened her anxiety. What if Zhou Yuan were to be taken away by Hutu? Without waiting for Fu Shi's reply, she summoned a rainbow-hued cloud and soared towards the celestial realm. Fuxi followed behind, shaking his head with a wry smile. His sister, upon her release from seclusion, was in such a hurry to see Zhou Yuan. Truly, one cannot keep a growing girl at bay. With a resigned heart, he hastened after Nuwa towards the heavens. Zhou Yuan, upon their arrival, was most welcoming. He had long wished to invite the two of them to the celestial realm to reminisce. However, the influx of newcomers seeking refuge in the heavens, coupled with the fact that the two had been in seclusion, had delayed this reunion. As Fuxi and Nuwa approached the grand gates of the celestial realm, two celestial cranes suddenly emerged from the void, trailing auspicious omens, and gracefully landed before them. Nuwa's face lit up with joy. "Elder brother, look! I knew that Zhou Yuan still thought of us. He must have sent these cranes to welcome us." Without hesitation, she mounted one of the cranes, which was as soft and warm as jade, and her heart raced with anticipation at the prospect of meeting Zhou Yuan, causing her to feel a mix of nervousness and shyness. The two cranes transformed into streaks of light and swiftly traversed the celestial gates into the heavenly realm. As they entered, a wave of rich spiritual energy enveloped them, invigorating them with each breath. Fuxi and Nuwa exchanged glances, astonished to discover that the spiritual energy in the celestial realm surpassed even that of the unyielding mountains. The meticulously arranged sanctum they had created could not even compare to the tail end of Zhou Yuan's domain. Truly, competition among beings can be disheartening. Moments later, the cranes landed, and Zhou Yuan's voice resonated. "Sister Nuwa, it has been far too long." "Zhou Yuan, dear brother, I have missed you dearly," Nuwa replied with a smile, jumping down from the crane. She surveyed her surroundings and noticed with great delight that Hutu was absent. It appeared that Zhou Yuan still held her in his thoughts, having thwarted Hutu's ambitions during this time. What a relief! Nuwa placed a hand over her heart, exhaling a sigh of relief. "I have little to offer to my esteemed guests, but please indulge in some spiritual fruits in the celestial realm," with Nuwa by his side. Zhou Yuan was filled with joy and promptly ordered the procurement of 3 ginseng fruits, 3 peaches, and 3 yellow plums for their enjoyment. "Goodness, Zhou Yuan, this is far too extravagant," Fuxi exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Each of these fruits, in the primitive world, could incite fierce competition among beings, especially the yellow plums, revered as the foremost of the 10 innate spiritual roots, contained fragments of the great Tao, precious beyond measure. Yet, Zhou Yuan presented them so casually as hospitality. Fuxi understood that such treatment was a reflection of the deep bond between Nuwa and Zhou Yuan, and despite his initial reservations, he now wished for his sister to deepen her relationship with Zhou Yuan. Nuwa beamed. "With such generosity for my brother, I shall not hold back." Unlike Fuxi, she felt no need for hesitation. Zhou Yuan's kindness filled her with joy, and the significance of the innate spiritual fruits paled in comparison to his heartfelt gesture. After consuming the fruits, they felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy coursing through them. Particularly, the yellow plums, imbued with fragments of the Tao, seemed to resonate with the heavenly will, loosening the constraints that had long held Fuxi and Nuwa back. As they gradually advanced from the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal to the threshold of the near saint, the 3 of them sat together for 3,000 years, and when they finally opened their eyes, the auras of Fuxi and Nuwa had transformed dramatically, officially entering the ranks of the near-saints. As for Zhou Yuan, he had long possessed the accumulated spiritual energy necessary to ascend to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet he felt that the time was not ripe for such a transition. "Thank you, my friend, for aiding me in attaining the near-saint realm," Fuxi expressed earnestly as he rose to his feet. Without those 3 fruits, his ascent would have taken no less than 100,000 years longer. "Sister, I too must extend my gratitude to you, dear brother." Nuwa smiled gently, bowing slightly to Zhou Yuan. Though she shared a close familiarity with him, such a grand gesture of thanks was still warranted. If anyone from the primitive world had witnessed this moment, they would surely have been astonished to see 2 immensely powerful near saints humbly expressing gratitude to a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Their expressions rife with humility. "Dear sister, Let us inscribe our insights from this journey into the near saint realm. In the future, when you reach this stage, my friend may find it beneficial. Such a noble suggestion. Elder brother, Niwa replied, and with that, she began to carve her understanding into a large jade stone nearby. Fushi, with a slight smile, followed suit without hesitation, etching his own insights onto the adjacent stone in that instant. Two beams of light, one azure and one white, shot skyward, the path of a near saint forever imprinted within the celestial realm. Henceforth, all beings of the heavens who heeded Zhou Yuan would partake in this blessing. Heavens, these are the insights of the near saint. We are eternally grateful for the benevolence of the Spirit Venerable. Instantly, the inhabitants of the celestial realm erupted with excitement. Even a mere glimpse of these insights would be sufficient for a lifetime of benefit. It was even conceivable that, armed with these revelations, they might transcend the Great Luo Golden Immortal and ascend to the near saint realm. As for Zhou Yuan himself, he had no need for such insights. His understanding of the Tao surpassed that of Fushi and Niwa. As he sought to grasp the ultimate celestial principles in the celestial realm, Niwa and Zhou Yuan strolled together, reveling in the breathtaking scenery. Meanwhile, on the Isle of Penglai in the Eastern Sea, Emperor Jun and Tai were mired in deep frustration. The entire spiritual flora and fauna of Penglai had been uprooted by Zhou Yuan, shaking the very foundations of the demon race. Fortunately, the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, was present to suppress the situation, preventing the complete loss of the demon race's fortunes and preserving the potential for future dominance over the primitive world. Elder brother, the Chaos Bell cannot remain on Penglai Island indefinitely. We must devise a plan, Tai remarked, his expression darkened as he surveyed the barren landscape of the isle. Though he had commanded the likes of Kitu and Luo Shu to lead the demon race to the mainland and planned a multitude of spiritual flora and fauna on Penglai Island, it did little to remedy the core issue. After all, Penglai Island was formed from a fragment of chaos that fell into the primitive world before the heavens were opened, and the flora and fauna that thrived there were extraordinary, a rarity in the entire primitive world. Yet now, Zhou Yuan had claimed it all for the celestial realm. Without the premier flora and fauna to nourish the spiritual veins, the environment of Penglai would only deteriorate further. Penglai Island cannot sustain the fortunes of our demon race. We must take action ourselves. Emperor Jun's expression was grim. During this time, he had been using the river diagram and Luo book to deduce the future of the demon race and had discovered a potential path. Take action ourselves? What do you mean, elder brother? Tai inquired, puzzled. The two had only recently broken through to the near saint realm. Yet even with their newfound strength, it seemed insufficient to significantly alter the fortunes of the demon race. I shall seek the heavenly marriage. Emperor Jun declared that by establishing the heavenly marriage, I will perfect the heavenly Tao of the primitive world. This is an act of immeasurable merit, and the heavenly Tao will undoubtedly bestow blessings. Our demon race shall certainly benefit as well at that time. Perhaps our fortunes will stabilize, and we will no longer require the Chaos Bell to maintain our suppression. We may even advance our cultivation further. Ah, I see. But with your esteemed status, who would be worthy of such a match? Tai realized, understanding that the path of the heavenly marriage could indeed salvage the fortunes of the demon race. Yet the selection of a partner posed a considerable challenge. Emperor Jun was the supreme demon emperor. Even in the entire primitive world, few would be deemed worthy of him. I have deduced that the union of yin and yang is the way of the heavenly Tao. I was born under the solar star and must seek a partner among the lunar stars. With a smile, Emperor Jun knew that everything was within his calculations. Once the celestial marriage was finalized, not only would the fortunes of the demon clan be secured, but his own power would undoubtedly reach an unprecedented level. Without further ado, dear brother, prepare the betrothal gifts. I shall accompany you to the lunar star. Tai, filled with joy, immediately set about gathering an entire 10 carts of celestial materials and treasures from the demon emperor's treasury, drawn by auspicious beasts as they made their way to the lunar star. Upon the lunar star, the breathtakingly beautiful Shiha and Changshi sat beneath a laurel tree, idly gazing at the vast expanse of starlit sky. Sister, the lunar star is dreadfully dull, Changshi lamented, resting her chin in her hand, her lips pouting in evident dissatisfaction. Having transformed from the lunar star, they had not left since, occupying countless epochs in this monotony. The lunar star, with its unchanging landscape, had long since lost its novelty for them. The primordial wilderness is fraught with danger. It is best we do not become entangled in its affairs, Shiha replied, aware of her sister's playful nature and her yearning for adventure in the primordial realm. However, the perilous wilderness was fraught with turmoil, with the three clans embroiled in conflict, leading to suffering for countless beings. Now, the witch and demon clans were also restless, with the demon tribe exhibiting their tyrannical dominance, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Sister, I have heard that a new celestial realm has emerged in the primordial wilderness, where the Lord is kind-hearted and has welcomed many beings oppressed by the demon clan. Why don't we venture there? Changshi suggested, suddenly struck by the idea that, given the dangers of the primordial wilderness and the tedium of the lunar star, they might as well visit the celestial realm. This indeed seemed a promising destination. Yet would the Lord of the celestial realm welcome us? Shiha hesitated, though her interest was clearly piqued, as the monotony of the lunar star was undeniably tedious. Hee. Sister, let us go. The Lord of the celestial realm has taken in so many beings tormented by the demon clan. He must be very kind and will surely welcome us. Seizing the opportunity as soon as she saw her sister relent, Changshi took Shia's hand, revealing her dimples, and together they set off towards the celestial realm. The celestial realm's gate, the void shimmered. Leveraging their Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation, Shiha and Changshi traversed the fabric of time and space. Arriving before the celestial gate, Shiha and Changshi seek an audience with the spirit sovereign. They called sweetly from outside the celestial gate. Prior to their arrival, they had already learned that the lord of this realm was the Supreme Spirit, known as the Spirit Sovereign. Zhou Yuan, who was currently enjoying the company of Enhua, was momentarily taken aback in his recollection. These two were meant to complete the celestial marriage with Emperor Jun and subsequently give birth to 10 golden crows, the youngest of whom was Lia Daoist. If others were aware of the connection between Shiha, Changshi, and Emperor Jun, they would have long since kept their distance, fearing to offend this demon monarch. However, Zhou Yuan was different. He held no regard for Emperor Jun, Tai, or the demon emperor Dongwang. Having seized the celestial realm and plundered Punlai Island, he had long since antagonized those 2 golden crows, bring Shiha and Changshi into the celestial realm. Zhou Yuan commanded, and at once a woman from the Phoenix clan approached the celestial gate, guiding Shiha and Changshi across the threshold. As they stepped through the gate, a stunning vista unfolded before them. In the distance loomed majestic mountains, with lush trees concealing a shimmering spiritual spring that danced in and out of sight. High above, waterfalls cascaded downwards, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Not only that, but an array of spiritual beasts frolicked about, each one a rare treasure that would incite fierce competition were they to be introduced into the primordial realm. Heavens! Is this the celestial realm? It is far more beautiful than I had imagined. Changshi exclaimed, her mouth agape. Upon entering the celestial realm, she was utterly astonished. Every blade of grass, every blossom and fruit, and countless wondrous beings filled her with delight and wonder. This place was indeed exquisite, far surpassing the lunar star. She had too marveled, reflecting that aside from the power of the moon that aided their cultivation, the lunar star offered naught but an expanse of dust, unchanged for countless epochs. How could it possibly compare to the freshness of the celestial realm before them? Please follow me. I shall take you to meet the Spirit Sovereign, the Phoenix woman said with a smile, recalling her own astonishment upon arriving in the celestial realm. Thank you, dear sister, for your guidance, Changshi replied, her dimples deepening as she radiated sweetness. The two followed the Phoenix woman deeper into the celestial realm. Sister, look over there. Cranes are soaring, Changshi exclaimed, spotting the ethereal birds in flight. And those spiritual beasts by the stream are simply adorable. My heavens, are those innate spiritual roots, and 3 of them at that. Throughout their journey, Shiha and Changshi were continually amazed, especially when they spotted 3 innate spiritual roots, Huangzhong Li, Pantao, and Rinshanhua, almost causing their jaws to drop in disbelief. How extravagantly luxurious. The top 10 innate spiritual roots of the primordial realm were represented here by 3. What is that delightful aroma? It smells divine. Changshi suddenly remarked, her nose twitching as she caught a whiff of something enticing. She then noticed a vast, boundless grassland where a man and a woman were grilling something. The tantalizing scent wafting from their direction. Spirit Sovereign, Shiha, and Changshi have arrived. The Phoenix woman announced to Zhou Yuan before discreetly withdrawing. So you are the Spirit Sovereign, the Lord of the Celestial Realm? Changshi tilted her head, surveying Zhou Yuan, and was immediately struck by his captivating demeanor. Merely standing there, he exuded an aura that was refreshing and inviting. Changshi, do not be rude. We are Shiha and Changshi from the Lunar Star, here to pay our respects to the Spirit Sovereign. Shiha quickly interjected, pulling Changshi down into a bow, unaware of the Spirit Sovereign's temperament. Should he take offense, being expelled from the Celestial Realm will be the least of their worries. Their very lives could be at stake, especially considering the woman beside Zhou Yuan possessed the cultivation of a quasi-saint. There's no need for formality. I just roasted some delicacies and was about to share with sister-in-law. You are welcome to join us, Zhou Yuan said, handing over 2 roasted wings of an extraordinary beast to Shiha and Changshi. After just one bite, their eyes lit up as Great Luo Golden Immortals. They no longer required sustenance, and their consumption of Zhou Yuan's offering was primarily out of courtesy. Yet, that single bite was profoundly flavorful, the aroma dancing around their mouths and noses, imparting a mysterious and enchanting sensation. Dear brother, this meat is prepared using 108 rare herbs. Not only is it delicious, but it also greatly aids in comprehending the Tao, Inwa remarked, watching with amusement as the 2 savored the dish. A spark of realization crossed Shiha and Changshi's eyes. Amidst their earlier indulgence, they had failed to notice the profound energy within, which indeed assisted in their understanding of the Tao. They quickly ceased eating, settling into a meditative posture to absorb the celestial realm's teachings. Zhou Yuan and Inwa exchanged a knowing smile, allowing the 2 to immerse themselves in their insights. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun and Tai, accompanied by a large contingent of demon clan members, journeyed with 10 carts of celestial materials and treasures to propose marriage to Shiha and Chang 11. In Emperor Jun's calculations, the union with Shiha and Changshi was predestined, perfectly aligning with the principles of yin and yang. Thus, certifying their marriage would compensate for the deficiencies in the heavenly Tao and yield the greatest merit. The demon clan marched confidently across the starry expanse, arriving at the lunar star only to find it eerily desolate. Brother, why is the lunar star so forlorn? Tai inquired, a heavy sense of foreboding settling over him. The lunar star, birth in the left eye of Pangu, had always been secluded, yet with so many of them present, where could Shiha and Changshi possibly be? Emperor Jun too felt a twinge of curiosity. Despite their grand display, there was no sign of the 2 celestial maidens. As the lord of this domain, Shiha and Changshi should have made their appearance by now. Jun immediately commanded the demon clan to commence a search on the moon star, while his divine consciousness transformed into a colossal 3-legged golden crow, sweeping across the celestial body. However, apart from solitary laurel tree, no trace of any beings was found. Strange, it was said that the 2 celestial maidens, Shiha and Changshi, had never left the moon star since countless epochs. So why were they now absent? Jun furrowed his brow, his heart filled with unease. The matter of the heavenly marriage was not only of personal significance to him, but was also intertwined with the fate of the entire demon clan. No issues could be permitted to arise. My Emperor, I have inquired extensively and heard that Shiha and Changshi have ventured to the heavenly realm together, Ji Meng whispered into Jun's ear. Unable to find the 2 on the moon star, he had dispatched individuals to search the boundless void of the universe, finally uncovering a glimmer of information. The heavenly realm again. Jun gritted his teeth at the mere mention of those words. That Zhou Yuan, relying on being a disciple of the 3 purities and favored by the Tao ancestor, had become utterly unrestrained, opposing the demon clan at every turn. He had even abducted Shiha and Changshi this time. According to Ji Meng, it seems that Shiha and Changshi embarked on this journey of exploration on their own, There may yet be a chance for us, Bai Zhe interjected suddenly, renowned for his wisdom among the demon clan. Even Di Jun and Tai Yi often heeded his counsel that, "Oh, and what do you propose we do?" Upon hearing there might be a way forward, Di Jun's expression softened slightly. "Since Shiha and Changshi are journeying in the heavenly realm, we shall go there to propose marriage. This is a private affair between the demon sovereign and the two celestial maidens. If Zhou Yuan attempts to obstruct us, he will find no justification before the three purities or the Tao ancestor." Bai Zhe pondered for a moment before offering his advice. "This plan is sound. Let us proceed as you suggest. Dispatch orders for the demon army to head to the heavenly realm. Should Zhou Yuan refuse to relinquish Shiha and Changshi, I shall not shy away from confrontation," Di Jun declared resentfully. Moments later, a grand procession of the demon clan appeared at the entrance to the heavenly realm. The guardians of the heavenly gate, the dragons, phoenixes, and Shilans, sensed the aura of Di Jun and Tai Yi, immediately growing tense. After all, two quasi-saints were present, accompanied by 10 formidable Great Luo Golden Immortals, a force not to be underestimated. However, as representatives of the heavenly realm, they could not afford to lose their composure, even in the face of Di Jun and Tai Yi. Otherwise, they would disgrace Zhou Yuan and jeopardize their standing in the heavenly realm. Who goes there at the heavenly gate? 3 Great Luo Golden Immortals thundered in unison. Tai Yi, about to unleash his ire at the audacity of these minor Golden Immortals to make noise before him, was halted by Bai Zhe. After all, their purpose was not to create trouble, but to escort Shiha and Changshi back to fulfill the heavenly marriage. "We have heard that the celestial maidens Shiha and Changshi are here. We come to bring them back," Bai Zhe stated. "Wait here. I shall inform Ling Zun." Moments later, the demon forces were ushered into the heavenly realm. Di Jun and Tai Yi traversed the enchanting landscapes of the heavenly realm, their teeth ground in frustration. Everything here had once belonged to the Penglai Immortal Island. Now, the vitality of Penglai had barely recovered to a fraction of its former glory, all thanks to Zhou Yuan. "Stay here. Ling Zun has decreed that the beings of the heavenly realm do not welcome your demon clan and cannot enter further." A Great Luo Golden Immortal of the Qilin clan halted the demon entourage after leading them a short distance. Revealing a look of disdain at the Primordial continent, the demon clan had previously oppressed the Qilin clan, forcing their submission to the demon court. Those Qilins who resisted had faced merciless slaughter. "Humph! You insignificant Golden Immortal. What right do you have to bar our way?" Tai Yi retorted fiercely, feeling this was an affront to his dignity. The demon clan members too began to stir restlessly in the primordial realm. It had always been the case that the demon clan bullied others, and no one dared to challenge them. Where the demon clan wished to go, none would dare obstruct them, in the primordial realm. Where can we not go? Even in the heavenly realm, our demon clan has the right to come and go as we please. What authority does your Ling Zun possess to command us? The proud demon clan erupted in outcry. Yet without Di Jun, Tai Yi, and the 10 great demon gods at the helm, the lesser demons dared not overstep their bounds. Meanwhile, deep within the heavenly realm, Zhou Yuan was accompanying Enhua, Shiha, and Changshi as they explored various locales, indulging in both the exquisite scenery and delectable cuisine. Zhou Yuan occasionally elucidated the principles of heaven and earth, his succinct words illuminating profound insights, leaving the three awestruck. Di Jun and Tai Yi have come to propose marriage. Will you not go meet them? Zhou Yuan remarked with a smile, casually popping a spiritual fruit into his mouth. I have no desire to meet those demons. Brother Zhou Yuan, sister Enhua, shall we continue our exploration? Changshi pouted, one arm linked with Zhou Yuan and the other with Enhua, cheerfully suggesting. Although Shiha and Changshi had not spent long in the heavenly realm, they had thoroughly fallen in love with it. Even reluctant to return to the Moonstar, as for the demon clan, they had never held any regard for them. These demons, so brash and domineering, paled in comparison to Zhou Yuan. The idea of Di Jun and Tai Yi marrying them was nothing short of a wild fantasy. Very well, since Sister Changshi is so inclined, we shall ignore the demon clan and continue our revelry in the heavenly realm. Further ahead lies the magnificent heavenly pool, where the western Kunlun immortals reside. To the east is the 10,000 great mountains, home to the primordial essence of the Yimyu, the south stretches a snowfield, extending for 100,000 miles, inhabited by snow spirits. Zhou Yuan led Enhua, Shihe, and Changxi, introducing them as they wandered. The heavenly realm, thanks to his endeavors, had long ceased to be a barren wasteland. Now, the various races of the primordial realm that Zhou Yuan had brought forth were establishing extraordinary landscapes throughout the heavenly realm. Naturally, they all had to revere Zhou Yuan and contribute to the heavenly realm when needed. This was the price paid for the protection of the heavenly realm. The fringes of the heavenly realm. Dijun and Tai waited for a full century, yet still saw no sign of Shihe and Changxi. How absurd! Are they toying with us? Tai exclaimed vehemently. 100 years had drained his patience completely. My Emperor. Does that Ling Zun's word mean we, the demon clan, cannot step into the heavenly realm? Indeed. Let us charge in. I wish to see what the heavenly realm can do to our clan. The demons behind Dijun were incensed. For Zhou Yuan's mere words, they had obediently waited here for a century. This was a tremendous humiliation for the demon clan, who roamed the primordial continent with impunity. This moment. Dijun's expression darkened to the utmost. He had a premonition that even if he waited another century, Shihe and Changxi would not materialize. Let us go. In. With a command from Dijun, the demon clan surged into the heavenly realm. Boom! In that instant, a myriad of lightning bolts descended, striking the demon horde in unison. In an instant, over 1,000 demons were reduced to cinders, their lives extinguished, leaving nothing but ash. Zhou Yuan, enjoying the sights and sounds, suddenly revealed a faint smile. These demons were far too impatient. Could they not endure a mere century? Let us go. It is time to confront Dijun and Tai. Zhou Yuan grasped Shihe and Changxi, along with Enhua, and vanished from their location, reappearing directly before Dijun and Tai. Such audacity from the demon clan, daring to invade my heavenly realm. Zhou Yuan's arrival elicited a cold smile directed at Dijun and Tai. This single scene was enough to astonish all present. A fully realized Tai, Golden Immortal, faced two quasi-saints with unwavering resolve, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Humph! Zhou Yuan, you have quite the arrogance, making us wait here for 100 years. Tai returned the cold smile, wishing he could have confronted Zhou Yuan at that very moment to wash away the humiliation suffered atop Buzhou Mountain. This matter does not concern Brother Zhou Yuan. It is my sister and I who requested his company to explore the heavenly realm. Shihe and Chang, she stood beside Zhou Yuan, one on the left and the other on the right. Their intentions unmistakably clear. The two celestial maidens, summoned from afar by Dijun, were to be wed, fulfilling the celestial marriage ordained by fate. Dijun, observing the affectionate demeanor shared between Shihe, Changxi, and Zhou Yuan, struggled to suppress the fury swelling within him, adopting a facade of indifference as he spoke. Demon Emperor, though your demon clan wields considerable power, it is unacceptable to coerce us into marriage against our will. She shook her head slightly at Dijun, having often heard tales of the demon clan's brazen audacity while residing on the Tying Star. Today, she witnessed those tales manifest in reality. Indeed, my sister speaks true. We shall not wed you, Changxi asserted, inching closer to Zhou Yuan. I was born from the Sun Star, while the two of you have taken form from the Tying Star. The union of yin and yang is the way of heaven, and completing this celestial marriage would yield great benefits for you as well. Do not be so ungrateful, as Shihe and Changxi's refusal echoed in the air. Dijun's gaze turned increasingly frigid. Failing to complete this celestial marriage would have dire repercussions, not only for himself, but for the demon clan's fate. Dijun, you have long acted with impunity in the primordial world. Do you truly believe you can seize individuals within my celestial realm? Zhou Yuan chuckled. Unperturbed, even if Dijun and Tai were to reach quasi-saint status, he possessed numerous strategies at his disposal, each one formidable in its own right. Beside Zhou Yuan, Enhua displayed her discontent. The brazen behavior of Dijun and Tai was appalling, and one should be compelled to marry against their will. Dijun's eyes darkened, fixated on Zhou Yuan with a piercing glare. The demon emperor, a figure of authority and quasi-saint power, have been questioned here by a mere Tai Golden Immortal, an affront of the highest order. Zhou Yuan, today I shall take Shi and Chang Shi as my brides. Can you stop me? With a thunderous roar, a colossal three-legged golden crow appeared behind Di Jun, flames surging skyward, threatening to engulf the celestial realm in inferno were it not for the protective formations in place. Not just Di Jun, but Tai Yi and the 10 great demon clans exuded an overwhelming presence, affirming the might of the demon race as one of the protagonists of the Primordial. Shi and Chang Shi felt trepidation at this spectacle. 1,000 times over, they rejected the notion of marrying Di Jun, yet, should they refuse, a cataclysmic battle between the celestial realm and the demon clan would ensue, leading to immense suffering for countless beings. That Di Jun's reasoning of celestial marriage through the union of yin and yang was irrefutable, leaving no room for counterarguments. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Chang my sister, and I have long been enamored with Ling Zun. If we are to wed, it will be to him, not to you. You little bird, you cannot threaten us, she declared with indignation. Thus, the situation shifted from Zhou Yuan obstructing Di Jun to Di Jun and Tai Yi attempting to usurp another's fiancé, Yi. Though seemingly similar under the laws of heaven, it transformed into a grave transgression for Di Jun, one he would have to bear the consequences for. Marry me. Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had spent time with Shi and Chang Shi, and while they were indeed remarkable, it had not yet reached the point of discussing marriage. He recognized that Chang Shi's declaration was meant to extricate him from peril, though it was unnecessary. As the child of heaven's law, he could stand against Di Jun without concern for the consequences. Nuwa, astonished, felt a surge of urgency. She had yet to compete with Ho Tu, and now Shi and Chang Shi emerged as contenders for Zhou Yuan's affections. The looming threat intensified, for these two women, possessing beauty that rivaled her own and exuding an alluring coldness from the tiny star, were captivating that I must take more initiative. Otherwise, not just Ho Tu, but even Shi and Chang Shi may eclipse me. Nuwa resolved silently that Shi, upon hearing her sister's words, was initially surprised but soon displayed a hint of shyness, tacitly agreeing with Chang Shi. She too held an interest in Zhou Yuan. The one most incensed was Di Jun, who felt his domain slipping away. Zhou Yuan had usurped his celestial realm, his Penglai island, and now sought to take his women as well. Chang Shi, what did you just say? Di Jun's teeth ground together, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Chang Shi. Her words had been akin to a resounding slap to the face of the mighty demon emperor, rendering him deeply embarrassed before his countless kin. I say that my sister and I intend to marry Zhou Yuan. We have no interest in you. Depart at once. Chang Shi's gaze was resolute, and why sentiments align with my sister's at Di Jun, you should seek another suitable partner and cease to disrupt the celestial realm. Although a celestial marriage is significant, you cannot forcibly alter our desires. You are free to seek another, she added. Ha ha ha. Di Jun's darkened gaze swept over Shi and Chang Shi before finally settling on Zhou Yuan, his expression growing increasingly frenzied. Zhou Yuan, you and my demon clan share a profound entanglement. Today, it is time to settle this. The overwhelming aura of a quasi-saint radiated from Di Jun, enveloping the area in an oppressive pressure that even caused the very fabric of the void to tremble. Teetering on the brink of collapse, this was the might of a quasi-saint. A mere glance could extinguish a Tai Golden Immortal's life. That Di Jun, do you dare? Fushi and Yuwa, both quasi-saints, conjured a protective barrier around Zhou Yuan. Today, anyone who stands with the celestial realm shall be deemed our enemy. Di Jun's roar transformed into streams of fire, striking against the barrier forged by Fushi and Yuwa, causing ripples throughout the void. Simultaneously, as Di Jun made his move, Tai Yi stepped forward. Though his chaos bell remained suppressing the demon clan's fortune on Penglai Island, he himself was a formidable quasi-saint in his own right. With the backing of the 10 great demon gods and countless demon treasures, Fushi and Yuwa found themselves straining against the onslaught. Di Jun, do you truly believe that upon reaching the quasi-saint realm, I have no means to contend with you? Zhou Yuan retorted coldly that ha ha ha. What can a mere Tai Golden Immortal do? The last time, I was merely ambushed by you, Having entered the quasi-saint realm now renders all your abilities and treasures useless against me. Clad in a golden royal robe that billowed without wind, Dijun embodied the essence of a demon sovereign, looking down upon all beings present, while a Tai Golden Immortal could do nothing against him. Zhou Yuan was different. Heaven's disdain. In an instant, a mysterious aura emanated from Zhou Yuan, establishing a connection with the heavenly law. This final technique imparted to him by Hong Jun enabled direct communication with the heavenly law, invoking its disdain towards the target. This technique, within the entirety of the primordial realm, surpassed even the efforts of the Tao ancestor himself. Heaven's disdain invoked the heavenly law, delivering divine retribution, regardless of Dijun's might. Could he surpass the heavenly law? Could he overpower the heavenly law? With Zhou Yuan, the son of the heavenly law, personally petitioning for retribution against Dijun, neither saint nor quasi-saint could escape the repercussions. Zhou Yuan's eyes gradually took on a gray hue. He stood there, seemingly disconnected from the external world. That Dijun regarded Zhou Yuan, sensing a subtle shift in the latter's aura, though Zhou Yuan still appeared weak. Merely a perfected Tai Golden Immortal, an inexplicable sensation stirred within him. Even Dijun, a quasi-saint, could not articulate it, and unease crept into his heart. The longer this dragged on, the more uncertain the outcome became. Zhou Yuan, today, I shall see you buried here, Dijun roared, unleashing the full extent of his quasi-saint power, causing the surrounding space to collapse, creating a series of black holes that erupted with immense energy, trembling the very foundations of the celestial realm. Previously, atop the Buzhou mountain, Zhou Yuan's invincible physique had bested Tai, leaving him unable to retaliate. But this time, the stakes were different. In the primordial realm, anyone who bore the title of saint could invoke earth-shattering transformations. Even a quasi-saint could extinguish a Great Luo Golden Immortal with ease, and no matter how formidable Zhou Yuan's physique, it could not withstand a strike from a quasi-saint. Boom! Dijun hurled the He-Tu and Luo Shu into the air with great force, summoning a colossal black tortoise that materialized in the void. Upon its shell, endless inscriptions of the heavenly Tao manifested intricate formations, with golden radiance soaring into the heavens, illuminating the universe and myriad realms. In an instant, the black tortoise stirred, and the barrier created by Fushi and Yuhua could no longer withstand the pressure. Shattering with a resounding crash, the formidable aura of the quasi-saint surged forth unabated toward Zhou Yuan, causing the surrounding space to begin to crack. Dijun, how dare you? Yuhua bellowed, her hands swiftly forming seals in an attempt to establish another barrier to protect Zhou Yuan. Shi He and Chang Shi, too, were filled with urgency, leaping towards Zhou Yuan, determined to shield him with their flesh and blood. Even behind Zhou Yuan, the powerful beings from the west, including the Queen Mother of the West, along with the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, as well as the spirits of plants and trees, all took action. Zhou Yuan had treated them well. How could he be ungrateful at such a critical moment? Tai observed this spectacle with a cold smirk, dismissing the multitude as mere ants. What could they possibly do to withstand a single strike from a quasi-saint? Regrettably, he could not personally reclaim the honor lost from his defeat atop Mount Buzhou. Nevertheless, it mattered not. All that was required was to eliminate Zhou Yuan and reclaim the heavenly realm. Yet, Zhou Yuan stood there in a daze, seemingly oblivious to the imminent danger, his thoughts immersed in communion with the heavenly Tao. What? The demon race influences the future of the Honghuang, and now it cannot be extinguished. I am aware of that. Then teach Dijun a lesson, for he is audaciously written upon my face. In the heavenly realm, Dijun's lips curled into a slight smile, as if envisioning the moment Zhou Yuan would be crushed into nothingness by his aura, for the repeated humiliation of the demon race. This is the price. Those who oppose the demon race, those who stand against me, Dijun, have but one fate, death. However, at that very moment, Zhou Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, a slight smile gracing his face as he pushed away Shi He and Chang Shi, who were rushing towards him. Not only did he not evade, but he also willingly faced Dijun's quasi-saint pressure head-on. Zhou Yuan. No! Yuhua shrieked. Has he lost his mind? A Tai, a golden immortal, attempting to withstand quasi-saint pressure? If he was to perish, perhaps he wished to do so with dignity. Today, not only will the demon emperor marry Shi He and Chang Shi, but our demon race shall also reclaim the heavenly realm. Behind Tai Yi, the demon race watched Zhou Yuan's foolish act with scornful laughter, eagerly anticipating the moment this arrogant spirit would erupt into a cloud of blood mist, allowing them to take control of the heavenly realm. Di Jun's lips also curled into a cold smile. Zhou Yuan was even more foolish than he had anticipated. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the ground, as countless bolts of lightning, each infused with the power of the heavenly Tao, instantaneously dispelled Di Jun's oppressive aura. Di Jun, I have told you not to underestimate me simply because I am a Tai, a golden immortal, Zhou Yuan declared coldly. Heavenly Tao, divine thunder, strike, boom, 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 above Di Jun's head. 100,000 bolts of lightning appeared, each immensely powerful, crashing down towards his crown. These bolts could rend the fabric of space. Even though Di Jun had reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint cultivation, he was in excruciating pain, struggling helplessly and appearing utterly wretched. He too, Luo Shu, protect me. Di Jun hastily summoned the He Tu and Luo Shu to hover above him, hoping to shield himself from the heavenly Tao's thunder. However, these bolts possessed causal power. They would not relent until they struck Di Jun. Moreover, these bolts were exceedingly mysterious, capable of inflicting torment without harming his essence, as if they were toying with him. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck Di Jun squarely on his backside, causing him to leap into the air. This is preposterous. This is outrageous, Di Jun roared. Yet the onlookers could no longer contain themselves. Many erupted into laughter. The dignified demon emperor was being struck by lightning, leaping about and howling, completely bereft of his prior grandeur. How can a mere Tai, a golden immortal, wield such thunder? Oh, it hurts. Di Jun was utterly baffled. Each bolt of lightning contained the power of the heavenly Tao, transcending the laws of space, time, and even causality. This was beyond the capabilities of a Tai, a golden immortal. Even as a quasi-saint, he could not achieve such feats. I have already stated that even as a Tai, a golden immortal, I possess ways to deal with you. Get lost. Zhou Yuan laughed coldly. Were it not for the implications of the Wu and Yao War, affecting the future of the Hongwang, he would have long ago requested the heavenly Tao to unleash annihilating thunder to smite Di Jun. Di Jun was left speechless, his face flushed with rage. A mere Tai, a golden immortal, dared to command him to leave, and he found himself utterly powerless, a situation that was profoundly humiliating. Big brother, I shall assist you, Tai Yi, unable to watch any longer. Though lacking the chaos bell, was still formidable, his cultivation only slightly beneath Di Jun's. Do not. These bolts of lightning are peculiar. If you intervene, you may also become entangled in causality, Di Jun quickly warned, while simultaneously enduring several more strikes, leaving his skin torn and bloodied, golden blood trickling down his body and sizzling as it hit the ground, creating deep craters. Tai Yi and the other demons who wished to assist halted in their tracks. These bolts of lightning were far too strange. If the demon emperor was being so thoroughly humiliated, they would likely be obliterated in an instant. Di Jun, I do not fear telling you that unless you leave the heavenly realm, these bolts of lightning shall not cease. Let us see how long you can endure. Zhou Yuan smiled, plucking several fruits from a nearby tree and leisurely chewing them, even contemplating bringing a chair to sit and watch Di Jun's performance. After all, he had all the time in the world and was unconcerned by such trivial matters. You are ruthless. Let us depart. Di Jun, unable to withstand the assault any longer, gritted his teeth to utter those words. This was tantamount to admitting defeat to Zhou Yuan, a proud demon emperor bowing to another. Wait, you must vow to the heavenly Tao that you will no longer harbor any intentions toward Shi He and Chang Shi. Zhou Yuan pondered momentarily, calling to Di Jun to make an oath. Otherwise, when he was not present, Di Jun could not be trusted to refrain from acting as long as he made the oath before the heavenly Tao. With the heavenly Tao as witness, he could rest easy. Zhou Yuan, do not push your luck. Di Jun was so enraged he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. forcing him to utter such words in front of two women. Where could he possibly place his dignity as a demon emperor? Not willing to speak. Then do as you wish. Zhou Yuan shrugged, entirely unconcerned. Regardless, unless Di Jun complied with his demand, the heavenly Tao's thunder would not relent, and these bolts were entirely summoned by the heavenly Tao itself. Consuming not a sliver of his spiritual power, the duration of the storm posed no burden to Zhou Yuan. Very well. I swear, I, Di Jun, hereby vow to the heavenly Tao that I shall never again harbor any intentions towards the two fairies, Shihe and Changshi. Should I violate this oath, let the heavenly Tao unleash thunder to rend my body asunder. As Di Jun completed his oath, it seemed as though the heavenly Tao sensed something, entrusting Di Jun's vow to its essence. Should he ever breach this promise, even if it pertained to the Wu and Yao war, he would be struck down by lightning. Leave, Di Jun declared, turning his back and departing without a glance. The other demons followed suit, their heads bowed in contrast to their earlier grandeur, leaving in a despondent silence, no one daring to utter another word. Once the demon race had departed, Shihe and Changshi cast grateful glances toward Zhou Yuan. Were it not for him, with only their combined strength, they would have never dared to defy Di Jun despite their myriad of grievances. They would have been forced to become Di Jun's wives. Mere pawns in the demon race's game, it's merely a minor matter, no cause for concern. A stern warning to the demon race is necessary to prevent their incessant coveting of my heavenly realm. Zhou Yuan dismissed it with a wave of his hand, having simply reported a grievance to the heavenly Tao, expending little effort in the process. Brother Zhou Yuan, regarding my marriage to you and my sister. Changshi suddenly said, her expression bashful. That was merely your excuse to dissuade Di Jun. It naturally holds no weight. Zhou Yuan spoke with a refreshing candor. Given his character, it was inconceivable that he would force two women to marry him simply because of this matter. Such behavior was not in his nature. Niwa let out a sigh of relief. Throughout this period, she had regarded Shihe and Changshi as dear sisters. She certainly did not wish for her sisters to suddenly become rivals in love. No, Zhou Yuan Gij, what I meant was, when shall the wedding between my sister and you take place? Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Changshi grew anxious, fearing that he might be reluctant to marry her and her sister. Meanwhile, Shihe, holding Changshi's hand, nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhou Yuan, eagerly awaiting his response. Zhou Yuan, taken aback by the determination of Shihe and Changshi to marry him, contemplated the implications. The two goddesses of the primordial era who held his interest were Niwa and Hotu. Recently, he had also noticed the peculiar glances from Zhuangmu. If he were to add Shihe and Changshi to the mix, it seemed he could establish a harem in the primordial world. Was this perhaps an alternative effect of being blessed by the heavenly Tao? His charm had surged dramatically, rendering him extraordinarily attractive to the opposite sex across the entire realm. Are you truly willing to marry Zhou Yuan? Niwa exclaimed, suddenly alarmed. It appeared that these two were not merely deflecting, but were genuinely interested in marriage. Would that not mean turning sisters into rivals? Niwa's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and red, leaving her at a loss for words that, of course, Zhou Yuan Gij is so wonderful. Both my sister and I are entirely willing to marry him. Changshi's delicate nose tilted upward as she directly linked her arm with Zhou Yuan's, resting her head on his shoulder in an exceedingly affectionate manner. Witnessing this scene, Niwa nearly leapt in protest. How could she take such initiative before receiving a formal agreement? Fushi shook his head at his sister's antics, yet he refrained from commenting, knowing that the outcome ultimately lay in Niwa's hands. I am currently only at the Great Golden Immortal realm and must prioritize my cultivation. Let us discuss marriage once I have achieved the Great Luo Golden Immortal status. Zhou Yuan gently shook his head, aware that he had already promised Hodu to postpone discussions of marriage until he reached that stage. The same reasoning applied to Shihe and Changshi. Very well then, Shihe and Changshi expressed a hint of disappointment. But since Zhou Yuan had agreed to postpone until he attained the Great Luo Golden Immortal status, they found it acceptable. After all, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Great Golden Immortal realm, suggesting that the day of his ascension to the Great Luo would not be far off. Niwa exhaled a sigh of relief. Had Zhou Yuan agreed, she would have been at a loss regarding her own position. Then, Zhou Yuan Gij, May we move to the heavenly realm to reside? Changxi inquired, tilting her head. Certainly, Zhou Yuan replied with a nod, planning to have Shiha and Changxi live beside him for mutual support. Wonderful, Shiha and Changxi cheered, promptly dispatching someone to transport all their belongings, especially the laurel tree, from the Tying Star to the heavenly realm. The laurel tree, being one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, inherently contained the power of the Tying. Zhou Yuan planted it beside the Pan Tao, Huang Zhongli, and Ren Xinghua, and this innate spiritual root immediately radiated a dazzling brilliance, its tying power magnified countless times compared to its previous location. In the future, you may cultivate beneath the laurel tree, which will not hinder your comprehension of the tying principles, Zhou Yuan stated, placing their palace from the Tying Star next to the laurel tree. Enveloped in the essence of the tying. Big brother, I also wish to move to the heavenly realm. The spiritual energy here is far denser than in our dojo. Nuwa felt a surge of urgency as she observed Shiha and Changxi residing next to Zhou Yuan. The adage, the closer one is to the water, the easier it is to catch the moon, resonated with her. If Zhou Yuan and Shiha or Changxi were to wed during her absence, what would become of her? Moreover, she desired to be closer to Zhou Yuan, fostering a sense of intimacy. Fuxi merely smiled and nodded, fully aware of his sister's feelings. However, it was evident that Zhou Yuan was indeed worthy of Nuwa, and he was happy to facilitate their union. Zhou Yuan, I have observed a cliff in the southwestern direction, a place of extraordinary spiritual energy, ideally suited for my cultivation and the exploration of the Bagua. May I reside there? Fuxi inquired. Zhou Yuan readily agreed. He shared a bond with Fuxi and Nuwa, and the heavenly realm was a small enough space that he could easily accommodate Fuxi's request. Then I shall live next to Zhou Yuan, as this place has the most potent spiritual energy and the innate spiritual roots are conducive to my cultivation, Nuwa hastily added. Zhou Yuan had no reason to refuse and nodded in agreement. After a series of arrangements, Shiha, Changxi, Fuxi, and Nuwa officially settled in the heavenly realm. Except for Fuxi, the three women resided in close proximity to Zhou Yuan, often engaging in leisurely excursions and sharing insights. During Nuwa's lectures as a quasi-saint, remarkable phenomena manifested throughout the world. The tying path cultivated by Shiha and Changxi was rare in the primordial world, profoundly intricate, and opened many eyes as for the teachings Zhou Yuan imparted. They resonated powerfully, compelling even Nuwa, now a quasi-saint, to seek his guidance for the aspects she could not comprehend. Meanwhile, on another front, Dijuan and Tai led the demon clan back to Penglai Island. Big brother. Tai cautiously addressed Dijuan, who had remained silent since their return to the heavenly realm, standing atop a cliff and gazing into the vast eastern sea. This silence had persisted for over a century, and should it continue, he might succumb to inner demons, jeopardizing his path to enlightenment, potentially leading him into the dark path of demonic descent. Despite Tai's persistent calls from behind, Dijuan remained fixated on the endless sea. Shrouded in ominous black energy, a sign of impending demonic transformation. Should Dijuan succumb, the entire demon clan would plunge into irretrievable despair. Lord Dongwang, we must awaken the demon emperor with the chaos bell, Bei suggested, standing beside Tai, who could only shake his head in resignation at this juncture. Only the innate treasure, the chaos bell, possessed the power to rouse it. IT must be done. Tai lamented, aware that the chaos bell, an innate treasure of immense power, could inadvertently harm Dijuan's primordial spirit if mishandled. Yet at this point he had no other choice. The 10 great demon gods stood guard as Tai held the chaos bell aloft in the void, ringing it with great force. The resounding ding echoed through time and space, silencing all before unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy. The waters of the eastern sea surged skyward, and the celestial stars dimmed in the wake of the chaos bell's thunderous might, which detonated within Dijuan's primordial spirit. Puffed, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning, but gradually his eyes regained their clarity, the chaos bell finally awakening him. Jaimin rushed forward to support Dijuan, administering a dark green demon pill to protect his primordial spirit. After a considerable time, Dijuan finally opened his eyes, wearied and drained. I nearly fell into the demonic path. Even Zhou felt a chill of fear. Falling into the demonic path meant eternal damnation, subject to the erasure by the heavenly Tao. Big brother, it is a relief that you have awoken. Once the demon clan's fortune stabilizes, I will wield the chaos bell to reclaim our dignity in the heavenly realm. Tai declared fiercely, in no need. We must refrain from provoking Zhou Yuan for now. He possesses a power beyond my comprehension, far surpassing you, and me. We shall wait until we achieve the great Tao before seeking retribution. Zhou shook his head, haunted by the lingering fear of the 10,000 bolts of lightning that had threatened him, leaving him without the confidence to confront Zhou Yuan again. Little did he realize that this power belonged to the heavenly Tao. Even if he became a saint, as long as he remained within the confines of the heavenly Tao, he would forever be outmatched. What of the celestial marriage? Tai inquired. The celestial marriage was pivotal to the demon clan's fortune, and regardless of whether he could wed Shiha or Changxi, it must proceed that I have discerned that I share a fateful connection with the princess of the Tianwang clan, who can serve as a substitute for Shiha and Changxi. When Emperor Zhou mentioned the phrase Shiha Changxi, he momentarily paused, followed by a long sigh that gradually restored his composure. Tai and the other members of the demon race observed this in silence, knowing that everything hinged on Zhou finding his own way through it. However, the heavy burden of inner demons was not conducive to the path of attaining the primordial unity. Elder brother, since this is the case, I shall arrange for your wedding to the princess of the Tianwang tribe. This will solidify the fortunes of our demon race. After speaking, Tai promptly instructed Jiming to take countless heavenly treasures and proceed to the Tianwang tribe for the marriage proposal. Of course, should the princess refuse, they would resort to annihilation. Before long, word spread throughout the wilderness of the impending nuptials between the demon emperor Zhou and the princess of the Tianwang tribe. All beings of the wilderness were invited to Panglai Island to witness this monumental event, the first marriage since the creation of heaven and earth. On this day, the red carpet was laid out, and auspicious signs filled the sky, transforming the once grim atmosphere of the demon court into one of joyous celebration. Hand in hand, Emperor Zhou and the Tianwang princess walked down the red carpet, receiving the reverent kneeling of all demons as they basked in the essence of the sun and moon. I, Emperor Zhou, today with the princess of the Tianwang tribe, with a heart devoted to the heavens. May the Tao witness this union. After stating this, the couple bowed towards the heavens, and after a series of elaborate rituals, the wedding was deemed complete. Just then, a gentle breeze swept across Panglai Island, and a vast expanse of merit clouds suddenly drifted in from the horizon, showering down golden light of immeasurable merit. Emperor Zhou received 50% of this merit. The Tianwang princess obtained 30%. While the remaining 20% was utilized to stabilize the fortunes of the demon race, as the golden light of merit entered his body, Zhou's aura began to rise continuously. He was already a peak existence at the early stage of quasi-saint. And at this moment, signs of a breakthrough began to manifest. Suddenly, the true fire of the sun ignited around him, soaring 3,000 zhang into the sky, transforming the entire horizon into a sea of flames. Within that inferno, a three-legged golden crow emerged, bathed in true fire, reminiscent of a phoenix undergoing rebirth. "Return to me, my primordial spirit," Zhou called softly, and the three-legged golden crow, seemingly sensing his call, let out a long cry and dove down, merging with Zhou in a brilliant flash of golden light. In that instant, Zhou's aura underwent a dramatic transformation, successfully advancing to the mid-stage of quasi-saint, sufficient to look down upon the wilderness. Congratulations, Demon Emperor. On reaching the mid-stage of quasi-saint, the Demon Emperor now gazed down upon the world, and the demon race became the only true protagonists of the wilderness. The Demon Emperor is invincible. In an instant, all beings on Panglai Island erupted in cheers for Emperor Zhou. Even Tai let out a breath of relief, as the fortunes of the demon race were finally stabilized through this celestial marriage, allowing him to once again wield the chaos bell without the constraints he had faced in the heavenly realm. Yet, within Zhou's heart, there was no sense of elation. The shame he had endured in the heavenly realm remained an indelible mark upon his soul. What troubled him further was the power of thunder. Even having reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint, he still could not comprehend what kind of force it truly was. Could it be that the thunder summoned by Zhou Yuan possessed the strength of a saint? Yet he was merely a Tai Golden Immortal. How could he wield such power? Zhou Yuan pondered endlessly, and despite the gradual stabilization of the demon race's fortunes post-wedding, his face remained devoid of a smile. Shrouded in gloom. Elder brother, I can now control the chaos bell. We should invade the heavenly realm to avenge the humiliation we suffered. Tai noted Zhou Yuan's somber expression, aware that he was still troubled by matters concerning the heavenly realm. Initially, the chaos bell had awakened Zhou Yuan, but had not completely shattered his inner demons. The To conquer Zhou Yuan, it is essential to vanquish the inner demons. This is a significant obstacle on Zhou Yuan's path to enlightenment. And Tai was determined to assist him. It is unwise, Tai cautioned. Even if I reach the mid-stage of quasi-saint, I still dread that thunder. The chaos bell may suppress time and space, but it cannot sever the ties of causality. It would be ineffective against that thunder. Zhou Yuan smiled wryly and shook his head. Even as a quasi-saint, Tai, with his innate treasures, was still powerless against a mere Tai Golden Immortal. Elder brother, I do have a plan. Perhaps we can seize the heavenly realm without directly intervening. Tai mused after a moment of contemplation. Zhou Yuan's eyes gleamed with interest. If they could indeed defeat Zhou Yuan and reclaim the heavenly court without personal involvement, that would be most advantageous. The Tao ancestor had once expounded in the Zhixiao Palace that to attain primordial unity, one must employ the method of severing the three corpses. The three corpses required for this path to sanctification must be entrusted to innate spiritual treasures. At this point, a spark of understanding ignited in Zhou Yuan's eyes. He instantly grasped the implication. Innate spiritual treasures were exceedingly precious in the wilderness, with countless Luo Golden Immortals spending their lifetimes in pursuit of even a single piece. However, Zhou Yuan possessed an abundance of innate spiritual treasures, unmatched in the entire wilderness. Elder brother, have you thought of this too? Tai grinned, recalling how during the division of the innate gourd at Buzhou Mountain, he noticed the avaricious gazes of the accompanying Luo Golden Immortals towards Zhou Yuan, held back only by their fear of the three pure ones. A cold smile graced Tai's lips. If they could incite these Luo Golden Immortals to trouble the heavenly realm, he could play the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, waiting to reap the benefits by eliminating Zhou Yuan and reclaiming the heavenly court. A perfect win-win situation. Zhou Yuan nodded. This plan proposed by Tai was indeed feasible. Most importantly, even if it failed, it would not implicate them, but rather entangle Zhou Yuan and the other Luo Golden Immortals in causality. In simple terms, this endeavor posed only benefits for the demon race, without any detriment. I had also noticed that the ancestor of the underworld river and Kunpeng displayed the most avarice. We might be able to leverage them. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yuan devised a plan, particularly with Kunpeng, who had been expelled from the Zhixiao Palace due to Zhou Yuan's influence and was a member of the demon race. It would be easiest to approach him. Zhou Yuan remarked. What you say makes perfect sense. Initiating from those two will stir the tides of the world, ensuring the heavenly realm's downfall and Zhou Yuan's defeat. Tai nodded, a sinister smile gracing his lips, as if he could already envision the heavenly court collapsing and Zhou Yuan perishing. Suddenly, the heavens parted and myriad auspicious clouds floated in the air beyond the 33 heavens. The chaos world awaited the third sermon of the Tao ancestor, which was not far off. Tai, let us first attend the sermon at the Zhixiao Palace before making our plans, Zhou Yuan declared, and with that, he and Tai transformed into two beams of golden light, soaring into the clouds toward the chaos world beyond the 33 heavens. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, Zhou Yuan sensed the opening of the Zhixiao Palace, and, accompanied by Fuxi, Niuhua, and Shi Wangmu, went to listen to Hongjuan's teachings. He did not bring Shiha and Chanxi along, not out of inconvenience, but because this sermon focused on the methods of attaining sanctity. In their current realm, as the Luo Golden Immortals would yield little benefit, it would be more advantageous to return and convey comprehensible teachings to them. Fuxi and Niuhua, wielding quasi-saint power, directly traversed space, arriving at the Zhixiao Palace in no time. The three Pure Ones were already seated and greeted Zhou Yuan with faint smiles upon his arrival. Zhou Yuan, overjoyed to see his three masters, hurriedly bowed. Congratulations to the three masters for reaching the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint. As he stepped into the Zixiao Palace, he sensed the extraordinary aura emanating from the three Pure Ones, all having reached the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint. Particularly, Laozi, the leader of the three Pure Ones, had reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage, on the verge of breaking through to the late stage. The three Pure Ones, transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, enjoyed the merits of creation. Even with Zhou successful celestial marriage and breakthrough to the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint, he still fell slightly short of Laozi's prowess. The stronger the three Pure Ones became, the more pleased Zhou Yuan felt, for they were his formidable backing. Once the three Pure Ones established their teachings and attained sanctification, he would have three saints supporting him to that point, who would dare to challenge him in the wilderness. Disciple, you certainly managed to infuriate Zhou during your time in the heavenly realm. Tong Tian chuckled, casting a glance towards the direction of Zhou and Tai. There sat the Demon Emperor, his face darkened, silent as he brooded. Particularly, the area between Zhou's eyebrows appeared shadowed, suggesting a descent into demonic paths. Disciple, you need not worry. With the three of us backing you, a mere demon race poses no threat. Yuan Shi coldly regarded Zhou and Tai, viewing them as mere fledglings in the grand scheme of things. Had it not been for Tai's possession of the innate treasure, the Chaos Clock, they would scarcely have regarded these two individuals with any significance. This principle elucidates why you are my foremost disciple among the three Pure Ones. Not even the demon race shall dare to impose upon our esteemed student. I spoke with a leisurely demeanor. Zhou Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. The words of the three Pure Ones instilled within him a warm current. Although strength reigned supreme in the primordial chaos, he firmly believed that the affection the three Pure Ones harbored for him was genuine. Even should the three Pure Ones eventually establish their own factions, this bond would remain unchanged. Shortly thereafter, a melodious chant emanated from deep within the Zixiao Palace, heralding the arrival of Daozu amidst the celestial celebration. In an instant, a radiant spectrum of colors illuminated the heavens, while celestial music resounded throughout the cosmos. Countless golden lanterns, golden lotuses, and exquisite ornaments cascaded from above like a continuous stream of water dripping from an eave. Hongjun cast a glance at Zhou Yuan and nodded slightly. Following his recent closeness with this son of Heaven-S Tao, it was evident that the Tao had come to recognize him even more, significantly reducing the burdens of causality. It was likely that the merits and fortune accumulated from this sermon would suffice for him to attain harmony with the I in my three teachings. The first expounded upon the path of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, the second upon the path of the Quasi-Saint. This time, I shall impart the path to sainthood. Hongjun spoke slowly, and in an instant, extraordinary phenomena unfolded within the Zixiao Palace. Heavenly flowers rained down with boundless marvels, while golden lotuses surged from the ground, heralding auspicious signs. Golden rain fell, celestial music harmonized, and delightful fragrances wafted through the air. However, this time, Hongjun did not show favoritism towards Zhou Yuan. All present in the Zixiao Palace partook equally of these extraordinary manifestations. This was not due to Hongjun's impending attainment of the Tao, rendering him indifferent to Zhou Yuan, but rather because the teachings he was currently imparting were unworthy of Zhou Yuan's stature. He resolved to grant Zhou Yuan a private session following the conclusion of the sermon, imparting to him the ultimate path he had comprehended. The methods for attaining sainthood are threefold. Apart from the method of severing the three corpses, which I previously discussed, there are also the paths of merit and force. Hongjun surveyed the Zixiao Palace and eloquently elucidated the methods for achieving sainthood. Attaining sainthood through merit requires an endless influx of virtues. Those without great fortune may not use this method to attain the primordial unity. Conversely, the path of force is the most arduous. When Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, he sought to attain the Tao through strength, yet ultimately fell short, his essence merging with the primordial chaos, leading to his demise. Therefore, if all present wish to attain the primordial unity, The method of severing the 3 corpses that I imparted remains the most optimal, as Hong Jun expounded upon the path to sainthood. 3,000 years swiftly passed. My third sermon has concluded, and I now bestow upon you the primordial purple qi. This is the foundation of the Tao and can assist in attaining sainthood. Upon hearing these words from Hong Jun, the Zixiao Palace erupted in a clamor. Primordial purple qi, the foundation of the Tao. This is indeed the basis for attaining sainthood. To acquire the primordial purple qi is tantamount to having the potential for sainthood. Without the primordial purple qi, no matter how profound one's magical abilities or cultivation, crossing that true threshold remains exceedingly difficult. Even the prominent figures in the primordial chaos eagerly anticipated the Daozu's granting of the primordial purple qi to themselves. Taiji Laozu, as the foremost disciple of my Xianmen, shall enjoy the merits of creation and be granted a portion of primordial purple qi. With a wave of his hand, Hong Jun bestowed a radiant orb of purple light into Laozi's grasp, which was indeed the foundation of the Tao, the primordial purple qi. Thank you, Master, for your benevolence. Even Laozi, cradling the primordial purple qi at that moment, felt an overwhelming surge of excitement and expressed his gratitude hastily. Yuqing Yuanshi, as a disciple of my Xianmen, shall enjoy the merits of creation and be granted a portion of primordial purple qi. Shanqing Tongtian, as a disciple of my Xianmen, shall enjoy the merits of creation and be granted a portion of primordial purple qi. All 3 pure ones received a portion of the primordial purple qi from Hong Jun, signifying their potential to become saints in the future. However, considering that the 3 pure ones are incarnations of the primordial deity Pangu's essence, each having shared in the merits of creation, if they too could not attain sainthood, it would seem that no one else in the primordial chaos would possess that qualification. Enhua, as a disciple of my Xianmen, possesses great fortune. If she is destined for transformation, she may attain sainthood through merit. Thus, I bestow upon her a portion of primordial purple qi. With another wave of his hand, a purple orb suffused with the essence of the Tao fell gently into Enhua's embrace. After bestowing the primordial purple qi to the 3 pure ones and Enhua, Hong Jun turned his gaze towards the duo of Jin and Zhuanti, letting out a soft sigh. He was genuinely displeased with these two, but, bound by the karmic ties of the West, had no choice but to grant them the primordial purple qi. Jin and Zhuanti, as my registered disciples and individuals of great resolve who can harbor grand aspirations, I hereby grant you a portion of primordial purple qi, hoping you both will cultivate diligently and not disappoint my expectations. Hong Jun likewise bestowed 2 portions of primordial purple qi upon Jin and Zhuanti. The two, holding the primordial purple qi, were overwhelmed with emotion and immediately knelt in reverence, chanting praises of Hong Jun's eternal longevity. I could see this moment. Everyone realized that the 6 cushions at the front possessed such extraordinary fortunes. Not only had they entered the Xianmen and become disciples of the Daozu, but they had also received the foundational primordial purple qi of the Dao in that instant. All present could not help but feel a twinge of regret. Why had they not fought vigorously for a cushion back then? Xinyuanzi glanced at Hong Yun with a sigh. His friend had relinquished a tremendous opportunity by giving up his seat. Yet, Hong Yun remained unfazed and comforted Xinyuanzi, saying, "One's fortune is predetermined. There is no need to force it. Does that mean we, who are not disciples of the Xianmen, have no hope of attaining sainthood? Indeed, we sincerely seek the Tao, but without primordial purple qi, how can we attain the primordial unity? We beseech the Daozu to show compassion for the common folk and bestow additional portions of primordial purple qi upon us within the Zixiao Palace." Voices rose in protest, as Hong Jun had only distributed 6 portions of primordial purple qi to the 6 individuals of the Xianmen, which inevitably led others to perceive it as somewhat unjust. The Tao is 50, and the sky's transformations are 49. One must be relinquished. All things possess a glimmer of hope that, in my hand, I still hold a portion of primordial purple qi, which shall choose its own master. Those with affinity may obtain it. Hong Jun produced a portion of primordial purple qi from his sleeve and then tossed it into the air. The primordial purple qi, seemingly sentient, spiraled around the Zixiao Palace. As if searching for its destined owner, the onlookers gazed at the primordial purple chi, with eyes alight with anticipation. Like that moment, even Dijuantai could no longer remain seated, transforming into a three-legged golden crow. He darted left and right, desperately reaching for the primordial purple chi. Simultaneously, figures of great renown in the primordial chaos, such as Mingi Laozu, Zhuangmu, and Pangu Wang Laozu, also unleashed their divine abilities, extending their hands towards the primordial purple chi. This was the foundation for attaining sainthood, a temptation that even they could not resist. However, the primordial purple chi possessed its own sentience. Even quasi-saint powers could not forcibly seize the foundation of the Tao. Amidst the dazzling array of divine abilities, the primordial purple chi suddenly spotted Hong Yuan standing to the side. Immediately, as if having found its true home, it dove eagerly into Hong Yuan's embrace. Hong Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but then filled with joy. "Ha! Brother, what do you think? I told you that good deeds are rewarded. The primordial purple chi has chosen to enter my embrace." Hong Yuan laughed heartily, completely oblivious to the disdainful gazes directed at him from the assembly in the Zixiao Palace. While the 6 individuals seated on the cushions had received the primordial purple chi, being disciples of the Daozu, Hong Yuan, in contrast, lacked the qualifications in terms of lineage, origin, or cultivation to rightfully possess the primordial purple chi. Zhen Yuanzi sensed the hostility in the air and looked toward Hong Yuan. Unsure whether to feel joy or concern, he quickly urged Hong Yuan to conceal the primordial purple chi and refrain from flaunting it. "The primordial purple chi chooses its master. You shall have no further objections," Hong Jun declared, prompting the assembly to acquiesce. However, the animosity towards Hong Yuan did not dissipate in the slightest. They dared not act within the Zixiao Palace. But the situation would be different once they returned to the primordial continent. In my lifetime, I have traversed the primordial chaos and gathered numerous spiritual treasures. Now that I have aligned with the Tao, these treasures hold no further use for me, so I shall take this opportunity to distribute them among you all. As Hong Jun spoke, a wave of commotion surged through the Zixiao Palace. The treasures he deemed worthy were indeed extraordinary, each casually surpassing the status of innate spiritual artifacts. The assembly recalled the events at Buzhou Mountain, when Zhou Yuan effortlessly scattered a plethora of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, even possessing innate spiritual roots and exquisite innate spiritual artifacts, evoking profound envy among all. Had it not been for the protection of the 3 pure ones, a fray would have certainly ensued. Now, as the Tao ancestor distributed treasures, it was expected that the offerings would be no less impressive than Zhou Yuan's earlier display. All eyes were fixed intently upon Hong Jun, eagerly anticipating the chance to acquire 1 or 2 innate spiritual artifacts for themselves. It must be noted that since Hong Jun imparted the method to sever the 3 corpses and attain enlightenment, the significance of innate spiritual artifacts had escalated far beyond mere relics. They were crucial to achieving the state of Hong Meng, that sever the good corpse, the evil corpse, and the self corpse. At least 3 innate spiritual artifacts were required as vessels. Boom! With a mere wave of his hand, Hong Jun set the entire Zixiao Palace trembling, as a colossal treasure rock emerged in the void, radiating dazzling beams of treasure light. Each beam signified a supreme spiritual treasure. Many could hardly contain their excitement at just a glance, their envy palpable. Zhou Yuan shot a disdainful glance at Hong Jun. He had previously failed to seize all the treasures from the treasury, and this time he was determined to reap a significant reward. Sensing Zhou Yuan's gaze, Hong Jun's heart skipped a beat, recalling the scene of Zhou Yuan sweeping through his treasury like a tempest, a memory that still haunted him. However, apart from the treasures prepared for the 6 members of the Xianmen, he had resolved to gift Zhou Yuan 1/3 of the treasures from the treasure rock, believing this would surely appease his little ancestor. Taiqing Laozu, I bestow upon you the innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram. This diagram can harmonize earth, wind, and fire, ensnare foes, and provide defense, with a golden bridge extending from its center, turning all beneath the sage into mere ashes. As Hong Jun spoke, he gestured, and a stream of spiritual light shot forth from the shimmering treasure rock, landing in Laozi's hands with a resonant thud. With the innate supreme treasure in hand, even Laozi's hands trembled slightly, and he quickly tucked the Taiji diagram away, bowing deeply to Hongjun. "Thank you, master, for your generous favor," Zhou Yuan mused within, realizing why he could never find the innate supreme treasures in Hongjun's treasury. It was likely that Hongjun had already secured them for himself. Yet, seeing his three teachers obtain supreme treasures did not sour his mood. They rightfully deserved such rewards, akin to the innate gourd. Destined by fate. Yuqing Yuanshi, I bestow upon you the innate supreme treasure, the Pangu banner. Hongjun pointed again, and a ray of light distinct from the Taiji diagram soared forth, landing in Yuanshi's hands. If the Taiji diagram was primarily defensive, the Pangu banner was an offensive weapon, second only to the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the heaven-opening divine axe. A single slash could rend through chaos and stir the elemental forces. Even the undying, imperishable Taoist saints would treat the Pangu banner with utmost caution. Wary of making any hasty moves, disciple is deeply grateful for your kindness, master, Yuanshi said, not daring to linger, as he swiftly accepted the Pangu banner. Hongjun then directed his gaze to Tongtian, and this time, 5 beams of spiritual light shot forth simultaneously from the treasure rock, landing in Tongtian's hands. Shanqing Tongtian, I bestow upon you the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination array diagram. This formation is the most formidable killing formation under the heavens, and you must wield it wisely, lest it brings devastation to the living. As Hongjun spoke, the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination array diagram appeared before Tongtian. The extermination sword, the slaying sword, the absolute sword, and the trapping sword lay quietly in the void, capable of rending space itself, their murderous aura instilling dread even in the hearts of the Great Luo Golden Immortals. Their fearsome reputation had long since spread throughout the wilderness. Extermination is lethal. Slaying leads to demise. Trapping causes crimson light to rise. The absolute sword holds infinite wonders, staining the robes of Great Luo Immortals with blood. Disciple shall diligently heed master as command. Tongtian promptly replied, swiftly stowing away the 4 swords and the extermination array diagram. Hongjun then turned his attention to Nuwa. Although her fortune was considerable, she still paled in comparison to the 3 pure ones. After a brief moment, a red beam of spiritual light descended before Nuwa, manifesting as a ball the size of a head. This object was named the Red Embroidery Ball, capable of presiding over the 3 weddings of heaven, earth, and humanity, and could also serve as a weapon. Should it strike, even a saint would feel considerable pain. Upon hearing that the Red Embroidery Ball could preside over the 3 weddings, Nuwa was filled with immense joy. Feeling that this treasure surpassed the previous 2 innate supreme treasures and the 4 swords of extermination, Zhou Yuan was taken aback by her exuberance, pondering if Nuwa intended to use the Red Embroidery Ball on him. However, after some thought, he concluded that his unique fate and destiny could not be managed by Nuwa. Even if she attained the saintly fruit position as the child of heaven's Tao, only the Tao itself could preside over his marriage. After bestowing treasures upon the 3 pure ones in Nuwa, Hongjun reluctantly turned his gaze to Jin and Zhuanzi. Both were eagerly anticipating what treasures might be granted to them, especially after witnessing the innate supreme treasures bestowed upon others. Jin, as my registered disciple of the Xianmen, I present you with the 12-petal merit golden lotus. The 12-petal merit golden lotus, one of the 4 great lotus platforms of the wilderness, radiated extraordinary phenomena, illuminating the heavens and earth, repelling evildoers and safeguarding against all harm. However, this 12-petal merit golden lotus was destined to face a calamity in the future, which would cause it to be devoured and downgraded to a 9-petal merit golden lotus. This was the reason behind Hongjun's decision to gift it to Jin. Disciple is profoundly grateful, Jin exclaimed, overjoyed, for this was a supreme innate spiritual treasure, a rarity in the entire Western realm. Hongjun nodded indifferently and turned to Zhuanzi. Zhuanzi, I bestow upon you the empowering divine pestle. Additionally, I grant you 7 treasures, gold, silver, crystal, carnelian, pear, red pearl, and agate, for your future use in an instant. The 7 treasures and the empowering divine pestle descended before Junzi. Though the quantity of treasures he received was considerable, the empowering divine pestle was merely a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, significantly overshadowed by the innate supreme treasures and the extermination sword array received by the 3 pure ones. Nevertheless, Junzi dared not voice any discontent, promptly accepting the empowering divine pestle and the 7 treasures while expressing his heartfelt gratitude to Hong Jun. Once Hong Jun had distributed treasures to the 6 members of the Xianmen, his gaze naturally fell upon the multitude within the Zixiao Palace. At that moment, everyone was filled with excitement, for they saw that the treasure rock still shimmered with abundant treasure light, indicating that many valuable artifacts remained, each one more exceptional than the last. They wondered what gifts the Tao ancestor might bestow upon them. Look, there are still 9 heavenly Meng divine knives up there. I hope the Tao ancestor will grant one to me. In my view, the Wujizuan and the Ding Tianzhan would be more suitable for me, that I am not picky. The 9-dragon cauldron, the swallowing heaven cloak, the crown rainbow lock, the sun and moon pearls, or the Qian Kuan bag. Any of these would suffice as long as the Tao ancestor bestows them upon me. In an instant, the Zixiao Palace erupted in a cacophony of voices, as everyone speculated about what spiritual treasures Hong Jun would grant them. These treasures were crucial for their future endeavors, to sever the 3 corpses and attain enlightenment in Hongmeng. I am on the verge of merging with the Tao. These treasures are of little use to me, and those with affinity shall rightfully obtain them. Hong Jun surveyed the Zixiao Palace, his voice calm and deliberate. Master, do we still have the opportunity to receive more treasures? Even the ever-composed Laozi felt a lump in his throat at the sight of the abundant innate treasures. Although he had received an innate supreme treasure, he could not help but feel a sense of longing. All 6 of you possess such opportunities. Standing before the treasure rock will reveal all. Hong Jun replied nonchalantly. Not only Laozi, but the other 6 were elated upon hearing this, hastily expressing their gratitude for their master's benevolence. Although they were all powerful beings of the quasi-saint level, innate spiritual treasures were scarce. And even when combined, they could not match the abundance Zhou Yuan possessed. After thanking Hong Jun, Laozi was the first to step forward. As he approached the treasure rock, it seemed to respond, and suddenly, a magnificent display of treasure light erupted. Swish, swish, swish. 300 beams of spiritual light shot forth, all landing before Laozi at M.Y. Heavens. Among them was the southerly D flame banner. Alongside it were the 8 scenic palace lantern, the 9-dragon golden staff, the Do Shui purple flame, and the Xiandu heavenly plow. The onlookers in the Zixiao Palace gazed at Laozi's treasures, their eyes brimming with envy in addition to dozens of innate spiritual treasures. Laozi has also acquired hundreds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as spiritual fruits and roots. Some of these are even on par with innate spiritual treasures. After Laozi, it was Yuan Shi's turn. The treasure distribution rock similarly radiated with brilliance, as 200 beams of spiritual light shot forth and landed before Yuan Shi, yielding an exceptionally bountiful harvest. Celestial auspicious clouds, the Wuji apricot yellow banner, the 9 dragons agarwood carriage, the jade void glazed lamp, the 9 dragons divine fire cover, and many other innate spiritual treasures, along with an abundance of supreme materials for crafting, were all claimed by Yuan Shi. Next was Tong Tian, whose turn saw an unprecedented brilliance emanating from the treasure distribution rock, even surpassing that of Laozi and Yuan Shi. 400 beams of spiritual light flew forth, landing before Tong Tian. The treasures included the Hunyuan golden dipper, heart-piercing lock, fisherman's drum, purple lightning hammer, sky-swallowing cover, rainbow connecting rope, heaven illuminating seal, spirit shattering cone, 4 symbols tower, golden cloud crown, multi-treasure tower, and the Qian Kuan bag, among other hundreds of innate spiritual treasures, along with a plethora of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, all of which fell into Tong Tian's hands. The onlookers from the Purple Cloud Palace were utterly envious, for each item here could stir immense waves in the primordial realm. At this moment, the 3 pure ones, united as one, were genuinely pleased for Tong Tian's abundant gains. Following them, Nuo, Jin, and Junyi stood before the treasure distribution rock, each with their respective acquisitions, though they paled in comparison to the three pure ones. Particularly, Jin and Junti only obtained a few low-grade, innate spiritual treasures, which left them quite distressed. According to their cultivation levels, each could approach to claim their fated items. Once the six from the Xianmen finished dividing the spiritual treasures, Hong Jun slowly began to speak. A stir arose within the Purple Cloud Palace, as Dijuan was the first to rise. Having attained mid-stage quasi-sainthood, he stood above Nuwa, Jin, and Junti, making him the most deserving to step forward. With a glance at the three pure ones and Zhou Yuan, he scoffed coldly without further ado and positioned himself before the treasure distribution rock. Confident in his stature, as the Demon Emperor, he believed he would gain recognition from the rock and claim 10 or 8 innate spiritual treasures. The rock flickered, but only 3 beams of spiritual light emerged. The solar divine wheel, the solar sword, and a piece of fire essence stone comprised all that Dijuan obtained. Following him, Tai stepped forward, and the rock emitted only 3 beams of light as well, among which was merely the green light duality lamp, 1 innate spiritual treasure, alongside a spiritual root and a piece of heavenly material. The onlookers from the Purple Cloud Palace were left dumbfounded. The demon race was a formidable presence in the primordial realm, yet they had received so little, a stark contrast to the 3 pure ones, that a sense of unease crept into everyone's hearts as they pondered how many innate spiritual treasures they might obtain. Next, Hong Yun and Xinyuanzi stepped forward, only to fare even worse than Dijuan and Tai, each acquiring but a single innate spiritual treasure. When it was the turn of Ancestor Mingi, the treasure distribution rock showed no sign of response. Not even a single beam of spiritual light emerged. Ancestor Mingi stood there in a daze, unsure of what to do, until Hong Jun spoke up, allowing him to return to his seat, after the quasi-saints had divided the treasures. The Great Luo Golden Immortals approached, and their fortunes were even grimmer. Almost no spiritual light emerged from the rock. When it did, it was merely heavenly materials for crafting and array formations. The 3,000 worldly guests in the Purple Cloud Palace stood before the treasure distribution rock, only to be met with great disappointment. Not a single innate spiritual treasure was obtained, let alone in comparison to the 3 pure ones. Anger brewed within their hearts, yet before the saints, who would dare to voice it, they could only silently return to their positions, contemplating how to secure a few innate spiritual treasures to aid in their endeavors of severing the 3 corpses. Dijuan and Tai exchanged glances, their hearts somewhat pleased at the scene before them. Their scheme was to incite the Great Luo Golden Immortals and even the quasi-saints to act against Zhou Yuan, while they would play the mantis, waiting to reap the benefits as the Yellow Sparrow. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, the dissatisfaction of not obtaining a single innate spiritual treasure was palpable, making it the perfect moment to incite further discord. Zhou Yuan, you are a Tai Golden Immortal, the lowest-ranked individual in the Purple Cloud Palace. It is now your turn to step forward and test your fortune. Hong Jun looked at Zhou Yuan with a smile and a nod. Had the treasures not been predetermined, he would have gladly bestowed all the spiritual treasures upon Zhou Yuan. After all, the fortune gained from establishing a good rapport with the Son of Heaven far surpassed that of others, even exceeding the combined gains of the 3 pure ones. Since the Tao Ancestor had spoken, it was time for me to give it a try. Zhou Yuan smiled and stood up, having awaited this moment for long. With Hong Juan's favor, surely something grand awaited him. At this moment, all eyes in the Purple Cloud Palace were fixed upon him. The previous 2 instances of 2 beams of light demonstrated the Tao Ancestor's favoritism towards Zhou Yuan, bestowing upon him the Chaos Lotus and numerous auspicious phenomena to aid in his enlightenment. Furthermore, after 2 lectures, the Tao Ancestor had personally kept Zhou Yuan behind to grant him countless spiritual treasures. Rumor had it that after the conclusion of the 2nd lecture, the Tao Ancestor imparted a divine ability to Zhou Yuan, causing the demon races Dijuan and Tai to suffer greatly. Such treatment was beyond the reach of even Laozi. The foremost disciple of the Xianmen, N01 knew what kind of spiritual treasure Zhou Yuan would receive this time from the treasure distribution rock, or whether they would surpass those of the 3 pure ones. All gazes were filled with curiosity, tension, and a hint of resentment. Zhou Yuan bowed respectfully to Hong Jun and walked straight to the treasure distribution rock. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble erupted, and the entire treasure distribution rock began to tremble violently, causing cracks to appear in the void. Spiritual light soared to the sky for 3,000 zhong, illuminating the entire Purple Cloud Palace in a blinding white. How could this be possible? What immense fortune could cause such a disturbance in the treasure distribution rock? The intensity of this display surpassed that of the combined efforts of the three pure ones. What right did he have? How infuriating! Why did I stand before the treasure distribution rock without any response? While this mere Tai Golden Immortal could possess such terrifying luck, in an instant, everyone in the Purple Cloud Palace widened their eyes and began to murmur. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A torrent of spiritual light surged forth like a waterfall. 100 beams, 200 beams, 300 beams, 400 beams. Ultimately, a full 1,000 beams of spiritual light descended upon Zhou Yuan, with at least 300 being innate spiritual treasures, including exceptional treasures like the Western Plains Pure Color Cloud Banner. Moreover, there were high-grade innate spiritual treasures, such as the Xianming Spirit Sword and the Heaven-Burning Feather FANAS for the mid-grade and low-grade innate spiritual treasures. They were beyond counting. Look at that spiritual root. Is it the immortal apricot? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Before Zhou Yuan, in addition to the dazzling innate spiritual treasures, stood a towering tree, 1,800 zhong high, bearing two spiritual fruits that resembled apricots, although not yet fully ripe. Their fragrant aroma wafted through the air. This was indeed one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the immortal apricot. Zhou Yuan gazed at the heap of spiritual treasures and roots before him, feeling an immense joy. Hongjun was indeed perceptive, leaving behind substantial treasures for himself. In reality, the treasures from the entire treasure distribution rock were almost entirely divided among the three pure ones and Zhou Yuan. After all, they were all part of the same family. Zhou Yuan estimated that most of the three pure ones' treasures would eventually fall into his hands. Tao, ancestor, the heavenly Tao, is unjust. Why should a mere Tai Golden Immortal receive so many treasures? We have toiled through countless epochs to reach the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Does our fortune not compare to his? The three pure ones, being manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, could be overlooked. But Zhou Yuan's acquisition of such treasures was intolerable to us. In an instant, uproar ensued within the Purple Cloud Palace, among the myriad of Great Luo Golden Immortals in the primordial realm. All were proud and haughty. Now, being overshadowed by Tai Golden Immortal, they were naturally enraged and filled with resentment. You are unaware of the heavenly mandates, yet dare to speak of the heavenly Tao? Zhou Yuan is not someone you can compare to. Hongjuan's gaze turned icy in an instant, and he rose abruptly, effortlessly erasing 10 of the most vociferous Great Luo Golden Immortals. These individuals were short-sighted, failing to comprehend the terrifying fortune Zhou Yuan possessed. If not for the heavenly Tao's compassion for all beings, they would not even receive any heavenly materials or earthly treasures in Zhou Yuan's presence. Yet they still had the audacity to clamor. With Hongjuan's intervention, the Purple Cloud Palace fell silent. Though no one dared to utter a word, it was painfully evident that displeasure was etched upon the faces of all present. Particularly an individual of formidable cultivation like Mingyi Laozu, who had not even secured a single spiritual treasure, felt a surge of anger rise within him. The three pure ones, Fuxi and Nuhua, as well as the likes of Hongyun and Zenyuan Zai, all gravitated towards Zhou Yuan, their intentions unmistakably clear. Should anyone dare to harm Zhou Yuan, they would not remain passive observers. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun and Tai observed the unfolding scene with cold indifference, secretly reveling in the discontent that would ultimately facilitate their plans. The more these figures were dissatisfied, the more smoothly their scheme would progress in due time. Inciting this assembly to assault the heavenly realm would surely lead to mutual destruction, allowing them to strike and reap substantial rewards. When that day arrived, even the Witch Clan would pale in comparison to the Monster Clan. The Monster Clan would ascend as the sole protagonists of the primordial world and as the Monster Emperor. Emperor Jun, alongside Tai, would undoubtedly bask in boundless fortune and destiny, rendering the attainment of sainthood a trivial endeavor. Zhou Yuan's eyes, set against the backdrop of the Zixiao Palace, reflected a composed demeanor despite his mere attainment of the great perfection of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Faced with a multitude of Great Luo Golden Immortals and quasi-saints, he exhibited no sign of trepidation. The notion of relinquishing the spiritual treasures he had acquired was utterly inconceivable. This Finbao rock is also an entity not inferior to innate supreme treasures. I shall refine it for you and present it as a gift, Hongjun announced. The members of Zixiao Palace were taken aback, their gazes fixating on the Finbao rock as clarity dawned upon them. The capacity of Finbao rock to house thousands of spiritual treasures was a remarkable feat in itself. That it was well known that treasures like the Pangu banner and the four swords of Zhu Ming unleashed a murderous intent potent enough to shatter space itself. Yet, resting upon the Finbao rock, these celestial weapons remained perfectly still, betraying no hint of their lethality, thus underscoring the extraordinary nature of the Finbao rock. Hongjun gracefully ascended and settled upon the Finbao rock. With his left hand, he grasped a ball of primordial fire from the void, and with his right, he seized a bolt of divine thunder, channeling the power of a saint to refine the Finbao rock with lightning and fire. A dazzling array of five-colored brilliance erupted, illuminating the cosmos. The oppressive force emanating from the Finbao rock was not in the slightest inferior to that of the Taiji diagram or the Pangu banner. Go! Upon completion of the refinement, Hongjun flicked his fingers, and the Finbao rock instantly transformed from its immense size into a palm-sized treasure seal, landing in Zhou Yuan's hands. The moment he grasped it, Zhou Yuan felt an overwhelming weight. Nearly unable to support it was worth noting that his physical form was comparable to that of a peak Great Luo Golden Immortal, easily capable of lifting mountains of considerable size. This only served to highlight the terrifying nature of the Finbao rock. Zhou Yuan, cradling the Finbao rock, hurled it into the void. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the space trembled and countless winds of earth, fire, and water surged forth, primordial gales roiling chaotically. However, the Zixiao Palace, being a sacred ground of saints, quickly activated myriad formations to stabilize the elemental forces, thus preventing the collapse of space. This strike surpassed the might of all innate spiritual treasures, approaching that of innate supreme treasures. The onlookers gaped at the still recovering rift in space, their astonishment palpable. Simultaneously, they marveled at Zhou Yuan's audacity to test treasures within a sacred sanctuary, while Hongjun displayed no sign of displeasure. Rather, he nodded in approval, clearly favoring Zhou Yuan. Very well. I have concluded my teachings for the third time. You may all depart, Hongjun decreed, dismissing the crowd while retaining Zhou Yuan for further discourse, since the Tao ancestor has spoken. I shall remain, Zhou Yuan replied resolutely, having reaped substantial benefit from the previous two encounters, confident that this third occasion would not disappoint him either. The three pure ones exchanged knowing smiles, aware that their disciple was on the brink of another opportunity. And after offering a few words of encouragement, they departed the Zixiao Palace. Once the others had left, Hongjun led Zhou Yuan deeper into the Zixiao Palace, to the secluded space where he usually meditated. This area resembled a chaotic realm, existing in a state of primordial disorder, with occasional glimmers of spiritual light cascading down, fragments of the 3,000 great paths. How much of the path to sainthood that I just shared have you comprehended? Hongjun inquired. 50%, Zhou Yuan replied honestly. Though gifted and possessing remarkable potential, grasping the path of sainthood while still at the Tai Golden Immortal level proved challenging. Understanding 50% exceeded Hongjun's expectations. It is worth noting that even Laozi, a formidable figure, had only comprehended 70%, leaving the remaining 30% for him to decipher gradually. I wish to impart to you another method of attaining sainthood, if you can grasp 30%. Your understanding of 50% is already more than sufficient, Hongjun remarked, stroking his beard with a smile, marveling at Zhou Yuan's extraordinary talent. Despite Zhou Yuan being merely a Tai Golden Immortal, it was impressive that he could comprehend as much as half. Another method? Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow in curiosity. Becoming a saint typically revolved around accumulating merit, severing the three corpses, or reaching the zenith of understanding the great paths, such as the path of strength. to bear the fruit of enlightenment. The mention of an alternative method piqued Zhou Yuan's interest. Hong Jun chuckled, explaining that this method of attaining sainthood had been a serendipitous revelation during his own integration with the Tao. It was a profound realization, one that likely only Zhou Yuan possessed the fortune and fate to cultivate successfully within the entirety of the primordial realm. The Tao ancestor, trying to keep me in suspense. Zhou Yuan teased. Observing Hong Jun, I harbor no intention of concealing anything from you. Are you aware of the method of severing the 3 corpses to attain sainthood? Have you heard of the method of severing the 6 corpses? Hong Jun's tone shifted as the term severing 6 corpses carried a weighty significance. Annihilate the good corpse, the evil corpse, and the self-corpse marked one as an unparalleled figure within the primordial realm. The very notion of severing 6 corpses seemed almost fantastical. Which 6 corpses? Zhou Yuan inquired, aware of the 3 corpses but puzzled by the concept of 6, that the 6 corpses consisted of the good corpse, the evil corpse, the self-corpse, as well as the past corpse. The present corpse and the future corpse. Achieve this. One must integrate the forces of time, space, and causality, while also harmonizing with the principles of yin and yang and the cycle of life and death. As Hong Jun spoke, his complexion flushed with excitement, for even he, having attained sainthood, could only yearn for such a method. He understood all too well that he lacked the profound fortune and destiny necessary to sever the 6 corpses. This opportunity was reserved solely for Zhou Yuan. This was also why, during his teachings in the Zhixiao Palace, he had refrained from bestowing any peculiar phenomena upon Zhou Yuan to aid his comprehension, instead waiting for this moment to impart a truly fitting path to sainthood. What distinguishes this method of attaining sainthood from severing the 3 corpses? Zhou Yuan suppressed his astonishment, recognizing that severing the 6 corpses was no trivial matter. He needed clarity before arriving at a decision. Are you aware that the Pangu great deity failed in his attempt to validate the Tao through strength? Hong Jun inquired. Zhou Yuan nodded, recalling how Pangu had opened the heavens and the earth, only to ultimately fail in his endeavor, merging with the primordial realm and perishing. This underscored the difficulty of validating the Tao through sheer strength. Pangu himself had succumbed to failure. In truth, validating the Tao through strength represented the pinnacle of the path of laws. One could utilize the laws of strength, space, time, alchemy, and yin-yang to validate the Tao. All these were viable. Yet the path of strength served as the overarching principle of the 3,000 great paths, making the journey to validation exceedingly arduous. Zhou Yuan remained silent, nodding slightly, as he was already aware of this. What Hong Jun would say next was crucial. How did the method of severing 6 corpses relate to validating the Tao through strength? To sever the 6 corpses, one must comprehend the principles of yin and yang, creation, the past, and the future, as well as time and space that know one's self, and to sever good and evil represented. To a certain extent, the embodiment of the power of the 3,000 laws. The path of strength serves as the overarching principle of the 3,000 great paths. By mastering these paths, one could reverse engineer the path of strength, thereby gaining a chance to validate the Tao through strength and become an existence that transcends all. When Hong Jun uttered these words, even his breath became slightly hurried. The transcendence he spoke of encompassed everything, even the transcendence of the heavenly Tao and the great Tao. Though the heavenly Tao remains ever present, unable to be explicitly articulated, it is essential to understand that even if Hong Jun successfully merged with the Tao, he would merely be a puppet of the heavenly Tao, devoid of personal likes or dislikes, acting solely in accordance with the will of the heavenly In essence, he is but a vessel for the heavenly Tao, representing it in the primordial chaos. However, once Zhou Yuan successfully severed the 6 corpses, the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos would no longer hold sway over him until that point. He would transcend merely being the favored son of the heavenly Tao, becoming an existence above it. Very well. I shall cultivate the method to sever the 6 corpses. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment before resolutely making his decision. Hong Jun regarded Zhou Yuan, his eyes betraying a hint of satisfaction and admiration. Choosing this path would undoubtedly entail countless challenges. Even with boundless fortune at his disposal, the possibility of failure remained. Zhou Yuan's agreement to cultivate the method of severing the 6 corpses brought him solace. "I shall now impart the teachings to you," Hong Jun declared, waving his hand. Boom! The spiritual energy of the chaotic world beyond the 33 heavens surged towards Zhou Yuan, forming spirals of spiritual energy around him. Not only that, fragments of various great Daos were summoned by Hong Jun, swirling continuously around Zhou Yuan, assisting him in his comprehension. "This is the transformative jade butterfly, the opportunity for my sanctification. I now suspend it above your head to aid your enlightenment. This essence is derived from the tea tree of enlightenment, and consuming it will facilitate your understanding. This pill of enlightenment can amplify your comprehension ability tenfold. You should also consume it in an instant." Hong Jun produced a dozen or so heavenly materials and treasures, setting up hundreds of formations, all designed to aid Zhou Yuan in grasping the method of severing the 6 corpses that he was about to explain. Zhou Yuan, not one to be polite, directly utilized an insight card to enhance his comprehension ability 100-fold. Under such a terrifying augmentation, his capacity for understanding soared to unprecedented heights. If Hong Jun were merely to expound on the method of severing 3 corpses, Zhou Yuan could grasp it effortlessly, even drawing connections and analogies without difficulty. The two sat in stillness within the chaos, isolating themselves from all external influences. Hong Jun began to slowly elucidate the method of severing the 6 corpses to achieve sanctification. This technique was profoundly intricate, nearly encompassing all 3,000 great Daos. Fortunately, with such formidable enhancements, along with Zhou Yuan's remarkable innate understanding, he managed to keep pace with Hong Jun's rhythm. Zhou Yuan's thoughts occasionally submerged in space, at times traversing through time, cultivating the path of creation, bringing forth countless beings, and even comprehending the path of destruction, rendering the myriad worlds into mere void. He did not truly aspire to fully comprehend all 3,000 great Daos. Rather, it was through familiarization with them that he could genuinely grasp how to sever the 6 corpses and subsequently validate the Tao through force, achieving the supreme status of a great sage. Various extraordinary phenomena manifested behind Zhou Yuan, divine and demonic phantoms flickering between existence and oblivion. This discourse persisted for 30,000 years before it was deemed complete, even Hong Jun exhibiting signs of fatigue. As for Zhou Yuan, it was impossible for him to fully comprehend everything in such a short span. He had grasped 30% of the method for severing the 6 corpses, with the remaining 70% imprinted upon his primordial spirit. Once his cultivation realm ascended or he encountered further opportunities, understanding would naturally follow. Thank you, Tao Ancestor, for imparting the profound path to sanctification. Zhou Yuan rose, bowing respectfully to Hong Jun. He had always known that Hong Jun sought to draw closer to him, wishing to utilize his fortune to facilitate a successful merging with the Tao. Thus, he did not feel any discontent in reaping countless treasures from Hong Jun. However, the impartation of the method for severing the 6 corpses was different. Regardless of his intentions, it undeniably opened a new door to the world for Zhou Yuan. Through this formation, he could indeed validate the Tao through force, accomplishing feats that even the great Pangu had not. "Haha, you are too modest. As the foremost disciple of the Xianmen, I shall naturally impart all that I know. Moreover, the method of severing the 6 corpses can only be understood by you in the primordial chaos. If I did not impart it to you, who else could I turn to? Just remember, if one day you validate the Tao, please lend a hand to this old Taoist, helping me escape from the sea of suffering." A wry smile appeared at the corner of Hong Jun's mouth. He was on the verge of merging with the Tao, effectively selling himself to the primordial chaos, from henceforth devoid of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness, acting solely according to the will of the heavenly Tao that I understand. Once I validate the Tao, I shall not forget this connection. Zhou Yuan nodded, considering that once he transcended the heavenly Tao, he could indeed return to assist Hong Jun in escaping from the sea of suffering. However, it seemed that this would require enduring countless epochs to achieve. "This is the transformative jade butterfly, my final gift to you." As Hong Jun spoke, he took down the transformative jade butterfly that hovered above Zhou Yuan's head, gradually merging it into his brow with immense power. A wave of warmth immediately coursed through Zhou Yuan, spreading throughout his being. Subsequently, a resounding roar echoed in his mind as countless fragments of the great Tao coalesced into a whirlwind, spiraling upwards alongside his primordial spirit. Within Zhou Yuan's world tree, each leaf bore the inscription of a great Tao principle, and even the trunk was adorned with Taoist runes. Thus, the transformative jade butterfly had become one with Zhou Yuan, to the extent that even Hongjun could not extract as for the 3,000 great Taos inscribed upon it. They would eventually belong solely to Zhou Yuan, merely requiring time for him to gradually comprehend them. I shall proceed to merge with the Tao. You should contemplate the 3,000 for 3,000 years in the Zhixiao Palace before venturing into the primordial chaos. Hongjun exhaled a sigh of relief as he observed Zhou Yuan fully integrate the transformative jade butterfly. The method of severing the 6 corpses was exceedingly profound. Without the assistance of the transformative jade butterfly, even Zhou Yuan would find it challenging to succeed. Now that this chaotic treasure had fused with Zhou Yuan, the possibility of success had gained a glimmer of hope. Zhou Yuan nodded, closing his eyes in the void of chaos, silently absorbing the enigmatic teachings inscribed upon the transformative jade butterfly, meticulously comparing them with the method of severing the 6 corpses, reaping substantial insights. Meanwhile, on another front, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi returned to the primordial chaos, immediately inciting the resentment of Ancestor Mingyi, Master Kunpeng, and a multitude of Great Luo Golden Immortals against Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan, a mere Tai Golden Immortal, had managed to obtain such an abundance of treasures. It was truly an injustice of the heavenly Tao. Emperor Jun's face was filled with righteous indignation. Elder brother speaks rightly. All of you are prominent figures within the primordial chaos, with opportunities to validate the Han Yuan. Now Zhou Yuan has absconded with all the treasures, leaving us bereft of the method to sever the 3 corpses. The Tao ancestor is being excessively partial towards him. Tai Yi immediately chimed in. The demon emperor is correct. Those innate treasures should be distributed equally, granting everyone a chance to sever the 3 corpses and validate the Tao. Why don't we ascend to the heavens and pillage the celestial realm, dividing the treasures amongst ourselves? Wouldn't that be splendid? But Zhou Yuan is a disciple of the 3 purities. Would such actions not incur trouble? What do you fear? There are so many of us. What can the 3 purities do? Furthermore, the Tao ancestor is on the verge of merging with the Tao, conducting matters impartially. Zhou Yuan has already taken so many innate treasures. So what do we have to fear? Precisely for this reason, we shall seize the treasures from the celestial realm, allowing the beings of the primordial chaos a glimmer of hope for sanctification. It is a deed of immeasurable merit that no one can obstruct. Under the instigation of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, hundreds of Great Luo Golden Immortals rose in fury, eager to storm the celestial realm and plunder all the treasures to vent their pent-up grievances. Especially when Kunpeng learned that Ancestor Hongyun had acquired the primordial purple energy, his rage intensified. This fellow feigned benevolence and relinquished his position, causing him to be implicated and lose his opportunity. Meanwhile, he had obtained a strand of primordial purple energy and a chance for sanctification, while he himself was left with nothing. Coupled with Zhou Yuan's involvement, Kunpeng had been expelled from the Zhixiao Palace, harboring grievances that he now sought to settle by wreaking havoc in the celestial realm. Everyone, I am aware that within the celestial realm, there are not only countless innate treasures, but also the ancestral roots of the peach of immortality. Huangzhongli, the laurel tree, and the ginseng fruit, each of which is a supreme treasure. It is not so simple. The beings of the celestial realm are born of the heavenly Tao's creation. Capturing them to serve as mounts would be a splendid affair. Moreover, there are 3,000 female immortals residing in the western Kunlun. Capturing them as cauldrons would also be a fine endeavor. As the opulence of the celestial realm was discussed, a flicker of greed passed through the eyes of all present, including even the quasi-saints, such as the ancestor of the underworld river and Kunpa. Let us not linger any longer. Let us unite in our assault on the celestial realm, for the sooner we acquire the spiritual treasures to entrust our 3 corpses, the sooner we shall attain the state of primordial unity. Indeed, we shall annihilate the celestial realm, seized the spiritual treasures. In an instant, hundreds of Great Luo Golden Immortals, under the leadership of the ancestor of the underworld river and Kuanpeng, transformed into streaks of flowing light. Hurtling towards the heavens, the gate to the celestial realm stood firm in the void, guarded by 30 formidable experts from the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. And on this day, the void suddenly trembled as hundreds of beams of light shot forth from the boundless expanse, each containing the supreme power of the Great Luo Golden Immortals, that we shall ensure the complete slaughter of the celestial realm today. Kill, leave not a single soul of the celestial realm alive. Everything belonging to the celestial realm shall be ours today. Hundreds of Great Luo Golden Immortals roared forth, their various divine abilities piercing through the void and crashing down upon the colossal gate of the celestial realm. Boom! The void quaked and the heavens split apart, causing the stars within a billion-mile radius to shatter into dust in an instant. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi concealed themselves within the void, their lips curling into cold smirks. As soon as these hundreds of Great Luo Golden Immortals made their move, their scheme would have succeeded. Who would win or lose was of little consequence. Both sides would be gravely wounded, allowing them to reap the benefits as bystanders. Not only would they avenge their grudge against Zhou Yuan, but they would also reclaim the celestial realm, gathering countless spiritual treasures and heavenly materials, making the rise of the demon clan inevitable as the hundreds of Great Luo Golden Immortals unleashed their palm energies. The great formation of the celestial realm activated, sending a blinding golden light soaring into the sky. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated as the void tore apart, causing the entire gate to tremble violently. A vast quantity of chaotic energy spread forth from the rift in the void, transforming the entire starry sky into a primordial chaos, reminiscent of the world before the heavens and earth were formed. Deep within the celestial realm, Niuhua and Shihe Changshi were engaged in light-hearted conversation when they suddenly heard a deafening roar that shook the realm. Niuhua abruptly raised her head, her gaze piercing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and beheld the sight of several hundred Great Luo Golden Immortals outside the gate, relentlessly bombarding it with their divine powers. Were it not for the protective formation, the gate would have surely been breached by now. Even so, the gate was now riddled with holes, and it would not be long before it dissolved into nothingness. How outrageous! How dare anyone come to the celestial realm to display their might? Niuhua, infuriated, sprang to her feet, summoning the map of mountains and rivers, and brandishing the red embroidered ball, transformed it into a beam of white light racing towards the gate. Although Shihe Changshi lacked Niuhua's cultivation, they were still formidable Great Luo Golden Immortals. One wielded the Taiyin Divine Sword, while the other held the Taiyin Divine Wheel, following closely behind Niuhua towards the gate. Meanwhile, beneath the ginseng fruit tree, Red Cloud spoke up, "Brother, the celestial realm is shaking. Something significant is occurring." That he, too, was a quasi-saint level expert, his gaze penetrating the space to land upon the scene beyond the gate. There, several hundred Great Luo Golden Immortals were relentlessly bombarding the gate, and it wouldn't be long before it shattered, allowing them to storm into the celestial realm. These individuals are truly audacious. They dare to invade the celestial realm for the sake of spiritual treasures, showing utter disregard for the heavenly laws and the consequences that may ensue. Zhen Yuanzi was equally astonished. He and Red Cloud had merely intended to visit the celestial realm after the Tao ancestors' teachings and to see the ginseng fruit tree, not expecting to encounter such a tremendous upheaval. "Brother, Zhou Yuan is connected to us. He is not in the celestial realm, that we ought to dissolve this slaughterous tribulation." Red Cloud pondered that as long as they clarified the cause and effect with these Great Luo Golden Immortals, they would naturally retreat, allowing him to extend a favor to Zhou Yuan. "If we proceed, we are bound to engage in a fierce battle." "Very well. I do not fear them, since the ginseng fruit tree is in the celestial realm. I shall confront them." Zhen Yuanzi was not as optimistic as Red Cloud, knowing that becoming involved in this matter would bind them to the celestial realm. Only through a conflict that determined life and death could there be resolution. Outside the gate of the celestial realm, Niuhua, Fuxi, Shihe Changshi, as well as Red Cloud and Zhen Yuanzi arrived, and the membrane of heaven and earth unfolded, immediately blocking the onslaught. Yet, even with the protection of the heaven and earth membrane. The power of hundreds of Great Luo Golden Immortals was formidable, causing the entire Void Gate to tremble incessantly, threatening to collapse at any moment. You are quite audacious to dare offend the celestial realm. Nuwa scanned her surroundings, her expression growing increasingly grave. Before her stood at least over 300 Great Luo Golden Immortals, each possessing formidable strength, among whom were even some at the late stages of Great Luo. What concerned her even more was that the two leading figures were none other than the Underworld River and Kunpeng. These two were both quasi-saints, with the Underworld River possessing numerous spiritual treasures and practicing the innate path of slaughter, making him particularly troublesome. Kunpeng, a great saint of the demon clan, wielded supreme demon powers, his true form terrifying, second only to Emperor Zhou and Tai Yi, the two quasi-saints, leading hundreds of Great Luo Golden Immortals, exuded an aura as profound as an abyss. Moreover, their positions seemed chaotic yet were meticulously arranged, effectively sealing off the powers of heaven and earth. This was the spirit-locking formation, derived from the river diagram and Luo book by Emperor Zhou, specifically transmitted to them for the assault on the celestial realm. Spiritual treasures of the primordial chaos are sought by all. The celestial realm has hoarded the majority of these treasures, leaving us without a path to enlightenment. Naturally, we must annihilate the celestial realm to claim the treasures. Indeed, we have learned the Tao ancestors' method of slaying the three corpses, yet we have been unable to find the innate spiritual treasures. The Tao ancestor intentionally favors Zhou Yuan, so we shall directly raid the celestial realm. Hundreds of Great Luo Golden Immortals clamored incessantly. The disparity in strength was evident. They believed that even if the celestial realm possessed quasi-saints, they could not possibly stop them. The celestial realm was merely meat on the chopping block, destined to be theirs. You are unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. How can you hope to attain primordial unity? Fushi retorted angrily. Although these individuals were Great Luo Golden Immortals, their foundations were vastly inferior compared to him, let alone Zhou Yuan's Chaos Demon God. Indeed, you are but shallow in your qualifications. If you understood the heavenly laws, you would return to train diligently and accumulate merits for even a slight chance to break through to quasi-saint. As for attaining primordial unity, you might as well abandon that thought. Zhang Yuanzi also chuckled coldly. He did not fear these individuals individually, but the combined strength of hundreds of Great Luo Golden Immortals was still quite formidable. You should heed my brother's words. Retreating now would not yet sour our relationship. Red Cloud surprisingly stepped forth to mediate. It should be noted that these individuals surrounding the celestial realm had already created an inescapable situation of mutual destruction. Red Cloud, do not pretend to be the Good Samaritan. The cause and effect between you and me shall be settled today. Kunpeng sneered at Red Cloud. Had it not been for Red Cloud's feigned benevolence in giving up his seat, Kunpeng would not have lost his spot on the mat and the opportunity to attain sainthood. Ultimately, he was also driven out of the Purple Cloud Palace because of Zhou Yuan. All of this was indelibly etched in Kunpeng's memory. And it was precisely for this reason that he agreed to Emperor Zhou and Tai Yi's request to strike at the celestial realm. Alas, why must you be like this, Kunpeng? Red Cloud sighed, realizing at this moment that he had inadvertently created such a significant cause and effect over something as trivial as giving up a seat. Do not waste your breath if you do not step aside. Today you shall be drenched in blood. The underworld river suddenly spoke coldly. Surrounding him were the eradicating and abyssal swords as he stood upon the fiery red lotus of the underworld, wielding the northern mysterious Yuan water control flag. Exuding an overwhelming aura, the underworld river practiced the innate path of slaughter, slaying the heavens, the earth, and all beings, his presence causing all, including Nuwa, to feel a deep sense of trepidation that if you wish to annihilate the celestial realm, it remains to be seen if you possess the capability to do so. Nuwa declared angrily, unfurling the map of mountains and rivers, and launched the red embroidered ball directly towards the underworld river's celestial spirit. Given that the celestial realm was at a disadvantage, she had to seize the initiative and create opportunities to defend the realm. The red embroidered ball, imbued with the power of cause and effect, breached space and instantaneously arrived above the underworld river's celestial spirit, crashing down with tremendous force. The underworld river was taken aback and hurriedly employed the 12th-grade fiery red lotus and the northern mysterious Yuan water control flag to defend himself. Truly, this was a treasure bestowed by the Tao ancestor, remarkable in its intricacy. Even he could not discern how the red embroidered ball had reached above his head. Boom! 3 treasured artifacts collided, sending tremors reverberating through the void. Fiery red lotuses bloomed in myriad numbers, while the Xianyuan water controlling banner unfurled layer upon layer of barriers, shielding the red embroidered ball from outside. Only then did Mingi manage to catch his breath. Had he not possessed these 2 defensive treasures, and if the red embroidered ball had not been thoroughly refined by Nuwa, he would undoubtedly have suffered a significant loss. Heh, Nuwa, your prowess is hardly impressive. Mingi scoffed. Whoosh, whoosh. The Yuan 2 abyss unleashed 2 beams of sword light, slicing towards Nuwa from either side. These 2 weapons were manifestations of the heavenly Tao's murderous intent, devoid of karmic ties in their lethal strikes. Exhibiting astonishing power, the sheer force of the 2 sword energies froze the very fabric of space, enveloping it in thick frost. Nuwa furrowed her brows, swiftly retreating while simultaneously unfurling the map of mountains and rivers to protect herself. Mingi's strength was even greater than she had anticipated. At the same moment, hundreds of the Luo Jingxian unleashed their divine powers, pressing towards Nuwa. The entire space began to buckle under the immense pressure, teetering on the brink of collapse. Around Nuwa, black holes erupted continuously, chaos surged forth, and primordial winds roared. Fushi and Xinyuanzi hurried forward. One cast the primordial 8 trigrams, establishing the 4 symbols and 8 trigrams formation, while the other unfurled the heavenly earth embryo. Bang! Boom! The combined might of the hundreds of the Luo Jingxian struck against the heavenly earth embryo and the 4 symbols and 8 trigrams formation, causing the void to shatter once more. The celestial sphere could no longer withstand this force, and in an instant, 3,000 stars were reduced to ashes, even with the protection of the heavenly earth embryo. The individuals within the formation staggered. The power of the hundreds of the Luo Jingxian was simply unfathomable. Without their spiritual treasures, they would have stood no chance. Ha ha! Today, you shall all perish, Mingi laughed heartily, his blood-red robe billowing wildly in the void. The Yuan 2 Abyss's 2 innate killing swords struck down with overwhelming force, each blow landing upon the heavenly earth embryo wielded by Xinyuanzi, causing him to sway slightly with each strike, struggling to maintain his stance. Let us join forces and shatter Xinyuanzi's heavenly earth embryo, then invade the heavenly realm. Indeed, today we shall not only annihilate the heavenly realm, but also slaughter the quasi-saints. Haha! I can already envision rivers of blood and mountains of corpses within the heavenly realm. The auras of the hundreds of the Luo Jingxian, under the array taught by Dijuan, gradually coalesced into a singularity. Above the vast expanse of the heavens, a colossal, boundless void handprint emerged, its essence a chaotic blend, yet overwhelmingly powerful beyond imagination. The single strike from it could annihilate heaven and earth. Xinyuanzi's expression darkened. Even if this handprint did not shatter his heavenly earth embryo, he would still have to endure an unimaginable impact, likely unable to sustain it for long. Rumbling, this earth-shattering palm descended, accompanied by the Yuan 2 Abyss's 2 swords of Mingi. Xinyuanzi desperately braced against the heavenly earth embryo, while Fushi, Nuwa, and all those in the heavenly realm unleashed their divine abilities in unison to resist. Pooh! Xinyuanzi spat out a mouthful of blood. With the combined efforts of Fushi, Nuwa, and the denizens of the heavenly realm sharing the burden, he ultimately managed to withstand it, though he sustained serious injuries. Haha! I shall see how long you can endure. Mingi taunted, leading hundreds of the Luo Jingxian as they unleashed their various divine powers against the heavenly earth embryo. Fushi, Nuwa, and Xinyuanzi could only rely on their quasi-saint cultivation to hold on grimly. Meanwhile, on another front, Kunpeng had set his sights directly on the ancestor Hongyun. Hongyun, our karmic tie shall be resolved today, Kunpeng declared with a sinister smile, drifting toward Hongyun. Friend Kunpeng, Why must you press so hard? Could I not offer an apology? Hong Yun replied, narrowly dodging one of Kunpeng's divine attacks, his face etched with bitterness. He was not inherently combative, and despite reaching the quasi-saint realm, he had never fought anyone, preferring to engage in amicable discourse. However, Kunpeng paid no heed to his words. Beyond the karmic ties, the primordial purple energy emanating from Hong Yun was his true desire. Yet, Hong Yun was no fool and would never willingly part with the primordial purple energy. Thus, only one path remained: to eliminate Hong Yun. Aiming Ghost Claw, Kunpeng roared, his demonic aura rising to the heavens, forming a massive, frigid, ghostly claw in the void, descending toward Hong Yun's spiritual essence. The moment the claw emerged, Hong Yun felt a chill enveloping him, rendering him nearly immobile in shock, prompting him to hastily retrieve a purple-red gourd. This gourd was one he had plucked from the primordial gourd vine on Buzhou Mountain, refined into the 99 Scatter Soul Hong Yun gourd. "Friend, you leave me no choice," Hong Yun lamented, tilting the gourd toward Kunpeng. Instantly, an expanse of crimson sand surged forth from the gourd's mouth. This crimson sand possessed a captivating allure. Upon contact, Kunpeng felt dizzy, nearly toppling over. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Yun narrowly escaped the grasp of the Yiming Ghost Claw, preserving his life. "Friend, we are evenly matched. Why continue this struggle? Let us persuade Mingyi to relent, and I shall have Zenyuanzi bestow 2 ginseng fruits upon both of you to settle our differences amicably." Hong Yun implored earnestly. "Haha, Hong Yun, with your temperament, you cannot escape death in the primordial realm." Kunpeng scoffed, finding Hong Yun's words laughable. The conflict had escalated to a point of no return, yet Hong Yun still believed there was room for negotiation. Such a person was unworthy of possessing primordial purple energy. It should rightfully belong to Kunpeng. Boom! Kunpeng transformed into his true form, shaking off the crimson sand released by the 99 Scatter Soul Hong Yun gourd, and lunged at Hong Yun with a clawed strike. Hong Yun hastily unleashed more crimson sand, but just as it was about to descend upon Kunpeng, a sudden gust of demonic wind swept through, scattering all the crimson sand. Not a single grain touching Kunpeng. "Ha ha! Hong Yun, do you truly believe the same tactic would work on me twice?" Kunpeng laughed uproariously, his claws imbued with the might of wind and thunder, lunging fiercely toward Hong Yun's chest. As the battle in the heavenly realm raged on, Zhou Yuan, who had been in seclusion within the Zixiao Palace, finally awakened. The method to sever 6 corpses and attain enlightenment was exceedingly profound. And after 3,000 years of seclusion, he had only just begun to digest some of what Hong Jun had imparted. Ding! At that moment, a voice from the system suddenly rang in Zhou Yuan's ears. "The host has accumulated 1,000 bronze treasure chests, which can be exchanged for a diamond treasure chest. Would you like to exchange?" "Exchange!" Without hesitation, Zhou Yuan replied. Ding! Upon opening the diamond treasure chest, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. SSR level skill." Hand of the Celestial, a buzzing sensation coursed through his mind as Zhou Yuan felt a new divine ability imprint itself upon his primordial spirit. Hand of the Celestial, capable of condensing the essence of all things, extracting anything to enhance oneself or replenish other spiritual treasures and roots. For instance, it could extract the essence from low-grade, innate spiritual treasures to strengthen others or oneself. It could even draw upon the primal energies from countless spiritual woods in the primordial realm to nourish innate spiritual roots. In summary, regardless of the item, the Hand of the Celestial could extract its essence. This was truly defying the heavens. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhou Yuan's eyes. The skill granted by the system was indeed extraordinary. He possessed countless low-grade, innate spiritual treasures, numbering in the hundreds. As he pondered how to utilize them, he could now employ the Hand of the Celestial to refine their essences to enhance other spiritual treasures. It was time to leave the Zixiao Palace and return to the heavenly realm. He would then seek to refine somewhat essence, hoping to restore his innate spiritual roots to their original state and transform them into chaotic spiritual roots. After contemplating for a moment, Zhou Yuan decided to exit the Zixiao Palace. He had been comprehending the Tao here for tens of thousands of years, and it was time to depart. What audacity! You dare to disturb my heavenly realm. truly bold," Zhou Yuan said with a cold smile. Within the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun had isolated him from all external matters to allow him to focus on his enlightenment. Yet, the moment he stepped out of the Zixiao Palace, he instinctively sensed that the heavenly realm was undergoing a cataclysmic upheaval. Boom! With a swift motion, Zhou Yuan's figure vanished from the spot in the celestial realm. Fu Shi, Niuhua, Xinyuanzi, and the denizens of the heavens were struggling under the relentless assault of hundreds of Great Luo Golden Immortals and the old ancestor of the River of Hades. Ha! I wonder how much longer you can endure. The old ancestor of the River of Hades bellowed with unrestrained laughter as the dual swords of Yuan and Abi unleashed torrents of sword energy, striking the membrane of the world and causing the very fabric of the void to shatter. Poof! Xinyuanzi coughed out another mouthful of blood, his orange-yellow Taoist robe now stained crimson. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kunpeng revealed his true form and engaged in fierce combat with Hong Yun, his claws aimed directly at Hong Yun's chest. "Kikek, today I shall surely slay you, Hong Yun." Kunpeng's sharp voice echoed through the void, resonating like a deathly talisman. "My life is forfeit," Hong Yun cried out, finding himself bound in place by Kunpeng, utterly unable to move, helplessly watching as those lethal claws pierced through his chest. A wretched scream escaped Hong Yun's lips as blood erupted forth, his body impaled by Kunpeng, painting the skies with a torrential downpour of blood. The once great quasi-saint, known as the first good-natured soul of the primordial chaos, Hong Yun, had finally fallen at the hands of Kunpeng. This was the decree of fate, a calamity that Hong Yun could not transcend. Upon his death, the primordial purple chi that rightfully belonged to him surged forth, fleeing towards the celestial realm. Though the primordial purple chi was not a living entity, it possessed a primal instinct that caused it to resist Kunpeng's grasp. Humph! With Hong Yun dead, the primordial purple chi rightfully belongs to me. Where do you think you're running? Kunpeng sneered, transforming into a streak of green light in pursuit. This is the primordial purple chi, Hong Yun's brother. Poof! Upon witnessing Hong Yun's demise, Xinyuanzi was struck with a surge of fury, his complexion paling as he spat out blood, causing the membrane of the world to shatter in response. He and Hong Yun had been inseparable since their transformation, referring to each other as brothers, having shared countless epics to the point of being indistinguishable. Yet he never anticipated that one day they would be separated by life and death, that Hong Yun, a dignified quasi-saint, would perish at the hands of Kunpeng. Ha! Xinyuanzi, with the membrane of the world broken, I shall send you along to accompany Hong Yun. The old ancestor of the River of Hades laughed heartily, along with hundreds of Great Luo Golden Immortals, pressing down on Xinyuanzi and Fu Shi Niuhua. Are we truly destined to perish here? I refuse to accept this. Even if we die here today, Zhou Yuan will surely avenge us. The faces of Fu Shi, Niuhua, and the celestial populace were etched with despair, for under the might of hundreds of Great Luo Golden Immortals, there seemed to be no force capable of countering. They had done their utmost, worthy of being part of the celestial realm. However, at that moment, the space quivered, and an unmatched yet familiar aura suddenly emerged. All at once, everyone was rendered speechless, staring blankly at the collapsing space before them. Zhou Yuan, this aura belonged to the true master of the celestial realm. Zhou Yuan, boom. The space erupted as chaos split, and from a swirling black hole emerged a figure, his gaze as frosty as ice, radiating a murderous intent that caused the void itself to freeze. My celestial realm is not something you can taint. Zhou Yuan's arrival swept over the celestial populace, including Fu Shi and Niuhua, each bearing wounds. With Xinyuanzi drenched in blood, fatigued beyond measure due to Hong Yun's demise, Zhou Yuan spoke with a cold detachment. Fu Shi, Niuhua, take everyone below to rest. I alone shall handle this. Xinyuanzi, I will provide you with an explanation regarding Hong Yun. Zhou Yuan's tone was as frigid as ice, yet anyone could discern the overwhelming killing intent beneath the surface. The more composed he appeared, the more violent the impending storm of bloodshed would be. Niuhua nodded, though deeply concerned for Zhou Yuan. She complied. Yet should any unforeseen events arise, she would act without hesitation, even if it meant her own demise. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Xinyuanzi's eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. However, in that moment, he held his tongue, merely nodding in silence. Though he was a quasi-saint, Zhou Yuan remained shrouded in mystery in his eyes. Since he had promised an explanation, Xinyuanzi chose to trust him. Zhou Yuan, your timing is impeccable. We have long wished to know what extraordinary qualities you possess that allow the Tao ancestor to favor you so. Indeed, you are merely a Tai Golden Immortal, not even a Great Luo. What right do you have to possess such a plethora of spiritual treasures? You should be aware that lacking the capability to wield them only brings disaster. Even if it incurs the Tao ancestor's wrath, we shall annihilate your celestial realm today. Indeed, even if the Tao ancestor protects you, can he possibly punish so many Great Luo Golden Immortals? Upon the appearance of Zhou Yuan, hundreds of Great Luo Golden Immortals in the cosmic expanse erupted with fervor. Their hearts, filled with envy and resentment, had been stirred to a boiling point under the instigation of Dijuan Tai. Kikek, Zhou Yuan, I have been expelled from the Purple Cloud Palace because of you. Today, I shall settle both old and new scores. Kuan-Ping sneered, his frustration mounting due to the primordial purple chi slipping into the celestial realm. Yet none of this mattered. As long as he could slay Zhou Yuan, everything would return to his control. You wish to know what qualifications I possess to wield such an abundance of spiritual treasures. Very well, today I shall let you witness. A slight smirk graced Zhou Yuan's lips. Since they were forcing him into a bloodbath, then let the slaughter commence. Boom! With a single step, Zhou Yuan summoned the divine thunder of the three clear purple clouds. As the divine thunder descended, a chilling scream resonated as an early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal was obliterated, reduced to ashes. The Great Luo Golden Immortal, vanquished effortlessly by Zhou Yuan. A mere Tai Golden Immortal? How could this be? I refuse to believe it. An ancient Tingsha, a mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal, swung the scythe of death toward Zhou Yuan's neck. This scythe, forged from fallen stars, though the postnatal spiritual treasure, harnessed the power of the stars and the essence of the killing path, serving as the proof of Tingsha's attainment of the Great Luo, wielding immense might capable of cleaving through even the toughest materials. Yet Zhou Yuan did not flinch or evade the strike, seemingly oblivious to its approach. You seek death. Tingsha's visage contorted with rage. Did Zhou Yuan underestimate him? Or was he too intimidated to move? Regardless, as long as his scythe struck true, Tingsha was certain Zhou Yuan's fate would be sealed. Clang! The resounding clash of metal echoed through the void as Tingsha's scythe of death shattered upon impact, leaving not even a scratch on Zhou Yuan's neck. The Supreme Bone of Pangu, equivalent to the peak of a Great Luo Golden Immortal's physical form, was not something a postnatal spiritual treasure could ever hope to challenge. Is this your strength? I find myself disappointed. Zhou Yuan advanced, looming before Tingsha like an insurmountable mountain, effortlessly lifting him and twisting with force. The power of a peak Great Luo Golden Immortal was effortlessly sufficient to snap Tingsha's throat. Enough! Today, I commence a slaughter, and it is fitting to test the power of the celestial hand. Zhou Yuan held up Tingsha's lifeless body, invoking the celestial hand. 8 strands of pure white primordial energy emanated from the corpse. He sensed an extraordinary force transforming into the most primal, pure essence of the primordial chaos, flowing into his body to end this moment. While his realm did not increase, his power surged to new heights. Both his foundation and magical prowess had strengthened beyond their previous limits. Zhou Yuan smiled faintly, pleasantly surprised by the effect of the celestial hand, which had directly absorbed the most primal energy from Tingsha's body. This was the fundamental distinction between innate beings and postnatal beings. Slaying Tingsha, a formidable presence among mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortals, left all present in stunned silence. Could a Tai Golden Immortal truly kill a Great Luo? Moreover, he had not even employed any treasures, relying solely on his physical might to annihilate a Great Luo Golden Immortal. This completely surpassed everyone's comprehension. This individual possesses remarkable abilities. Let us cast aside our reservations and strike together. The acquisition of spiritual treasures and the annihilation of the celestial realm is the true priority. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Zhou Yuan's methods were indeed inscrutable, instilling a sense of oppression that surpassed even that of quasi-saints like Fuxi and Yuhua. Boom! Instantly, hundreds of the Luo Golden Immortals aligned themselves according to the Demon Clan's formation, channeling their collective power into a singular force. Although their auras were chaotic and disordered, the sheer volume of their might was formidable. It is crucial to note that each Luo Golden Immortal had transcended the river of time, existing as an immortal being unscathed by the boundless calamities of fate. Particularly before Hong Jun achieved sainthood, quasi-saints were exceedingly rare, and Luo Golden Immortals were considered synonymous with invincibility. The mere gathering of hundreds of Luo Golden Immortals created an atmosphere so dense that it was suffocating. Haha, Zhou Yuan, today, we shall see you face your tribulation, die. This was a force that even quasi-saints could scarcely endure. Can you survive it? Many wore cold smiles, believing that beneath such destructive power, even Fuxi, Yuhua, and other quasi-saints could only cower beneath the cosmic membranes, struggling to endure. And no matter how formidable Zhou Yuan might be, could he withstand such a multitude of quasi-saints? Let us test that. In the face of this cataclysmic pressure, Zhou Yuan advanced rather than retreated, enveloped in a layer of divine radiance. Perish! Boom! The combined strike of hundreds of Luo Golden Immortals shattered the very stars across billions of miles, unleashing a force that devastated the primordial land. 10,000 mountains were leveled in an instant, and the seas surged to heights of 30,000 zhang, wreaking havoc upon countless beings of the primordial realm. Divide the treasure rock, Zhou Yuan shouted, pointing towards the void. Suddenly, a chaotic aura permeated the air, revealing a treasure rock so vast it seemed boundless, its golden radiance soaring skyward, illuminating all worlds. That on the divide treasure rock bloomed the 12th grade pure world white lotus and the 12th grade creation azure lotus. The two lotus flowers, one blue and one white, radiated brilliance, completely enveloping Zhou Yuan. The divide treasure rock was comparable to an innate supreme treasure, with two exceptional innate spiritual treasures dedicated to defense. Even the combined efforts of hundreds of Luo Golden Immortals could not shake it. Kid, you possess quite a few treasures, but let us see how you fare against my Yuan slaughter abysmal. At this moment, the ancestor of the underworld sneered, his 3 flowers blooming atop his head, 5 energies coalescing within his chest, as he brandished the Yuan slaughter abysmal and charged at Zhou Yuan. The full force of a quasi-saint, combined with the terrifying might of 2 innate killing swords, was nothing short of horrifying. Moreover, the Yuan slaughter abysmal was enigmatic, seemingly infused with causal power, directly bypassing the defenses of the divide treasure rock and piercing toward Zhou Yuan's brow. This strike was inescapable, leaving only the option to withstand it with his physical form. Even a peaked Luo Golden Immortal's body could withstand a quasi-saint strike without perishing, yet it would leave them devoid of any fighting capability. This was tantamount to death. At this juncture, even Yuhua and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. Could Zhou Yuan truly withstand this? Zhou Yuan smiled faintly, maintaining an air of calm in the face of this world-shattering blow. Just as the Yuan slaughter abysmal was about to pierce his brow, a brilliant golden light erupted. The celestial realms seemed to resonate with divine melodies, and gold lotuses cascaded from the heavens. This was an omen only appearing when a saint manifested. Zhou Yuan's brow emanated a continuous stream of grand Dao energy as the 3,000 Dao began to rotate and intertwine, giving rise to the creation jade butterfly that emerged from his brow, blocking the strike of the Yuan slaughter abysmal. This is the creation jade butterfly. The Dao ancestor bestowed you with the creation jade butterfly. The ancestor of the underworld gasped in shock. This was a treasure of chaos-level significance. Even shattered into fragments, it retained a power surpassing that of innate supreme treasures. Greed intensified in the ancestor of the underworld's eyes. If he could seize the creation jade butterfly and comprehend the 3,000 Dao, could he not become the second Hong Jun? Thunderous rumbles erupted as several bolts of Hongmeng Sanqin divine thunder struck the ancestor of the underworld, causing him to stagger. However, being a quasi-saint, protected by his fiery red lotus and Xian Yuan's water-controlling banner, Zhou Yuan's lightning failed to inflict any actual harm upon him. Ha ha, boy. Although you possess a supreme treasure for protection, your cultivation is far too low. You cannot contend with me. The ancestor of the underworld laughed heartily, believing that Zhou Yuan's divine abilities could not harm him, thus devising a plan to seize the creation jade, butterfly, and numerous spiritual treasures for himself. Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Perhaps the only threat to a quasi-saint lay in the heavenly Tao's abandonment technique. However, he was uncertain whether complaining to the heavenly Tao would enable him to eliminate the ancestor of the underworld. Moreover, using the heavenly Tao's abandonment would detach his primordial spirit from his physical form, and facing hundreds of the Luo Golden Immortals alongside the ancestor of the underworld and Kunpeng, he was unwilling to take that risk. Since he could not eliminate the ancestor of the underworld and Kunpeng now, he would first eradicate these Luo Golden Immortals. Zhou Yuan, with the creation jade butterfly above his head, the divide treasure rock before him, and the 12th grade creation azure lotus and pure world white lotus safeguarding him, was impervious even to the combined efforts of the ancestor of the underworld and Kunpeng. Of course, Zhou Yuan's current means could not harm those two quasi-saints. Yet as for the other Luo Golden Immortals, a glint of coldness flashed in Zhou Yuan's eyes. Those who dared to threaten his celestial realm faced only one fate: death. Boom! Possessing a physique comparable to that of a peak Luo Golden Immortal. Wherever Zhou Yuan went, a tempest of blood and carnage erupted. Their divine abilities were utterly futile against his defenses. With just a few strikes, he dispatched a Luo Golden Immortal, utilizing the heavenly hand to absorb their essence. Enhancing his own power, streams of milky white light flowed into his body, and Zhou Yuan felt his internal strength surge to an unimaginable level in an instant. These individuals had endured countless epochs to reach the realm of the Luo Golden Immortal. Their essence was the most precious supplement in the primordial realm for Zhou Yuan. Kill. As Zhou Yuan slaughtered, he extracted the essence from the Luo Golden Immortals, and it was not long before his own aura reached an inconceivable magnitude. What is happening? Why does it feel as if he grows stronger with each kill? This is impossible. He is merely a Tai Golden Immortal. How could his aura rival ours, even continuously strengthening? What are those white halos? After being absorbed, they seemed to amplify his strength. In an instant, all present were left utterly astounded. If this rate of growth continued, Zhou Yuan's strength could soon rival that of a quasi-saint to that point. Could even the ancestor of the underworld and Kunpeng withstand him? Thunder rumbled again as another bolt of Hongmeng Sanxing divine thunder struck the ancestor of the underworld, singeing his shoulder. How could this be? How can your strength increase so rapidly? The ancestor of the underworld was alarmed, realizing he had actually sustained injury from the descending divine thunder. Though not severe, it was a stark contrast to his previous state. Zhou Yuan paid no mind to the ancestor of the underworld. His focus was on swiftly approaching the remaining Luo Golden Immortals. His sole aim was to eliminate all these Luo Golden Immortals, extract their essence to bolster his strength, and then return to deal with the ancestor of the underworld and Kunpeng. Boom! Wherever Zhou Yuan went, thunder roared, and he frequently unleashed dozens of innate spiritual treasures at once. Although these individuals were Luo Golden Immortals, they lacked even the ability to retaliate against Zhou Yuan. The void here flowed with the blood of the Luo Golden Immortals. How was this possible? One man slaughtering hundreds of us Luo Golden Immortals? What kind of existence is he? This is undoubtedly a demon. We cannot provoke him. Flee. Zhou Yuan, I was wrong. I beg you, show mercy. Kill. Outside the celestial gate. The cries of the Luo Golden Immortals echoed incessantly, their blood staining the cosmic void. From the perspective of the primordial land, over half of the sky was transformed into a sea of crimson. Now that you have come to the celestial realm, do you think you can escape? Not far ahead, a Luo Golden Immortal with the body of a goat attempted to tear through space to flee. Faced with Zhou Yuan, he was already filled with dread. This was a harbinger of death, and a death that only grew stronger with each kill. Now, Zhou Yuan's aura was hardly distinguishable from that of a quasi-saint, making the slaughter of the Luo Golden Immortals akin to dispatching mere chickens and dogs. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, and the previously open spatial gate was abruptly sealed. The splendid treasure rock emanated an overwhelming radiance, immobilizing the space in that moment. None present could escape without the consent of Zhou Yuan. No, please don't kill me. Despair washed over everyone as the space was sealed, leaving them with no possibility of escape. Fellow Taoists, let us unite and strike down Zhou Yuan. Kunpeng bellowed that a sense of trepidation gripped his heart, as he sensed that if Zhou Yuan were to eliminate the remaining 100 or so Great Luo Golden Immortals, even he and Mingyi combined would stand no chance against Zhou Yuan. Good, Mingyi echoed, as the swords Yuan Tu and Abi radiated an unprecedented brilliance. With Mingyi and Kunpeng leading, the others steadied their resolve, elevating their energies to their utmost peak, unleashing their most formidable attacks. Should they fail to vanquish Zhou Yuan, their only fate would be death. Excellent, Zhou Yuan remarked. This way, I need not chase you all down individually. Resolving this in one fell swoop is indeed gratifying. Above his head floated the creation jade butterfly, while in his left hand he held the splendid treasure rock, and from his pocket he slowly drew forth a black gourd, the Chaos Gourd. In Zhou Yuan's possession lay a chaos spiritual treasure and 2 innate supreme treasures. Even when considering the 3 pure ones, none in the entirety of the primordial world could boast such an abundance of treasures. Both Mingyi and Kunpeng gasped in astonishment. Even they lacked absolute confidence in defeating Zhou Yuan now. Yuan Tu Abi, manifest my path of slaughter, Mingyi shouted as his black hair billowed wildly and a colossal demonic figure, adorned with blood-red markings, emerged from behind him. The 2 innate swords of slaughter, Yuan Tu and Abi, voraciously absorbed dark energy from that demonic figure, their blades swelling to unprecedented dimensions. Mingyi even bit his tongue, spitting his vital blood onto Yuan Tu Abi. The precious blood of a quasi-saint catalyzed the swords of slaughter, causing a surge of murderous intent that materialized into countless blades of killing aura surrounding them. This was Mingyi's most powerful strike. Kunpeng steeled himself, knowing he could no longer hold back. This battle would end in either Zhou Yuan's demise or their own. With a tremendous roar, a cloud of demonic energy enveloped Kunpeng, and a gigantic Kunpeng bird materialized, its claws gleaming with cold light. This was Kunpeng's true form, identical to the divine ability he had used against Hong Yun. The remaining 100 or so Great Luo Golden Immortals also held their breath, focusing their energies, manifesting the 3 flowers atop their heads, and gathering the 5 qi within their chests. Regardless of their treasures or divine abilities, they brought forth everything they had to bear. If they could slay Zhou Yuan, seizing the future of all in the heavenly realm would become a pathway laid bare. Conversely, failure would lead to certain death. Come forth, Zhou Yuan declared. Today, I shall resolve you all in one fell swoop. Let us see who dares encroach upon the heavenly realm. At that moment, even Zhou Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Facing 2 quasi-saints and over 100 Great Luo Golden Immortals, who among the lower-tiered saints in the primordial world could achieve such a feat. Splendid treasure rock? Out! The splendid treasure rock transformed once more into a gargantuan form, descending upon the Great Luo Golden Immortals. Kill! Let us fight with all we have. We shall shatter this treasure rock. Boom! Bang! Countless divine abilities and treasures struck the splendid treasure rock, igniting a blaze of sparks. However, the splendid treasure rock was an unparalleled treasure crafted by the Tao ancestor for housing spiritual treasures. Even the 4 swords of immortal execution, the Pangu banner, and the Taiji diagram could not mar its integrity in the slightest. These mere Great Luo Golden Immortals, regardless of their divine abilities or treasures, were utterly incapable of shaking the splendid treasure rock. No, I have yet to attain the Tao. I do not wish to die. Cries of despair echoed as the splendid treasure rock crushed down. With hundreds of Great Luo Golden Immortals having no means to retaliate, all perishing at Zhou Yuan's hands. Simultaneously, the hand of heaven absorbed their essences, causing Zhou Yuan's aura to surge even higher. Mingyi and Kunpeng watched in horror. The once vast army sent to besiege the heavenly realm had dwindled to just the 2 of them. Kill! Mingyi and Kunpeng resolved. With the space sealed, escape was futile, and fighting desperately might yield a glimmer of hope. The mightiest blow of Yuan Tu Abi and Kunpeng's true form's claws surged toward Zhou Yuan from either side. Just in time, Zhou Yuan smirked coldly. Prior to absorbing those Great Luo Golden Immortals, he had no means to slay a quasi-saint. At most, he could ensure his own safety. But now, the situation had dramatically changed. The Chaos Gourd was hurled skyward, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy that coalesced into serpentine forms. This seventh gourd on the innate vine was inherently capable of extinguishing quasi-saints, combined with Zhou Yuan's now equivalent strength to Mingyi and Kunpeng. Its power had multiplied. Boom! In the void, the sound of explosions echoed as Zhou Yuan battled Mingyi and Kunpeng amidst the cosmic expanse. The sword aura of Yuan Tu Abi shattered countless times, and Kunpeng's true form lost feathers in droves, nearly reduced to a bald, old bird. Zhou Yuan, die! Kunpeng screamed, his eyes bloodshot as he hurled a star at Zhou Yuan's forehead. Desperation consumed him. Neither he nor Mingyi could inflict even the slightest harm upon Zhou Yuan with their treasures and abilities. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan, having absorbed the milky white essence, had dramatically increased his power, now capable of inflicting genuine damage, even threatening their lives. With every strike Zhou Yuan unleashed, they were met with injury. Though quasi-saints could endure as long as their primordial spirits remained intact, allowing for rapid recovery, Zhou Yuan's relentless assault offered them no respite. Whoosh! The creation jade butterfly emitted a beam of golden light, shattering the star Kunpeng had thrown. The splendid treasure rock then descended, crashing onto Kunpeng's forehead. That my life is forfeit. Kunpeng howled, blood gushing from his head, his vitality rapidly waning, akin to a deflated balloon. That a flash of spiritual light erupted from his body, racing toward the edge of the universe. His primordial spirit. Trying to flee, Zhou Yuan taunted. Can you escape before me? He tossed the chaos gourd upward, and a ghostly light shot forth, ensnaring Kunpeng's primordial spirit. As his spirit was absorbed, the gourd emitted a series of thunderous sounds. Hiss! Zhou Yuan, spare me. I am willing to serve you as my master. Grant me my life. Kunpeng's shrill cries echoed within the gourd. Zhou Yuan scoffed disdainfully. A treacherous figure like Kunpeng had no right to claim such a position. As a demon master, the knives he had plunged into the backs of his kin were far from trivial. According to the original trajectory of the primordial world, it was Kunpeng who had stolen the river map and Luo book, leading to the demon clan's downfall, provoking Emperor Jun and Tai Yi to self-destruct, and resulting in the annihilation of both the Wu and Yao clans. Boom! Zhou Yuan gripped the chaos gourd tightly, shaking it vigorously, unleashing the thunder of the chaos world within, capable of obliterating all, including quasi-saints. Especially since Kunpeng had lost his physical form, now possessing only his critically wounded primordial spirit, he had no means to resist within the chaos gourd. And soon, he was entirely consumed by the chaotic energy and the divine thunder of obliteration. Meanwhile, Mingyi, bloodied and battered, watched in horror. The once mighty quasi-saint had been effortlessly eradicated by Zhou Yuan, with not even his primordial spirit escaping. Mingyi, it is your turn now. Zhou Yuan's voice was calm, as if slaying a quasi-saint was merely an everyday occurrence. Zhou Yuan, think carefully. If you push me to the brink, the self-destruction of a quasi-saint is enough to annihilate you completely. Mingyi gritted his teeth, filled with utmost trepidation. He had never imagined that he would one day have to threaten a Tai Golden Immortal with self-destruction. Do as you please. Zhou Yuan shrugged indifferently. Above him, the creation jade butterfly radiated a golden light, while the splendid treasure rock remained steadfast, with the 12-petal creation blue lotus and 12-petal purification white lotus glowing brilliantly atop it. Even a quasi-saint's self-detonation would be unable to harm him. Ew! As Mingyi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in exasperation, the threat of self-detonation from a quasi-saint proved utterly ineffective against Zhou Yuan. You truly wish to eradicate us completely? Mingyi felt a profound sense of despair. When you sought to annihilate my heavenly realm, did you possess even a shred of compassion? This is merely an act of retribution, with a decisive step forward. Zhou Yuan's aura gradually turned frigid, a harbinger of impending death. I shall fight to the bitter end. Mingi gritted his teeth, unleashing a cacophony of crackling sounds as countless blood deities surged forth from his body. This was a formidable technique he was cultivating, which, upon reaching perfection, could conjure up to 480 million blood deities to accompany him, as long as one of these deities survived. Mingi would endure. This technique was exceedingly powerful, yet also sinister, only able to be practiced within the depths of the blood sea of the underworld. Even now, Mingi had only managed to manifest 240 million blood deity avatars. Though formidable, the blood deities would be of no avail against me, he mused, with one hand wielding the splitting treasure rock and the other the chaotic gourd. The two innate supreme treasures descended upon Mingi with devastating force. The void trembled as chaos was rent asunder. Relying on his 12th rank karmic fire red lotus and the northern Zhou Yuan water controlling flag, Mingi desperately held his ground. Meanwhile, the 240 million blood deity avatars, alongside the Yuan 2 abyssal sword, surged toward Zhou Yuan. In a final bid for survival, Mingi sought to shatter Zhou Yuan's spatial blockade, hoping to unearth an opportunity for escape. Even if just one blood deity avatar could flee, he would be reborn in the blood sea of the underworld. The abyssal sword's immense sword aura raged toward Zhou Yuan, intent on subduing him, while the avatars relentlessly tore at the fabric of space, searching for a seam through which to escape. True to his status as a quasi-saint, Mingi's blood deities began to destabilize the very space Zhou Yuan had sealed. A fleeting glimmer of hope ignited within Mingi as he witnessed this turn of events. Zhou Yuan, however, was all too aware of Mingi's intentions. With a slight shake of his head, he declared, "Mingi, today I shall ensure your demise is unequivocal." With a resounding roar, Zhou Yuan's chaotic aura erupted, revealing an unimaginably vast world, trees standing tall amidst the cosmic expanse, each leaf shimmering with the primordial power of existence. The chaotic spiritual root, the world tree. Zhou Yuan manifested his true form, solidifying the space around him. And no matter how fiercely Mingi's blood deity avatars clawed at it, the power of the world's essence rendered even the smallest crack impervious. The space was irrevocably locked by Zhou Yuan's will, and as the power of the world pressed down, combined with the chaotic gourd and splitting treasure rock, Mingi's karmic fire red lotus and Zhou Yuan water controlling flag finally faltered. Ah! Mingi screamed in agony, blood gushing from his mouth as the grim reality of his fate sank in, gazing at the towering world tree. An overwhelming despair settled in his eyes. Regret washed over him. Why had he heeded the words of Zhou Yuan and Tai to seize the heavenly realm? Would it not have been preferable to remain in the blood sea of the underworld, sheltered from such calamity? Even if he could not ascend to sainthood, achieving the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood was certainly within his grasp. Better to have retained his cultivation than to be reduced to ashes after countless eons of effort. I shall not accept this, Mingi cried out in anguish. Yet the chaotic gourd and splitting treasure rock showed no signs of relent, crashing down directly upon him, breaching the defenses of the karmic fire red lotus and Zhou Yuan water controlling flag. Simultaneously, Zhou Yuan's world tree swayed, the essence of the world descending to obliterate Mingi's 240 million blood deity avatars. Thus, Mingi, the first taint upon the heavens, a supreme being birthed from the blood sea of the underworld, fell today at the hands of Zhou Yuan, outside the heavenly realm. Zhou Yuan beckoned, gathering the Yuan 2 abyssal sword, the 12th rank karmic fire red lotus, and the northern Zhou Yuan water controlling flag into his grasp. Truly, Mingi's wealth was remarkable. These 4 treasures were all of the highest innate spiritual treasure grade, and in the vast expanse of the wilderness, few could rival his riches. Yet despite this, Mingi succumbed to jealousy of Zhou Yuan, launching an assault on the heavenly realm, ultimately meeting a tragic end, reduced to naught but dust, that on Penglai Island, Zhou Yuan and Tai, under the chaotic bell, stared blankly at the conclusion of the heavenly battle. After a prolonged silence, they exchanged wry smiles, grateful that they had remained in the shadows, orchestrating events without direct involvement. The chaotic bell had further obscured the divine machinations, ensuring that no sage could predict their manipulation. Tai, we must never provoke Zhou Yuan again. If we can endure, we shall. If we cannot, we must grit our teeth and bear it. Dejuan sighed. Gazing at the heavens, he understood that, following the heavenly battle, the demon race would no longer have the opportunity to dominate the heavenly realm. Elder brother, I comprehend this. Yet, it is difficult to accept. Hundreds of the Luo Golden Immortals, along with Kunpeng and Mingi, could not contend with Zhou Yuan. Has he truly grown to such an extent? Tai declared in frustration. He and Dejuan were born from the Sun Star, one accompanied by the River Map and Luo Book, the other cradled by the innate supreme treasure, the chaotic bell, in terms of birth and lineage. They were confident that they could rival anyone in the wilderness. Yet, facing Zhou Yuan, they felt utterly crushed, leaving the two golden crows at a loss for words. The demon race's fortune is long-standing, and there are signs of their potential to dominate the wilderness that we should first contend with the witch race, eliminate them, and become the sole protagonists of the wilderness, the sovereigns of the demon race. We shall undoubtedly attain sainthood, and then we can settle scores with Zhou Yuan. Until then, I will issue orders to all demon kind. Should they encounter anyone from the heavenly realm, they are to take a wide berth. Dejuan chuckled wryly, stepping out from the chaotic bell and returning to the demon's sovereign palace to enter seclusion. Today he gleaned insights from the River Map and Luo Book, formulating a grand array named the Zhou Tian Stardo Array, which may hold the key to the decisive battle between the demon and witch races that on Kunlun Mountain. The three pure ones gazed at the blood-red firmament in quiet astonishment. Elder brother, Zhou Yuan's growth far exceeds our expectations. Yuan sure lamented. Has he not consistently surpassed our anticipations since we took him as a disciple? Laozi smiled. Indeed, upon reflection, even when he was but a humble spirit grass, he astonished us on Kunlun Mountain. His current growth has reached an unprecedented level. Tong Tian stood with his hands behind his back, contemplating the heavens. Outside the Panga Hall, the 12 ancestor witches were particularly exhilarated. Ha ha! Zhou Yuan, the little brother, is indeed remarkable. He is truly extraordinary. Zhu Rong exclaimed. Having once sparred with Zhou Yuan and been thoroughly bested, he now took pride in having been defeated by such a talented individual. Indeed, it is astonishing. The key point is that his realm is still merely that of a Tai Golden Immortal. Yet he can achieve all this. It is simply unbelievable that Di Zhang's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Both Mingi and Kunpeng were renowned figures in the wilderness, and with the addition of hundreds of the Luo Golden Immortals, it was hard for him to fathom how Zhou Yuan single-handedly annihilated them all. By the way, did Zhou Yuan not say that once he reached the Luo Golden Immortal realm, he would marry our sister Hutu, and together they would produce the mightiest being in the wilderness? Gong Gong suddenly interjected this declaration. The gazes of the 11 ancestor witches converged upon Hutu. What are you all staring at me for? Hutu protested, feeling rather uncomfortable under their scrutiny. Given Zhou Yuan's current prowess, he may not even consider me. However, upon reflection, the prospect of marrying Zhou Yuan seemed rather appealing. Fear not, Sister Hutu. I perceive that Zhou Yuan harbors considerable affection for you. Another witch urged. Hutu, I must say we should be a bit more proactive. I have heard that Shiha from the Taiyin Star has already moved to the heavenly realm. And Yuhua seems to be perpetually entangled with Zhou Yuan. We must not allow them to seize the opportunity before us. Precisely. What the third brother says is true. Once we have completed the ritual for the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array, we shall head to the heavenly realm to seek Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan's annihilation of Mingi, Kunpeng, and hundreds of the Luo Golden Immortals was not merely a testament to the might of those top-tier wilderness deities. Even the most ordinary of the primordial immortals have felt its tremors. None other than the sheer magnitude of this battle, which has dyed the heavens a deep crimson, with blood rains cascading down in certain areas. Each drop imbued with the lifeblood of the great Luo Golden Immortals, the heavenly realm truly this fearsome. After this conflict, it seems that no one in the entire primordial world will dare to provoke the heavenly realm again. I find myself yearning to join the heavenly realm. With their protection, the threats posed by any demonic clan would be trivial. You must be jesting. Can one simply join the heavenly realm at will? Indeed, when the spirit sovereign, Zhou Yuan, guided countless beings into the heavenly realm, he did not extend his invitation to those of us with shallow foundations, indicating that our chance is past. Alas, from this day forth, I shall worship the heavenly realm day and night, hoping that my devotion might touch the spirit sovereign and grant me entry into their ranks. In a fleeting moment, the entire primordial world was abuzz with discussions about the true might of the heavenly realm, and the extent of strength possessed by the one known as the Spirit Sovereign, who could easily overwhelm 2 quasi-saints and several hundred Great Luo Golden Immortals. Moreover, some have erected temples dedicated to the heavenly realm upon the primordial continent, engaging in ceaseless worship in hopes of moving the Spirit Sovereign. Meanwhile, within the heavenly realm, Zhou Yuan meticulously stored away the flames of karmic retribution, the Xian Yuan water control banner, and the 2 swords, Yuan Tu and Abi, before turning back towards the gates of the heavenly realm. Thankfully, he had the assistance of several allies. Otherwise, the heavenly realm would have faced dire consequences. Upon returning to the heavenly realm, Zhou Yuan's first act was to express his gratitude to Fuxi, Niuhua, Xinyuanzi, Shihe, Changxi, and the countless beings residing therein. During his seclusion in the Purple Cloud Palace, he had been engrossed in the comprehension of the method to sever the 6 corpses and attain enlightenment. Completely oblivious to the peril threatening the heavenly realm, had it not been for their efforts, he would have returned to find only ruins. The Spirit Sovereign is far too courteous. We are part of the heavenly realm, and it is only natural for us to contribute to its defense. Indeed, when the Spirit Sovereign sheltered us from the demonic clans, it is now our turn to safeguard the heavenly realm in return. Fortunately, the Spirit Sovereign returned just in time. Otherwise, it would not be long before all would perish at the hands of the River of Oblivion and the Kuanpeng, along with the hundreds of Great Luo Golden Immortals. The beings of the heavenly realm spoke out in unison. Zhou Yuan nodded, deeply gratified. His decision to guide beings into the heavenly realm now seemed undeniably wise. His gaze shifted to Niuhua and the others, who were stained with blood, their primordial spirits even suffering damage, their faces pale and their breaths weak. Fuxi, Niuhua, and Xinyuanzi had borne the brunt of the pressure, particularly Xinyuanzi, who had unfurled the membrane of heaven and earth to protect the gates of the heavenly realm, had been holding on by sheer will until Zhou Yuan's return. The death of Hong Yun had shaken him to his core, making his injuries the most severe among them. Zhou Yuan expressed his gratitude once more. Waving his hand, the spiritual fruits from the peach ancestoress vein, the yellow middle pear, and the ginseng fruit all descended before him. Consume these spiritual fruits, and I shall aid you in your healing. Using innate spiritual fruits for healing is an extravagance of the highest order. Yet Zhou Yuan did not mind, compared to the favor of safeguarding the heavenly realm. What were these fruits, after a century of healing? The vast majority of beings within the heavenly realm had returned to their former states. In fact, thanks to Zhou Yuan opening the heavenly realm's treasury and generously distributing various elixirs and miraculous medicines, many benefited from the calamity, achieving remarkable advancements in their cultivation, especially those who consumed the innate spiritual fruits, such as Niuhua and Fuxi, who made significant strides beyond the early quasi-saint stage and were now nearing the mid-stage. Zhou Yuan, my friend, you once spoke of Hong Yun's fate. After recovering, Xinyuanzi still struggled to come to terms with Hong Yun's demise, often reminiscing about his old companion. Zhou Yuan nodded. He had not forgotten this matter. In truth, the fate of Hong Yun was already woven into the tapestry of destiny, and in the future, once the 6 paths of reincarnation were established, Hong Yun, being a person of great merit and fortune, would naturally be reborn as a human emperor, achieving a unique form of sanctity that could be considered a fitting conclusion for this first-rate Good Samaritan of the primordial world. Not worry. My friend, this matter is etched in my heart. However, the secrets of destiny cannot be revealed. After an immeasurable calamity, Hong Yun will encounter his opportunity. That time, you shall understand the essence of my words. Zhou Yuan spoke, aware that he could not divulge the matters of the 6 paths of reincarnation to Xinyuanzi just yet. Such revelations might indeed disturb the threads of fate. While the 6 paths of reincarnation were unchangeable, they could potentially influence Hong Yun's opportunity. Since you say so, I shall understand. If Hongyun truly has an opportunity, I would be willing to join the heavenly court, not in vain for having fought in the battle outside its gates. Xuanyuanzi declared. Zhou Yuan smiled slightly. Xuanyuanzi's willingness to join the heavenly realm was an unexpected delight. With this quasi-saint-level powerhouse joining, the strength of the heavenly realm would be unparalleled in the primordial world, making it impossible for the demonic or witch clans to contend. Rest assured, my friend, my words are my bond, Zhou Yuan stated unequivocally, assuring Xuanyuanzi of his commitment to Hongyun's fate, even if some deviations might occur. He would certainly intervene to assist Hongyun in a smooth reincarnation. Although his death at the hands of the Kunpeng was fated, he had perished for the sake of the heavenly realm. And as its sovereign, it was only right for him to ensure Hongyun's rebirth. Very well, I am willing to join the heavenly realm, awaiting his immeasurable calamity. Xuanyuanzi nodded. Though it sounded ethereal, he was inclined to believe Zhou Yuan's words. Zhou Yuan nodded in return, suddenly hearing someone call his name. Turning around, he saw Nuwa accompanied by Shiha and Changshi beckoning him over. After arranging a cave abode for Xuanyuanzi within the heavenly realm, Zhou Yuan turned to approach the trio of women. Nuwa radiated divine splendor, not far from the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Above Shiha and Changshi, a faint light shimmered, indicating that transcending the quasi-saint realm was not beyond the realm of possibility. Zhou Yuan, dear brother, the heavenly realm has only just regained its tranquility. You must make it up to us, Nuwa said with a playful smile, with Shiha and Changshi echoing her sentiments. The three of them now appeared as close as sisters. Sister Changshi has expressed a desire to taste the meat you roast by hand. Nuwa's sister mentioned wanting you to paint a picture for each of us. Sister Shiha said she wished to hear you sing. Brother Zhou Yuan. The three women surrounded Zhou Yuan, bombarding him with a multitude of impertinent requests, leaving him both amused and exasperated. These were the very things they had enjoyed when Shiha and Changshi first moved to the heavenly realm, and he had taken them on tours. He never expected these young ladies to still reminisce about those days, clamoring for a repeat. Very well, since there is nothing pressing at the moment, we shall take our time with each request. Zhou Yuan waved his hand, leading the three women to the most expansive meadow in the heavenly realm. Before long, the air was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted meat, causing mouths to water at the mere scent. In the heavenly realm, Zhou Yuan lived a life of leisure and joy, thoroughly content. Meanwhile, within the Demon Emperor's palace on Penglai Island, Dijuan was deeply engrossed in deciphering the grand array of the celestial stars. The intricacies of this formation far surpassed any existing before, and even Dijuan could not conceal his excitement. Haha, I understand now. The grand array of the celestial stars. I have comprehended it, after comprehending the array for countless years. A glimmer of enlightenment finally shone in Dijuan's eyes, prompting an uncontrollable burst of laughter. Elder brother, have you succeeded in your understanding? What is the power of the grand array of the celestial stars? Tai hastened forward upon hearing Dijuan's voice. The power of this array is formidable beyond measure, capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Dijuan replied with a triumphant smile. The grand array of the celestial stars represents the pinnacle of formations. And Dijuan himself recognizes that no matter how much time or opportunity he is afforded, he will never decipher another formation that can rival it. This grand array of the celestial stars harnesses the powers of the 360 celestial bodies above. With the sun and moon as the principal focal points, that Akati utilizes the celestial energies to vanquish foes, wielding boundless might and a murderous intent that even a saint would find it difficult to breach with ease. As Dijuan elaborated on the grand array of the celestial stars to Tai, a smile lingered on his lips, filled with pride. Then, how shall we command this grand array? Tai inquired, to establish this formation. It is necessary to craft 365 great Zhou Tian star banners, corresponding to the 365 primary stars in the heavens. Additionally, we require 14,800 small Zhou Tian star banners, corresponding to 14,800 auxiliary stars. With such an arrangement, coupled with my manipulation of the river map and Luo book, the Zhou Tian star Do Great Formation shall surely succeed. Dijuan, smiling, remarked that once the Zhou Tian star Do Great Formation was completed according to his design, annihilating the Wu clan and allowing the demon race to dominate the primordial world, becoming the sole protagonists. Was not an impossible endeavor at that time. With boundless celestial fortune at their disposal, he and Tai, as leaders of the demon race, would naturally ascend to the status of saints. The heavenly realm would be their first target post-sainthood. In the subsequent span of 10,000 years, the demon race scoured the primordial land for celestial materials and treasures, ultimately forging 14,800 small Zhou Tian star banners. After another 20,000 years, they succeeded in crafting 365 great Zhou Tian star banners. With the completion of the Zhou Tian star banners, Zhou and Tai commenced the organization of the demon race to practice the Zhou Tian star Do Great Formation. Led by the 10 great demon gods, each wielding one of the 10 most crucial great Zhou Tian star banners, they occupied 10 positions encircling Zhou. Meanwhile, the most elite 3 to 500 demon warriors positioned themselves around the 10 demon gods and Zhou, holding the great Zhou Tian star banners according to the configuration of the Zhou Tian star Do. The remaining 14,000 demons were arranged meticulously as per the directives that at last. The Supreme Zhou Tian star Do Great Formation of the demon race was successfully completed. Gazing at the formation, both Zhou and Tai wore expressions of immense joy. Elder brother, with this great formation, we can eradicate the Wu clan and truly dominate the primordial world, Tai exclaimed, visibly excited. The conflict between the Wu and demon races had endured countless epochs, with the demon race yearning to obliterate the Wu clan and become the sole protagonists of the primordial realm. Now, with the completion of the Zhou Tian star Do Great Formation, that opportunity had finally arrived. Dispatch the orders. All demon generals and soldiers, assemble and bring forth the Zhou Tian star Do Great Formation to vanquish the Wu clan. After this battle, only the demon race shall remain in the primordial world. A cold smirk played at the corners of Zhuan's mouth. Eliminating the Wu clan to monopolize the celestial fortune, and upon attaining sainthood, he would surely slay Zhou Yuan and reclaim the heavenly realm. On Mount Buzhou, dark clouds of demons loomed, and thunder rumbled ominously. Countless demon soldiers and generals surged forth under the leadership of Zhuan and Tai. Demon army, heed my command. Attack. At Zhuan's command, innumerable demons surged forth from the verdant demon clouds, slaying all in their path. In an instant, the outskirts of the Wu clan's territory were drenched in a rain of blood and carnage. The Wu clan had not even comprehended the situation before they were brutally slaughtered by the demons. The demons are here! Quickly, prepare for battle. The tribal shaman had gone to the Pangu Hall to pay homage to the ancestral shaman, and they were no match for the demon race. Fight to the death. Even if I perish, I shall take a few of them with me. Faced with the demon race, the Wu clan rose in defiance. However, the disparity in strength was too great. Many tribes lacked even a single great shaman and had no capacity to resist the onslaught of the invading demons. Ha ha! Slaughter! Annihilate the Wu clan. The world of the primordial realm is solely worthy of the demon race to enjoy the celestial fortune. As Zhuan beheld the blood of the Wu clan staining Mount Buzhou, he could not help but laugh maniacally. The demon race had waited far too long for this moment. Outside the Pangu Hall, the 12 ancestral shamans had received the news. How dare the demon race be so audacious as to invade our Wu clan's territory on Mount Buzhou? Brother, let us bring forth the 12 capital heavenly gods slaughtering formation and annihilate the demon race. Indeed, let the demon race witness the true might of our Father God and eliminate Zhuan and Tai. Those 2 fledglings, the 12 ancestral shamans, filled with rage, flew towards the direction of the demon invasion. Before long, they beheld a sea of crimson, the blood of countless Wu clan members flowing together. Meanwhile, the demon race rampaged through thousands of Wu clan tribes, mercilessly slaughtering all, regardless of age or gender. Demons! You dare to slaughter my kin? You court death. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhu Rong's eyes turned red with fury, revealing a frenzied demeanor as he transformed into a fiery tornado and charged at the demon race. The ancestor shaman of fire descended, and the heavens unleashed a rain of fire, crashing down upon the demons and incinerating them into nothingness. Excellent! The ancestral shaman has arrived. The great shamans are here too. The Wu clan is saved. Eliminate these demons. Kill. With the arrival of the ancestral shamans and several great shamans, the morale of the Wu clan surged, gradually turning the tide of battle. Great Shaman He drew his bow and loosed arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a few shots, dozens of demon warriors at the Tai Golden Immortal level met their demise. Great Shaman Hijio Feng manifested his true form, 9 heads spitting forth flames of different attributes. Any demon that came into contact with even a trace of it was doomed to perish, reduced to a pool of ichor. Seeing Zhou Yuan and the great shamans take action, the demon side did not lag behind. The 10 great demon gods emerged in full force, engaging with the great shamans in fierce combat. Notably, the foremost among them, Ji Ming, had already attained quasi-saint level and fought 2 great shamans without yielding an inch. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, every corner of the thousands of Wu clan tribes was engulfed in battle, as demons and Wu clan members fell in droves. The powerful aura of slaughter spiraled upward, staining the entire sky a deep crimson. Can the ancestral shamans dare to contend with me? Tai coldly observed the chaos, summoning the chaos bell. Ding! The primordial treasure resonated, distorting time and space in an instant. Within a radius of billions of miles, countless Wu clan members perished beneath the chaos bell. Birdman, I shall duel with you. The great shamans were born from the essence blood of the ancestral shamans. And in a sense, each member of the Wu clan was akin to the ancestral shaman's kin. Seeing his kin slaughtered by the chaos bell, Gong Gong's fury ignited, and he charged heavenward to engage Tai in battle. Oomph, Gong Gong, how dare you act recklessly before my primordial treasure? Tai scoffed as Gong Gong approached. The ancestral shamans possessed formidable physical strength, yet the Chaos Bell was one of the 3 great primordial treasures. Unless one had cultivated to the 9th turn of the 9 transformations of profound arts, no mere physical prowess could suffice. Ding! The Chaos Bell tolled again, illuminating the heavens with a dazzling brilliance, its primordial might reverberating throughout the universe. The clash between this primordial treasure and Gong Gong sent tremors through the very fabric of space. Gong Gong felt his arm tingle. The Chaos Bell truly lived up to its reputation as a primordial treasure. Even his ancestral shaman physique struggled against it. Ha! The Wu clan only knows how to cultivate their bodies. Such a foolish race deserves extinction in the primordial realm. Tai sneered, raising the Chaos Bell once more to strike at Gong Gong. You dare! The ancestral shaman of rain, Xian Ming, bellowed as he surged to Gong Gong's side. Alongside him came the ancestral shaman of earth, Ho Tu, the ancestral shaman of wood, Zhu Meng, the ancestral shaman of wind, Tian Wu, and the ancestral shaman of thunder, Liang Chong. Together with Gong Gong, 5 ancestral shamans launched a coordinated assault on the Chaos Bell. Ugh! Puffed! The immense power of the ancestral shamans transmitted through the Chaos Bell struck Tai, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Even with the protection of the primordial treasure, it was hard to withstand the united might of 5 ancestral shamans. Tai, do not engage with them. I shall activate the Zhou Tian Star Do Great Formation and directly annihilate the Wu clan. A cruel smile crept across Dijuan's lips, as if he could already envision the Wu clan struggling and wailing beneath the Zhou Tian Star Do Great Formation, ultimately leading to their demise. With a resounding command from Dijuan, the heavens trembled with a series of thunderous booms. What was once a bright midday sky suddenly transformed as the Zhou Tian stars manifested, each star hosting a great demon holding the Zhou Tian star banners, channeling the power of the Zhou Tian stars. Dijuan stood at the center of the formation, the river map and Luo book swirling around him. Maintaining the operation of the Zhou Tian Star Do Great Formation, you tiny ancestral shamans dare to enter my Zhou Tian Star Do Great Formation. You seek death. Dijuan waved his hand, and the power of 3,000 stars swept forth. What is this? Even the ancestral witches were taken aback at this moment. The formation of Emperor Jun had surprisingly connected with the power of the celestial constellations. Could mere 3,000 stars truly withstand the might of the ancestral witches? With a thunderous roar, Gong Gong unleashed a punch that shattered a star. The other 4 ancestral witches followed suit, rendering the 3,000 stars insufficient against their formidable power. Did they truly believe that the celestial formation I comprehended possessed only such limited might? Emperor Zhou sneered. While the ordinary stellar energy was indeed boundless, its effect was minimal in a confrontation at the quasi-saint level. However, the celestial formation was anchored by the yin and yang stars, the very manifestations of Pangu's left and right eyes, innately infused with the powers of the sun and moon, harmonizing with the principles of yin and yang. Thus, the strength of the celestial energy linked through these stars was exponentially amplified. Celestial energy, annihilate the ancestral witches, Emperor Zhou bellowed, and immediately the two principal stars erupted in a blaze of radiance, channeling the celestial energy toward the ancestral witches. Even though the witches possessed unparalleled physical forms, they would inevitably sustain injuries before such overwhelming force. The inexhaustible celestial energy could indeed exhaust the ancestral witches to their demise. Withdraw. At that moment, Dijiang tore through the fabric of space, leading the ancestral witches away from the reach of the celestial formation. Although the ancestral witches could momentarily confront the celestial constellations with their might, such a strategy was foolish. Did the witch clan not possess formations of their own? Boom! The celestial energy struck the ground, leveling mountains for millions of miles around, its astonishing power befitting the most supreme of formations in the primordial world. It was no wonder the demon clan exhibited such arrogance. They had grasped such a formidable array. Xian Ming chuckled coldly. Huh! What capabilities do you little witches possess before my celestial formation? Tai Yi employed the chaos bell to seal the space, intent on leaving the witches with no avenue of escape. Emperor Zhou's countenance darkened as he directed the celestial formation to envelop the 12 ancestral witches. This time, he intended to harness the entire cosmic stellar power to utterly obliterate the most formidable ancestral witches of the witch clan. Once the 12 ancestral witches were vanquished, the remainder would be nothing but a disorganized rabble, allowing the demon clan to annihilate the witch clan entirely. Emperor Zhou, do you truly believe that only your demon clan possesses formations? Dijiang roared, unveiling the Duding Shunsha formation to confront the demon clan. He brandished the Duding Shunsha banner before him, instantly enveloped in a thick aura of chaos. They had only comprehended the 12 Duding Shunsha formation from the Pangu Wall thousands of years ago. Yet it was already being put to use. Excellent. Today, we shall witness how our witch clan's Duding Shunsha formation eradicates your demon clan's celestial formation. The true body of the Father God was omnipotent, extinguishing the demon clan as effortlessly as flipping a hand. The 12 ancestral witches displayed cold smiles as they summoned the Duding Shunsha banner, raising it before them. Instantly, waves of malevolent energy surged forth, coalescing into a complex and enigmatic formation. Point 12, Duding Shunsha formation. Activate. Boom! 12 strands of chaotic energy shot skyward, merging at the highest point of the firmament, reminiscent of the primordial chaos before the heavens and earth were separated. Furthermore, bolts of Duding divine thunder erupted within the chaos, causing the previously stable elements of earth, wind, water, and fire to become agitated with the formation's emergence. The 12 Duding Shunsha formation manifested. Its aura clashed violently with that of the celestial formation. The mere contest of energies triggered a series of explosive sounds throughout the heavens and earth, shaking the void and causing the sun and moon to dim. Elder brother, this formation is not to be trifled with. Tai Yi, holding the chaos bell, stood beside Emperor Zhou. The might of the 12 Duding Shunsha formation was now evident, rivaling that of the celestial formation. The demon clan's youth witnessed the true form of the Father God. Dijiang proclaimed, dramatically spreading his arms. The chaotic energy parted, revealing a towering figure standing upon the earth, with the heavens stretching above him. This giant was adorned with countless grand inscriptions, exuding the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth with every gesture. Pangu, the witch clan's Duding Shunsha formation, had summoned the true body of Pangu. Tai Yi gasped in astonishment. Emperor Zhou's expression darkened to an extreme, his eyes gleaming with madness. What of Pangu? Is he merely an illusion conjured by the formation? Does he truly possess the entirety of Pangu's power? Demon Clan, heed my command. Channel all your strength into the celestial formation. Following the provocation from Zhou Yuan, Emperor Jun's actions have become increasingly reckless. Now, witnessing the Demon Clan's opportunity to dominate the primordial world slipping away, he was incensed and prepared to engage the Witch Clan in a battle to the death. Rumbling, centered around the Yin and Yang stars, the myriad stars radiated boundless brilliance, all channeling their stellar energy toward the true body of Pangu, intending to obliterate him with the strength of the cosmic firmament. Meanwhile, on the ground, the 12 ancestral witches gazed at Pangu's form with unwavering confidence. This world was carved by the Father God. What could the mere Demon Clan achieve, even with the combined power of the cosmic stars before the Father God? Pangu raised his hand, causing the void to tremble, as if he intended to shatter all the stars with a single punch. The celestial formation, the 12 Duding Shun Sha formation. If these two supreme formations of the primordial world were to collide, none could predict the outcome. Would the Witch Clan emerge victorious, or would the Demon Clan triumph? Or perhaps both would suffer catastrophic defeat. At this very moment, individuals of merit across the primordial expanse were watching this monumental battle unfold. The 12 ancestral witches, Emperor Jun, and Tai Yi all bore expressions of madness. For countless epochs, the Witch and Demon Clans had clashed repeatedly, even leading to fierce battles between demon gods and great witches, their grievances accumulating to an unspeakable degree, destined for resolution today. Boom! Suddenly, a purple lightning bolt erupted in the heavens. The power of the heavenly Tao abruptly manifested, forcibly intervening between the Duding Shun Sha formation and the celestial formation. Just then, a vast expanse of auspicious clouds drifted in, and the voice of Hao Yin Tongzi resonated from within the clouds. By the decree of the Lord, the Witch and Demon Clans must cease hostilities at once. The voice of Hao Yin, amplified by Hongjuan's divine powers, thundered forth. Even the battling Witch and Demon Clans heard it distinctly, now that Hongjun had achieved Tao unity. In a certain sense, his will represented that of the heavenly Tao. Should the Witch and Demon Clans disobey, the purple lightning served as a warning. The Witch and Demon Clans halted their actions, turning their gazes toward Hao Yin. This young boy, though low in cultivation, commanded respect as he represented Hongjun, and none dared to underestimate him. Hao Yin, why has the Tao ancestor commanded us to cease hostilities? Emperor Jun inquired in a hushed tone. The Lord has decreed that the time is not yet ripe. The decisive battle between the Witch and Demon Clans will occur 10 epochs hence. At that time, the Lord shall not intervene in your conflict. As Hao Qian spoke, he implanted two messages into the minds of Di Jiang and Emperor Jun, conveying the Lord's directive to cease hostilities. Moments later, both Emperor Jun and Di Jiang wore grim expressions. Neither side was willing to relent, yet they could not disregard Hongjuan's words. Otherwise, the wrath of the heavenly Tao would be unbearable for either clan. Very well, after 10 epochs, I shall lead the Demon Clan back to the Buzhou Mountain. That day will be your Witch Clan's demise. Emperor Jun gritted his teeth, filled with resentment, but left with no recourse. Humph. Emperor Jun, do not boast foolishly. Had it not been for Hongjuan's intervention today, it would have been your Demon Clan facing annihilation. Allow you to prolong your existence for another 10 epochs. At that time, the 12 ancestral witches shall personally escort your Demon Clan on their journey to the underworld. Emperor Jun coldly retorted, exhibiting no fear towards the Demon Clan. Before long, the Witch and Demon Clans retreated, and Hao Yin returned to the Purple Cloud Palace. This earth-shattering battle that had shaken the entirety of the primordial world concluded abruptly due to Hongjuan's intervention. However, it has sown the seeds of an even greater peril a decade later. The 12 ancestors of shamanism returned to the Pangu Great Hall, each harboring feelings of indignation. They, formed from the 12 drops of the divine blood of the great deity Pangu, had always prided themselves on being the true descendants of Pangu and devoted themselves to his worship. Naturally, they believed that the primordial chaos opened by Pangu belonged solely to their shamanic clan, and they were incensed that the insignificant demon race dared to challenge them. Within the Pangu Great Hall, the 12 ancestors gathered, deliberating strategies. Eldest brother, This time, Dijun has comprehended the great array of the constellations. And the strength of the demon race has surged. We must devise a means to bolster the power of our shamanic clan, Gong Gong stated. Indeed, I had thought that by mastering the heavenly divine array to summon the true form of our Father God, we could crush the demon race. Yet the outcome was still a stalemate. As our shamanic clan relies on our physical forms as the foundation, we should create an unprecedented war god. Surely, this will enable us to annihilate the demon race. Sister Ho-Tu, what do you think? Zhu Rong said, casting an eager gaze at Ho-Tuesday. The other ancestors also looked at Ho-Tu with smiles, their expressions tinged with mischief. Brothers, why do you gaze at me in such a manner? Ho-Tu's face flushed crimson, biting her lower lip, her head bowed, avoiding their gazes. Her naturally delicate disposition was exacerbated by the embarrassment of such a shameful matter, leaving her utterly mortified. Sister Ho-Tu, you should head to the heavenly realm now and unite with brother Zhou Yuan, merging your bloodlines, striving to bear an invincible child soon. They laughed. Eldest brother speaks wisely. Last time in the heavenly realm, Zhou Yuan displayed tremendous prowess. Not even hundreds of Great Luo Golden Immortals and 2 top-tier quasi-saints could contend with him. It seems the power of bloodline surpasses ours. Sister, seize this opportunity. I see that Niwa also holds interest in him. And there are Shi-He and Chang-Shi as well. The competition is fierce. The other 11 ancestors surrounded Ho-Tu, each chiming in to encourage her to seek out Zhou Yuan in the heavenly realm, pondering whether the demon race would still have any chance in the battle against the shamans. How can I dare? Ho-Tu's voice was barely audible, akin to a whisper, her face burning with embarrassment. As a young woman, it was exceedingly difficult for her to take the initiative. Enough, Di Jiang declared. Our shamanic clan should not be so coy. I hereby decree that you shall go to the heavenly realm. If you do not bear a child with Zhou Yuan, do not return to the shamanic clan. The other ancestors naturally supported him wholeheartedly, offering Ho-Tu advice on how to win Zhou Yuan's favor. However, despite their formidable powers, they lacked experience in matters of romance, and their suggestions only made Ho-Tu wish to find a hole to hide in. Since my brothers have spoken thus, I shall go to the heavenly realm. As for success, I cannot guarantee it. She relented, unable to resist the urging of the other ancestors that in truth, she longed to see Zhou Yuan. It was merely her feminine shyness that made her hesitant. It had been tens of thousands of years since their parting at the Zishao Palace, and she wondered how Zhou Yuan fared now. With these thoughts, Ho-Tu set off for the heavenly realm. Meanwhile, high above in the heavenly realm, Zhou Yuan began to clear the battlefield. The ferocity of the battle in the heavenly realm was enough to shake the entire primordial world. Outside the heavenly realm, hundreds of Great Luo Golden Immortal corpses have been thoroughly absorbed by Zhou Yuan's celestial hand, rendered into useless remains, which were then banished into the chaotic realm. The bodies of Kunpeng and Mingi, 2 quasi-saints, remained, as Zhou Yuan had not yet had the opportunity to absorb them. These were 2 of the top quasi-saints in the primordial realm. It was precisely due to his absorption of hundreds of Great Luo Golden Immortals that he had been able to slay them. I wonder what kind of primal essence I can extract from these 2, Zhou Yuan mused, bringing the bodies of Kunpeng and Mingi back to his cave dwelling, ready to extract their essences with the celestial hand. Let us begin with Kunpeng. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Yuan took action. Strands of white silk formed by the celestial hand entered Kunpeng's body, beginning to extract every drop of essence from his corpse. Boom! Before long, a tremendous sound erupted, and a massive white light sphere of 1,000 zhang appeared in the void. All of this was the essence left behind by Kunpeng, encompassing not only vast spiritual energy, but also his insights into the Tao. In short, everything that Kunpeng had possessed was gathered within this luminous orb. Indeed, as a quasi-saint, he possessed extraordinary treasures. Even Zhou Yuan could not help but marvel. The essence from the Great Luo Golden Immortals had only formed orbs the size of a fist at best. Yet Kunpeng had produced a terrifying orb 1,000 zhang in size. With a deep breath, Zhou Yuan inhaled, drawing all that Kunpeng possessed into his being, the immense spiritual energy, fragments of Tao rhythm. And even the fortune he held surged into him, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Zhou Yuan's eyes. This was a bountiful harvest. Even without a few thousand years, it would be difficult to fully digest the lifetime essence of a quasi-saint. Nevertheless, Zhou Yuan was not yet prepared to enter seclusion. He turned his gaze to Mingi. He planned to absorb the essences of both quasi-saints before slowly entering seclusion to comprehend them. I wonder how Mingi compares to Kunpeng. Anticipation flickered in Zhou Yuan's eyes. Mingi's cultivation was even slightly stronger than Kunpeng's, and he was curious about the essence he would yield. Mingi's corpse floated quietly before Zhou Yuan, white silk threads weaving through it. This was the celestial hand extracting the essence from Mingi's body. As time passed, a white light sphere comparable to that of Kunpeng gradually formed above Mingi's corpse. However, unlike the previous orb, this one shimmered with streaks of red light. What is this? The laws of killing. Zhou Yuan was slightly taken aback. These red lights radiated a fierce aura, reminiscent of the innate killing swords, Yuan Tu and Abi. Mingi practiced the path of killing. Known for slaying heaven, earth, and all beings, he never anticipated that he had refined the laws of killing to such an extent. Since you have no affinity with this path, I shall accept it on your behalf. Zhou Yuan inhaled deeply, swallowing the luminous sphere representing Mingi's lifetime essence into his being. After absorbing the essences of both top quasi-saints, a thunderous roar erupted within Zhou Yuan's body, akin to rolling thunder. As his form expanded significantly, fortunately, he possessed a corporeal body forged from Pangu's supreme bone. Otherwise, the sheer essence alone would have been sufficient to cause him to explode 10 times over. It is time for me to enter seclusion as well. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Yuan sealed his cave, isolating himself from all external influences, and began his retreat. Time in the primordial realm is unmeasured, and cultivation knows no seasons. 2,000 years slipped by in an instant. After 2 millennia, Zhou Yuan slowly opened his eyes, having absorbed half of the essences of both quasi-saints. His entire being radiated a resplendent 5-colored glow, emanating a powerful aura that surged uncontrollably outward. It seems I can no longer contain this. It is time to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, Zhou Yuan murmured. His cultivation had long been sufficient for this breakthrough. However, his combat prowess had already transcended the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, and his path to enlightenment was unconventional. He desired to solidify his cultivation further before making the leap. After absorbing the essences of the 2 quasi-saints, the power had become utterly overwhelming, compelling him to ascend to the Great Luo. Boom! Within Zhou Yuan's cave, a brilliant 5-colored radiance surged skyward, illuminating the entire universe. Amidst the endless light, the phantom of a world tree materialized, its branches swaying and shedding threads of primal power. Countless auspicious clouds from myriad realms swept in, as if on a pilgrimage, gathering around the world tree. Celestial cranes and kingluins flitted through the clouds, circling around Zhou Yuan, reluctant to depart. This was the aura of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Zhou Yuan was finally on the verge of stepping into the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Niwa suddenly lifted her head to gaze at Zhou Yuan's cave, filled with joy. After all these years, he was finally prepared to break through. Sister Niwa, why does the aura of Brother Zhou Yuan's impending breakthrough to the Great Luo Golden Immortal feel so terrifying? Chang, she exclaimed, recalling her own breakthrough experience, which felt like a world apart from Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan possesses an extraordinary lineage and an immensely formidable fortune. Even during his time as a Tai Golden Immortal, he had already slain quasi-saints, and now that he has ascended to the realm of Luo, his achievements are indeed remarkable. Niwa is filled with a mix of astonishment and joy. The stronger Zhou Yuan becomes, the happier she feels that in the depths of Shia's beautiful gaze, a glimmer of light shines forth. She recalls Zhou Yuan's words, that once he steps into the realm of Luo Golden Immortal, he would consider marrying her and Changshi. Does this mean that day is drawing near? As this thought crosses her mind, her heart suddenly races, beating wildly that a glance at Niwa makes her cheeks flush even more. After spending such a lengthy period together, she is well aware of Niwa's feelings for Zhou Yuan. Perhaps it would be wise for her and Changxi to take a step back and let elder sister Nuwa take the lead in serving Zhou Yuan together. This notion seems plausible to Shiha, and she silently resolves to pursue it. Today, I step into the Luo. Within his cave abode, Zhou Yuan is enveloped in a radiant aura, his essence soaring as he directly breaks through the perfected realm of Tai Golden Immortal and steps into the Luo domain. Tai Golden Immortal perfected, Luo Golden Immortal early stage, Luo Golden Immortal mid-stage, Luo Golden Immortal peak mid-stage. Zhou Yuan's cultivation skyrockets, leaping past the early stage of Luo Golden Immortal until he finally halts at the peak of the mid-stage. As Zhou Yuan's cultivation breaks through, the world tree stretching across the horizon blooms with vibrant five-colored lotus flowers, filling the branches with an enchanting fragrance that intoxicates the senses, instantly clearing the mind and seemingly enhancing one's cultivation as well. At the very top of the world tree, the azure heavenly blossoms and white earthly flowers absorb the powers of the myriad realms, blooming in succession. First grade, second grade, third grade, all the way to the 8th and 9th grades. There is not a single moment of pause in between, reaching the ultimate limit of the heavenly Tao, with flowers blooming at the 9th grade. As expected, he continuously opens the 9th grade 3 flowers without a moment's rest. Nuwa chuckles, her eyes gleaming with pride and satisfaction. The man she's chosen is indeed exceptional. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, those capable of blooming at the 9th grade possess the most superior fortunes and destinies. Only the 3 pure ones are worthy of such qualifications, for even Nuwa herself can only achieve 8th grade 3 flowers, never quite measuring up to the 3 pure ones, who possess the merits of creation. Although Nuwa herself cannot compare to the 3 pure ones, the man she has chosen is undoubtedly no less impressive. In fact, the phenomenon of blooming 9th grade 3 flowers is unparalleled in the primordial world and far exceeds that of anyone, including the 3 pure ones. I am the primordial spiritual root, born from the chaos of the great Tao. I am the world tree, governing the myriad realms that do not cultivate the innate 5 energies, but rather the primordial unity. I am the son of the heavenly Tao, encompassing the vast fortunes of the primordial world. Naturally, my 3 flowers shall break through their limits. Zhou Yuan murmurs, and the primordial unity energy gathering in his chest suddenly emanates a mysterious aura. Surging upwards towards the heavens, boom! A series of resounding echoes reverberate through the heavens, while the world tree itself emits crackling sounds. The primordial unity energy surges along the massive trunk of the world tree, causing the already blooming heavenly and earthly flowers to tremble once more. What is this? Nuwa can no longer remain seated, rising abruptly to fix her gaze upon Zhou Yuan's true form, the world tree. Her eyes filled with disbelief. What is happening to elder sister Nuwa? Is there an issue with Zhou Yuan's breakthrough to the Luo? Shiha inquires hurriedly. There's no problem at all. Just keep watching. Nuwa replies inwardly, having sensed that Zhou Yuan's 3 flowers are on the verge of surpassing the so-called 9th grade limit. Indeed, as a vast surge of auspicious energy spreads, Zhou Yuan's 3 flowers atop his head begin to bloom, slowly once again. 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade. Only after blooming to the 12th grade does it gradually come to a halt. In that instant, a myriad of auspicious energies flood in, enveloping the crown of the world tree in misty purple and mysterious yellow auras. Azure phoenixes build nests, celestial cranes sing melodiously, and various extraordinary phenomena abound, painting a breathtaking scene of celestial grandeur. Flowers blooming at the 12th grade signify the perfection of the great Tao. Nuwa murmurs, suddenly catching a whiff of an alluring fragrance emanating from Zhou Yuan's heavenly and human flowers, which seems to loosen the long-standing constraints on her own cultivation. Shiha and Changxi, let us draw closer to Zhou Yuan. His breakthrough to the 12th grade will surely bring immense benefits to our own cultivation, Nuwa exclaims joyfully, pulling Shiha and Changxi closer as they begin to cultivate beneath the world tree. Sister, is this truly happening? It's simply marvelous, Changxi gasps, already feeling her own cultivation inching closer to the threshold of quasi-sainthood. Not only they, but throughout the celestial realm, beings in every corner sense this extraordinary fragrance. The Queen Mother of the West, accompanied by 3,000 female immortals, kneels by the heavenly pool in reverence to Zhou Yuan, expressing gratitude for the benevolence of the Spirit Lord. The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans sing praises of Zhou Yuan's great kindness. Finally, someone from their younger generation has broken through to the Luo Golden Immortal, a feat not achieved since the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era. The essence of flora and fauna in the celestial realm grows increasingly attuned to this aroma, leading many to experience breakthroughs in their own cultivation. Even due to Zhou Yuan's status as the Lord of 10,000 trees, the entire primordial world of plants responds, bowing down in reverence towards the celestial realm. This extraordinary phenomenon lasts for 300 years before gradually dissipating, solidifying Zhou Yuan's peak cultivation at the mid-stage of the Luo Golden Immortal. Inside the cave, Zhou Yuan remains unaware of the tremendous commotion his breakthrough has caused. He merely feels a distinctly different aura enveloping him, leaving him quite satisfied. Though he now stands at the pinnacle of the Luo, he harbors no fear even in the presence of quasi-saints. With my cultivation breakthrough, it is time to organize my spiritual treasures. Zhou Yuan contemplates, retrieving all his spiritual artifacts, with the heavenly hand at his disposal, capable of extracting the essence of any object. He naturally intends to consolidate those treasures that serve no purpose. In a flash of spiritual light, a myriad of spiritual treasures fills the space before Zhou Yuan. Should anyone witness such a spectacle, they would likely faint from the sheer magnitude of wealth. His assets are astonishingly abundant. Among them are 12 first-grade innate treasures, including the 12-grade creation green lotus, the split treasure rock, and the chaos gourd. The exquisite first-grade innate treasures include the 12-grade purifying white lotus, the dual sword of Yuan II and Ubi, the 12-grade fiery red lotus, the Eastern Azure lotus treasure flag, the Northern mysterious Yuan water controlling flag, and the Western plain cloud realm flag. Additionally, there are 60 superior first-grade innate treasures, 300 medium-grade innate treasures, and over 1,000 low-grade innate treasures. These treasures encompass those acquired during his travels through the primordial world, those obtained from Hongjuan's treasury, those presented by the Queen Mother of the West, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, and those seized from the corpses of hundreds of the Luo Golden Immortals. In summary, the collection of these spiritual treasures is akin to a mountain in size. Even Zhou Yuan himself is somewhat astonished. He had not realized that his wealth had reached such an exaggerated extent. Nevertheless, treasures below the exquisite first-grade level hold little value for him now. So he decided to extract all their essences with the heavenly hand, for which spiritual treasure to merge with. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment before his gaze fell upon a staff. This staff was enveloped in the primordial energies of earth, wind, water, and fire, and it bore the souls of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins. It was, in fact, the falling star staff, a primordial spiritual treasure that he had received when the heavenly Tao bestowed upon him its blessings. Delivered by a celestial crane, later, when Yuanshi intended to teach him the art of artifact forging, he integrated the primordial energies and the souls of the ancient three clans into it, transforming it into a low-grade primordial spiritual treasure with 12 prohibitions. Naturally, if it were merely that, Zhou Yuan would not have paid it any special attention. After all, given his current assets, only a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure could truly capture his interest. However, the falling star staff was unlike any other primordial treasure. It was the sole primordial spiritual treasure infused with merit within the vast wilderness to be at the mystical yellow pagoda of heaven and earth, or the primordial measuring ruler, or even the future Vajra bracelet of Laozi and the seven-treasure wonderful tree of Zhuni. All these merit artifacts were, without exception, products of the postnatal realm, whereas the falling star staff stood alone as the only primordial merit treasure in the wilderness. With the elevation of his realm, Zhou Yuan realized that even he could not wield the heavenly Tao's artifact forging methods to create another primordial merit treasure. This was simply because the falling star staff was originally bestowed upon him by the heavenly Tao, making it exceedingly special and endowed with immense fortune, capable of bearing Yuanshi's merit power for opening the heavens, it was truly unparalleled in the vast wilderness. If he could infuse the essence of these treasures into a top-grade, primordial spiritual treasure, perhaps he could forge an artifact comparable to a primordial supreme treasure. Yet he was not lacking in primordial supreme treasures. Merely relying on these treasures would hardly suffice to elevate a primordial supreme treasure to the level of a chaotic treasure. Such an endeavor would be devoid of significance. It would be far more fruitful to utilize the Hand of Heaven to infuse the essence of these treasures into the falling star staff and see to what extent it could be enhanced. After contemplating for a while, Zhou Yuan ultimately resolved to extract the essence of these treasures and channel it into the falling star staff. Zhou Yuan's gaze first fell upon over 1,000 low-grade, primordial spiritual treasures. Regardless of his cultivation level or wealth, these low-grade treasures held little significance for him. Employing the Hand of Heaven, he began to extract the essence of these primordial treasures. With a whoosh, as the Hand of Heaven emerged, the treasures erupted in resplendent radiance, beams of spiritual light shooting forth and coalescing into a colossal sphere of light before Zhou Yuan. Meanwhile, the treasures themselves gradually dimmed, some even shattering outright. He had not anticipated that the essence of primordial treasures could be so formidable. After extracting the essence from 500 low-grade primordial treasures, Zhou Yuan paused. The luminous sphere before him had grown so immense that it surpassed even the combined essence of the River of Oblivion and the Kunping. No wonder it was said that many Great Luo Jinxians spent their entire lives without acquiring a single primordial treasure. This statement was indeed true. Even low-grade primordial treasures possessed an essence that far exceeded that of an average quasi-saint. First, he would attempt to merge this essence into the falling star staff. Zhou Yuan utilized the Hand of Heaven to extract a milky white halo and infused it into the falling star staff. Bang! Bang! A series of muffled thuds resonated from within the staff, and the 12 prohibitions that had already been refined appeared to subtly shift. Indeed, it is effective, Zhou Yuan exclaimed with delight, immediately seizing a large mass of the halo and directing it into the falling star staff. Boom! The staff erupted in a dazzling display of light, with brown, azure, blue, and crimson hues representing the primordial energies of earth, wind, water, and fire soaring into the heavens. This low-grade primordial spiritual treasure began to evolve towards the realm of a mid-grade primordial spiritual treasure. However, even with the vast essence of the treasures, this evolution was exceedingly slow. The gap between low-grade and mid-grade primordial treasures was akin to that between heaven and earth, making the enhancement a daunting challenge. This process persisted for a full 3,000 years, culminating in a resounding explosion that shook the very heavens and earth, as the falling star staff finally ascended from a low-grade to the level of a mid-grade primordial spiritual treasure. Moreover, it directly reached the pinnacle of mid-grade, boasting 24 prohibitions, while approximately 1/10 of the treasure essence had been expended. That is still insufficient. Zhou Yuan observed the falling star staff before him, which had visibly grown stronger compared to before. Although it was merely a mid-grade primordial spiritual treasure, it could now contend with a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure. Yet, this still fell far short of Zhou Yuan's expectations. This was the sole primordial merit treasure in the wilderness, and merely being comparable to a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure was unacceptable. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuan cast the falling star staff directly into the massive sphere of treasure essence, utilizing the Hand of Heaven to infuse a copious amount of the essence into it. Before Zhou Yuan, the falling star staff resembled a colossal black hole, voraciously consuming the treasure essence. As the essence continued to be absorbed, the staff's aura grew progressively stronger. Breaking through 25 prohibitions, it became a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure. Breaking through 37 prohibitions, it achieved the status of an exquisite primordial spiritual treasure. After 10,000 years had elapsed, when the falling star staff absorbed the final wisp of treasure essence, the level of prohibitions it bore settled at 39. Just 10 short of the 49 prohibitions required for a primordial supreme treasure. The aura emanating from the falling star staff now surpassed even the renowned treasures, such as the Azure Lotus Treasure Flag. the plain cloud realm flag, and the fiery red lotus. Only the 12th grade pure world white lotus, hailed as the strongest among the 4 great lotus platforms, could rival it, truly deserving of the title of a merit treasure. The staff's 39 prohibitions had already reached an extraordinary level. However, I must test whether it can be elevated to the status of a primordial supreme treasure. Though powerful, the falling star staff did not satisfy Zhou Yuan. Having resolved to enhance it, he aimed to achieve the utmost limit. Among the vast array of treasures, Zhou Yuan selected 10 top-grade primordial spiritual treasures, 100 mid-grade primordial spiritual treasures, and 300 low-grade primordial spiritual treasures, extracting all their essences using the hand of heaven. This time, the luminous aura of the gathered treasure essence was unimaginably vast, many times greater than that of the 500 low-grade primordial treasures. Furthermore, due to the inclusion of top-grade and mid-grade primordial treasures, this sphere of light was even purer, and its effects were naturally more pronounced. This luminous sphere should enable the falling star staff to evolve from an exquisite primordial spiritual treasure to the level of a primordial supreme treasure. Zhou Yuan smiled faintly, once again immersing the falling star staff into the treasure essence for refinement. In the wilderness, time was the least valuable commodity, and before he knew it, 30,000 years had slipped by. The colossal treasure essence had been consumed down to half its original size. The prohibitions on the falling star staff had now reached the 48th, leaving just one more to attain the 49 prohibitions of a primordial supreme treasure. It seemed that the merit bestowed by his second master from the merit of opening the heavens was insufficient for refining the falling star staff. Zhou Yuan gazed at the faint golden radiance shimmering on the staff and contemplated silently. The heavenly mystery yellow pagoda and the primordial measuring ruler both possessed a fraction of the merit from the opening of the heavens that in comparison, the merit on the falling star staff was undoubtedly lacking significantly. Zhou Yuan took out the chaos gourd and, with a clap of his right hand, witnessed an eruption of brilliant light from its mouth, all of which was merit golden light. The chaos gourd had the function of transforming chaotic energy into primordial spiritual energy. A monumental act of merit in the eyes of the heavenly Tao of the wilderness. Over time, an immeasurable amount of merit had accumulated within the chaos gourd. Now, all of it was poured forth by Zhou Yuan and infused into the falling star staff. In an instant, the falling star staff glowed with golden brilliance, radiating extraordinary light, and a sacred aura enveloped it. Although it had yet to break through the final prohibition, in terms of power alone, it was already on par with a primordial supreme treasure. Having absorbed the merit golden light, it was time for you to finally ascend to the level of a primordial supreme treasure. Zhou Yuan smiled, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the falling star staff as he employed the heavenly Tao-S artifact forging technique in conjunction with the hand of heaven to commence the enhancement and refinement. Boom, boom! As waves of intense tremors resounded, the falling star staff radiated with resplendent brilliance, its golden light serving as the epicenter, surrounded by the energies of earth, wind, water, and fire. The souls of dragons, phoenixes, and Shilans soared into the sky. Simultaneously, a mist of chaotic energy permeated the air, transforming into a chaotic dragon that surged towards the heavens. Even the small world of Zhou Yuan's cave abode could not conceal this radiant glory. Above in the celestial realm, this innate treasure of merit manifested boundless, extraordinary phenomena as the cosmos unfolded, with countless stars and a constant cycle of creation and destruction, infused with the essence of the Tao. The falling star staff cast forth innumerable streams of spiritual light, each beam containing the power of the stellar constellations and the profound transformations of the universe. Heavens, what is that light? And how can it embody the power of the Zhou Tian stars? She gasped, unable to believe her eyes. This aura rivals that of the Grand Senior Brother and Second Senior Brother's Taiji diagram and Panga banner. Perhaps even more enigmatic, it is the emergence of an innate supreme treasure. Nuwa stared at the radiance, lost in thought. Sister Nuwa, that light emanates from Zhou Yuan's cave. What could it possibly be? Chang, she exclaimed in disbelief, feeling dwarfed by a mere beam of light despite being a Great Luo Golden Immortal. It was akin to an ant gazing up at the vast cosmos. What force could be so potent as to evoke such a reaction? Even every corner of the celestial realm could sense the extraordinary manifestations accompanying this innate treasure of merit. Whether it was the Queen Mother of the West, the three clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Shilants, or other spirit beings, they were all irresistibly drawn in, gathering 3,000 miles away from Zhou Yuan's cave. Is this a spiritual treasure refined by the spirit master? It is far too powerful. I feel that even a single ray of light could reduce me to ashes. Not only that, but look at those phenomena. There's golden light flashing, emanating the power of merit. Could it be a treasure of merit? In a moment, everyone was abuzz with speculation, gazing eagerly at Zhou Yuan's secluded cave. Within the cave world, Zhou Yuan was equally satisfied with the falling star staff he had forged. This was the first innate treasure of merit in the primordial era, capable of stabilizing the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire, suppressing fate, and taking lives without entangling cause and effect. Most importantly, it could communicate with the power of the heavenly Tao through the force of merit. Borrowing the might of the Tao, its power even surpassing that of the Taiji diagram, Panga banner, and chaos bell, making it akin to a half-step chaos spiritual treasure with a wave of his hand. Zhou Yuan stored the falling star staff away, choosing not to further enhance it. The disparity between chaos spiritual treasures and innate treasures was simply too vast. Even if he were to extract the essence from all spiritual treasures, it would likely be impossible for the falling star staff to reach the level of a chaos spiritual treasure. Moreover, to transcend into a chaos spiritual treasure, one must possess the primal power of chaos, which innate treasures inherently lack. Upon securing the falling star staff, Zhou Yuan emerged from his seclusion, causing an immediate stir among the onlookers in the celestial realm. Is this a Great Luo Golden Immortal? This overwhelming presence far exceeds that of a quasi-saint. In the same rank of Great Luo Golden Immortals, why was there such a vast chasm between him and others? Choosing to follow the Spirit Master to the celestial realm truly proved to be the greatest opportunity of his life. After several millennia, when the denizens of the celestial realm beheld Zhou Yuan once more, they were all left agape in astonishment. Zhou Yuan emanated a faint seven-colored radiance, with every strand of light exuding the rhythm of the Tao. Each step he took resonated with the intentions of the heavenly Tao. With his current strength, battling against the river of the underworld and Kunpeng would be a trivial task. Upon seeing Zhou Yuan emerge, Niuhua, Shi-He, and Changshi could not help but display excitement in their eyes, rushing towards him. "Brother, it has been tens of thousands of years, yet you've stirred such a commotion." Niuhua laughed, referring to Zhou Yuan's breakthrough to the Great Luo Golden Immortal and the extraordinary manifestations resulting from the forging of the falling star staff. Shi-He and Changshi's eyes sparkled as they surrounded Zhou Yuan. "Brother Zhou Yuan, could you show us what kind of spiritual treasure can produce such astonishing phenomena? Indeed, you have no idea how the entire celestial realm is abuzz with speculation. Everyone is immensely curious." Shi-He and Changshi clasped Zhou Yuan's hands, their eyes brimming with anticipation. 100 years ago, they had been discussing with Niuhua what kind of spiritual treasure could create such a stir. "Ha, why not?" Zhou Yuan waved his hand, positioning the falling star staff in the void. The staff was surrounded by the energies of earth, wind, water, and fire, the three souls of dragons, phoenixes, and Shilants howling, while chaotic energy enveloped the entire falling star staff. More importantly, streams of merit golden light traversed through it, exuding profound mystery. This is the spiritual treasure forged by Brother Zhou Yuan. It is exceedingly powerful. Indeed, compared to this, my in-spirit wheel feels like a heap of scrap iron. Shi-He and Changshi's eyes widened, their small hands gliding over the falling star staff. In an instant, they felt streams of enigmatic energy flow into their bodies, significantly enhancing their vitality and spirit. Those who drew close to this innate treasure of merit would receive certain fortuitous blessings, such as the marvel of merit. This staff still has great utility. Zhou Yuan tossed the falling star staff into the air above the celestial realm, and as it caught the wind, it expanded to a size of 100,000 zhong, projecting billions of Zhou Tian star powers. I have forged this treasure, named the Falling Star Staff. It is an innate treasure of merit. I shall now use the power of this staff to establish a grand formation to safeguard the peace of our celestial realm. Since the last calamity in the celestial realm, Zhou Yuan had been planning to arrange such a formation for protection. This way, even in his absence, he would have no cause for concern. The Falling Star Staff, elevated to an innate treasure of merit, was perfect for channeling its power to set up the formation. With the Falling Star Staff in hand, Zhou Yuan's figure instantly appeared at the four cardinal directions of the celestial realm, infusing the Zhou Tian star powers into the branches of the world tree. Standing sentinel at each direction, boom, the light of the Zhou Tian star spread, the power of the star river rippling like an endless galaxy spanning across the celestial realm. These stars were arranged according to the 4 symbols and 8 trigrams, each layer interlocking, embodying the essence of perpetual vitality. Concurrently, Zhou Yuan cast 10 supreme, innate spiritual treasures, 20 medium-grade, innate spiritual treasures, and 100 inferior innate spiritual treasures into the celestial formation, weaving a grand array to protect the celestial realm. Should any intruder dare to approach, the Zhou Tian stars would descend, complemented by over 100 innate spiritual treasures. Even a multitude of Great Luo Golden Immortals would find it difficult to breach this formation. At worst, he could self-detonate a few innate spiritual treasures. After all, he possessed plenty, and it would not cause him any heartache. After 3,000 years, Zhou Yuan finally completed the grand formation, with this barrier in place. The celestial realm needed not worry any longer. Looking across the primordial world, even if a sage were to descend, while the formation might not obliterate them, it could certainly delay them for thousands of years. As for Great Luo Golden Immortals and Quasi-Saints, they would face certain demise beneath this celestial formation. Having arranged the formation, Zhou Yuan returned to the center of the celestial realm, only to find Nuwa sitting beneath the Huang Zhongli, her brow furrowed, lost in thought. "What troubles you, sister?" Zhou Yuan inquired, puzzled. Nuwa was usually cheerful in the celestial realm, and this was the first time he had seen her so troubled. Sigh. Sister has recently discovered a glimmer of opportunity to break through to the late quasi-saint stage. Yet no matter how I ponder, I cannot take that final step. Alas, would you accompany me for a stroll? Nuwa sighed, her cheeks resting in her hands, somewhat disheartened. For the past tens of thousands of years, she had been pursuing the path of the late quasi-saint stage. But whether due to unripe opportunities or insufficient foundation, she had been unable to attain a genuine breakthrough. Perhaps I could assist you in this endeavor. Zhou Yuan contemplated for a moment, suddenly recalling that he had absorbed the essences of the river of the underworld and Kunpeng, along with the essences of hundreds of Great Luo Golden Immortals. Leaving half unused, since keeping it was of no benefit to him, why not use it to help Nuwa break through to the late quasi-saint stage? Really? Nuwa's eyes brightened instantly, her face radiating immense joy. As for whether Zhou Yuan, merely a Great Luo Golden Immortal, could aid her in breaking through to the late quasi-saint stage, Nuwa had no doubts whatsoever, as long as Zhou Yuan said it. She believed it to be achievable. Of course. Please accompany me to that serene spot over there, Zhou Yuan suggested, pointing towards a shimmering lake. The two approached and found a large stone to sit closely together. "Brother, what should I do?" At that moment, Nuwa's heart raced with anticipation as she gazed at Zhou Yuan with the innocent wonder of a child. "Sister, all you need to do is close your eyes. The rest is up to me," Zhou Yuan replied with a gentle smile. His method required no action from Nuwa. He merely needed to infuse her body with the essence of primordial origin. Given that Nuwa had already reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage quasi-saint, she merely required an opportunity to advance, an endeavor not particularly challenging. "All right." Nuwa nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains, obediently positioning herself before Zhou Yuan. It was unclear when it had begun, but Nuwa felt a natural trust and dependence on Zhou Yuan. She was willing to follow his instructions in all matters. As they settled in, Zhou Yuan took a deep breath and summoned vast amounts of primordial essence from within himself. This should suffice, he thought, pointing his hand. The essence transformed into delicate threads that flowed from his fingers into Nuwa's crown, entering her body. What is this? Nuwa's expression shifted dramatically, quickly followed by overwhelming joy. This pure primordial essence, imbued with insights into the Tao, was being poured in her body by Zhou Yuan as if it cost him nothing. It was indeed a tremendous luxury, guided by her own Tao methods. She directed this energy to circulate through her body, feeling her mind clear and entering a state of ethereal tranquility. If she could not break through to the late quasi-saint stage with Zhou Yuan's assistance, she would have no face to meet him in the heavenly realm, let alone compete for favor against Shiha and Changshi. The thought caused Nuwa's cheeks to flush slightly as she focused her mind to absorb the primordial essence silently. "Sister, do not worry. I have plenty of this essence." Zhou Yuan chuckled, observing Nuwa's serious demeanor. "If 10,000 acres aren't enough for you to break through, I have 100,000, even 1,000,000 acres at my disposal." In reality, the essence he needed to advance to the mid-stage of the Luo Jinxian was far greater than what Nuwa required for her own breakthrough. This was not to say Nuwa was weak. Zhou Yuan's abilities were simply extraordinary, whether it was his true body, the world tree, or the Hongmeng Sanxing Ju he practiced. The consumption of spiritual energy and essence far exceeded that of ordinary beings. As time flowed, a century passed in the blink of an eye. With Nuwa's absorption of the primordial essence, a faint azure glow emanated from her body, and her aura gradually grew stronger, nearing the threshold of the late quasi-saint stage. Zhou Yuan formed hand seals and, without hesitation, directed all remaining primordial essence into Nuwa's body. Boom! Before them, the vast lake, akin to millions of acres, erupted with countless golden koi leaping joyfully. At last, Nuwa's realm surged from mid-quasi-saint to late quasi-saint. "Thank you, brother," Nuwa exclaimed as she opened her eyes, leaping directly into Zhou Yuan's embrace, her small head nuzzling against his chest in sheer delight. This had been a dilemma that plagued her for tens of thousands of years, unexpectedly resolved with a mere gesture from Zhou Yuan. The man she had chosen was truly remarkable. How fragrant, Zhou Yuan thought to himself, feeling a hint of nervousness. This was indeed his first close encounter with Nuwa. He couldn't help but notice how soft she was. It was quite comfortable. Resolutely, he decided to take the plunge, wrapping her in his arms. Nuwa was momentarily taken aback. Her cheeks flushed, yet she offered no resistance, simply leaning against Zhou Yuan as they watched the golden koi dance before them. "Brother, this scenery is truly beautiful," Nuwa murmured, resting her head on Zhou Yuan's shoulder. "The scenery is lovely, but the person is even more so." Zhou Yuan replied with a grin. "Hee, you're the only one who knows how to flatter." Nuwa giggled. "By the way, brother, didn't you mention considering marriage with Shiha and Changshi once you reach the Luo Jinxian realm?" Nuwa tilted her head, her large eyes locked on Zhou Yuan, not blinking, a slight smile playing on her lips as she awaited his response. Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback. This question had caught him off guard. In his pursuit of breaking into the Luo Jinxian realm, enhancing the falling star staff to the level of a primordial treasure, and setting up the heavenly realm's grand formations, he had indeed forgotten about this matter. "You may marry Shiha and Changshi if you wish, but you must also consider me." Nuwa suddenly embraced Zhou Yuan, having come to terms with her feelings. Zhou Yuan was simply too formidable. She felt she could never match him alone. Moreover, having Shiha and Changshi alongside her alleviated some of her insecurities. Throughout this time spent together, Nuwa and the two had formed a joyful bond, akin to sisters, sharing everything openly. If the three were to serve Zhou Yuan together, it was not out of the question. However, Nuwa's pride would not allow her to be overshadowed by Shiha and Changshi. Even if Zhou Yuan could marry all three of them, she still wanted to be the foremost among them. Before Zhou Yuan could respond, a melodious voice rang out nearby. "Sister Nuwa, congratulations on breaking through to the late quasi-saint stage." "Brother Zhou Yuan, what are you two discussing?" "I think I just heard my name along with Changshi's." Shiha and Changshi had sensed Nuwa's breakthrough and naturally came to offer their congratulations, inadvertently overhearing part of the conversation. "Hee, we were discussing your good fortune." Nuwa giggled mischievously, having already decided to present both Shiha and Changshi to Zhou Yuan. Good fortune? Shiha and Changshi exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what good fortune they were being informed about. Brother Zhou Yuan helped me break through to the late quasi-saint stage, and he can certainly assist you in reaching the quasi-saint realm as well. Can't he, Brother Zhou Yuan? Niwa pulled Zhou Yuan's hand. A playful grin on her face. She knew that with the primordial essence at Zhou Yuan's disposal, helping the two women break through to the quasi-saint level was a trivial matter. Moreover, she could use this opportunity to solidify their engagement. Really? Shiha exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You can truly help us break through to the quasi-saint level. This is wonderful. Changxi and I have struggled for many years without success, and now we finally have a chance. The two women leaped with joy at the prospect. Of course. Zhou Yuan assured them that you've both immersed yourselves in the perfection of the Luo Jin Xian realm for years. You merely lack a thread of opportunity to break through to the quasi-saint level. Fortunately, that thread of opportunity is something I can easily provide. He smiled, possessing ample primordial essence to facilitate their breakthroughs effortlessly. First, let's take a look at your innate spiritual treasures, Zhou Yuan instructed. Since Shiha and Changxi had followed the path of severing the three corpses, the quality of their innate spiritual treasures was crucial for their advancement to the quasi-saint level. The two women nodded in agreement, each producing their respective treasures. Shiha, mine is the Tying Divine Wheel. Changxi, mine is the Tying Divine Sword. The two Tying treasures radiated with strands of Tying energy, placed before Zhou Yuan's gaze, but he had to admit that both treasures were quite impressive, having reached the level of upper-grade innate spiritual treasures. However, Zhou Yuan was not satisfied. He had utilized 10 upper-grade innate treasures to extract spiritual essence. How could his future wives settle for mere upper-grade treasures to sever their three corpses and attain the Tao? That would be a disgrace to him. I will first enhance the grade of your treasures before assisting you in breaking through to the quasi-saint level, Zhou Yuan declared, taking the Tying Divine Sword and the Tying Divine Wheel into his hands while producing a large mass of spiritual treasure essence. Boom! After a resounding explosion, the two upper-grade innate treasures gleamed with brilliant light, and under the nourishment of the abundant spiritual treasure essence, they directly transformed into supreme innate treasures. This, heaven above, am I seeing this correctly? Sister Shiha, our spiritual treasure has surprisingly transformed into an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. Both Shiha and Changxi widened their eyes, utterly unable to believe the astonishing events unfolding before them. The notion of elevating a spiritual treasure's grade is something unheard of throughout the entirety of Honghuang. Yet it has been accomplished so effortlessly by Zhou Yuan. Shiha and Changxi grasped Zhou Yuan's hands, bouncing with joy, nearly overwhelmed with delight. Meanwhile, Niwa, standing nearby, stifled a chuckle, secretly thinking that even more astonishing revelations awaited them. Observing the reactions of Shiha and Changxi, Zhou Yuan smiled gently. Was it merely two exceptional innate spiritual treasures? Their astonishment seemed a touch excessive, with the hand of the heavens at his disposal. Coupled with his unparalleled fortune, he could scour the vastness of Honghuang for innate treasures. Crafting a few more exceptional innate spiritual treasures was hardly a challenge. You too should secure the spiritual treasures well. When the time comes for you to break through to the quasi-saint realm, they will serve as vessels for your severed virtuous corpses. As he spoke, Zhou Yuan returned the Tying Divine Sword and Tying Divine Wheel to the two women. Naturally, Shiha and Changxi nodded obediently, albeit with a hint of nervousness within their hearts. Could they truly ascend to the quasi-saint realm? If they were to fail, would Zhou Yuan be disappointed in them? After all, Sister Niwa had attained formidable strength in the quasi-saint late stage with Zhou Yuan's assistance. If they couldn't even break through to quasi-saint themselves, they would have no face to bring up that marriage proposal. Hand in hand, Shiha and Changxi stood, their cheeks flushed with beads of sweat glistening upon their delicate noses. Ha! Zhou Yuan laughed. It's merely a breakthrough to quasi-saint. No need to be so anxious. You can simply sit over there. The sight of their tense expressions amused him. It was as if he were about to devour them. He, Brother Zhou Yuan is right. With his help, I have unknowingly stepped into the quasi-saint realm. Niwa chimed in, her smile warm. She could see the genuine nervousness in the two women and couldn't bring herself to tease them, instead opting to offer gentle reassurances. Shiha and Changxi nodded in agreement. following Zhou Yuan to a grassy area by the lake, where they sat facing each other. Close your eyes and adjust your spirit to its peak state. I shall assist you in entering the quasi-saint realm. Zhou Yuan took out the innate essence and divided it into two portions, channeling them into Shiha and Changshi's bodies. Instantly, a warm sensation enveloped them, loosening the shackles on their long stagnant cultivation. Focus and circulate this innate essence according to the tying technique you have mastered. Zhou Yuan instructed. Shiha and Changshi obediently complied, feeling their vitality surge to unprecedented heights. The three flowers atop their heads bloomed vibrantly, radiating a captivating fragrance. They both hailed from tying star and practiced the tying technique. If the innate essence contained the power of tying, it would be exceedingly beneficial for them. Zhou Yuan pondered silently. While the innate essence could indeed help them break through to the quasi-saint realm, it would not be perfect. A minor flaw might affect Shiha and Changshi's future path to enlightenment. The laurel tree. Zhou Yuan suddenly recalled that the laurel tree had also sprouted at the dawn of creation on Tying Star, its roots deeply embedded within. This tree itself harbored an unimaginable reservoir of tying power. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuan employed the hand of the heavens to extract the power of tying from the laurel tree. He was careful not to extract it all, as doing so would wither the tree, and overwhelming Shiha and Changshi with excessive tying power might lead to their bodies exploding. Before long, Zhou Yuan extracted a substantial amount of tying power, merging it with the innate essence before infusing it back into Shiha and Chang 11 at that moment. Their eyes sparkled, feeling that this tying power was purer than anything they had absorbed on Tying Star. With the aid of the tying power, Shiha and Changshi's auras swiftly ascended, soon reaching the pinnacle of the Luo Golden Immortal realm. Break through, Zhou Yuan commanded, simultaneously channeling the mixed essence of tying power and innate essence into their bodies. Boom! The tying power enveloped them, with divine radiance shimmering around them. The tying star, born from the left eye of Pangu, seemed to respond, and two azure spiritual lights shot forth, enveloping Shiha and Changshi, bringing them immense comfort. Congratulations to both of you for breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. Nuwa smiled, her lips curving in delight. Naturally, she was overjoyed that Shiha and Changshi had become quasi-saints, as it meant they would share Zhou Yuan's presence with her, ensuring no one was left behind. Furthermore, with two more quasi-saints in the heavenly realm and the formations laid by Zhou Yuan, it seemed unlikely they would face any rivals across all of Hongguang. The calamity that had once befallen the heavenly realm would not repeat itself. Wonderful! Sister, we have finally reached the quasi-saint realm, Changshi exclaimed, jumping with joy while grasping Shia's hand. We must thank Brother Zhou Yuan. Shiha echoed, leading Changshi to Zhou Yuan to express their heartfelt gratitude. It's a trivial matter. No need for such formality, Zhou Yuan said, shrugging his shoulders, as it truly was a minor endeavor, merely consuming a bit of innate essence. Shiha and Changshi nodded obediently, yet a sudden blush crept onto their cheeks. The two stood there, playfully pushing each other, seemingly hesitant to voice what they truly wished to say. Zhou Yuan observed their expressions and immediately surmised their thoughts. It appeared they intended to seize the opportunity of becoming quasi-saints to propose marriage. However, he merely smiled mischievously, choosing not to reveal his awareness, allowing Shiha and Changshi to express themselves freely. Nuwa, watching from the side, chuckled softly. She had previously discussed with Shiha and Changshi that as long as she could become greater than them, she would not mind sharing Zhou Yuan. If you have something to say to your brother Zhou Yuan, do not hesitate, Nuwa teased, gently prodding their waists, causing both women to gasp in surprise. Brother Zhou Yuan, you once said that upon becoming a Luo Golden Immortal, you would consider marrying me and Changshi. Correct? She has stammered, her cheeks flushed as she buried her face in her hands, utterly embarrassed. For countless years on Tying Star, they had maintained a stoic demeanor, although they had softened upon arriving in the heavenly realm. Uttering such embarrassing words at this moment was unbearably mortifying for Xia. Brother Zhou Yuan, Changshi said, her eyes shimmering with determination as she gazed at him, awaiting his response. Should Zhou Yuan decline, they were prepared to leave the heavenly realm and return to Tying Star. For after encountering Zhou Yuan, no one else in Hong Wang could capture their interest. Zhou Yuan, what are you waiting for? Nuwa chimed in, smiling. She reminded him not to forget his promise to her. Zhou Yuan chuckled. Having long suspected that Shiha and Changshi had been pondering this matter deeply in his heart, he found both Nuwa and Shiha Changshi exceedingly beautiful. Marrying all three would hardly be a loss. Haha! Just as Zhou Yuan was about to acquiesce, a familiar and melodious voice suddenly echoed from beyond the heavenly gate. Zhou Yuan, it is me, Hutu. I have come to visit you from the Wu clan. Hutu's voice resonated beautifully, akin to a celestial melody, yet it struck the hearts of those present like a thunderclap. Especially for Nuwa, Shiha, and Changshi, who had prepared to serve Zhou Yuan together. They had forgotten about Hutu from the Wu clan. What should they do now? Let us welcome Hutu inside and see what brings her to the heavenly realm, Zhou Yuan said, observing the expressions of the three women, a wry smile crossing his lips. Since Hutu had arrived, there was no turning back. Regardless of the circumstances, it is imperative to first allow her to enter. After all, there exists a certain connection between myself and the witch clan, as I have even received the 9 turns mysterious art as a form of dowry from Hutu. Moments later, Hutu stood before Zhou Yuan like a tea that moment, this ancestral, which appeared to be the epitome of bashfulness. Her delicate hands gripping her flowing gown, her pearly teeth biting down on her lower lip, and her eyes blinking in rapid succession, remaining silent for an extended period. Hutu, what brings you here? Hutu remained silent. But it was Nuwa who spoke first. Observing Hutu's demeanor, Nuwa felt an ominous premonition. Hutu's coy appearance mirrored that of Shiha and Changshi from earlier. My brother urged me to come to the heavenly realm to have a child with Zhou Yuan. Hutu mustered the courage to finally utter that in truth. After departing from the Peng Hall, she had wandered in the primordial world for tens of thousands of years, overwhelmed by shyness, before finally making the decision to arrive in the heavenly realm. After all, her heart belonged to Zhou Yuan, and she could sense his affection towards her. Since they harbored mutual feelings, why should they not come together to have a child? Although it was an embarrassing matter, it was entirely natural. With this realization, Hutu finally made her way to the heavenly realm. Oh no! Nuwa exclaimed, smacking her forehead. This was precisely what she had feared. Hutu indeed had feelings for Zhou Yuan, and she was quite openly seeking to bear his child. Shiha and Changshi were left speechless in astonishment. Hutu was one of the 12 ancestors of the Witch Clan, supported by the entire Witch Clan. While they were merely scattered immortals from the lunar star, would Zhou Yuan choose Hutu over them to have children? Shiha and Changshi grasped each other's hands, anxiety coursing through them. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Hutu surveyed the scene, experiencing this for the first time, and found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Hutu, why don't you settle in the heavenly realm for now? We can discuss the matter of having children at our leisure. Zhou Yuan turned to Shiha and Changshi, winking at them with a knowing smile that we understand, Brother Zhou Yuan. Rest assured, we will take good care of Sister Hutu, Changshi replied with a smile, pulling Hutu close to her side. Sister Hutu, you have no idea how many delightful places there are in the heavenly realm. To the west, there's the heavenly pool, to the south, the great snow mountain, and to the east, the misty sea. Following Zhou Yuan's suggestion, Shiha joined Changshi in standing beside Hutu, adopting the demeanor of gracious hosts as they began to introduce her to the myriad wonders of the heavenly realm. Then I shall rely on you too. Dear sisters, that Hutu's large eyes sparkled with excitement. She had not anticipated that the heavenly realm held such an abundance of delightful attractions. Moreover, Zhou Yuan had not sent her away, but rather invited her to settle in, which hinted that there was indeed hope for the matter of having children. Take Hutu along. You may freely pluck and consume any spiritual fruits in the heavenly realm, including those few innate spiritual roots. As a gesture of hospitality for Hutu, Zhou Yuan smiled, delighted to witness the harmonious interaction between Shiha, Changshi, and Hutu. However, matters with Nuwa were far from simple. Ever since Hutu arrived in the heavenly realm, Nuwa had transformed from her usual gentle demeanor to one of sternness, her face set in a frown. Although she did not explode in anger, it was evident to all that she was displeased. By the shimmering shores of the lake, Nuwa sat alone on a large stone, her chin resting in her hand, her brows furrowed in deep contemplation. Having reluctantly accepted Shiha and Changshi as companions to serve Zhou Yuan, she had not anticipated the sudden emergence of Hutu, who unabashedly sought to bear Zhou Yuan's child without a second thought. How could this be? She had yet to bear a child with Zhou Yuan herself. How could Hutu presume to do so? The more Niwa pondered, the angrier she grew, nearly brought to tears by the lake's edge. Zhou Yuan regarded Niwa's silhouette with a soft sigh. Dealing with a jealous woman was indeed troublesome. Nevertheless, it was essential to soothe her feelings. Sister Niwa, what brings you to sit alone here? Zhou Yuan placed his hand gently on Niwa's shoulder, smiling brightly. Humph. Why don't you go keep Hutu company instead of bothering me? Niwa pouted, jealousy evident on her face. But Hutu is already with Shiha and Changshi. I came specifically to be by your side, Zhou Yuan replied with a grin. Niwa considered this point and found it somewhat reasonable. Shiha and Changshi were with Hutu, while Zhou Yuan chose to remain by her side, which implied that in his heart, she held greater significance than Hutu. With this thought, Niwa's expression softened slightly. Yet, the moment the topic of having children crossed her mind, her countenance darkened once more. Sister Niwa, shall we take a stroll through the primordial world? Perhaps we might encounter some fortuitous opportunities, Zhou Yuan suggested after a moment of thought, given Niwa's current state of anger. It seemed unlikely that she could be easily appeased. Considering the time, it was also nearing the day when Niwa would attain sanctification through her creation of humanity, if he could guide her towards achieving the saintly fruit position. Her anger would likely dissipate. Let us go. Seeing that Niwa remained silent, Zhou Yuan took her by the hand and led her towards the primordial land. Though Niwa did not voice her thoughts, she was deeply yearning for the chance to explore the primordial world alongside Zhou Yuan. After all, this was a rare opportunity for them to be alone together, so she allowed herself to be led away. As they exited the heavenly gate, it wasn't long before they arrived in the primordial land. The aura of chaos in this realm had grown increasingly dense, with dark mists faintly visible even amidst the towering mountains. Zhou Yuan understood that this was the result of the impending calamity of heaven and earth, and the conflict between the witch and demon clans had become more frequent. Sister, after such a long time away from the primordial world, what are your thoughts? Zhou Yuan inquired after they had wandered for a while. The malevolent energy here is far too heavy, lacking the beauty of the heavenly realm. Moreover, the witch and demon clans dominate all beings. It feels rather unsettling, Niwa contemplated before responding. She felt a peculiar sensation accompanying her journey with Zhou Yuan to the primordial world, yet remained elusive like a cloud-shrouded mountain, impossible to grasp. What feels unsettling? Zhou Yuan inquired, taken aback. Could it be that Niwa was already sensing something regarding the creation of humanity? Though she could not articulate it precisely, she felt that something was amiss. Niwa furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before speaking slowly. It feels like something is missing. If that is the case, let us continue onward. Perhaps, dear sister, you will uncover the answer, Zhou Yuan suggested as he gently held Niwa's hand. Continuing their leisurely exploration of the primordial world, they traversed the land, journeying from south to north and east to west for over 10,000 years. Niwa's gaze grew increasingly bright, as if she were on the verge of grasping an elusive threshold, mere moments away from a significant revelation. Sister, do you see that mountain over there? Let us ascend it. Zhou Yuan pointed ahead, where a towering mountain loomed 30,000 miles away, suffused with spiritual energy and enveloped in mist. It was clearly a mountain of exceptional beauty. Zhou Yuan had an inkling that this mountain held the key to Niwa's journey through the primordial world. Very well, let us ascend and see, Niwa replied, nodding. She felt a special connection to this mountain, as if it were tied to a great opportunity. In the blink of an eye, they traversed the 30,000 miles and soon stood at the foot of the mountain, where they beheld a stone tablet inscribed with the words Kong Tong Mountain. Zhou Yuan chuckled, realizing that this was indeed the place. Legend has it that Kong Tong Mountain is the ancestral land of humanity, and the future symbol of the human emperor's seal, the Kong Tong seal, originates from this mountain. To his surprise, it was also on Kong Tong Mountain that Niwa completed the creation of humanity. Brother, This mountain gives me a truly unique sensation. Niwa murmured, her realization beginning to take shape. Let us ascend the mountain. Zhou Yuan understood that this ascent was but the beginning of their journey.